Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 176, Chapter 176 The Black Flash That Shattered Despair. Karen, who transformed into the giant Garuda, also gained terrifying eyesight. Therefore, even without mastering observation haki, she saw Naruto flying out before Sasuke did. Naruto, running through the air by stomping on Geppo, quickly arrived near the group. Before Karen could ask anything, he spoke first. "Get further away." Although not understanding why, Karen obediently complied, carrying the two people on her back and flying a distance away. Not enough. They flew further away. Even further. Now Karen was quite far from Naruto and the anchor mansion. Even Naruto's loud shouts were drowned out by the wind and couldn't be heard. But hand signals could still be seen. Only when Karen had flown about 2 kilometers away did Naruto nod. Then, he turned to face the aerial fortress, which had already fallen halfway. If he just shattered it, the fragments and wreckage of the fortress would still destroy the town below like meteors. If he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly, wiping it out completely in one go. Naruto directly opened his mouth, a destructive aura gathering in front of it. Jiraiya, who was watching from afar, felt like he had seen a similar scene somewhere before. Soon, the conqueror's haki and chakra Naruto had accumulated earlier converged into a large, pitch-black energy sphere. And Naruto was still continuously pumping more things into it. If he was going to do it, he was going to go big. Roar. Only when Naruto felt he had reached his limit did the destructive beam surge forth, flying straight towards the falling fortress. Kurama, having seen it once before, wasn't surprised. But the residents below were different. A black beam streaked across the sky. Residents who noticed it thought it was a shooting star and pulled their companions to make a wish. Little did they know their companions were staring dumbfoundedly at another part of the sky. This person took a few steps to the side, finally seeing the spectacle blocked by the eaves. It was a city floating in the sky. Now, this city was growing larger and larger in their field of vision. Faced with a natural disaster of this magnitude, ordinary people didn't even have the heart to run away. It was a despair that human strength could not resist. Just as this resident began recalling their entire life in their mind, the black beam in the sky struck the giant city. Boom. Judging by their sizes, the area impacted by this black beam could cover at most 1/10 of the city. But when the two made contact, a violent explosion occurred. The conqueror's haki that spilled out completely knocked out everyone in the town below. This was also a good thing. Perhaps when they woke up, they would think the earlier natural disaster was just a nightmare. Whether it was a real tailed beast bomb or Naruto's bootleg version, the conqueror's bomb, neither simply penetrated the enemy. The subsequent area of effect explosion was the real killing move. Karen and Jiraiya simultaneously showed expressions of seeing a ghost. Even someone as aloof as Sasuke couldn't avoid being stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. This was far more terrifying than when Naruto used his Ikoku sovereignty punch to shatter the Hokage rock. If the target were Konoha Village, then after this strike, probably only a very few survivors would be left alive in the entire village. The violent explosion completely enveloped the entire anchor mansion. Even the aftershocks it produced shaved the heads off some of the taller buildings in the town. After the explosion, the anchor mansion that had previously blocked out the sun had completely disappeared. Along with it went the newly risen Soragekyu's faction that had accumulated over a decade of development. They didn't even have time to say their own name before being utterly erased from this world. The only survivor was Amaru, who had been knocked out earlier by the attack. This little girl had been placed in the town by them. Before she could even wake up, she suffered another wave of mental impact. Probably the next time she wakes up, her head will hurt for a while. Those fortunate enough to witness this century-level explosion, aside from Naruto's Avengers team, were Obito, who had stayed behind to observe the battlefield. Inside the Kamui dimension, his expression was also grave as he watched the entire terrifying attack. Was this really something a human could accomplish? Even with Obito's imagination, it was difficult to connect this kind of attack with the kid his teacher left behind. Obito's dojutsu, Kamui, allowed him to maintain an intangible state for several minutes. In this state, he was actually already in a different dimension, thus almost ignoring all ninjutsu and physical attacks. Of course, this didn't mean he was invincible. In the original work, he had been bombarded by Conan's 600 billion explosive tags for a full 10 minutes, only winning in the end by relying on Izanagi's ability to alter reality. If given enough preparation time, Conan could create an even bigger spectacle than Naruto's attack. And under the attack just now, Obito could faintly sense fluctuations in the Kamui dimension. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough to shock him. This kid's attack possessed the ability to affect space. Although he didn't know the principle, it meant Naruto could still potentially hurt him. This also cooled down Obito, who had become somewhat arrogant from maintaining his invincibility through intangibility for so long. The plan needed to change. If we let this kid charge straight into the land of rain unimpeded, even if Nagato had the 6 paths of pain and the help of other Akatsuki's members, they might not necessarily be able to suppress him. Naruto Uzumaki, you really always manage to surprise me. At the border of the land of grass and the land of earth, Mount Shumisen. Hiding the lower half of his face with bandages, looking like a young boy, Hirako watched the two figures wearing black robes with red clouds before him and did not immediately launch an attack. These two guys, one called himself Uchiha Itachi, the other was named Hoshigaki Kisame, came from an organization called Akatsuki, and they're here to recruit him. Hirako's subordinates had now used the Chimera technique to merge with their summoned creatures, glaring fiercely at the uninvited guests who had suddenly barged into Mount Shumisen. As long as Hirako gave the order, they would not hesitate to strike. Kisame could feel that clear killing intent, which made him unconsciously reveal an excited smile, his large mouth grinning open to show full rows of sharp teeth. Itachi, however, simply stared quietly back at Hirako. It was fortunate that Itachi came this time with the intention of recruitment. Otherwise, with Hirako's brazen direct eye contact, he probably would have been instantly defeated by his genjutsu before even fighting. His dark release could absorb ninjutsu, but it was powerless against genjutsu caused by the Sharingan. Fine. However, if you want me to join you, shouldn't you also help me with something? To be honest, Hirako wasn't resistant to the Akatsuki's recruitment. Of course, he also had no intention of obeying orders obediently. Faced with helpers delivered to his doorstep, he didn't mind using them first. With the help of these people, perhaps his plan to collect 5 Kekkei would be completed ahead of schedule. Once he obtained immortality, wouldn't he be the one calling the shots then? Looking at Itachi's Sharingan, Hirako thought to himself. Perhaps the 5th Kekkei didn't necessarily have to be Hitaki Kakashi's. But he knew it would just be very difficult to place a cursed seal on Itachi. He could only plan for the long term. But for now, agreeing to them held no disadvantage for him. Destroy the 5 great nations. Destroy Konoha Village. These were things he would do after obtaining immortality, even if no one asked him to. Hirako's ambition was not concealed in the slightest, but Itachi didn't care about these things either. At this moment, his heart was still preoccupied with Sasuke, wondering if his brother could survive the organization's members. I need to hurry back. Chapter 177, Chapter 177 Raikage is assassinated, Tsuchikage is attacked. For Obito now, wanting to delay or even completely stop Naruto was no longer so easy. The scene of that earlier energy breath was still vivid in his mind. Even compared with the tailed beast bomb released by the Nine Tails back then, it is hardly any less powerful. At least judging by the destructive power Naruto had displayed so far, it had, to a certain extent, already surpassed that of his father, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. Once the name of his former teacher came to mind, a series of memories resurfaced. How could I have forgotten that? He clapped his hands, and Zetsu emerged from the ground. How is Nagato's side? Nothing major. A new Azura path has been replenished. After saying this, Zetsu added another sentence. As for Konan, after the ink on her body was removed, she returned to normal. Speaking of which, the special ability Jiraiya suddenly used, while more subtle than ninjutsu, was actually easier to remove. Unlike those various and sundry sealing techniques that required corresponding unsealing formulas to break. After a moment of silence, Obito still dismissed the thought of having Nagato make another move. He couldn't really explain this plan either. So he might as well take action himself. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. Just like its name, this was a ninja village located at an extremely high altitude, with clouds floating right beside it. T/N, Kumogakure means village hidden by clouds. Compared to Konoha Village, with its excellent environment and flat terrain, this place was indeed not very suitable for living. No wonder the Raikage always had his heart set on Konoha. Perhaps the bond between the two villages was formed right at the beginning of their founding. Late at night, the 4th Raikage, A, was still sitting in his office handling official business. Don't be fooled by his usual rough and boisterous appearance, often delegating his work to his secretary. But when it came to truly critical matters, it still required his, the Raikage's, approval to make a decision. Unlike the other ninja villages, power in Kumogakure was highly centralized, truly achieving a militarized management where the highest orders were issued by the Raikage himself. In this regard, he did much better than the Hokage's line and others. At least he wouldn't be interfered with by so-called senior advisors on key matters, thus missing certain opportunities. Similarly, after the appearance of the two powerful missing means, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Kumogakure also increased its supervision, adopting a zero-tolerance policy towards missing means. This can be seen from the fact that there isn't a single member from Kumogakure in the famous missing means organization, Akatsuki. In short, the successive Raikage could be said to have worked hard and diligently, managing to develop the now powerful Kumogakure under such living conditions. Their aggressive style was largely influenced by their leaders. But this vertical management model resulted in a large number of important matters piling up on the Raikage alone. These decisions were not something a secretary could help with. And precisely because of this, Raikage had to handle official business late at night like this. Think about a certain old man who usually spent his time peeping at others with his crystal ball. TSK. The wind from the valley continued to blow, its sound filtering through the window cracks into Raikage's ears. It seemed very late already. After handling the last document from the front lines, Raikage finally stretched his muscles a bit. The surroundings were completely silent. So silent it was unusual. Raikage possessed chakra reserves far exceeding ordinary people and terrifying reaction speed, but sensing was his shortcoming, so he needed specialized sensor ninjas to assist him. This also led to the situation today, where the enemy had arrived at his doorstep before he became aware of them. As the fourth Raikage rose to his feet and assumed a combat stance, a thin mist began to disperse throughout the Raikage's office. Mabui. Darui. See. Raikage's voice echoed throughout the entire building, but there was no response. This made his heart sink slowly. To be honest, Raikage wasn't afraid of assassination, as he had absolute confidence in his own strength. But he also knew that the people around him did not possess his level of power. Fighting spirit mixed with rage surged within him. A layer of crackling lightning released chakra armor materialized over Raikage's body. This was his signature ninjutsu, the lightning release chakra mode. By stimulating his body cells with lightning attribute chakra, his already formidable physical strength was elevated to an even higher level. Whoosh! A kunai shot out from a blind spot behind the Raikage, aimed directly at his head. Got you. Despite his weaker sensing abilities, at this distance, with the lightning release chakra mode active, Raikage could dodge actual lightning, let alone an ordinary kunai. He completed the turn and counterattack within 1,000th of a second, his movements fluid. He finally saw the attacker's appearance. A figure in a cloak, its face obscured. A sneaky bastard, you think you can kill me with this? Who the hell do you think I am? Raikage threw a punch directly. The boost from the lightning release chakra mode was instantly maxed out. The fist, moving at a speed comparable to instant transmission, even broke the sound barrier. Boom. After the punch landed, a shockwave sent everything in the office flying. The mist from earlier completely vanished. The force of this punch was immense, even blasting a large hole in the wall. Lights flicked on in the surrounding buildings one by one, and the sound of noisy voices quickly rose again. Those were the alarmed Kumogakure's jonins. But even this punch failed to harm the intruder. Genjutsu. With his enhanced dynamic vision, Raikage clearly saw his fist indeed hit the target, but it passed right through them. After their bodies separated from the overlapping state, the figure's hood was blown back by the force of the punch, revealing the face beneath, a face very familiar to the Raikage. It was the Konoha's jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, whom he had sent people to ambush and kill a month ago. This is payback for last time. Our business isn't finished yet. This Naruto smiled at the Raikage, then fell backward. Below him was the cliff. Uzumaki Naruto Raikage also recalled that the ninjas he had sent out had followed the trail but ultimately failed to find any trace of their target. Instead, they ended up fighting another group of guys skilled in water release ninjutsu. As he pondered this, he went to the room downstairs and found the 3 individuals unconscious due to severe injuries. Thankfully, none were dead. The retaliation came quickly. As the one who proposed the assassination plan, Raikage was naturally psychologically prepared for a counterattack. Indeed, you can't trust anyone from Konoha. In that case, consider this a formal declaration of war. A similar incident occurred in Iwagakure. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was also attacked. Although the attacker retreated unscathed under Inoki's Kekiai Toda, dust release, they still revealed their appearance. It was precisely the Uzumaki Naruto from the intelligence they had received earlier. However, the cunning old Inoki sensed something amiss and immediately restrained his eager ninjas. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. He had no grudges against the other party, so why would they come after him? Upon closer thought, it didn't hold up. Moreover, Konoha had sent them a message not long ago. Probably, someone was trying to use me. Chapter 178, Chapter 178 Sage Mode and Toad. Leaving aside the little tricks Obito was playing behind the scenes, Naruto now seemed to be facing a more pressing issue that needed to be prioritized. Naruto, are you alright? Jiraiya asked uncertainly. This wasn't his fault. Anyone seeing Naruto's current appearance would have similar questions. Unlike Shino, who was possessed by the Zero Tails and emanating black energy. After swallowing the entire Zero Tail's main body along with countless mixed resentments of dark chakra, Naruto's appearance had begun to manifest differently. Those uncontrollable miniature hands extending from various parts of his body, that instinctively uncomfortable and repulsive ominous aura, and something they had never felt from Naruto before. It was a temperament aggregated from countless malicious intents. Even though Naruto's face still had the same smile as before, anyone standing before him would feel this person meant them harm. Vaguely, it seemed as if countless whispers were sounding in their ears. Karen barely resisted that feeling by relying on the respect in her heart for Naruto. But Sasuke, who could observe from another perspective, didn't have it so easy. NGH. The power bestowed by Hudo, which allowed him to perceive disaster and misfortune, became a burden at this moment. That seemingly substantial black aura incessantly stimulated Sasuke's nerves, and he almost couldn't resist transforming. Seemingly aware of the unusualness of his current state, Naruto decisively acted and knocked Sasuke out. His movements were so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't capture them. Jiraiya and Karen only realized what happened afterward. Naruto, what are you dash? My current state isn't suitable for close contact with Sasuke. As Naruto spoke, he reached out and pinched off a small black hand that had grown from his chin. To be honest, he hadn't expected this situation after completely devouring the Zero Tails. After consuming the Zero Tails and Shino, the Baku Baku no Mi took effect. Naruto could feel he could perform a kind of recompilation on this mixture. Just like with other materials, separating the person and the chakra into two parts. Shino's main body was useless to him and posed no threat, so he naturally expelled it. Shino, having lost his chakra, rapidly aged, reverting to his original appearance. But the Zero Tails, which had become pure again, caused trouble. In the judgment of the Baku Baku no Mi, the Zero Tails in this state could be absorbed as an item, existing in forms like Mushoku or the Kusanagi sword. This was different from the earlier Conqueror's Bomb. The Zero Tails was a materialized chakra aggregate with its own form and even consciousness. Absorbing it wouldn't carry the risk of turning oneself into a chakra state. Therefore, Naruto, upholding the belief of, since we're already here, tried it. His observation haki also didn't detect any possibility of danger. After absorbing the Zero Tails, the whispers and malicious thoughts it carried were transferred into Naruto's mind. If it were someone with a weak will, they would probably be driven mad by this incessant chatter. But Naruto was different. His powerful self, akin to Conqueror's haki, reduced this negative influence to a level that was almost negligible. But that was only for himself. As the Zero Tails, absorbing chakra and twisting others with malice was a survival instinct. Just like breathing, as soon as Naruto relaxed, that influence would seep through his body's surface and affect others. It was a passive effect that Naruto had to consciously restrain to avoid. Actually, Naruto could also choose to separate the Zero Tails again, as the Baku Baku no Mi wasn't incapable of that. But firstly, he never had the habit of spitting things out after eating them. Secondly, without a vessel, the Zero Tails would quickly become a mass of dark chakra difficult to recapture. This chakra would also affect ordinary people. After all, its essence originated from malice, and it could be said to be an aggregation of malice accumulated over many years. If released all at once, this place would have to be renamed Gotham Town. I might need some time to balance this power. After saying this, Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder and walked ahead, decisively leaving the town's boundaries. Fortunately, the residents were unconscious due to the earlier Conqueror's haki impact, otherwise, they might have started killing each other by now. You rest here for a while. I'll come find you after I handle this. Placing Sasuke onto the ink carriage, Naruto turned and spoke to Jiraiya. Although his tone was the same as before. The pitch-black pupils and the small hands constantly appearing and disappearing around him were still unsettling. Even his ordinary words sounded like threats in Jiraiya's ears. However, Jiraiya also understood this wasn't Naruto's intention. Suddenly, he thought of something and reached out to stop Naruto, who was preparing to leave alone. Naruto, I have a method that might help you. Sage Mode. Naruto heard a familiar term from Jiraiya. In Orochimaru's memories, he had some understanding of it as well. The other party had even researched the cursed seal of heaven based on this. Yes, Sage Mode. Come on, let's go to Mount Myaboku first. Jiraiya handed Sasuke over to Karen, then summoned a small toad, instructing it to perform a reverse summoning to bring the two of them to Mount Myaboku. With a sense of weightlessness, Naruto experienced teleportation while conscious for the first time. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp some key factor. But for now, he needed to understand the Sage Mode matter first. Jiraiya-sensei, is the Sage Mode you're talking about the same as Orochimaru's? In Naruto's memory, the ninjas implanted with Cursed Seal were all bizarre-looking creatures. While he wasn't someone who cared much about appearance, he didn't want to lose his human form either. Orochimaru. Jiraiya thought for a moment but couldn't recall relevant memories. Perhaps. After all, he signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Actually, the three holy lands, Mount Myaboku, Ryochi Cave, and the Shikatsu Forest, all have their own exclusive sage modes. It's just a method of imitating and learning from the Sage of Six Paths, introducing natural energy into the body. Did the Sage of Six Paths really exist? Naruto was aware of the legends of the Sage of Six Paths, but that was limited to books and stories. Of course. You should learn about that when you meet the Great Toad Sage. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had brought Naruto to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya had considered bringing him here before but was delayed by various matters. Getting back on track, your current state is likely due to an imbalance in the chakra attributes within your body. This speculation was quite close to the truth. Currently, Naruto possessed chakra of 6 attributes: wind, water, lightning, fire, earth, and yang. He had mastered several common chakra nature transformations through his own exploration during his years in the One Piece world, but wind and yang were innate. In other words, apart from Yin attribute chakra, Naruto basically had all attributes gathered within him. Although the Zero Tails was composed of dark chakra, its essence was still a mixture of many kinds of disordered chakra. Sage mode should be able to reorganize this chakra and combine it with natural energy to transform it into Senjutsu chakra. That was something far more efficient and destructive than ordinary chakra. More importantly, this way, Naruto could take this opportunity to fully regain control of his body. Although this was all just Jiraiya's conjecture, trying it couldn't hurt, it was better than letting Naruto digest it alone. Just as the two were strolling through the lush vegetation of Mount Myaboku, a giant toad suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of them. So big. This was the first time Naruto had seen such a massive creature in the ninja world. He almost instinctively compared it to a sea king. Still a bit smaller in size. I wonder how it tastes. A sudden chill made the large toad in front of him shudder. Its scarred eye then fixed on Naruto below. Hey! You weird-smelling brat. What are you thinking about? Chapter 179, Chapter 179. If only I knew the toads in the ninja world were this big. Speaking of which, this was actually Gamabunta's first time meeting Naruto. Originally, this meeting could have happened much earlier. But it just so happened that after learning the summoning technique, Naruto never once summoned a toad from Mount Myaboku. Instead, he went and summoned 3 other creatures himself. Yes, Sasuke had also successfully become one of Naruto's Pokemon. Later, during the Konoha Crush plan, just moments before Naruto arrived at the battlefield, Jiraiya dispelled the summoning, causing the two to just miss each other. This led Naruto to believe that the toads from Mount Myaboku were only as big as the one Jiraiya had initially summoned. Their size couldn't even compare to Jimaru. Summoned creatures of that level couldn't really help him much, so he hadn't used the technique again after returning to the ninja world. How did you get so big? What do you eat to get so big? Geez, if only I knew the toads in the ninja world could grow this big. Although he corrected himself quickly, the drool at the corner of Naruto's mouth still made Gamabunta shudder with a sense of dread. Brat, I don't like you. Gamabunta directly took out his enormous smoking pipe from his mouth and pointed it at Naruto. That feeling of facing a natural predator, just like when seeing the giant snakes from Ryochi Cave, was all too familiar to him. The toads of Mount Myaboku and this brat were naturally incompatible. After saying this, Naruto also sensed something was off. Usually, he kept thoughts like that to himself. The only time he said it out loud was when he mistakenly thought he was dreaming. It felt like some kind of force was amplifying his inner emotions and desires. The culprit behind this had to be the Zero Tails. Kurama, however, had a different opinion. He thought the key reason wasn't the Zero Tails, but Naruto's own gluttony. Even the Zero Tails' main body had been swallowed by him, so this terrifying appetite probably didn't need much extra influence. One could say the Zero Tails only did a tiny bit of work. Of course, Kurama didn't say any of this out loud. After witnessing Naruto devour a chakra entity whole, the fox had become much more subdued. Unlike him, who was sealed inside Naruto and still maintained his consciousness, Zero Tails had truly become part of Naruto's body, turned into nourishment. He wasn't sure if a new tailed beast would even be born in the ninja world if a being like him was eaten and absorbed by Naruto. One could say that Naruto now possessed power that could truly threaten the tailed beasts. After pointing his pipe at Naruto and saying his piece, Gamabunta collected his expression again, adopting a all-business attitude. The Great Toad Sage sent me to bring you to him. He already knew you were coming. Hey! Brat! I'm not finished talking. Gamabunta had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Naruto instantly appeared on top of his head. Feeling the Zero Tail's sinister aura up close made every hair on Gamabunta's body stand on end, if he had any. He reached out a hand to grab Naruto and pull him down, but just as his hand got close, Naruto casually swatted it away. The force was so great that even Gamabunta felt pain. All right. Big Toad, whatever you have to say, you can say it while we walk. Speaking of which, does Mount Myaboku have any good food? What do you guys usually eat? Do you drink alcohol? The moment the topic turned to food and drink, Naruto became much more talkative. It was hard to tell if this was the Zero Tail's influence or his true nature. Fine. You just wait, I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome. Gamabunta said this through somewhat gritted teeth. Jiraiya looked at his old friend's predicament and made a "can't help you" gesture, then also jumped up onto Gamabunta's head. Really now dash. Deep within Mount Myaboku, inside the same temple. The great toad sage was still half lying down, his eyes closed as if foreseeing the future, or perhaps just taking a nap. This was Naruto's first time coming here, but Jiraiya was a frequent visitor. After all, he had stayed in this very temple when training in sage mode years ago. Naruto looked at the ancient-looking great toad sage and the two smaller toads beside him. The two small toads gave him a feeling that their strength probably surpassed even Gamabunta's. As for the half-dead great toad sage, Naruto found him somewhat unfathomable. This was the first time in all his years that he had encountered an existence that even his observation haki couldn't see through. He really seemed just like an ordinary, common toad, without anything special about him. Come to think of it, this is the first time we are truly meeting face to face, Uzumaki Naruto. The great toad sage opened his mouth, adopting that familiar mystic tone. However, the three sages present who had heard the prophecy immediately reacted. Great toad sage, you mean? Naruto is the dash. Child of prophecy. The great toad sage didn't continue, merely nodding gently before turning his gaze to Naruto. Keep walking your path, Naruto. This old one is also very curious about what that future will truly be like. After speaking, and without waiting for Naruto to ask any questions, he turned to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-chan, your idea is correct. Sage mode can solve Naruto's problem. Let him stay here and learn. It won't take very long. After saying this, his head lolled to the side, his eyes closed, just as if he had died. If not for the faint, almost imperceptible aura everyone present could still sense, one might truly think the great toad sage had passed away. Honestly, it's not that big of a problem. Given a little time, I could probably solve it myself. Naruto casually pinched off a small black hand extending from his skin, speaking to Jiraiya beside him. Back in the main hall of the temple, he hadn't even had a chance to ask a single question before the great toad sage went on his long spiel. Finally, the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, politely ushered them out and brought them to the training grounds. It was a large pool filled with flowing yellow liquid, with a giant stone toad statue standing in the middle. Fukasaku first explained the precautions to Naruto. He would be coated in the toad oil from this pool to enter a state of sensing natural energy. He must constantly be careful to maintain a balance between his own physical energy, his spiritual energy, and the natural energy at a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. If an imbalance occurred, he would show signs of transforming into a toad. At that point, Fukasaku would need to strike him with a special black staff to disperse the natural energy within his body. The principle wasn't particularly complex, but Jiraiya knew deep down that mastering this was far from an overnight task. It had taken him decades, and he still hadn't achieved a perfect sage mode. Furthermore, Naruto's situation was more special. Currently, within his body, besides his own chakra, there was also the Zero Tails chakra, and if you looked even closer, there was the sealed Nine Tails chakra as well. However, it was precisely because he needed to balance the Zero Tails chakra that Naruto needed to absorb an equivalent amount of natural energy. Thinking about it this way, could this kid really manage it, without spending much time, as the great toad sage had said? Jiraiya thought to himself. Fukasaku wasn't one for excessive chatter. He directly dipped his finger in the toad oil and began applying it to Naruto. Naruto himself sniffed the scent of the toad oil. No particular odor, but it didn't look like it would taste very good. The moment the toad oil seeped into his skin, the world before Naruto's eyes seemed to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. My sage mode seems to have a few problems. Jiraiya had considered Naruto a genius. But he had never imagined someone's talent could be this overwhelming. Originally, in Jiraiya's estimation, it should have taken Naruto 2 to 3 months to learn sage mode. Even just to grasp the basics and suppress that dark chakra would probably take 10 to 20 days. 3 days. Just 3 days later, Naruto successfully activated sage mode for the first time. Orange eyeshadow appeared around his eyes, and the centers of his pupils changed into a dash shape. It was unmistakably the unique sage mode of Mount Myaboku. Naruto, how do you feel? Jiraiya stood a full 20 meters away from Naruto as he asked. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer. It was that the current Naruto seemed impossible to approach. The Zero Tails chakra, which had previously manifested as small black hands, had, after merging with natural energy, transformed into large, disorderly flailing arms. Each arm had a mouth growing on it. Some were constantly opening and closing, chewing on something, while others murmured softly like chants. In short, it looked extremely unsettling. However, it no longer carried the innate darkness and ominous feeling of the Zero Tails, it was just the appearance that was hard to accept. Naruto didn't answer immediately. His eyes were slightly closed as he used his observation haki to its maximum limit to perceive his surroundings. When the toad oil was first applied, everything around him seemed to change. The air, stones, water flow, even the light, everything seemed to turn into clusters of energy bodies of varying colors. And when the tendrils representing Naruto's mental consciousness touched these things, that energy began to be drawn into his body almost instinctively. To an outside observer, it looked like Naruto's body surface began to show signs of toadification. If the toadification reached a certain level, it indicated an imbalance between the natural energy and the chakra within Naruto's body. Fukasaku, holding the black staff, was always ready to rush forward and interrupt this absorption state with a strike. Absorbing natural energy requires remaining still. Once enough natural energy is drawn into the body and combined with the other two energies, the result is senjutsu chakra. That's the normal process. But with Naruto, there was a slight difference. If an ordinary person using their spirit to draw in natural energy is like letting it automatically flow into their body through a conduit, then Naruto was actively devouring the surrounding natural energy. Even Fukasaku could faintly feel something flowing towards Naruto. He had become like the center of a vortex. Baku Baku no Mi. This devil fruit representing the concept of consumption. It grants its user the power to actively swallow things that are normally inedible. Furthermore, it can ignore the inherent property conflicts of those things, forcibly break them down, recombine them, and compile them into new amalgamations. Sounds somewhat similar to the process of creating senjutsu chakra, doesn't it? On the first day, Naruto still used the method taught by Fukasaku, drawing in natural energy step by step. But the amount of chakra within his body was simply too vast. One part was the human's chakra accumulated over decades in the One Piece world. Even though it shrank somewhat upon returning to the ninja world, it was still astounding. Another part was the Nine Tails chakra leaking from the seal, plus the recently swallowed Zero Tails chakra. After drawing in an equivalent amount of natural energy, balancing these several powers became extremely difficult. Even with Naruto's immense mental strength, he made several mistakes. Fortunately, Fukasaku was quick-eyed and swift-handed, interrupting him in time. After that, Naruto had the idea to directly use the power of the Baku Baku no Mi to actively mix senjutsu chakra. Chakra and natural energy were one thing, as both could be swallowed into his stomach. But how was he supposed to incorporate his own life energy, which represents the self? After a day of deep contemplation on the second day, Naruto finally performed an act on the third day that left Jiraiya utterly dumbfounded. He swallowed himself. His mouth opened, and then, like an Ouroboros, he swallowed his lower body, his upper body, until finally, only a pair of lips remained. Actually, the Baku Baku no Mi's original user, Wapol, had developed an identical technique. He could use it to alter his own muscle and fat structure, achieving an instant slimming effect. One can only imagine how many girls envied such ability. Unfortunately, he died too abruptly and pathetically, never getting the chance to demonstrate the advanced applications of this fruit to Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have wasted so many days. It turned out that using the self-consumption method to balance the power within his body was the correct way to use the Baku Baku no Mi. If originally, training in Sage mode was like balancing a basin of water on your left hand, right hand, and head, carefully ensuring each basin held the same amount without spilling a drop, then the Baku Baku no Mi's balancing method was like throwing everything into a machine and letting the machine automatically divide it into 3 equal parts. It was more efficient and didn't require Naruto to painstakingly maintain the balance. But something's still missing. Naruto opened his eyes. The large arms around him, as if finally receiving a command, stopped their chaotic writhing and uniformly looked straight ahead. This gave Jiraiya the creeps as they stared at him. Naruto, how long can you maintain this state now? Jiraiya cautiously approached Naruto, occasionally glancing sideways at those large arms. He couldn't help but feel that everything involving this kid somehow turned abnormal. Theoretically, I can maintain it indefinitely. Naruto's words plunged Jiraiya into silence. Yes, this was the biggest difference between using the Baku Baku no Mi to balance chakra and natural energy. This transformation could be maintained permanently. It was as if Naruto had been born looking like this. The fused creations of the Baku Baku no Mi don't disappear just because the user deactivates the ability. This is evident from the Walpo metal Wapol created in the original work. As long as he continuously consumed natural energy for replenishment, Naruto could keep this mode active 24/7. He could even use the large arms extended by his Sage mode to handle eating and other bodily functions. Comparing people just makes you want to die. This was something Jiraiya couldn't do. Even after all these years of training, he still needed the assistance of Fukasaku and Shima to maintain Sage mode for extended combat. Let's go. Since the Zero Tails problem is solved, let's go say goodbye to that great toad sage. Saying this, Naruto turned around on his own. We shouldn't keep Sasuke and the others waiting too long. Sasuke wasn't a summoner contracted with Mount Mayaboku, so he couldn't be reverse summoned here. Karin was a summoner, but she needed to watch over the unconscious Sasuke and explain what happened to him, so she didn't come along either. Ah, Naruto, are you planning to go like that? Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he pointed a finger at Naruto. Huh. Naruto looked back with puzzled expression. Simultaneously, one of the large arms reached over and scratched the back of his head for him. Jiraiya had a strong feeling that the current Naruto didn't look any better than before. If anything, he seemed even more indescribable. Chapter 181, Chapter 181 Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave. It only took 3 days. Beside the great toad sage, Shima said with an air of disbelief. Although she had heard from her husband 2 days ago about how special this child Naruto was, she hadn't expected him to be this different. Naruto, now standing in the Mount Mayaboku's temple, looked no different from when he first arrived. That uncomfortable chakra sensation had vanished, replaced by a natural feeling of blending seamlessly with the surroundings. It was as if Naruto had become a stone, a blade of grass, a wildflower. If one didn't consciously observe him, one simply wouldn't detect any unusual aura. To still maintain sage mode even now. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly are a different existence. The great toad sage, remarkably lucid for the second time in such a short period, opened his somewhat blurry eyes and scrutinized Naruto carefully, saying something that shocked Fukasaku and Shima. This kid, is he in sage mode right now? Truly astonishing. Fukasaku originally wanted to say, truly a monster, but he changed his tack at the last moment. The longer one lives, the better one masters the essence of speech. Toads are no exception. Only then did they notice that Naruto's pupils were still in that horizontal bar shape. As for the distinctive eye markings characteristic of sage mode, those effects could simply be concealed. Yes, thank you for your care these past few days. Naruto first smiled and expressed his gratitude to the great toad sage and Fukasaku and Shima, then raised his hand to look at it. However, I always feel this current state is still somewhat incomplete. Naruto could sense that the Senjutsu chakra within his body indeed provided significant enhancements in destructive power, defensive power, and even regenerative abilities. Genjutsu that could previously affect Naruto also became far less threatening in this mode. But this didn't seem to be the endpoint. Unlike Jiraiya, who could only maintain sage mode briefly, Naruto could even be said to have undergone an evolution in his life level. Precisely because of this, he could vaguely see a further staircase he could continue to climb. This was the instinct of life-seeking perfection. Even Naruto was curious about its true form. Moreover, he faintly sensed a certain indescribable power. It was the power that allowed him to travel back and forth between two worlds. If I could take another step forward, perhaps I would be able to actively master the ability to travel between the two worlds. Speaking of which, with Naruto's current physical constitution, getting truly drunk was becoming increasingly difficult. Next time he returned to the world of One Piece, Naruto didn't know how much alcohol he would need to prepare. Perhaps asking Orochimaru to research some anesthetic drugs could also work. He had found similar products in the other party's memories. But it was a pity his own education level was too low, so even with memories for reference, successfully replicating them was unlikely. Naruto, do you wish to change this world? The great toad sage suddenly said. Fukasaku, Shima, and Jiraiya all turned their eyes to Naruto. In fact, they were very curious about this too. By now, most doubts had faded regarding Naruto being the child of the prophecy the great toad sage had spoken of earlier. Who else could it be? Hearing the great toad sage's sudden question, Naruto also fell into brief silence. To be honest, initially, Naruto just felt that the ninja of this world was something that shouldn't exist. They possess power, yet willingly allow themselves to be driven by rulers. They can manipulate natural elements, yet use them only to harm others. This existence, which seems from its very inception to have been meant for battle, feels as if it was forcibly inserted into the course of history by some external force. But when it came to actually changing this world, Naruto didn't have a concrete idea. Eliminate all ninja. Then wipe out the rulers of the 5 great nations and unify the world into a single entity. It sounded somewhat brutal. And he always felt there should be a better way. It was a pity Naruto hadn't received a guide to action in another world, so everything was still just a vague embryonic idea. Just like his subconscious act of gathering those without homes and having them rebuild Uzushiogakure. These actions didn't have a specific purpose, and they were more like the instinctive righteous acts of a great hero. This world shouldn't be like this. If power is only used for destruction and killing, then no matter how far it develops, the entire civilization remains deformed. Hearing Naruto's words, the great toad sage nodded with satisfaction. It seemed as if he had already foreseen this scene in his prophecies of the future. Then go and change it. You are the one who can thoroughly change this ninja world. Naruto was actually a little flattered by what he said. He never thought he alone could become a savior. A large white hand with a mouth extended from Naruto's shoulder and scratched his head for him. This scene left the two-toed sages in stunned silence. The completeness you seek, perhaps clues can be found in the other two sage regions. Perhaps on the day you become complete, you will possess the ability to thoroughly change the ninja world. He said meaningfully. With the great toad sage's sudden act of throwing his fellow sages under the bus, the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave and the Katsuyu sage of Shikatsu Forest, both far away, sensed something and shuddered simultaneously. Ryuchi Cave. Shikatsu Forest. Naruto knew about Ryuchi Cave, as Orochimaru had a contract with it, so he could just ask him about that. But Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade has a contract with the sage of Shikatsu Forest, Katsuyu. You can ask her about that. Jiraiya, seemingly reading Naruto's thoughts, mentioned Tsunade's name without hesitation. Well, that settles it. After I deal with the Akatsuki, I will set out to find these two sage regions. After finishing the serious business, Naruto prepared to take his leave from Mount Maiboku. But just as he was about to exit the hall, the great toad sage suddenly added another sentence. Naruto, no matter what happens next, you need not feel confused. Just follow your own path and act, destiny has long since dashed. Naruto didn't even catch the last few words. He turned back to look at the great toad sage, only to find the other party had already fallen asleep. He and Jiraiya looked at each other, and neither of them quite understood what these vague words meant, so they simply decided not to dwell on it. In the forest, Karin was sparring with Sasuke. Unlike before, this time Karin wasn't using her transformation but was honestly fighting with her fists and feet. In this state, she was simply no match for Sasuke. Sasuke on the other side only needed one hand to easily neutralize Karin's attacks. Both their physical attributes had been greatly enhanced by the mythical Zoan devil fruits. But unlike Sasuke, who had undergone long-term training originally, Karin relied more on the Garuda form's inherently tough steel body. Once separated from that transformation, her true body was only about at the level of an average Chunin, and her combat awareness was even worse than some genin. And this was after the passive strengthening from the devil fruit. Karin's shortcomings were still too obvious. Therefore, these past few days, she had specifically asked Sasuke to train her. Chapter 182, Chapter 182 Naruto's emotions are stable. Bang. Karini was hit by Sasuke's lion combo, falling straight from midair to the ground, clutching her stomach and convulsing. If there was one thing Sasuke had in common with Naruto, it is that they both treat everyone equally, regardless of gender or age. Originally, Sasuke was already feeling self-doubt and frustration over the fact that he had reacted so strongly and nearly attacked Naruto. To make matters worse, Karin, realizing her own inadequacies, proactively asked him for training. It can be said that he had walked right into the line of fire. In their previous training sessions, the main focus had been on using devil fruits. Sasuke's fire release ninjutsu, enhanced by his Widow devil fruit, had become even more terrifying. Often, with just a casual wave of his hand, he could create a sea of fire, more powerful than Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear's clones. Karin's Garuda transformation is even more powerful. At least in the early stages of mastering the ability, Garuda was stronger than Widow. Indestructible body, wind control, and illusionary sound. 3 innate abilities, any one of which could rival a Paramecia-type devil fruit on its own. In comparison, Sasuke's Widow could only rely on fire attacks in the early stages. If the enemy struck quickly and ended the fight before he could gain momentum, they could defeat him. Just like when Naruto had knocked Sasuke out with a single chop earlier, the fight ended too quickly, and the karma passive ability didn't even trigger. Still want to continue? Sasuke landed on a tree stump, looking at Karin, who was struggling to stand up while clutching her stomach. And this was without him using armament haki. Continue. Karin pushed her fallen red hair behind her ear, looking at Sasuke with determined eyes, then took the initiative to attack. With the powerful chakra innate to the Uzumaki clan, the wounds on Karin's body quickly began to heal. But the pain didn't lessen one bit. Even someone with Sasuke's personality couldn't help but feel some admiration for Karin's relentless training attitude. Indeed, initially, both of them had somewhat disliked each other. Sasuke disliked Karin because she had looked down on him first, even calling him weak. He even said that he was weak. But now. Come on. A slight, unintentional smile tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he also fiercely attacked, holding nothing back. This never-give-up attitude. I, Uchiha Sasuke, acknowledged it. Hey, looks like you two are getting along pretty well. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their training. It was none other than Naruto, whom they had been worried about for so long. And Jiraiya. By the campfire, everyone ate while catching up on the events of the past few days. So this is Sage Mode. Sasuke wasn't familiar with it, but Karen had heard about it from Jiraiya. She just hadn't seen Jiraiya use it himself. Both of them looked at Naruto curiously, noticing that aside from being able to create some extra arms, he didn't seem much different from before. Jiraiya didn't know how to explain it either. Oh well, they'd understand the difference when they had the chance to learn Sage Mode themselves. By the way, here, for you. As he spoke, Naruto suddenly took out the forbidden technique scroll he had obtained from Shino. He has to say that Shinong is a very kind person. Although he had designed an emergency escape mechanism, the scroll used as a decoy was actually the real deal. It contained 3 forbidden techniques, 8 gates technique, regeneration technique, and body revival technique. These 3 techniques require a lot of chakra to support them. Even Karen can only maintain them for a short time. As for you, Sasuke, after transforming, you can also gain abilities similar to regeneration technique. You only need to learn this 8 gates technique. During his 3 days of training, Naruto would occasionally take out these 3 techniques to study them. Well, how should he put it? Even with his knowledge, he had to admit the sheer power of these 3 techniques. Among them, the 8 gates technique goes without saying. It allows the user to unlock 8 chakra gates within the body to gain immense power for a short period. The sudden surge in chakra flow can exponentially increase the user's original physical strength. The downside is the severe side effects. Not to mention opening the gate of death, even the earlier gates cause a lot of irreversible damage. Fortunately, both Naruto and Karen have the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, which mitigates these side effects somewhat. Moreover, both Karen and Sasuke have mythical Zoan transformations, which further enhance these boosts. It's safe to say that by mastering the 8 gates, they might already have the strength to roam freely within the ninja world. At the very least, they won't be threatened by just any random small fry. The only thing to watch out for is the side effects. Without the massive chakra support of Zero Tails, it's impossible to create a cycle between the 3 forbidden techniques like Shino did. Therefore, they can only choose 1 or 2 of them to learn. After the meal, Karen and Sasuke studied the forbidden techniques while traveling. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya sat in the carriage and discussed the events of that day. So, you're saying a masked man with Sharingan saved Konan, right? Naruto watched as Jiraiya used ink to roughly sketch out Obito's outline. Jiraiya hadn't been idle these past few days either, he had been deeply developing his devil fruit abilities. Now, the ink creatures he created were no longer just blobs of black ink like before. By adjusting line thickness and ink density, he could basically create recognizable human figures. It probably wouldn't be long before their shared dream was realized. Kyubi, this guy, is he Uchiha Madara? Naruto stared deeply at the 3D portrait, then focused his mind into the seal space to ask Kurama. Kurama also saw the image through Naruto's vision. No, he is not Madara Uchiha. Kurama's answer made Naruto's eyes flicker. Before he could speak, Kurama added. But he is indeed the one who controlled me that night. Killing intent, almost tangible. Good. Then we haven't got the wrong person. Naruto, both inside and outside the seal space, smiled simultaneously. However, the arms uncontrollably sprouting behind him, waving menacingly, which revealed Naruto's current state of mind. It's fair to say that for a long time to come, Naruto would be able to maintain a stable emotional state, one of sustained rage. The places those small hands inadvertently brushed past were all erased, leaving gaps. A closer look revealed mouths on the palms, chewing on everything around them. Although Sage Mode had indeed eliminated Zero Tails' influence on Naruto, it seemed the current Naruto was even more terrifying than Zero Tails. At least, that's what Jiraiya thought. He silently used his ability to repair the parts of the carriage that had been devoured. At the same time, he prayed for his 3 disciples in his heart. If we calculate the time, Nagato and the others should have been around 17 or 18 during the Nine Tails attack, just the age for causing trouble. I hope you weren't involved in what happened that year. Otherwise, even I, your sensei, won't be able to save you. Chapter 183, Chapter 183 The One-Tail Storm, Part 1. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. An abstract-looking white bird was circling high in the sky. On the bird's back, Deidara and Sasori, dressed in black robes with red clouds, looked down at the village below. Hey, Sasori Dana, this is your hometown too. Deidara, whose blonde hair covered one eye, teased his companion with a laugh. The only response he got was a cold, boring. Sasori's true body was hidden within the short puppet, Hirako, but due to the chakra core connection, this puppet could also be considered his body. He could see the outside world through the puppet's eyes. So, old man, where's your spy? Deidara knew that Sasori had planted a mole in Sunagakure to keep an eye on the village's movements. Sasori didn't answer his noisy companion but carefully sensed the location of the target controlled by memory-concealing manipulative sand technique, using chakra. Then, he pointed in another direction, and the two landed on a dirt slope outside Sunagakure. The ninja controlled by Sasori was named Yura, a Sunagekyu's jonin. This guy usually seemed no different from an ordinary ninja, but when Sasori activated the control technique, his self-awareness would quickly be replaced by obedience. From his perspective, he had always been Sasori-sama's subordinate, and he had just sealed away those memories voluntarily. Sasori had also used this control technique on a guy named Kabuto, whom he had now assigned to work under Orochimaru as a mole. Of course, at this moment, Sasori was unaware that this Kabuto, who had been Orochimaru's care, had long since broken free from the control. Is that so? From this jonin's mouth, the art duo had already obtained the information they wanted. After exchanging a glance, Deidara spoke first. Then leave this to me. Fine. Make it loud. After saying this, Sasori manipulated Hirako to burrow into the sand and disappear. Meanwhile, Deidara controlled the clay bird to take off again. Not far ahead was the Shikaka temple, where the One-Tails Jinchuriki was imprisoned. Let's say hello first. C3, number 18. A large clay doll dropped from midair, heading straight for the top of the Shikaka temple. Cats. A large clay doll dropped from midair, heading straight for the top of the Shikaka temple. Deidara's greeting seemed completely unconcerned with the Jinchuriki's life. Wind release, great breakthrough. At the same time, several voices rang out. Although this technique was just a simple C-rank ninjutsu that generated a gust of wind for attack, once it reached a certain scale, the effect was equally impressive. Several whirlwinds simultaneously hit the flames, and like an expanding air film, they forcefully held back the spread of the explosion. Although they didn't completely block the high temperatures, they successfully prevented the destruction of the buildings below. Wind release, great sickle weasel technique. Below, at the entrance of the temple, Temari directly swung her giant fan, unleashing a jutsu she had only recently mastered. Countless wind blades swept toward Deidara high in the air. At the same time, the noise from the explosion attracted the attention of Sunagekure, and more ninjas began to gather. Deidara glanced down at the densely gathering ninjas, who looked like ants, but instead of being alarmed, he was pleased. This time, it's really thanks to Sasori Dana. As he spoke, his hands reached into the attached tool pouches again. The two mouths on his palms began continuously devouring the explosive clay. If Naruto were here, the two might have found some common topics to discuss. C1. Countless clay spiders fell like rain, scattered into the crowd of ninja below as the large bird flew. Deidara seemed intent on just causing a disturbance, not planning to land, instead using his aerial advantage to kite the Sunagekyu's ninjas endlessly. Those things will all explode. Destroy them all. Standing among the crowd, Baki issued orders to the surrounding Sunagekyu's ninjas. Like Temari, he had been stationed at the Shikaka temple early on, and had witnessed everything that just happened. Although a single chunin or even jonin might be easily slaughtered by a genius like Deidara, once the number of ninja reached a certain level, it could still lead to a qualitative change. The strength of a great ninja village was not something Deidara alone could contend with. But because the fourth Kazekage had already died, and none of the Sunagekyu's ninjas below had the ability to fly, they could only passively defend. Even if a few attacks were launched at Deidara, he would preemptively detonate bombs in the air to neutralize them. Is this the ninja from that Akatsuki? Quite troublesome. Baki moved to Temari's side. Both looked up at Deidara in the sky, their eyes filled with indescribable gravity. Fortunately, the people of Konoha put aside their past grudges and had passed on the news that the Akatsuki would take action against the tailed beast and Jinchuriki to them in advance. At first, Sunagekure remained skeptical. But when they learned the source of this information was one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, who had recently demonstrated his power, the doubts quickly subsided. The former had reputation, the latter had strength. After Naruto and the others returned to Konoha, Jiraiya relayed all the information about the Akatsuki that he had learned from Naruto to the village. This was done with Naruto's silent approval. If those villages could delay the Akatsuki, it would also make it easier for his side to follow the clues. Of course, this message was also passed on to the other great ninja villages through Konoha, but whether it was the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, or Raikage, none responded as Sunagekure did. The true source of the intelligence was Orochimaru's memories. Although the plan was still in its preparatory stages when Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki, the goal had been established early on. Orochimaru didn't know the deeper reasons behind it, and of course, he didn't care either. After all, what this researcher wanted most was to seize the power of pain or Itachi. According to the intelligence, Akatsuki's members usually operate in pairs of two. It seems now the other guy has probably already gone into the village. By this time, Gaara's figure had long disappeared from the cells of the Shikaka temple. This was a setup specifically designed to fish. Meanwhile, inside Sunagekure, Chiyo sat alone in front of an inconspicuous building, looking no different from an ordinary empty-nest elderly person. Click. That was the faint sound of mechanisms colliding. To Chiyo, this sound was all too familiar. She stood up from her chair and looked toward the approaching Hirako. This old lady truly wanted to see her grandson, but she never imagined it would be today, under these circumstances, that they would reunite. The jinchuriki is in the building behind you, right? Sasori's deliberately disguised voice emerged from Hirako. Without waiting for Chiyo's response, his attack came first. Senbon wave. Countless fine needles coated with potent poison shot out from Hirako, covering the entire area ahead. But Chiyo just stared blankly forward, as if she hadn't reacted. Clatter, clatter, clatter. 3 puppets jumped down from upstairs, blocking in front of Chiyo. The poison needles lodged into the ugly-looking puppet bodies. Hey! Granny, stop spacing out. This is a battle. Kankuro landed beside Chiyo, accompanied by many other Sunegakure's puppeteers. They are the second line of defense. Chapter 184, Chapter 184 The One-Tail Storm, Part 2. Karasu, Kurori, and Senshuo. These were the names of the 3 puppets, and Sasori was no stranger to them. Because these were the very puppets he had used in his youth. With Sasori's attack and Kankuro's appearance, the Sunegakure's ninja waiting for ambush around them also began to reveal themselves. Since the battle had already begun, there was no point in hesitation. It was unclear whose wind-release ninjutsu fired the first shot, breaking the stalemate. What followed was an overwhelming barrage of low-level ninjutsu, completely submerged Hirako's figure. At that moment, Chiyo seemed to sense something and quickly performed mechanical light shield seal. Her arms had been modified into puppet components, and chakra passing through them extended into shield shapes, blocking in front of Chiyo. Everyone. Be careful. Kankuro, who was closest to Chiyo, was also protected by her. Other Sunegakure's ninjas who reacted in time were fine, but those who didn't were in trouble. A figure most Sunegakure's ninjas would find familiar appeared in midair. Although cloaked in a robe and with a modified face, the iconic blue-black hairstyle was still highly recognizable. Coupled with the jutsu he performed. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. As this figure formed hand seals, countless iron sands floated the air, condensing into fine needles that shot toward all the surrounding ninja. Ah. Ah. Save me. In an instant, the once fierce Sunegakure's ninjas were thrown into disarray. There was no helping it, this jutsu was simply too suited for group combat. That's impossible. The third. Kazekage-sama's body. More painful than the physical damage was the psychological torment. Anyone would feel humiliated seeing their own Kage transformed into a human puppet and controlled at will. The Hirako on the ground had already dissipated into sand. The real Hirako was now standing on a rooftop, controlling the third Kazekage puppet, using magnet release ninjutsu to wreak havoc. A few Sunegakure's ninjas skilled in concealing their presence quietly closed in on Sasori's position, but upon approaching, they triggered nearly imperceptible chakra threads. Immediately after, a metallic scorpion tail emerged from Hirako's rear. The tail, which was also coated with a deadly poison, swiftly swept past, and those few ninjas fell to the ground, their fate unknown. White secret technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Chiyo directly unfurled a long sealing scroll, and 10 white-robed puppets emerged from it. Each of her fingers extended chakra threads, connecting to the 10 puppets. These white puppets were no ordinary mass-produced goods. According to legend, Chiyo once used this technique to single-handedly capture a castle. Some of these puppets excelled in close combat, others could shoot iron chains to bind enemies, and similarly, they could also use various elemental ninjutsu. 3 jewel suction crushing. One puppet landed on top of the other 2, then opened its mouth, revealing the marks, Dharma, Sangha, and Buddha. Immediately, an immense suction force emanated from between these 3 puppets, instantly absorbing all the surrounding iron sand. Even the third Kazekage puppet, after twisting and struggling, was caught by the suction force and began flying toward them. The third Kazekage puppet clapped its hands, attempting to use another magnet release ninjutsu, but unexpectedly, a white-clad puppet wielding dual blades suddenly appeared, severing the chakra threads connecting to it. Immediately after, another puppet skilled in close combat struck, smashing the now uncontrolled third Kazekage puppet into pieces. The Sunegakure's ninjas who had been injured earlier were qualified ninjas after all. They quickly adjusted their formation and launched a new assault. A dense barrage of ninjutsu struck Hirako. This time, it was no longer a sand clone being hit. Even ants can kill an elephant, though they were all low-level techniques, their destructive power became considerable in such numbers. Soon, Hirako's arms and tail could no longer withstand the ninjutsu bombardment. When one component was shattered and broken off by an attack, more fragments began to fall from Hirako's body. In the blink of an eye, the enemy who had been wreaking havoc moments ago was blasted to bits by countless ninjutsu, leaving not even scraps behind. But as the dust settled, a large hole was revealed on the spot. Sasori's true body, hidden within Hirako, had long since left that place. What a pity. I was quite fond of these 2 puppets. He said, though his face showed no expression. He said this, but there was no expression on his face. He is. Some of the older ninja present recognized Sasuke's identity. He was none other than Chiyo's grandson, the former Sunagekyu's genius puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand. You're really something, old woman. Looking at Chiyo, who was somewhat breathless from simultaneously controlling 10 puppets, Sasuke's eyes held not a trace of familial affection. But Chiyo's face couldn't help but show shock, not at Sasuke's identity, as she had known from the moment she saw him. What truly struck her as unacceptable was that Sasori had completely transformed himself into a puppet. Even she had only modified one arm. Having utterly lost his physical body, Sasori had also lost the greater part of his humanity. In that case, it's my turn now. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Sasori opened the casing on his chest, then a scroll behind him was unfurled via steel wire. Countless red-robed figures surged out from the scroll, and dense chakra threads extended from his chest to connect with them. This was a number of puppets that surpassed the normal 10 fingers limit of an ordinary puppeteer. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. A full 100 puppets floated behind Sasori, blocking the moonlight like a dark cloud. Some of the more timid ninjas, seeing this scene, couldn't help but fall onto their backsides. What is this? Though they might not match the strength of the third Kazekage puppet, the numbers were simply absurd. Each one of these red-robed puppets was directly controlled by Sasori himself, the puppeteer genius, and their combat power was in no way weaker than the ninjas present. My target isn't you. Hand over the jinchuriki. Sasori issued his final ultimatum, and Chiyo's reply was simple. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets were once again sent forth, charging toward those 100 puppets. Seeing this, the surrounding Sunagekyu's ninjas, some terrified, some fired up, all rushed in as well. Even Kankuro controlled his 3 puppets to join the battlefield. For a while, both sides clashed fiercely, the battle surging with intensity. But Sasori, after all, was a genius who had abandoned being human. Since most of the village's main forces had already been drawn away by Deidara, the remaining shinobi were simply no match for his performance of 100 puppets. Granny Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10 puppets could indeed take down the red-robed puppets. However, as time went on, the old woman's stamina and chakra drained rapidly, while Sasuke's control over each puppet actually increased as their numbers dwindled. With this trade-off, the battle was already tilting unfavorably for the Sunagekyu's ninjas. High above the battlefield floated an eye made of sand. Everything happening here was being clearly observed by Gaara from within his room. Chapter 185, The Oriole. Were they, all fighting just to protect me? No. They were only doing it for the power inside me. Back when Naruto returned from the One Piece world, Gaara's uncontrollable rampages had already ended. Even though Shikaku was still difficult to get along with, under normal circumstances he no longer interfered with Gaara so frequently. Regaining control over his body, coupled with intel from Konoha, was what made Chiyo's proposal unanimously approved. They decided to bring the jinchuriki back into the village. But the Shikaku temple couldn't simply be abandoned. They still had some forces stationed there, specifically against that so-called Akatsuki. Unfortunately, all those arrangements had already been leaked out by Sasuke's spy. Still, to draw away the bulk of Sunagekyu's forces, the art duo chose to split into 2 teams. Right now, their plan was working quite well. On Deidara's side, even while facing the majority of the Sunagekyu's ninjas, he could rely on his flying advantage to drag things out. Although he couldn't do anything to so many Sunagekyu's ninjas, in turn, the Sunagekyu's ninjas were also helpless against him. And they couldn't just pull back either. The moment the Sunagekyu's ninjas tried to withdraw toward the village, Deidara would drop lower and unleash another wave of explosive harassment. That forced them to constantly readjust their formation. Not that there weren't long-range specialists who managed to hit Deidara. But unfortunately, such attacks were nothing but a drizzle to him, unless they landed directly, they posed no real threat. On the contrary, Deidara's counterattacks with clay bombs harassed them endlessly, forcing them to scatter apart. Once that happened, the long-range squads that could threaten him were immediately left floundering. A certain person once said something that perfectly fit the current scene: I have the high ground. It's appropriate in every sense. As for Gaara, there is no seal on his body, meaning he could strike at any time. But he hesitated. In the past, he followed orders only because of his hateful father, the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Even though that father had always wanted him dead. Since childhood, Gaara had been indoctrinated with ideas like, you exist as nothing more than a weapon of murder. Only by killing for the sake of the village can you prove your worth. Gaara, who appears to be violent but actually desperately desires family affection, accepted this way of thinking. It wasn't so much about wanting the village's recognition, as it was about craving his father's approval. Presence, acknowledgement, for someone who grew up starved of love, they meant everything to Gaara. Even if he never admitted it out loud. But now his father was dead, was it still necessary for him to fight for this village? Gaara didn't know. Having never gone through the original, Talk no Jutsu, turning point, he still placed no hopes in the ninjas around him, not even in his brother or sister. They indeed fought so hard, but it was for the power of the jinchuriki, not for Gaara the person. In fact, back when Gaara was sealed, they had tried to visit him at the Shikaka temple, but were stopped by the village's elders. If there was anyone in the world who truly cared for Gaara from the heart, it was those two. Even though they still carried fear of Gaara's power, Temari and Kankuro refused to abandon their little brother. Sadly, thoughts between people were always limited by the walls of words and language. And so countless lies and misunderstandings arose. For example, now. Bang. Kankuro was flung away by a red-robed puppet, smashing through a wall before crashing down beside Gaara. Fortunately, Kurori had cushioned him, preventing fatal injuries. But even so, he was grimacing in pain. Kankuro tried to open his mouth to tell Gaara to run first, but the pain prevented him from speaking. Immediately afterwards, the red-robed puppet charged into the room. Through that puppet, Sasori also saw his mission target. Excellent. Sasori's body form smiled and began to move towards that floor. Chiyo saw this too, pouring out the last of her strength, her arms moving so fast they left afterimages. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets once again arrived, stalling Sasori's advance. Meanwhile, Kankuro controlled his 3 puppets to surround the red-robed puppet, dragging it away. Through the broken wall, Gaara could see the wounded ninjas groaning on the ground, as well as those still fighting on. Well. Looks like I'm not too late. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed inside the room. Gaara controlled the sand and attacked almost instinctively. But that figure twisted lightly, dodging easily, and a chakra-infused palm pressed against Gaara's abdomen. 5 elements seal. In an instant, Gaara felt the Shikaku inside him receive some kind of stimulation, trying to break free and surge outward. The sand around him began to float uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the chakra within Gaara seemed to be interfered with, making it impossible for him to launch a counterattack on the intruder. Then the man lowered his head and opened his mouth wide, as if planning to bite Gaara's neck. At that moment, the sand in the gourd on Gaara's back moved on its own without anyone's control, forcefully blocking the fang that was about to strike him. Not only that, the sand formed spikes and forced the unexpected visitor back. Only then did moonlight pour through the hole in the room and fall on the man's face. It was the missing nin from Konoha, the traitor of Akatsuki, the scientific monster, Orochimaru. Coo. Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, seemingly not very bothered that his attempt to plant a seal had failed. Those sands. They seemed to contain some kind of power even I couldn't clearly understand. Gaara had seen Orochimaru once before during that earlier Chunin exams incident, but back then Orochimaru had only shown his face briefly and fled, so Gaara didn't immediately remember him, only that the man looked familiar. But more importantly now, the original sealing technique on his body had been disturbed, so the One-Tail's chakra began to irregularly affect him in return, making it difficult for Gaara even to perform ninjutsu. What was happening inside the room was unknown to those outside. When Chiyo and Sasori noticed someone coming out from the floor where the jinchuriki was kept, they saw Orochimaru wrapping Gaara layer by layer with a scroll. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Both recognized Orochimaru and were furious that, while they and the others were fighting fiercely, this guy had snatched the opportunity. Instantly, the white-robed puppet and the red-robed puppet ceased fighting and surged toward Orochimaru's direction. Summoning technique. Manda's huge body appeared out of thin air, and before it could fully assess the situation it was struck by blades and ninjutsu, writhing in pain. But that only awakened Manda's ferocity. It reared its head high and then attacked the annoying little pests below. A sweep of its snake tail casually struck, puppets and Sunagekyu's ninjas alike were blown away. Long time no see, Sasori. Orochimaru and Sasori were once a pair. However, the two of them didn't have much in common, and after Orochimaru defected from Akatsuki, the two became even less connected. Then I'll be taking the jinchuriki. With a light laugh, Orochimaru, like a phantom thief under the moon, dashed straight toward the outskirts of the Sunagekure. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Sasori was unwilling to give up, so he gave up the other Sunagekure's ninjas to chase after Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Chiyo grit her teeth, looking at the battlefield strewn with chaos and then at the direction the two had left. Kankuro, you take care of cleaning up the battlefield. She said to Kankuro, then turned to several other jonin. You guys come with me. We'll pursue and retrieve Gaara. Chapter 186, Chapter 186. The sky in the land of rain is clear. The reason Orochimaru chose to strike at this particular moment to target the jinchuriki was actually closely related to Naruto. After their parting at the southern hideout, he had been waiting for Naruto to bring his clone back. Of course, with Orochimaru's intelligence, he had certainly considered the possibility that Naruto might break the contract. He also didn't believe such methods could truly threaten the other party. It was more about having a give it a shot and see what happens mentality. Orochimaru had done plenty of such things over the years since defecting from the village. Taking in all sorts of orphans and traders, meddling in various special events. In short, wherever there was trouble in the ninja world, his shadow would be there. He's a true shit-stirrer of the ninja world. In the original timeline, his right-hand man, Kabuto, also inherited this will, consistently walking the path of influencing the major powers of the ninja world. Sure enough, after learning through his planted spies that Uzumaki Naruto has appeared again in the Land of Fire, he knew the first phase of his plan had likely failed. Thinking this, he glanced back at the tightly wrapped one-tail's jinchuriki, Gaara, a confident smile appearing on his face. It didn't matter, I still had a way. The events in Sunagakure naturally didn't reach Naruto and his group. But right now, they had no mind to pay attention to such matters anyway. Because what lay in front of them is the Land of Rain. It's been so many years since I last returned, this place seems to have changed a lot. Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, both looking towards the country shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. Due to the constant rainfall and the terrain, the Land of Rain possessed extremely extensive underground drainage facilities. So, it was actually quite easy to infiltrate through here. It's just that Naruto and his group didn't plan to do so. Speaking of which, this should be the territory of that guy Hanzo the Salamander. I wonder if Nagato and the others have already gotten involved with him. Jiraiya pondered silently to himself. His title of one of the legendary, Sannin, came from Hanzo the Salamander, which showed just how strong that guy was. Just as the group was about to step into the Land of Rain, Naruto suddenly looked up at the sky. This rain. It's mixed with chakra. Although extremely faint, relying on his observation haki combined with the sensory abilities of Sage Mode, Naruto keenly detected the peculiarity of the rainwater. Hearing this, Karin and Sasuke also tried to sense it, but unfortunately, they couldn't perceive anything. Oh, so there's this trick too. After being reminded by Naruto, Jiraiya also barely managed to sense the chakra presence within the rainwater. He had almost overlooked it. It seemed the dark clouds shrouding the Land of Rain were also man-made. Naruto shook his head. Since confirming that his enemies were indeed within the Akatsuki, he no longer intended to waste time on these details. He raised his hand, aiming at the dark clouds in the sky. A small black sphere condensed in front of his palm. Sasuke and Jiraiya immediately sensed the familiar feeling. It was similar to the technique Naruto had used to destroy the Anchor Vanshin earlier. But this time, the chakra infused into it had become Senjutsu chakra. The destructive power and damage range of this Conqueror's bomb are thus enhanced. Let's say hello to them first. Perhaps due to Sage Mode, Naruto currently seemed somewhat different from before. But both Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Karin simply attributed this change in demeanor to Naruto's emotions upon facing his enemies ahead. Look at Sasuke, wasn't he also keeping a cold face? Whoosh. The black sphere traced a ripple through the air as it flew, as if space itself trembled due to its movement. The sphere's flight speed wasn't slow, but considering the distance between Naruto and the clouds, it still had to travel for a short while. The raindrops created by the rain tiger at will technique fell onto the Senjutsu-enhanced Conqueror's bomb and were directly absorbed and devoured, giving no feedback at all. However, no feedback was also a form of feedback. Inside the Akatsuki's base, Nagato opened his eyes. He could sense the appearance of a sensory black hole within the borders of the Land of Rain. Before he could control the 6 paths of pain to go out and meet the enemy, that black hole had already reached the dark clouds. Unlike the massive explosions it usually caused. This time, after the Conqueror's bomb thrown by Naruto bloomed, everything around it began to collapse towards the small sphere. It was as if the small sphere contained some extremely powerful attractive force. No, it wasn't an attractive force. It was devouring. The Conqueror's bomb began to devour everything around it. Chakra, water vapor, even the flowing air. Everything that approached was being consumed. The sphere's volume continuously expanded during this process. Until it reached a certain limit, a shallow crack appeared on its surface. Crack. A sound almost like an auditory hallucination. The black sphere exploded. There was no deafening roar, instead, it was a silent invasion. The dark clouds, already reduced by about 30% from absorption, were blasted apart by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving a giant void. The mixture of Haki and Senjutsu chakra instantly expanded into a giant sphere, as if hanging a black moon in the sky. The Land of Rain, which was perpetually shrouded in rain, finally cleared. Sunlight spilled down, causing the residents walking on the streets to instinctively look up. Huh. What is that? Among the crowd, a few individuals clearly dressed as ninja tried to leave upon seeing this. They were local ninjas of the Land of Rain. After Nagato led the Akatsuki to eliminate Hanzo, they switched their allegiance to the Akatsuki. They weren't quite peripheral members yet, but they would usually report any situation to Konan first. Unfortunately, before their feet could move more than a few steps, the ensuing mental impact from Conqueror's Haki arrived. In an instant, the crowd collapsed like dominoes. Plop, plop, plop. The sounds connected into one. Simultaneously, the Rain Tiger at Will technique was forcibly interrupted. Nagato looked at Konan nearby and said in a hoarse voice. They're here. So soon. Compared to before, Konan still seemed somewhat listless, whether it was a side effect of Jiraiya's abilities was unclear. Have the others arrived? Hearing this, Konan shook her head. They came too quickly. The other members are still on their way. Deidara and Sasori were currently pursuing Orochimaru. Itachi, Kisame, Hirako, and his several subordinates were on their way to the Land of Rain. Right now, the only ones here who could fight besides Nagato were the not very combat-capable Zetsu and the elusive, not very trustworthy, Uchiha Madara. For example, right now, they couldn't find where that guy was. I'll handle it. Konan, you stay here on standby. Hearing Nagato's words, Konan nodded. Although the 6 paths of pain had always been their trump card, with the enemy attacking their home base, there was no need to hide it anymore. I'll let these guys know just how powerful a god is. Recalling how the Azura path was previously beaten down by the opponent, Nagato secretly gritted his teeth. Chapter 187, Chapter 187 Feel the Pain. After clearing the area with one strike, Naruto closed his eyes and released his observation haki to begin sensing. The range of his full-power observation haki perception was already ridiculously large. Now, maintaining Sage Mode long-term further enhanced his perception. Covering the entire Land of Rain was probably impossible, but scanning all of Omegakure was absolutely more than enough. Due to his Conqueror's Haki, almost no one in Omegakure could still move. Thus, the figures of the 6 paths of pain emerging from the tower were particularly conspicuous. Naruto opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. They're coming. Hearing this, Sasuke and Karin also prepared for battle, with Karin even completing her transformation in advance. On the contrary, Jiraiya still had a complicated expression. Naruto saw all this, but he said nothing. Now was not the time for such things. After he dealt with the mastermind, there would be plenty of time for Jiraiya to catch up with his disciples. Soon, the figures of the 6 paths of pain appeared before the 4. Including Azura path, which had already been replaced with a new body. These 6 are the same as before, they're just puppets. A single glance confirmed that his observation haki didn't detect any living aura from them. Hearing this, Jiraiya's pupils trembled. He had already seen that Deva path leading the other pains was his former disciple, Yahiko. How could it be Dash? How could Yahiko be dead? And why would Nagato make his corpse into such a puppet? Jiraiya suddenly let out a long sigh, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Are you alright, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto didn't seem overly concerned about the 6 rock band-looking figures in front of him. He was more worried about Jiraiya's state. In his eyes, Jiraiya was radiating emotions of sadness and self-blame. Sigh. It was understandable. Any teacher would be saddened to see their disciple go astray. In a way, Naruto's guess made sense. He reached out and gently patted Jiraiya's arm. Jiraiya-sensei, leave these to us. With that, he took the lead and walked towards the opposite side. Seeing this, Karin and Sasuke followed behind Naruto, leaving Jiraiya alone on the spot. Uzumaki Naruto, you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. That's good. This brings our plan one step closer to success. Deva Path spoke coldly. Where is that masked guy? Naruto couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and directly asked about Obito's whereabouts. As expected of a Konoha's ninja. Still as arrogant as ever. Then. Feel pain. After saying this, Deva Path instantly activated Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force acted on their bodies, sending all of them flying backward uncontrollably. Compared to attacks like Azura Path's missiles, Deva Path's methods were clearly more effective. Even Naruto, who had perceived the brief future with his observation haki, was affected. The range of Shinra Tensei was spherical, so even the ground beneath Naruto's feet was completely crushed by this attack. Losing his footing, Naruto had nowhere to exert force for a moment. However, Shinra Tensei could only do this much to Naruto. Actually harming his terrifying physique was hardly realistic. After being sent flying through the air for a bit, Naruto adjusted his posture by kicking off the air and looked ahead. Nice trick. My turn now. With that, he fiercely stomped on the air. A teeth-grating screech of friction sounded, and then his figure vanished from midair. The 6 pairs of Rinnegan present couldn't capture Naruto's speed. Deva Path wanted to use Shinra Tensei again, but this technique had a fatal flaw, a full 5-second cooldown period after each use. During this time, Deva Path could only use some taijutsu to fight. But fortunately, he had other pains with him. Animal Path acted first, directly summoning a giant stone panda to block the front. The next moment, a huge roar sounded. Panda had been on the field for less than half a second before being shattered by Naruto. His fist continued its momentum, striking forward. The intense wind pressure almost tore the panes apart. Since all the opponents were corpse puppets, Naruto held nothing back against them. Animal Path blocking the front was directly hit by the punch. Without uttering a single word, it was completely turned into a mist of blood. First one. The 6 paths of pain, having just been replenished not long ago, were already down one member. Their level of physical durability was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before the current Naruto. Nagato, who is hiding in the tower, was shocked upon seeing this and immediately controlled the remaining 5 pains to launch a simultaneous attack. At that moment, attacks from Karen and Sasuke also arrived. Rui slash. Garuda turned into a golden afterimage, its wings like blades, sweeping past Azura Path. Fire release, Flame Wolf Dragon. On the other side, the Calamity Flames of Widow merged with Sasuke's fire release ninjutsu, transforming into a purple-black fire dragon that engulfed towards Preta Path. Azura Path's arms split open on both sides, extending metal blades that clashed with Karen's wings, sending out a shower of sparks. Perhaps because these weapons came from another dimension and utilized some unique forging techniques, they actually didn't fall behind when colliding with Garuda's metal wings. Another clash, this time between sharp claws and a metal tail. Azura Path was covered in weapons. Seizing the opportunity during their stalemate, it simply opened its mouth and fired a point-blank laser cannon at Karen. Adamantine. At the critical moment, Karen blocked with her wings in front of her. The laser beam left a deep wound on the wing but failed to pierce through. Such a minor injury wasn't much for the current Karen and would heal quickly on its own. But the pain was very real. Karen opened her mouth and emitted a nearly solidified sound wave at Azura Path. Instantly, the connection points of the weapons inside Azura Path suffered varying degrees of impact. The once smoothly moving mechanical body became stiff and laggy, as if it hadn't been maintained for years. On the other side, the Calamity Flame Dragon released by Sasuke also hit Preta Path. However, Preta Path Pain possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu and chakra. Sasuke's fire dragon began to shrink rapidly as it approached the opponent, eventually completely disappearing into the palm of Preta Path. Useless. All ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Before he could finish speaking, Sasuke had already closed in and threw a powered-up punch. Hashoken, Wolf Thrust. The moment his fist made contact with the opponent's body, chakra from within Sasuke began to flow into Preta Path. But before Preta Path could continue absorbing, the internal destruction force tore half of his body apart. Only then did Preta Path realize that this body of his had, at some point, become extremely brittle. As if it had been left somewhere to weather for dozens or even hundreds of years. This was the power of the Calamity Flames. For a lifeless puppet like Preta Path, that inconspicuous purple-black flame was the real killer move. He could absorb the fire release ninjutsu, but it also inadvertently drew the Calamity Flames into his body. Because of this, even his internal organs became as crispy as biscuits. Chapter 188, Chapter 188 King of Hell. Gradually fading humanity. In just one encounter, Animal Path was taken down, and Preta Path was half-crippled. Only Azura Path could barely put up a fight against Karen. And this was while Karen hadn't even used her full abilities. Meanwhile, Naruto had already dismantled one pain and was about to press forward when Deva Path's skill cooldown finally ended. Shinra Tensei. Another wave of repulsive force spread out. This time, Nagato used more chakra, aiming to completely create distance. At the same time, Naraka Path began summoning a presence from another world. Amidst a circle of purple flames, a giant head emerged. This was the Naraka Path Pain's special ability, summoning the King of Hell. This head possessed the ability to discern lies and extract souls. More crucially, it could fully repair damaged or even destroyed pains. Taking advantage of the Shinra Tensei's reprieve, the half-crippled Preta Path dragged itself back to Deva Path. The King of Hell's head then opened its mouth and swallowed it. In less than a few seconds, a fully intact Preta Path reappeared, rendering Sasuke's earlier attacks futile. In the distance, Naruto, who had been sent flying, narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene, not rashly launching an attack. Because he felt a strange sensation from that head. It was a primal craving for evolution. Something within that head seemed to be calling to him. The so-called King of Hell was actually just a partial projection of some entity from another dimension, summoned by Nagato using the Rinnegan's power. Including Azura Path's weapons and Animal Path's summoned creatures, these things, which clearly weren't native to the ninja world, all originated from different dimensional spaces. Even Nagato himself couldn't fully explain the nature of those things. Sorry for the wait. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice arrived belatedly. Naruto turned to see Jiraiya, with the two sages Fukasaku and Shima perched on his shoulders, landing beside him. Jiraiya was now in sage mode. It seems the enemy has the ability to heal their allies. We need to take that one out in one go. Jiraiya said, referring to Naraka Path. Taking out the healer first in a team fight was standard tactics. Leave it to me. No. Naruto suddenly spoke up to stop him. Jiraiya-sensei, leave him to me. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback as he looked at Naruto. By now, he had also sensed that something seemed off about Naruto's emotions. But with a powerful enemy before them, there was no time to delve into it. So he nodded and charged toward human path on the other side with Fukasaku and Shima. Hey, hubby, did you sense it? Using the sage art, amphibian technique, to anchor herself to Jiraiya's shoulder while helping him gather and concentrate natural energy, Shima spoke to Fukasaku beside her. Hearing this, Fukasaku simply nodded. Yeah, that kid Naruto . The two old toads' words were somewhat cryptic. Jiraiya wanted to ask more, but the enemy was already upon them. Human pain didn't seem to possess the long-range attack capabilities of the other pains. From the way he charged forward holding two black rods, it was clear. But Jiraiya didn't dare underestimate him. Kid, prepare the oil. Hubby, use wind release. Shima pushed that strange feeling aside and issued instructions to the other two. Got it. Understood. The men and two toads formed hand seals simultaneously, then spat out wind, oil, and flames respectively. Sage art, Gomen. The oil surged toward the several panes like a tidal wave. The scorching flames, amplified by the wind, spread rapidly. These weren't ordinary flames, they were formed using Senjutsu chakra, with destructiveness and persistence far surpassing normal ninjutsu. Even Karen and Sasuke had to create distance to avoid being caught in the sea of fire. Wow. Jiraiya-sensei, you're this powerful. This was the first time Karen had seen Jiraiya go all out. Previously, she had only seen him use techniques like the Raiznan. Sasuke, meanwhile, watched the overwhelming sea of flames without speaking. The power of this flame was much greater than his own fire release, both in destructiveness and scope. Of course, as long as it was fire, he had nothing to fear. Widow's innate ability allowed him to devour flames. An attack like this was nothing more than nourishment to Sasuke. Human Path on the other side didn't have the ability to ignore the sage art, Gomen, but fortunately, he wasn't just waiting to die. The now fully repaired Preta Path acted again, placing his palms forward and absorbing the flames, oil wave, and hurricane all at once. When facing pure ninjutsu, the Preta Path still held a significant advantage. Human Path seized this opportunity to charge at Jiraiya. His attacks required closing to a certain range to be effective. Don't space out, Jiraiya-sensei. Seeing Jiraiya momentarily stunned after executing the sage art, Karen dove down from midair, crashing straight into Human Path. Screech. The black rods, made of unknown material, clashed with her metallic wings without breaking. It was clear that Human Path's close combat taijutsu ability surpassed those of the other pains. He wielded the two black rods with such speed that afterimages appeared, fighting evenly with the beast-transformed Karen. At that moment, Azura Path also charged forward, engaging in a 1v1 real man's battle with Sasuke, who was wreathed in calamity flames. When the calamity flames hit those weapons, it immediately made them brittle and aged, they shattered into pieces with the slightest impact. But Azura Path had no shortage of weapons. If one blade broke, it didn't matter, he had plenty more. Sasuke, caught off guard, was hit by lasers and missiles, sustaining several wounds. But these injuries didn't slow him down, instead, they further increased his power. Karma was still in effect, boosting Sasuke's attack power and reaction time. Soon, Azura Path was at a disadvantage. Deva Path wanted to help, but Naruto was already upon him. With Shinra Tensei still on cooldown, he could only attempt to attack Naruto in close combat, much like Human Path. Although not as skilled as Human Path, Deva Path's physical combat skill was still quite exceptional. After all, Yahiko had been a disciple recognized by Jiraiya. Unfortunately, Deva Path didn't hold out for long before Naruto kicked him away. Naruto's real target was Naraka Path. More precisely, the King of Hell's projection summoned by the Naraka Path. Chapter 189, Chapter 189 Chibaku Tensei. Unfortunately, Animal Path, which is responsible for summoning creatures to tank damage, hadn't even had a chance to join the battle before Naruto turned it into a bloody mist. Otherwise, with various bizarre summoned creatures holding the front line, the pains could have focused on outputting damage. The current situation was that Deva Path and Naraka Path were fighting desperately, but they were still being knocked aside like children. After smashing the two away, Naruto walked straight toward the giant, terrifying head. Driven by the Naraka Path, the King of Hells had opened its mouth, extending two purple hands to grab Naruto. It might seem unremarkable, but if caught by the King of Hell's hands, one's soul could be seized. Human Path had a similar ability, and through palm contact, it could use soul removal to extract souls. The empty shell left behind after the soul was extracted would naturally die. In comparison, these hidden skills were more like the killing moves of the 6 paths of pain. Unfortunately, their opponent was Naruto, who could briefly foresee the future. It was impossible to even see what move Naruto made before the 2 arms were instantly severed. Then, countless white, elongated hands extended from around Naruto's body. When it came to numerical superiority, these hands rapidly approached the King of Hell's head. Everything they brushed against disappeared, whether rock, soil, or chakra, nothing could withstand the mouths on these hands. The King of Hell's head still tried to struggle, but in just a few seconds, most of the head had completely vanished. Having sustained fatal damage, it triggered the underlying mechanism of the summoning technique and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Naruto, whose expression had become calmer, turned around and said lightly, "Continue. Are there any more?" He had successfully devoured the element that had been attracting him. Although he wasn't sure what it was, the world before his eyes had begun to change. Other dimensions overlapping with the real world seemed to be peeling away in his vision. Most of them were oddly shaped spaces, but Naruto keenly recognized one of the illusions as Mount Myaboku, which he had visited before. So, these overlapping worlds are all real places. Naruto could feel that he seemed able to touch these spaces, and he just needed to break through the invisible membrane blocking him. Although he hadn't seen it, perhaps by going further, he could actively leave this place and travel between the One Piece world and the ninja world. Unfortunately, this special vision only lasted for a short while before everything returned to normal. It seemed the key lay with this pain. So, Naruto wasn't joking when he said this, he was genuinely patiently waiting for the Naraka path to summon more projections of the King of Hell. Damn it. Even Nagato couldn't maintain the dignity of a god any longer. What should have been a crushing victory had turned into his side continuously losing members, while the enemy hadn't even suffered a scratch. Naraka Path tried to summon the King of Hell again but was shocked to find that halfway through channeling chakra, it was rejected by the other side. This was an unprecedented situation. The King of Hell, which had a contract with the Rinnegan, seemed to truly possess consciousness and was very reluctant to come to this place where it had been injured. Deva Path gritted his teeth, looked at the distance between the battlefield and the land of rain, and finally made a decision. This is a necessary sacrifice. Become the foundation of peace. As he said this, Deva Path's palms slammed together. Chibaku Tensei. At the same time, Nagato's true body, located in the tower of Omega-kure, made the same gesture. Do we really have to go this far? Konan beside him seemed hesitant to speak. On one hand, she was worried about whether Nagato's body could withstand such chakra output. On the other hand, Konan didn't want to see this country, which they had saved, be severely damaged again by this blow. No matter the outcome of the next move, Omega-kure would definitely need to be rebuilt. Houses were secondary, the key was the people. If those ninjas of the land of rain who joined them with admiration and risked their lives for peace knew that they were about to become the price of peace, would they still be able to maintain their original beliefs? Quiet, Konan. I need to concentrate. Nagato might have struggled internally for a moment, but his original kindness and goodness had been buried in the grave along with his dear friend Yahiko's death. Soon, a faint white light lit up in Nagato's palms, quickly turning black and transforming into a small, ink-black sphere. This sphere then flew out of the tower, heading straight to the sky above the battlefield. Naruto sensed something and turned his gaze upward. Light poured down from the sky, followed by an incredibly powerful, gravitational force. The ground shattered, mountains and rocks crumbled, and the surrounding houses were torn apart under this immense force. Deva Path spread its palms, one facing Naruto, the other facing Karin and Sasuke. Then countless stones stuck to everyone, carrying them skyward under the gravitational pull. Whoa! What's happening? Karin was lifted up. She tried to manipulate the wind to break free from the gravitational field, but it was futile. It had to be said that she was still too inexperienced, both her physical stamina and her mastery of her devil fruit were far from sufficient. Be careful, Jiraiya-chan. This seems to be some kind of sealing technique. Fukasaku also warned. Damn it, I can't break free. Sasuke burned away the surrounding earth and rocks with calamity flames, but the gravitational pull remained. Hearing the voices around him, Jiraiya directly extended his hair to bind everyone. Then, ink began writing on his body autonomously. Heavy, fixed, immovable. His body sank downward like a weight. Unfortunately, the gravitational force was too strong. The gravity enhanced by his devil fruit couldn't resist it, and the group could only fly skyward together. They soon met Naruto midair. Looking at the others, Naruto suddenly said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, protect them. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately had a bad feeling. Then, several large hands extended from around Naruto's body, grabbing everyone. Following Naruto's lead, they assumed a throwing posture. In the next moment, everyone was thrown out of the gravitational field's range like cannonballs. But as everyone knows, force is mutual. The cost of this action was that Naruto's speed toward the sky increased even further. Chapter 190 A complete defeat, the end of Nagato. Deva Path below watched as Naruto gave up his chance to escape and threw Jiraiya and the others out, but he didn't feel disappointed. This was fine too. As long as I could seal this Uzumaki Naruto, the remaining few wouldn't be a concern. Whether it was Jiraiya, Karen, or Sasuke, none could resist the tremendous force of the throw. Fortunately, Jiraiya was reliable at the critical moment. Remembering Naruto's instructions, he used the wild lion's mane technique again, wrapping everyone into a giant ball of hair. This structure could cushion a significant portion of the impact. On the outer layer of the hair ball, Jiraiya also added many reinforcing characters. But actually, even if he didn't do this, it wouldn't have been a big problem. At most, only he himself would be injured. After all, Karen's Garuda transformation was famously tough, and Sasuke's widow could rapidly heal with calamity flames. As long as they weren't instantly killed, it was fine. It could even be considered as adding a greatly increased attack power buff. High in the sky, Naruto watched as he and the glowing sphere drew closer. Then, the rocks behind him quickly closed in, completely obscuring his figure. This was followed by an endless stream of earth and stones, soon forming a giant rock ball the size of a mountain midair. According to Nagato's own judgment, this was far from over. Based on the amount of chakra he had invested, he estimated this giant rock would continue to grow several times larger. It's a pity that the gap between me and the legendary sage of six paths who can create the moon is still too big, otherwise how could a mere Uzumaki Naruto? Deva Path below suddenly opened his eyes wide, and all the thoughts in his mind were interrupted by the scene in front of him. The gravitational field of Chibaku Tensei had stopped. This meant Uzumaki Naruto had destroyed the gravitational core from within. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato's will instantly transmitted through the black rods to the other panes. All the panes immediately moved to surround the giant rock ball. Although Chibaku Tensei had ended, the rocks and soil gathered by the gravitational force weren't so easy to break free from. They needed to strike before Naruto could break out. Ha! Deva Path let out a shrill shout, then slapped his palm on the ground, performing a summoning technique. Unlike Animal Path, which summoned various giant beasts from other dimensions. After the smoke cleared, what appeared was a giant humanoid monster. The ghetto statue, its body surface like bark, hands bound by shackles, with over 10 giant pillars growing from its back, looking utterly grotesque. The eyes on its head opened one by one at this moment, fixedly staring at the giant rock ball falling downward. In the high tower on the other side, Nagato, who had used this move, was almost completely drained. The muscles on his upper body seemed to have shrunk further, the traces of his ribs more pronounced, large drops of sweat continuously sliding down his pale face. It pained Konan beside him to see this. She wanted to step forward and stop him but couldn't find the words. She truly didn't want to see her last companion die like this. Unfortunately, the ghetto statue hadn't yet successfully absorbed the chakra of any tailed beast, so this statue was just an empty shell. It couldn't use any techniques until Nagato injected his own chakra into it. But currently, Nagato's chakra was on the verge of depletion. Even though he also had the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, there was simply nothing left now. It's truly ironic. The 3 remaining identified Uzumaki clan's members in the ninja world were now fighting each other. Although the ghetto statue couldn't use techniques to steal chakra, its sheer physical form was powerful enough. Jiraiya and the other 2, who had just landed in the distance, had barely shaken off their dizziness when they saw the gigantic form of the ghetto statue. Not good. They're concentrating their forces to deal with Naruto-san first. Once Karen realized this, she took the lead, immediately transforming back into her Garuda form. Wings spanning over 10 meters spread out, grabbing Jiraiya and Sasuke as she charged toward the distant battlefield. Sasuke, who was grabbed, absorbed all the surrounding calamity flames into his body to rapidly heal his injuries. As for Jiraiya, he was already forming a Rasengan. But faster than them was Naruto. Clang dash. A clear sword chime resonated across the battlefield. The ghetto statue's hand was reaching toward the giant rock, but after a gentle breeze brushed past, the arm smoothly severed. What? Nagato, witnessing this scene through Pain's eyes, was in disbelief. Before he could react, the giant rock slowly split apart from the middle. What was revealed was Naruto, who was calmly retracting his arm as the blade transformed back to its original form. Although his physical strength still couldn't compare to that in the One Piece world, Naruto, now enhanced by Sage Mode, could unleash sword techniques no weaker than those in the One Piece world, perhaps even stronger. A strike like the one just now would have required charging in the One Piece world, but now, a simple forceful swing achieved the same effect. He couldn't help but feel he was drifting further away from the concept of human. Naruto's body, like Deva Path when using Shinra Tensei earlier, hovered silently in midair. This time, it wasn't about stepping on air or creating jets below for support. It was gravity. The gravity he had mastered after devouring the core of Chibaku Tensei. Unfortunately, the gravity sphere relied on the Rinnegan for existence and had already been mostly depleted due to Chibaku Tensei. Thus, after Naruto devoured it, the gravity within began to dissipate. Even so, Naruto could maintain this levitation for a short while. Pain, looking up at Naruto who resembled a true deity gazing down at him with emotionless eyes, felt a string snap in his mind. Don't screw with me. Nagato immediately gathered most of the chakra from the other pains into the Deva Path, then pointed at Naruto in the air. Super Shinra Tensei. But the moment these words were shouted, everything in his vision began tilting to one side. Naruto, who had appeared behind Pain at some unknown time, withdrew his hand and turned to look toward the tower. What a pity. I originally didn't want to damage your body. This was directed at Deva Path, or rather, at Yihiko. Naruto had naturally noticed early in the battle how Jiraiya had stared blankly at this puppet. Combined with his words, it wasn't hard to guess its identity. In the tower, Nagato uncontrollably vomited large amounts of blood. A side effect of the forced severing of the connection. Nagato. Konan nervously supported Nagato's body, ready to take him away from here. Sigh. So it's come to this after all. Where can we find another host compatible with the Rinnegan? Konan almost immediately attacked the intruder with paper the moment she heard the voice, but the white papers, hard as metal, passed straight through the uninvited guest's body. It's you. Seeing the two figures who had arrived in the tower, Konan immediately shielded Nagato behind her. Chapter 191, Chapter 191. No time to mourn. Nagato, next to arrive on the battlefield is. The two figures appearing before Konan were the mysterious masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara and the most elusive member of their organization, Zetsu. Konan had never trusted Uchiha Madara, she even believed he was involved in Yihiko's death at the hands of Hanzo the Salamander. As for Zetsu, she had long suspected him, and the current scene confirmed her thoughts. Looking at it this way, the truly dedicated members of the Akatsuki were few and far between. Orochimaru had defected, Kakuzu had left early, and Deidara and Sasori were still on missions. Almost all the remaining members were moles. The mole density was comparable to that of the black organization next door. Enough talk. We don't have much time. The masked Obito coldly cut off Zetsu, who was about to continue speaking. Honestly, Naruto had completely exceeded his expectations. That inhuman appearance, that power seemingly capable of affecting the Kamui dimension. It's you. You want to take the Rinnegan. Konan's gaze fixed firmly on the two, paper wings forming behind her as she prepared for an all-out battle at any moment. With Nagato's body on the verge of collapse, she was all he had left to rely on. Heh, fool. This pair of Rinnegan was originally given to him by me. Obito sneered dismissively, not intending to waste more words as he charged forward. High up in the tower, Nagato's life entered its final countdown. Below, Naruto finished off the remaining pains with a single slash, completely ending the battle. The depletion of one side's power and the further ascent of the others made the fight end somewhat anticlimactically. As the several puppets fell to the ground, the hem of Naruto's floating clothes slowly settled. The gravity acting around him had completely dissipated. Naruto had tried to recreate that power within his body but failed due to the lack of certain key factors. That kind of chakra. He recalled the feeling after swallowing that chakra. Within it were several distinctly higher-level forces. Suddenly, Naruto's gaze turned toward the distant tower, as if he could see what was happening inside. At that moment, Karen also flew back with Jiraiya and Sasuke in tow. Unfortunately, they were a step too late, and Naruto had taken all the kills. In every sense of the word. Naruto-san, are you alright? The Garuda quickly shrank, transforming back into human form as Karen looked at Naruto with concern. When they were thrown out earlier, she had thought Naruto would be sealed inside that rock. Jiraiya, meanwhile, silently looked at Yihiko's headless body on the ground, quietly exiting sage mode. The only one who sensed something wrong was Sasuke. Not only did he not revert to human form, but he also pulled the two behind him, staring intently at Naruto with a serious expression. Naruto, what's wrong with you? At this moment, in Hudo's vision, Naruto's body was entwined with an indescribable misfortune. It shouldn't even appear on a specific person. Misfortune of this degree could only arise from a crisis on the scale of a nation, or even the world. In other words, the greatest danger was no longer the threat of the Akatsuki. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this, Karen and Jiraiya were both puzzled, not understanding why Sasuke would say that. Naruto expressionlessly looked at Sasuke as if seeing a stranger. No, nothing happened. Let's go. We still have some unfinished business. Even Karen and Jiraiya, slow as they were, could now see that something was off with Naruto's state. That kind of demeanor, it was exactly like the pain they had first encountered. As if everything in the world was nothing but ants. Naruto's current attitude clearly showed he didn't want to waste time on this. Because in his perception, that masked guy had already appeared. He instantly vanished from his spot, a golden afterimage trailing behind him as he charged toward the tower's summit. Since he couldn't use gravity, he'd just use Geppo instead. Though Jiraiya and the others were worried, they couldn't force Naruto to do anything. They could only follow him to that tower. For now, dealing with the Akatsuki was more important. Whatever was wrong could be discussed after the battle. Naruto's speed wasn't slow, but unfortunately, Obito acted even faster. Although Konan's seemingly endless explosive tags could briefly threaten Obito, Nagato's true body was still nearby, preventing her from fighting at full strength. And Obito's goal here wasn't to defeat Konan. The Rinnegan. That was why Obito had to show himself. To be honest, after witnessing the true power of the wild card that was Uzumaki Naruto, his confidence in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan had wavered slightly. This kid was already strong to the point of being inhuman. Even though Nagato could barely use the Rinnegan's power with his true body, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Therefore, Obito had no choice but to change plans and retrieve the most crucial item, the Rinnegan, ahead of schedule. As for who would use these eyes after Nagato was gone? If necessary, he could just use a white Zetsu's clone. Countless paper swirled madly within the room, continuously slicing through Obito's body. But with his true body hidden in the Kamui dimension, he paid no mind to such attacks, charging straight toward Nagato. Nagato naturally sensed Obito's approach. He barely raised his head, his Rinnegan fixed firmly ahead. Shinra Tensei dash. Useless. All your attacks are ineffective against me. A mocking expression appeared beneath Obito's mask. In terms of contact time with the Rinnegan, he might even have been longer than Nagato. He knew all the weaknesses of this ability. Once the repulsive force disappeared, it would be time to reclaim the Rinnegan. Sure enough, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei did nothing to Obito. He continued approaching unhurriedly. But Nagato's purpose in using this move wasn't just to attack. Escape, Konan. The repulsive force sent Konan flying out, and Nagato took one last look at his companion. In truth, he knew Konan wasn't like him, she didn't enjoy killing. The only reason her hands were stained with blood was because of him. Now, with a powerful enemy before them and himself becoming a burden, there was no need to sacrifice another life. When Naruto burst through the wall and rushed in, what he saw was Nagato, with eyes closed, face covered in blood, looking on the verge of death. And Obito standing nearby, hands still stained with fresh blood. Was it him? Naruto asked. It was him. Within the seal space, Kurama replied. In the next instant, Naruto's fist had already pierced through the other's body. Useless. Obito's words were cut short abruptly. Chapter 192, Chapter 192. The shocked Obito and Raikage is delivering himself. Kamui. This was the unique dojutsu Obito obtained after his Sharingan reached the Mangekyo level. Its essence was transferring matter to an independent space, an incredibly overpowered spacetime ability. However, since one eye was left with his former best friend Kakashi, Obito, with only one Sharingan, could only use the defensive aspect of Kamui. He couldn't directly attack remotely with his gaze, and he had to close the distance to send people into the Kamui dimension. The attack range wasn't large. But in terms of defensive capability, the Kamui Obito could currently use was utterly unreasonable. This eye allowed him to hide himself in another space. To others, it seemed as if he had become a visible but intangible ghost. No matter how powerful the enemy's attack was, it couldn't threaten him. Because he and his opponent were not in the same space. So even though he was very wary of Naruto's combat power, honestly, Obito was more concerned about how to proceed with the plan than about his own life. At least, that's what Obito had always thought until today. Watching Naruto's arm pass through his body, Obito was about to taunt him to mess with his mind when he suddenly felt the Kamui dimension being affected by some kind of force. How is this possible? Obito's body flickered like a faulty light bulb, rapidly shifting from intangibility to solidity. The problem was, Naruto's arm was still inserted inside him. So, Obito hurriedly retreated backward but was still a step too late. After his body turned solid, a small part of it still overlapped with Naruto's palm. In this situation, space would punish both parties equally. Ah. Obito felt that layer of flesh and blood completely shredded by an irresistible external force, blood uncontrollably flowing down. On Naruto's side, several fingers were devoured by space. But despite such an injury, Naruto's expression showed no change. It wasn't just enduring pain, it was more like he had lost many human emotions. Fortunately, this level of limb damage didn't seem to be a big problem for him. Senjutsu chakra and Zero Tails chakra worked together, and soon, buds of flesh grew from the wound. Immediately afterwards, brand new fingers were generated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, Naruto's hand was restored to its original state. In contrast, Obito was still clutching his bleeding wound, looking at him with horrified eye. Is this guy even human? Naruto thoughtfully clenched his fist. Just now, I seem to have touched something. Space. Earlier, when devouring the King of Hell's projection, Naruto had briefly gained a higher-level vision, allowing him to see other connected spaces beyond the ninja world. Now, although he couldn't see them, he could still faintly sense them. Was it you? The mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack. Perhaps due to his lack of emotion, Naruto's expressionless delivery made this even more terrifying. At this moment, Obito had no intention of saying anything. For so many years, he had relied on Kamui's intangibility to do as he pleased. It could be said that no matter how troublesome the enemy, Obito dared to flaunt himself in front of them. Until today, when someone actually managed to attack him through the Kamui dimension, even if only briefly affecting Kamui. It was enough to throw him into disarray. The image of the behind-the-scenes boss he had always maintained was instantly shattered. To put it bluntly, he lost all his cool. After giving Naruto a hateful look with his single eye, Obito didn't dare say another word. Clutching his wound, he completely retreated into the Kamui dimension and vanished. Naruto wanted to stop him, but ultimately, he still lacked the ability to fully affect space. His hand turned into a blade, and a slash cut through where Obito had been standing, splitting the entire tower and all the buildings behind it in half. Zetsu, who had been watching from the spectator stands, was still processing what happened when sunlight fell on his head. Fortunately, half his body was hidden in the floor, so the slash flew over his head without injuring him. How did things end up like this? But obviously, there wasn't much time for him to be dazed. The next moment, those eyes symbolizing death looked over, their gaze focusing on Zetsu. To escape so decisively, do you know where to find him? When he said the first half, Naruto was still over 10 meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached out and pressed his hand on Zetsu's shoulder. This was far more effective than any horror movie. The instinctual fear of being approached by a natural predator completely enveloped Black Zetsu's heart. Run! His body quickly sank into the floor below. Unfortunately, this was enough time for Naruto to act. A few more slashes, and Zetsu's limbs were severed. However, Black Zetsu might be average in other aspects, but his survival skills were truly top-notch. He directly abandoned the white Zetsu he was sticking on, enduring the pain of having part of his body cut off, and continued merging into the bricks and stones. A clue had slipped away right before his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Naruto should have felt anger, frustration, and regret about this. But now, he felt nothing. Even the desire to kill Uchiha Madara felt more like completing a task than seeking revenge. This was clearly abnormal. At that moment, Jiraiya and the others arrived belatedly. With them was Konan, who had just been blasted away. Seeing the scene inside the tower and Nagato, who had completely lost his breath, Konan's face finally showed pain. Ignoring everyone around her, she rushed to Nagato's side, tightly holding his head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Sasuke and Karin wanted to stop her but were held back by Jiraiya. 2 of his 3 students in the Land of Rain were now dead. It would be a lie to say he wasn't sad. But he said nothing, only shaking his head slightly. Then, he looked at Naruto. Naruto, what's going on here? Jiraiya also saw Nagato, who had lost his eyes. He feared Naruto had directly gouged out the Rinnegan and swallowed them raw. Although compared to Nagato, Jiraiya would undoubtedly side with Naruto. That didn't mean he could accept a cannibalism scene. And it was so bloody. It was that Uchiha Madara. He ran away. Hearing this, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately realized what was happening and he was filled with disbelief. He actually managed to escape from you. That guy has a ninjutsu that can affect space-time. My attacks can hardly hurt him. Not impossible, just difficult. Of course, if the other party was determined to escape, Naruto had no way to stop him. After saying this, Naruto expressionlessly walked over to the weeping Konan and said, do you know where to find him? The exact same tone, the exact same expression. But Konan didn't find it strange. After all, they were enemies, so this tone was normal. Remembering that both Yihiko and Nagato's deaths had that so-called Uchiha Madara, who was pulling strings behind the scenes, Konan's sadness was quickly replaced by hatred. I don't know where he would go, but I know he will definitely collect the tailed beasts. If the other organization members had their own reasons for joining, Obito's goals were vague for Konan. Now that I thinks about it, Nagato's decision to collect the tailed beasts was also influenced by this Uchiha Madara. After Yihiko's death, Nagato originally only intended to use pain to threaten the great nations of the ninja world, forcing them to accept peace. It was Uchiha Madara who step-by-step linked this goal to collecting the tailed beasts. Now it seemed this guy must have another purpose for collecting the tailed beasts. Can you kill him for me? In exchange, you can take my life. Unexpectedly, Naruto just shook his head. Not to mention your life is already in my hands and cannot be used as a bargaining chip dash. Even if you didn't say anything, I would kill him. After saying this, Naruto ignored her and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, she's your student. How to handle her is up to you. Hearing this, Jiraiya only looked at Konan with complex eyes and nodded slightly. Where is Uchiha Itachi? Where did he go? Sasuke, who had been waiting for a while, couldn't help but ask the question on his mind. Konan looked up at him, feeling there was no need to hold out any longer, and directly answered. They went to Mount Shumisen. Their target is to recruit a ninja named Hirako. Hirako. Jiraiya knew this person, and they had even been friends once. But later, this guy defected from Konoha and then vanished. Naruto dash. Sasuke turned to Naruto, his meaning clear. Fine, but we might have to wait a bit. Naruto didn't think dealing with an Itachi would take much time. As he spoke, he walked toward the hole that had been smashed open. After I deal with the enemy, we'll set off. With that, Naruto leaped down directly. There are still enemies. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed, and they all looked down through the large hole. They then saw a tough guy standing below. He looks as strong as an iron tower, with a faint flash of lightning on his body. Is this guy also from the Akatsuki? Karen looked at the tough guy wearing only a loose coat, looking somewhat puzzled. Akatsuki's members were very easy to identify. After all, for a criminal organization, they actually had uniforms. This once again coincided with a certain organization next door. Jiraiya beside her shook his head, answering her question. No, that's the fourth Raikage of Kimogakure, eh? The fourth Raikage. Why would someone like that come here? Below, Raikage looked at the familiar face landing before him, a smile appearing on his face. I finally caught you. You really run fast, Uzumaki Naruto. Lightning flickered as the Raikage instantly entered lightning release chakra mode. Chapter 193, Chapter 193. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. The reason the fourth Raikage came here alone was, of course, Obito's doing. After personally framing Naruto, he deliberately had a white Zetsu transform into his own appearance, leaving clues along the way. Unfortunately, Raikage arrived a step too late. If he had intervened earlier, he might have briefly delayed Naruto. At least, he won't leave in such a ruthless manner. Looking at the expressionless Naruto before him, Raikage had a smile on his face, but he was thinking about Mabui and the others, who were severely injured and undergoing treatment, and his anger grew increasingly intense. As the fourth Raikage's personal guards and secretary, their relationship was naturally very close. In the past, whenever Raikage wanted to do something impulsive, these few would always stand in front, persuading him with earnest words to change his mind. But now, they were temporarily unable to speak, so no one else in Kimogakure could stop Raikage. Oh, there was one more. But that person was currently confined by Raikage and Onreikyo. Strong hostility. You're also from the Akatsuki dash. Naruto's monotone words were cut short by Raikage's elbow strike. Lariat. He went straight for the decapitating kill move. Don't be fooled by it just being an arm. After being enhanced by lightning release chakra mode, its power far surpassed ordinary sharp blades. On the battlefield, Raikage had indeed used this move to sever many enemies' heads. Bang. How come? Even amidst his burning rage, Raikage's face showed disbelief. Originally, Raikage thought Naruto would use some genjutsu again, turning into an illusion to dodge. For that, he had prepared to immediately follow up with another attack. But the reality was that his sure kill move was blocked by this kid with just one hand. Raikage could sense that the other party was using pure physical strength without any chakra enhancement like him. He had only seen such terrifying physical prowess on his deceased father, the third Raikage. An enemy, then. After hearing these words, Raikage's vision blurred abruptly, followed by intense pain in his abdomen. Boom. Raikage was sent flying back faster than before. Naruto, however, stood frowning in place, looking at his palm. Conqueror's Haki couldn't be used. Why? He tried armament Haki and observation Haki. While both could be used, they were subject to varying degrees of interference. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. Blood trickled from the corner of Raikage's mouth, but the lightning around him intensified. Even his usual slicked back hair now stood on end. This was the strongest lightning armor, the maximum output mode of lightning release chakra mode. He leaped high, and with his palm formed into a blade, he chopped downward. Don't be fooled by Raikage's moves seeming ordinary, their actual lethality was terrifying. The move, lightning oppression horizontal chop, alone had once severed the eight tails horn. Its sharpness was on a completely different level from the previous lariat. In response, Naruto raised his right hand flat. Unlike Raikage's chakra enhancement, a transparent blade edge truly appeared on Naruto's palm. Clang. Their hand blades collided, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Unlike the furious and ferocious Raikage, Naruto didn't even frown. Guillotine drop. Seeing his hand blade blocked, Raikage decisively switched to another move. Using Naruto's force to flip backward, he came down with an axe kick. But Naruto's speed seemed even faster than his, the blue lightning warrior. He clenched his fist, leaving only one finger pointed at the descending Raikage. Sage Art, Shurgon. Without even a sound of tearing air, a bullet composed of Senjutsu chakra pierced through Raikage's shoulder first. Even a body tempered for years couldn't withstand such a highly penetrating strike. Cough dash. Although his shoulder was injured, Raikage's battle axe still came down, heavily striking Naruto's shoulder. Bang. After the strike, even the ground beneath Naruto's feet showed extensive spiderweb-like cracks. But Raikage felt as if his foot had struck a solid rock wall, his entire leg going numb. Naruto didn't dodge this attack because it wasn't necessary. Because at this moment, a layer of white chakra-formed outer clothing appeared on his body. Impossible. This is my lightning release chakra mode. Compared to being inferior in direct combat, Naruto learning his signature jutsu in just a few seconds shocked Raikage even more. Lightning attribute chakra could activate muscles and cells, enhancing the user's physical strength and reaction speed to varying degrees. As mentioned earlier, during Naruto's 20-plus years in the One Piece world, he had successfully mastered the other 4 basic chakra nature transformations besides wind release. In other words, he also knew lightning release. And not just any lightning release. This was lightning release chakra mode under Sage Art. Grabbing Raikage's calf with a backhand, Naruto exerted force with his arm, throwing the other upward, then leaped up himself at an even faster speed. Damn it. Don't even think about it. Raikage, who was thrown into the air, stimulated his limbs with lightning, adjusting his posture to counterattack Naruto. But Naruto's attack was faster. An elbow strike solidly hit Raikage, and the next second, he crashed back to the ground at an even faster speed. Boom. This time, not only the ground shattered, but the surrounding trees and houses were also affected. Raikage was entirely embedded into the earth and rocks, his arm along with half his body completely numb. Not a bad ability. Naruto landed slowly. Though his words praised the Raikage jutsu, his face remained expressionless. Sage Art, Lightning Release Chakra mode had fewer side effects compared to Body Revival Technique and the 8 Gates, making it quite suitable for regular use. Since you initiated the attack, it means you're mentally prepared to be killed, right? Suddenly, a giant octopus tentacle attacked from the side, smashing toward Naruto. Naruto seemed to have anticipated this sudden assault, leisurely raising his palm before him. The two crossed paths. Naruto's hand remained a hand, but the octopus tentacle was cleanly severed into 2. The cut was smooth and even, showing considerable sword skills. You idiot, you bastard. If you hurt my brother, I'll grill you like octopus skewers. Yo. Naruto and Raikage's gazes simultaneously turned toward the source of the voice. The person was a dark-skinned ninja wearing combat gear, a Kimogakuru's forehead protector, sunglasses, and carrying 7 swords. Naruto easily discovered the other party's true identity from his chakra. At the same time, Raikage exclaimed in disbelief. B. What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be in Unreikyo? Stupid brother. Chasing alone. Almost got killed, killer be here to help. Yo. Hearing his brother's unreliable way of speaking, even beaten so miserably, veins bulged on Raikage's forehead. Idiot. You're no match for this kid. Unfortunately, B wasn't the type to listen to his brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly followed him here. To be honest, B felt incredulous when he saw Raikage being defeated head-on by Naruto in the area he was best at. In his heart, his elder brother had always been immensely powerful. But now, what he felt more was anger toward Naruto for injuring Raikage. Raikage and B were an inseparable combo, so harming Raikage was harming him. Knowing Naruto's strength, B didn't underestimate him. He directly communicated with the 8 tails, Gyuki, inside him, and the next moment, the tailed beast chakra cloak draped over him. 6 tails directly emerged from his back, his aura rapidly soaring as he charged at Naruto. Naruto stood still, watching B thoughtfully. Chapter 194, Chapter 194 Kurama, yes. That's exactly how it feels. After donning the tailed beast cloak, B's speed and strength increased significantly. This boost was even more terrifying than Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. He drew the 7 swords on his body. Holding sword hilts in his mouth, neck, knee bends, waist, and even under his armpits. Acrobat. This was a special sword technique mastered by B, relying on flexible skills and unpredictable blade paths. Simultaneously, he coated the blades with lightning attribute chakra, also executing the super vibrato lightning release swords. If struck by any of these 7 swords, the enemy would be paralyzed, forced to endure the ensuing storm-like onslaught. He spun towards Naruto like a spiked top, with blades appearing from various tricky angles, even shifting positions along with B's movements. Flashy sword technique, but you probably have some common language with that kid. Naruto first subconsciously complained, then couldn't help but recall the green-haired kid who dared challenge Mihawk. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But the next moment, the expression on his face returned to calm. As if some force was forcibly suppressing this emotion. Because he was in combat, Naruto temporarily ignored this anomaly. Seeing B armed with blades all over, Naruto simply created blade edges on his own arms. After a series of clanging sounds, Naruto remained completely unscathed, while most of B's 7 swords were damaged. Several were completely broken, the rest mostly had chips and notches. You idiot, you bastard. Are you really human? Must get serious. These 7 swords, while not as famous as Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swords, were still forged by Kirigakuru using chakra metal, while their craftsmanship referencing the samurai of the Land of Iron. But not only was Naruto's body as hard as a sword, but his skill was also superior. Even though B was on the offensive throughout, Naruto's every block and counter was precise, always hitting the point where his strength was weakest. The 7 swords embedded into the ground, then B simply invoked more tailed beast chakra. Instantly, 2 more tails extended. The black-red tailed beast chakra completely obscuring his face. At this moment, Jiraiya and the others belatedly arrived on the battlefield. Seeing the 4-legged tailed beast's jinchuriki with a large tail swinging behind it, Jiraiya instinctively thought Naruto had gone into a rampage. But then he saw the person standing in front of the other person. Isn't that Naruto? So who is that guy? However, the 4th Raikage soon gave him the answer. Bye. Use that move. After all, Raikage was a tough guy who had tempered his body for long. Even though he's already late in his 40s, his physical strength had not declined much. After lying incapacitated in the ground for a while, Raikage actually managed to use lightning release to stimulate his cells, regaining control of his body. Hearing his brother's voice, B immediately reacted, assuming a stance and charging. The 2 brothers, wrapped in chakra, attacked simultaneously from Naruto's front and back. Double lariat. Their speed was so fast that even though Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Karin immediately reacted and launched attacks to intercept, they couldn't stop them in time. The brothers' elbows, like a guillotine, simultaneously clamped onto Naruto's neck. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, their arms remained motionless, utterly unlike their usual decapitating move. Wadash. Before Raikage could finish, his head was pressed by a large hand and smashed into the ground. His nearly 2-meter-tall, burly frame was forcibly planted upside down into the earth. Getting up this time would be difficult. It wasn't that B wasn't unwilling to help, but he was also grabbed by Naruto. What horrified B even more was that Naruto actually opened his mouth towards him. Sizzle. That was the auditory hallucination of chakra being torn away. This guy was eating Gyuki's chakra. B thought of the 2 famous missing Nins in Kimogakuru's history, the Gold and Silver brothers. It was said these brothers also ate Ninetail's chakra, what goes around comes around, and now the payback had landed on him. But there wasn't much time for B to think about it, as Gyuki was already shouting in his mind. B, you idiot. Create distance quickly. Hearing this, B's large tail swung down, using the recoil to barely break free from Naruto's grasp. Naruto stood still, carefully savoring the recent taste. Not bad. Although it looks a bit strange, your taste is really quite good. If a beautiful woman had said this, B might have been somewhat pleased. But currently, these words came from the mouth of an expressionless monster, sounding more like a predator's consolation to its prey. B knew deeply that the Naruto before him might be the strongest enemy he had ever faced, or would ever face. He simply mobilized Gyuki's chakra at maximum output, fully entering the tailed beast mode. The small red figure disappeared, replaced by a giant, 8-legged, horned octopus. Octopus. Looking at the mountain-sized 8-tails jinchuriki, a drop of saliva uncontrollably dripped from Naruto's mouth. Grilled octopus legs, skewered octopus tentacles, scallion-blasted octopus. Countless recipes flooded Naruto's mind, the desire to eat seemingly impacting some kind of suppression. Across from him, Gyuki, now fused with B, instinctively felt that gaze full of appetite, and the entire tailed beast's body uncontrollably shrank back. Inside Naruto, watching Gyuki show the same expression he himself had when he first saw Naruto, Kurama let out a heartless laugh. Ha 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 ha, that's exactly right. That's exactly how it feels. I knew it. Back then, it wasn't because I was timid, but because this guy Naruto's thought process was too bizarre. Bastard. A tentacle wrapped around Naruto's body, trying to smash him aside. But Naruto instead hugged the giant tentacle and pulled hard, actually tearing it directly off the Eight Tails' body. Acceptable. This for midnight snack. Looking at the tentacle, which is several times larger than himself, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Then, he actively launched an attack towards the opponent. But just as Naruto's figure disappeared and reappeared in midair, B revealed a triumphant smile. Now. Earlier, he held back fearing his brother was still down nearby. But now, Naruto had actually jumped up voluntarily, getting right into his line of fire. Gyuki opened its large mouth, a tailed beast bomb rapidly forming. Seeing this, Naruto subconsciously wanted to create a Conqueror's bomb to counter it. But he couldn't use his Conqueror's haki at all. Because it was to be fired at point-blank range, this genuine tailed beast bomb was launched without much accumulation. B watched as the tailed beast bomb directly hit Naruto's body, then pushed him away into the distance. Direct hit. Next should come a grand explosion. But as he watched Naruto fly farther and farther away, the expected tailed beast bomb explosion never came. Chapter 195, Chapter 195 The Great Hero, Uzumaki Naruto, arrives. What was that? Seeing that the tailed beast ball he had released didn't explode as expected, B narrowed his eyes, seemingly trying to see what was happening in the distance. Suddenly, Gyuki's voice sounded in his ear. Get out of the way, B. Although he hadn't yet processed what was happening, B subconsciously obeyed Gyuki's words. Through long-term training and coexistence, the men and the tailed beast had long achieved a state of unified will. The Eight Tails' massive body dodged to the side. And just as this movement began, a pitch-black beam shot over from the distance. Its speed far exceeded that of a tailed beast bomb, directly piercing through most of the Eight Tails' body. If he hadn't managed to move just now, that attack would have probably blown his head off. In the distance, smoke rose from Naruto's mouth. Although the Baku Baku no Mi gave his mouth a certain degree of adaptability, it wasn't without limits. Swallowing a tailed beast bomb raw was still somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, Naruto's body currently also possessed extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Just a few seconds after firing that authentic, tailed beast heavy cannon, the burns on his mouth had already healed. Soft-bodied creatures like octopuses seemed naturally endowed with strong vitality. Even tailed beasts were no exception. Even though a small half of his body was blown away by the cannon, B wasn't actually severely injured, and at most, it just consumed a significant amount of the Eight Tails' chakra. Hey! B, can you still fight? Of course, together, we'll pummel the enemy. After suffering this blow, B wasn't actually very confident, as evident from his disrupted rap rhythm. Even he had never seen anyone who could withstand a tailed beast bomb head-on, and even fire a tailed beast heavy cannon without relying on tailed beast transformation. Was this even human? But Naruto didn't give him much time to think. A sonic boom sounded. And when Naruto's figure reappeared, his fist had already struck B's abdomen. If that part could be considered the octopus's abdomen. Compared to the mountain-sized beast, Naruto's height was truly insignificant. But precisely because of this size difference, the fact that he sent the enemy flying with one punch seemed even more contrasting. Even Kurama, watching the battle, couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid seemed to have grown even stronger. After all, that punch was pure brute force. Although B was in pain, he didn't lose his instincts as a warrior. The octopus's tentacles swiftly whipped towards Naruto's position. Like a giant whip, the speed at the tip of the tentacle had reached a terrifying level. Cling clang cling. Something very familiar to the watching Ninetales appeared. Adamantine sealing chains. These things were practically tailor-made against tailed beasts. And it was Naruto's sage art-enhanced version. Dozens of giant chains quickly bound the Eight Tails firmly from head to toe. B tried to fire another tailed beast bomb, but the adamantine sealing chain suppression of chakra forcibly inhibited this action. At this point, the Eight Tails' jinchuriki was sealed, and the fourth Raikage seemed to have lost consciousness, still stuck upside down. Just as Jiraiya and the others thought the battle was about to end, they saw Naruto expressionlessly raise his hand, and the Raiznon, which hadn't been used for a long time, began to gather. The Raiznon condensed at an unimaginable speed, soon surpassing the ordinary big ball Raiznon in size. Huh? Naruto. What are you doing? Jiraiya was the first to react. He knew the power of Naruto's Raiznon all too well. With the current Sage Mode's enhancement, the supergiant Raiznon, nearly half the size of the Eight Tails' body, had clearly exceeded necessary limits. The explosion from this Raiznon was powerful enough to destroy the entire Omega Kure. Hey, brat. Are you planning to destroy this place? Kurama was also somewhat puzzled. To be honest, he didn't care much about the lives of ordinary humans. But since chivalrously righting wrongs and eliminating tyranny for the people with Naruto in another world, the desire for destruction in his heart had lessened considerably. But Naruto didn't respond to Kurama, seemingly intent on destroying the village, this Akatsuki base, along with everything else. Something's wrong, Naruto's condition isn't right. Karin, Sasuke, help me stop him. Even without Jiraiya saying it, the two of them realized something was wrong. If that terrifying Rasengan was released, not only would Omegakure be destroyed, but the three of them would also be caught in it. And this wasn't Naruto's usual style. In the past, while he was swift with gratitude and grudges, he never harmed innocent people. He was even less likely to kill his own friends and companions. Karin, transformed into Garuda, carried Sasuke and Jiraiya to Naruto's front, directly using Garuda's sound attack, attempting to wake the abnormally behaved Naruto. Naruto-san, wake up quickly. This sonic wave would have been enough to make an ordinary person bleed from all 7 orifices, but it had no effect on Naruto. Get out of the way. Jiraiya shouted loudly, his hair turning into ink to form a giant shield in front of them. The next moment, the ink shield infused with chakra was pierced by a chain, and even Karin behind it had her wings pierced, rendered immobile. Fortunately, the adamantine sealing chains possessed both physical and chakra forms, so Karin was only restrained, not seriously injured. Sasuke transformed into his hybrid form, his feet treading flames as he rushed along the chain towards Naruto. Bang! He was met with an iron fist. In an instant, the damage-bearing limit of Wada was broken. Although karma was still taking effect, Sasuke had already suffered the same fate as the 4th Raikage, falling to the ground and becoming unconscious. Naruto. Countless ink droplets flew towards Naruto. Jiraiya wanted to write words like awake and normal on him, but they were cleared by a slash before they could get close. After casually waving his left hand to interrupt Jiraiya's skill, Naruto turned his head back to look at the 8 tails below. Die, vermin. This voice seemed to overlap with something else, sounding somewhat illusory and unreal. These words also didn't seem to be directed solely at B, it was more like they included everyone present. Just as the supergiant Rasengan was about to descend, Naruto's right hand was suddenly gripped by his own left hand. Wati. In a world only Naruto could see, an illusory voice sounded, somewhat puzzled. It sounded very childish. It asked Naruto, don't you also think that things like ninja shouldn't exist? Why not kill them? Kill these vermin polluting this planet. Shut up. With Naruto's loud roar, the conqueror's haki unique to the great hero returned. It symbolized a willpower of intense self-identity. Everyone present was washed over by this will. Except for Jiraiya in Sage mode and the Tailed Beast mode 8 tails, everyone else was completely overwhelmed by this consciousness. Gyuki was also stunned by this terrifying mental impact. He had never felt such a will before, not even on the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths' power was indeed immense, but it was more about control over chakra. Meanwhile, this will was pure. It was something that could be perceived collectively, regardless of whether one had chakra or what form of life one was. On the other side, the strength in the left hand grew greater and greater, and the area reoccupied by Naruto's own consciousness rapidly expanded. Soon, when Naruto regained control over his head, the deity shell that had been maintained on his face finally shattered. At this moment, the great hero's anger once again occupied this body. The difference was that the target of the anger shifted from the 8 tails to the owner of that faint voice. Naruto no longer needed to use his left hand to suppress his right hand, he directly raised his right hand towards the sky. The next moment, the Rasengan shot high into the air. Hum. It was a sound that could resonate with internal organs and bones. Under the gaze of Jiraiya, Gyuki, and B, this Rasengan, comparable in size to a tailed beast, finally exploded. And its power truly exceeded everyone's imagination. Previously, Naruto had only pierced through the heavy rain, but this strike genuinely made the sky of the land of rain completely cloudless for miles. Phew. Retracting his hand, the intermittent, childish voice echoed in Naruto's ears again. Uzumaki Naruto. You are different. You can do it. Get rid of ninja dash. Get rid of chakra dash. Completely eradicate dash. They are the vermin of this world dash. Blah blah blah. Shut up. Naruto directly withdrew all the adamantine sealing chains, and his whole figure, having lost support, fell from midair. The 2 awake humans and 1 beast present were somewhat confused about why Naruto was suddenly shouting like a madman. But compared to the 8 tails, who had developed a slight fear of Naruto, Jiraiya felt somewhat relieved. He finally felt the familiar aura from Naruto again. That was the Uzumaki Naruto who could freely discuss literature with him, who repaid kindness and grudges, not some emotionless deity. After Naruto's shout, the voice seemed somewhat frightened and briefly fell silent. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto quickly recalled the time when this abnormality started. He was unwilling, and indeed impossible, to be completely controlled by this external will. Thinking about it, the cause seemed to start from when he used the Baku no Mi to swallow himself, thereby maintaining Sage Mode long-term. Before that, although eating the Zero Tails had also caused a change in his demeanor. That was only an external change and his true self was still normal. What could truly affect Naruto's spirit without him noticing was the Sage Mode. More precisely, it was the 24-hour continuous Sage Mode and natural energy. Natural energy, different from chakra, as the name suggests, is the energy naturally present in nature. As a form of power, it actually possessed its own will. Perhaps for users like Jiraiya who maintained Sage Mode for short periods, the consciousness contained in the accumulated natural energy couldn't affect the user. But for someone like Naruto, who absorbed it continuously, quantitative change led to qualitative change. After that, the will within the natural energy awakened inside Naruto. Thinking deeper, this will most likely came from the world itself. In other words, the ninja world itself was very resistant to the concept of chakra, and along with it, held no mercy for ninja who possessed chakra. Even if they were life-born from itself. As for the reasons for this, Naruto couldn't figure out immediately, but he knew what he needed to do now. Without any hesitation, Naruto decisively used the Baku no Mi again, performing the act of swallowing himself in front of Jiraiya, Gyuki, and B. Jiraiya, having seen it once before, wasn't surprised. But Gyuki and B were truly shocked. They watched as Naruto's remaining mouth fell to the ground, chewed on something, then spat himself out again. Phew. That was close, I almost fell for it. This time, a relaxed smile familiar to Jiraiya truly appeared on Naruto's face. The natural energy also dissipated from Naruto's body as he actively cancelled Sage Mode. With that, those voices completely disappeared. Replacing them was the activated Zero Tails chakra. Seeing those black hands about to start waving menacingly again, Naruto didn't choose to suppress them this time. Humph. How dare you resist after being eaten by me? After this experience, Naruto's mastery of the Baku no Mi's ability had unconsciously increased significantly. Although not yet to the level of awakening, its digestive effects were completely different from before. As the upgraded Baku factory in Naruto's stomach started working, the Zero Tails dark chakra began to be quickly decomposed. The dark chakra was first broken down into ordinary chakra of various attributes, then further transformed by the Baku factory into pure energy. Energy devoid of any characteristics. Although the quantity decreased, it was very pure. This energy was easily absorbed by Naruto's body and replenished into his flesh. His body, which had previously recovered to about 50 to 60% of his strength from the One Piece world, suddenly increased by about 15% more. Now, in terms of overall strength, Naruto dared to compare himself to his One Piece world self. Feeling the power within his body, which, although reduced in volume, was purer, Naruto nodded to Jiraiya. I'm so sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, I caused you trouble, didn't I? Naruto remembered all the memories from before without missing a single detail. He also realized that he had personally missed the chance to avenge his parents, which was why he was so angry the moment he regained consciousness. Under the influence of the nature will, killing the masked men became an optional instruction. So much so that after the other party escaped, Naruto at that time didn't even intend to chase, but instead decided to deal with the newly arrived, threatening existence first. Naruto, what exactly was that? Jiraiya's eyes scanned up and down, still seeming somewhat incredulous. Jiraiya-sensei, becoming a deity isn't a fun experience at all. After uttering the seemingly random statement, Naruto smiled lightly. Let's talk about this later. Then, he turned to look at B, who, although having dissolved the tailed beast mode, was still holding two swords, protecting the fourth Raikage in front of him. I think we should solve this problem first. Chapter 196, Chapter 196 Ninja World's New Rap. Yo, the old me, lonely and sad, now big bro Gyuki's with me, yo. Wow. Is that so? This is how the relationship between a jinchuriki and a tailed beast should be. This is the first time I've heard of such a situation. I originally thought it was some secret technique of your village. Oh no. Accidentally revealed, too many secrets. Yo. So noisy. What happened? The fourth Raikage, A, was awakened by his brother's loud rapping. Holding his head, he still felt somewhat dizzy, but after all, he was a man who long tempered his body with lightning, and he quickly shook off this discomfort. But when he saw the scene before him, he felt like he was still dreaming. That Uzumaki Naruto, who had fought fiercely with them earlier, once overwhelming him in strength and speed, was now sitting together with B and Konoha's Jiraiya, chatting and laughing. They even clinked glasses and took sips from time to time. Wait, where is this? And where did that alcohol come from? Raikage finally recalled the last scene he saw before losing consciousness. It was a constantly enlarging palm. After it pressed against his face, aside from feeling a pain in his head, he remembered nothing else. B. What's going on here? Raikage immediately activated the lightning release chakra mode, assumed a defensive stance, and shouted at B. It must be said, Raikage's physical constitution is truly strong. Despite falling unconscious like the others, being severely hit several times, and being washed over by Conqueror's haki, he actually woke up earlier than Sasuke and Karen. Yo, you're awake. Killer B's big bro. Facing Raikage's stance as if facing a great enemy, Naruto instead smiled nonchalantly and lightly raised his glass towards him. It's worth mentioning that he didn't address him as the fourth Raikage, but as Killer B's older brother. It seemed that compared to the Kage of a village, B, whom he had just met but hit it off with, held more weight in Naruto's heart. Want a drink? What trick are you trying to pull? Uzumaki Naruto, if you want to kill us, then do it, don't play any dash. Raikage wanted to say more, but B suddenly jumped over and covered his mouth. Brother, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Question mark. Raikage still trusted B greatly, so he turned his gaze towards him, seemingly asking what had happened. It's like this. B recounted what happened after a lost consciousness. After wresting control of his body back from the nature will, the series of encounters in the land of rain temporarily came to an end. At that time, B had been forced out of his tailed beast mode, but even so, he didn't choose to escape alone. Instead, he stood guard in front of Raikage. TCH. Why does it seem like I'm the villain here? Weren't you the ones who attacked me first? Naruto also scratched his head a bit. Although his actions during the time he was controlled were indeed somewhat strange, the Raikage side did strike first. Even arguing till the skies fell, the other side was at fault. Humph. You attacked Kumogakure first, comrade severely injured, for revenge. Even at this time, B didn't forget his rapping skills. After hearing this, Naruto was also stunned but could understand the meaning in his words. No, I didn't do such a thing. Yeah, we've been in the land of fire the whole time, we've never gone to Kumogakure. Jiraiya, seeing Naruto's condition had returned to normal, quickly came over. Don't try to fool me, I saw it with my own eyes, comrades lying in the hospital. Seeing that B still didn't believe him, Naruto thought for a moment, then said to him with a serious expression. Do you think, with my strength, if I really attacked Kumogakure, would you even have had a chance to escape? The persuasiveness of these words was overwhelming. This world didn't have those melodramatic plots where a poor guy falsely accuses a powerful and rich tycoon. Judging solely by the jutsu Naruto had just released, if he had intended to ambush them, probably the entire Kumogakure would have been blown sky high, so how could only a few guards have been injured? By the way, your rapping skills are pretty good. Seeing the other party fall silent, Naruto initially planned to turn and check on Sasuke and the others, but as if remembering something, he suddenly turned back. You understand rap too? Did Naruto understand it? Well, yes. In his youth, he had experienced a similar musical art on an island called Kenzan Island, in the Grand Line. There is a country called Tainagehna Kingdom where the long-arm tribe enjoyed performing in a rap style while, spinning plates. They even called it battle. Naruto didn't really understand it, but he quite liked the joyful and passionate atmosphere. Hearing the word rap from Naruto's mouth, B's attention was immediately captured. After all, this was the first time he had heard someone other than Master Sabuchan mention rap. Yeah, I know quite a few rap masters. I'll take you to see them sometime when I have the chance. The two started chatting freely, using rap as a starting point. Somehow, the conversation even turned to teacher Jiraiya's upcoming new book, Ika Ika Tactics, and even brought out the other two books, Ika Ika Paradise, and Ika Ika Violence. In a way, Killer B was also an artist. Although it was his first time reading the Ika Ika series, he could already feel the profound emotions beneath the words. In short, he greatly appreciated it. When Konan, after dealing with Nagato's body, arrived at the scene, she saw three grown men sitting by a campfire, chatting and drinking freely. They were completely immersed in discussions about art. One really couldn't tell that they had been fighting to the death just hours earlier. The other three were lying on the ground unconscious, with no one paying them any attention. So that's how it is. The guy pretending to be Naruto should be his enemy, a masked man with Sharingan. Brother, that intangibility ability you mentioned, that masked man can use it too. Raikage listened to B's account with a serious expression, roughly understanding the truth of the matter. In short, he had been used as a pawn. Even so, this brat is the son of that fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. He's still an enemy of our Kumogakure. Having the misunderstanding cleared up didn't mean Raikage would adopt a friendly attitude towards Naruto. He had never forgotten how badly Naruto's father had beaten them during the Third Great Ninja War. The other party, single-handedly, defeated their AB combo, and once curbed Kumogakure's offensive momentum. It can be said that the final outcome of the Third Great Ninja War was inseparable from Minato's contribution. Sigh. You guys. I'm not even holding a grudge for you attacking me first, and you're still being so hesitant. Watching his newly made friend being lectured by the Raikage into silence, Naruto showed a dissatisfied expression. What happened between you and my father? What does that have to do with me? Naruto took a sip of the Land of Rain specialty brew from his cup. Bah, tastes like water. Should I send you down to have a chat with him personally? You. Raikage, who had always shown a tough attitude, was choked by Naruto's words. He wanted to say something harsh but couldn't get it out. What else can he say? Any harsh words now would just be the barking of a loser. A loser must have the awareness of being a loser. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. If I can't have it, then no one can. In the end, Raikage had no choice but to sit back down, looking utterly defeated. What could he do? The situation was stronger than he was. In terms of pure combat power, even combined, the two brothers were no match for Naruto alone. Not to mention, B was now clearly on the other party's side, even secretly exchanging eyebrow raises and meaningful looks with Naruto while being scolded by his brother. He wondered if these two jinchuriki are still students who hadn't graduated from the ninja academy. Actually, Raikage's thought wasn't entirely unfounded. After all, technically, at the beginning of this year, Naruto indeed hadn't graduated from the academy yet. Here, have something to eat. Don't keep such a stern face. Fortunately, Jiraiya, being a seasoned veteran of the ninja world, stepped in to smooth things over in time, handing a portion of food to Raikage. Looking at the food in his hand, Raikage didn't overthink it and just started eating. He wasn't worried about poison. As Naruto said, with his strength, there was no need for such tricks. If Naruto had any ill intentions, he would already be dead. Besides, he was genuinely hungry. The lightning release chakra mode greatly enhanced his physical capabilities in a short time, but the cost was a significant consumption, not just of chakra but also of physical stamina. By the way, I asked my sensei to relay information to you. Didn't you receive it? Jiraiya spoke up, perhaps to break the ice or simply to gather some information. He glanced at B, who had gone back to chatting with Naruto, before turning to ask Raikage. He came here on his own without authorization. Raikage took a bite of food and then answered in a low voice. Even if Konoha hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have let his brother leave Kimogakure. Even in past battles where B's involvement was necessary, Raikage would deliberately draw the battlefield close to Kimogakure to prevent B from being too far away. Ever since his father, the third Raikage, died, he had resolved to protect B, the only person he acknowledged as family. Although they weren't related by blood, he truly treated B as his own younger brother. Another point was that he didn't really trust Konoha. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud here. Perhaps Naruto happened to hear Raikage's response, as he suddenly turned to look their way. Right, since B is already here, it saves you another trip. Naruto stood up and walked over to face Raikage. From now on, let B stay by my side. Huh. B was surprised, as Naruto hadn't mentioned this beforehand. Uzumaki Naruto. What are you trying to do? Raikage flared up, his beard and hair seeming to bristle as he stood and roared at Naruto. Even though he had been easily defeated earlier, he didn't lack the courage to fight again. The only reason he hadn't attacked immediately upon waking was because B was in the other party's hands. Hey, look at you, getting impatient again. Naruto felt somewhat helpless about this elder brother's hot temper. He reached out and gently pressed Raikage's shoulder, forcing the grimacing Raikage back down into his seat. According to a reliable intelligence source, namely, this lady here. With that, Naruto half-stepped aside, revealing a somewhat awkward and confused Konan behind him. Frankly, she herself didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Even if he didn't kill me, shouldn't I be imprisoned? Why did it seem like this junior brother didn't take our previous battle seriously at all? This wasn't entirely her fault. After all, in this ninja world full of destiny, hatred, and all sorts of complex emotions, everyone seemed to be a philosopher with their own belief. Once their belief was opposed, peaceful coexistence became impossible. But it wasn't like that on the high seas. Whether it was fighting over prey or the conflict between pirates and marines, often people would end up sitting down together for a drink or a party after a fight. Except for some truly despicable scum, many men of the sea weren't opposed to sharing a drink with a respectable enemy. Hey, even though we were trying to kill each other just yesterday, I think you're pretty alright, we're all buddies. That was roughly the feeling. Naruto was like this, and under his influence, Sasuke and Karen were also trending in this direction. Of course, the most affected was Konohamaru. The original Konohamaru already felt that the will of fire, taught by Hiruzen was somewhat empty and hypocritical, and now, he completely disregarded it. After establishing the credibility of the information source, Naruto proceeded to describe the abilities the mask-wearing men had displayed. His ability to ignore attacks is likely related to space. B's brother, you felt it too when you fought him, right? I have a name. Raikage first expressed his displeasure at Naruto's form of address, but then followed his words and recalled the battle. Indeed, that ability was particularly troublesome for a close combat fighter like me. If he could infiltrate once, he could potentially do it a second time. Last time the target was to lure you out. Next time, he might directly target B. Naruto's words weren't without reason, but based on this alone, it was impossible for Raikage to hand over his village's jinchuriki. Seeing that the other party still intended to refuse, Naruto rubbed the space between his eyebrows, and his expression suddenly turned stern. I think there aren't many places in the world safer than by my side right now. Do you understand what I mean, B's brother? Then, Naruto simply laid his cards on the table. Actually, I'm not really asking for your opinion. That guy still wants to target the jinchuriki. The jinchuriki aren't getting proper protection in their villages, and I need to gather the other jinchuriki to lure that guy out. Naruto slowly crouched down, looking Raikage directly in the eyes, his presence intensifying. Although he didn't release his conqueror's haki, the pressure was still overwhelming. Don't judge by appearances, my fishing skills are quite good, you know. This statement made Sasuke, who had just woken up, inwardly disagree. He had seen Naruto sit empty-handed by the waves in the land of waves for an entire day. For you, the jinchuriki are the ultimate weapons of your village, so you can't easily hand them over. I understand. However, in my view, they are also people, just like me, and their comings and goings should be free. Besides, having these weapons or not makes no difference to me. Actually, after all was said and done, strength was the most critical factor. If anyone else had dared to say these things in front of Raikage, he would have already struck them down with his lariat. Naruto also seemed unaccustomed to speaking such long paragraphs to others. After saying this, he sat back down and began drinking by himself. B, what's your take on this? Raikage looked at his brother, wanting to hear B's decision. If B decided to return, then even if it cost him his life, Raikage would take him away. Brother, I also think this is better. B knew deeply that if even someone of Naruto's strength couldn't catch that guy, then neither he nor Raikage would be able to either. Rather than letting other villagers become casualties of the battle, it was better for him to stay by Naruto's side. He could then return after the mysterious masked man was dealt with. After all, he knew Naruto wouldn't restrict his freedom. Is that so? Looking at B, who had already made his decision, Raikage fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. Oh, right, B's brother, doesn't your village also have the two tails? Niyuchito, right. Remember to have her come to me as soon as possible too. Don't let her get captured. Or I can go to your village to pick her up. Naruto suddenly spoke up, addressing Raikage, who was already walking into the night. Hearing this, Raikage stumbled, then turned his head to glare angrily at B. He didn't need to think to know who, besides himself, here knew the identity of the two-tails jinchuriki. However, the angry expression on Raikage's face didn't last long before it was replaced by another look. He looked at Naruto and said, fine, I'll have Yujito come. But if I remember correctly, Iwagakure seems to have two jinchuriki as well. And the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, Karatachi Yagura, he's also a jinchuriki. Raikage's words were almost an explicit hint. After saying this, he truly left without looking back. Since we in Kumogakure won't have our jinchuriki, then none of you should have yours either. Raikage might not concede on other points, but he had to concede to Naruto's combat power. He believed that with Naruto's strength, forcibly taking the jinchuriki from that old fox Tsuchikage wouldn't be difficult either. Chapter 198, Chapter 198 The Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. So, aside from the missing 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails, the 3 tails jinchuriki has already been captured. Naruto looked somewhat surprised as he asked Konan. Clang. Yes, to be precise, he should have been controlled by the Sharingan genjutsu used by Uchiha Madara. Hearing Konan's reply, Naruto nodded. In that case, the 3 tails was out of the question. By the time we headed to the land of water, it would probably have already left proactively. Clang. Clang. So, are we going to the land of earth next? After all, it's not far from here. After jotting down a few notes on paper, Jiraiya looked up at Naruto. The land of earth bordered the land of rain, and traveling from Omegakure to there was closer than going to Kimogakure. No, we'll wait here in the land of rain for 2 days first. Naruto, however, rejected this decision, then added. First, to see if other Akatsuki's members will return here, like the 2 who went to capture the one tail. Sasori and Deidara. Konan promptly supplied. After Nagato's death, she no longer felt any allegiance to the Akatsuki. Thus, she felt no pressure whatsoever about betraying her former comrades. Right. Speaking of which, isn't that Deidara the current Tsuchikage's disciple? If we return him, we might be able to negotiate without even having to fight. A look of satisfaction appeared on Naruto's face, while Jiraiya and Konan beside him remained silent. It couldn't possibly be that simple. Of course, there's also Uchiha Itachi. If he returns, we can leave him to Sasuke to deal with. What do you think, Sasuke, are you confident? Sasuke didn't answer him. Because Sasuke currently had his hands full. Clang. 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 The sounds of intense weapon clashes echoed across the open ground. From the moment they started, Sasuke and Karin, who are in hybrid form, and B, who had drawn 7 swords and used his acrobat sword style, had been relentlessly attacking Naruto. But all their attacks were blocked by Naruto using a single transparent katana. He even seemed to be overpowering them instead. Indeed, without using tailed beast transformations, these 3 together were no match for Naruto. This was also the first appearance of Mushoku in the ninja world. Previously, after swallowing it, Naruto had only used it as the material for creating arm blades, forgetting that he had once been a master swordsman himself. Although as a true master swordsman, he could execute corresponding slashes using just his limbs, it still wasn't as suitable as actually holding a hilt. Hey. Naruto, bro. Distracted during a fight. Looking down on us too much. Yo. Even with 7 swords dancing like blossoms, we couldn't break through that seemingly flimsy defense. No matter from which angle we attacked, Mushoku would always perfectly block its path. That feeling of having strength but being unable to use it was truly frustrating. Tilting the sword slightly, Naruto casually swung, and Mushoku easily broke through B's defense, then he used the flat of the blade to smack him away. Then, the pommel struck backwards, colliding with Sasuke, who had seized an opening to sneak attack. Bang. 2 shockwaves collided, ending with Sasuke being sent flying. Karin's wind blades and feathers rained down like droplets at that moment, but were precisely deflected by Mushoku. Following a clear bird cry, Karin's figure suddenly accelerated, diving low and fast along the ground, then her sharp claws thrust forward, catching Naruto at the moment he raised his sword. Snap. Unfortunately, this claw was blocked by Naruto's other hand. The trio's coordinated attacks were still quite rough, unable to launch linked assaults without disrupting each other's rhythm. It seemed more like they were fighting independently. Alright, let's stop here for now. Naruto casually exerted force, and Karin was easily thrown away. Then, Naruto stored his old companion, Mushoku, back into the seal space within his palm, choosing not to swallow it again. Karin, not a bad performance. You has good thinking, using feints to attract attention. Karin, who had been thrown back, heard Naruto's praise. The smile that had just appeared on her face, having returned from her bird-person form, froze as Naruto's criticism followed immediately. Unfortunately, your attacks are too weak, and you still haven't mastered armament haki. Even if I didn't block attacks of this level and just tank them with my body, it wouldn't matter much. Not only that, you haven't mastered the body revival technique or the 8 gates technique I taught you either. Under that sharp gaze, Karin guiltily lowered her head, unable to say a word. As for Sasuke, you did very well. Your observation haki is quite proficient, the color of your armament haki has deepened a lot, and this technique you developed yourself is taking shape. Unlike Karin, Sasuke didn't pay much heed to this kind of praise, silently using calamity flames to treat the injuries from the training. The more he learned, the more he felt the gap between himself and Naruto. That bottomless armament haki, the observation haki that almost seemed to predict the future, and the so-called conqueror's haki. It was hard for his attacks to even break through the other party's defense. As for the derivative techniques he developed based on the Hashoken, Naruto understood them at a glance, even using the sword's hilt to counter with the fist techniques during the fight. If his opponent were that man, would he be defeated just as easily? Sasuke's eyelids drooped, his emotions unreadable. In the previous few battles, his own role hadn't been very significant. Although he managed to defeat one of the 6 paths of pain using calamity flames, the opponent recovered immediately. His Mangekyo Sharingan's ability still hadn't manifested, and whenever he left his Widow state, his eyes would revert to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. I'm still far too weak. Naruto could understand Sasuke's feelings, but he knew that saying anything now would be useless. So he just walked over, gently patted the other's shoulder, and then walked away. A young person's growth required their own reflection. Pure external force and forced growth would most likely lead to unsatisfactory results. B. How was it? I take back my words. The 2 youngsters, not bad. Naruto, your strength is even more exaggerated, yo. This guy, B, having been thoroughly beaten by Naruto once, was actually quite convinced by him. It's just that after the 2 youngsters woke up, some inexplicable friction arose. Sasuke and B just didn't seem to get along naturally. One was taciturn, the other noisy and boisterous, they couldn't talk for long before the conversation fell apart. While Karin usually didn't get along with Sasuke either, she couldn't just watch Sasuke being lectured by B, an outsider, so she joined the fray. After that, the two sides almost came to blows. Naruto and Jiraiya, who loved watching a good show without worrying about the trouble, were even sitting there drinking sake and betting on which side would win. Of course, in the end, to avoid hurting harmony, Naruto stepped in. If the two sides really fought, it wouldn't be good if anyone got hurt. It was better to have both sides attack him together, as it would also help him assess Sasuke and Karin's progress during this time. It proved that nothing resolves friction better than fighting side by side. If that doesn't work, then a trip to the pleasure district might. Considering Sasuke was still young and Karin was a girl, that option was of course dismissed. Sitting back down by the campfire, Naruto seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to look at B. Oh right, B, I almost forgot to ask you. Why do you call Eight Tails, Big Bro Gyuki? And what exactly is that so-called, perfect jinchuriki mode? Earlier, when the two were chatting happily about rap art, they had mentioned the harmonious relationship between Eight Tails and B. But they hadn't had time to explain it clearly then. Because Big Bro Gyuki is Big Bro Gyuki. B's answer was still confusing. Instead, Gyuki inside him suddenly realized something and started communicating with Kurama, face-to-face, through the link between tailed beasts. What's wrong, Kurama? You haven't told Naruto your name yet. Gyuki seemed somewhat puzzled about this. In his view, Naruto didn't seem to reject Kurama, the legendary Nine Tails, very much. Their interaction pattern seemed quite natural. How come Naruto still didn't know that each of the nine-tailed beasts had their own names? TCH, none of your business. Kurama crossed his front paws, burying his head in them, pretending to be asleep. Actually, he wanted to reconcile with Naruto too. During this time interacting with Naruto, he could also sense the emotions and will within the other party's heart. It was a will of equality, different from anyone else in the ninja world. Although Naruto initially held a grudge against Kurama, after the fourth Hokage appeared and cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining that the mastermind was someone else, Naruto no longer held much hatred for Kurama. During the battle at the Holy Land, the two cooperated sincerely for the first time. Again, nothing improves relationships better than fighting side by side. Actually, after that, Kurama had already been thinking. Was Naruto, who could travel between two worlds and had also accomplished freeing slaves in the other world, the person the Sage of Six Paths mentioned who could change the fate of the ninja world? Even putting that aside, just on a personal level, Kurama felt that Naruto was quite to his liking. But he missed the chance to introduce himself at the beginning. So now, suddenly telling the other his real name out of the blue felt a bit strange. If he were to tell, he should wait for Naruto to ask him first. In short, this old fox was just being at Sundara. Chapter 199, Chapter 199 The Flying Thunder God Technique. Even in the end, when Naruto himself entered the seal space and actively looked at Nine Tails, the large fox still pretended to be asleep and did not reveal its name. So, what is Nine Tails' name? If he doesn't tell you himself, then it's meaningless, that's what Big Bro Gyuki said. B relayed Gyuki's words to Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto just smiled and didn't press further. Compared to when he first learned that his parents died by Kurama's hand, he no longer held any hatred towards it now. His ability to sense others' emotions worked just as well on tailed beasts. He had witnessed the gradual change in Kurama during this time. Forget it, since you haven't made up your mind yet, we can talk about it later. Sitting back by the campfire, Naruto examined the manuscript Jiraiya had just finished writing. Seeing this, B also came over to read along. The two would occasionally discuss the design of a particular plot point. And the great author, Jiraiya-sensei, would sometimes fall into thought for a moment before immediately starting to write again using his finger as a pen. The Inku no Mi was indeed incredibly convenient for a writer. One could say, in conversation, there are great scholars, in coming and going, no unlearned men. Watching this scene, Konan felt memories of the past surge uncontrollably in her heart. There was a time when Jiraiya would also sit quietly writing under the eaves somewhere in the land of rain. While she, Yahiko, and Nagato trained not far away. If only time could turn back to those days. Thinking this, Konan also silently walked over and sat beside Jiraiya, watching him write quietly on the paper. The night passed. The next day, everyone woke up in their respective rooms. The sky in the land of rain had cleared, and the residents rarely came out onto the streets. Unlike them, the ninjas formerly managed by the Akatsuki fell into chaos. They had all been knocked out by the Haki yesterday, and when they woke up, the sky in the land of rain had changed. Fortunately, Konan promptly stepped in to pacify them. After all, these ninjas usually interacted mostly with Konan, who acted as the messenger. They weren't very clear about the information regarding Pain and Nagato. Since Konan had appeared in person, it seemed the situation wasn't too bad. Jiraiya-sensei, do you know of any ninjutsu that can interfere with space? Naruto was instructing Karin and Sasuke on the training ground while casually chatting with Jiraiya beside him. He recalled the scene when his fist had struck the masked man earlier. Naruto had heard from Jiraiya before that the masked man possessed a ninjutsu that allowed him to phase. This was confirmed by Konan as well. It should be a space-time ninjutsu. She had noticed this very early on and even knew that the process should have a time limit, making preparations in advance. Konan thought that if they ever became enemies, she would use countless explosive tags to bomb him continuously, literally blasting him to death. In fact, in the original work, that's exactly what she did. Unfortunately, like Danzo, Obito had also stockpiled a reserve of Sharingan during the Uchiha massacre. Therefore, he could consume them at any time to activate Izanagi, the invincibility effect Danzo had used earlier, to forcibly rewrite the fate of being blown up. Currently, without knowing the details of the masked man's ability, it was still somewhat difficult for Naruto to deliver a one-hit kill, unlike before. Back then, he was under the control of the nature will, and seemed to naturally possess some power to directly interfere with space. Therefore, upon contact with the masked man, a kind of overlap interference phenomenon occurred between their bodies. This eventually triggered space to self-repair, cutting off parts of both their bodies. Apart from letting the nature will take control of his body, the only solution Naruto could currently think of was using Conqueror's Haki-infused slashes to affect space. There had been a similar situation before. But this move wasn't 100% effective either. If it failed, this cowardly guy would probably escape again. Spacetime ninjutsu. Well, summoning technique is probably the most common one. Actually, both storage scrolls and summoning technique count. But using them to affect the masked man during battle. Naruto really hadn't thought of a specific way to implement it. Ah. I remember. Jiraiya suddenly clapped his hands. Doesn't Minato know spacetime ninjutsu? Huh. Hearing Jiraiya mention his prematurely deceased father again, Naruto couldn't help but be curious. To be honest, although he had heard rumors about the fourth Hokage from others during this time, when it came down to it, the words of Jiraiya, his teacher, were certainly more credible. That technique is called the Flying Thunder God technique, a spacetime ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage that allows instant movement. Next, Jiraiya explained the origin of the Flying Thunder God technique, how Minato further developed it, and even how he used it to redirect a tailed beast bomb. That's how it is. Your father earned the nickname, Yellow Flash, on the battlefield. Yeah, I can attest to that, yo. B also said at this time. Not only had he seen the fourth Hokage, he had even fought him. Of course, it ended with the defeat of him and his brother. He was really elusive. Impossible to catch. Eh? That powerful. Jiraiya-sensei, why didn't you teach us such a jutsu earlier? Karen and Sasuke also came over. Because I don't know how to use it myself. Jiraiya said this completely unashamed. As silence fell, Jiraiya hurriedly tried to save his dignity. Hey, you brats, aren't you underestimating the difficulty of this forbidden technique? Aside from the creator, the second Hokage himself, I've only seen Naruto's father master this technique. When Jiraiya said this, he scratched his cheek somewhat embarrassedly. As a teacher, he was actually unable to learn a technique that his student could master. Jiraiya was a bit embarrassed about it. So, where can we learn it? Silence. Ah. Well, I'm afraid we'd have to go back to Konoha Village once. That technique is recorded on the Scroll of Seals, hidden in the Hokage's office. The Scroll of Seals. Naruto remembered this thing. It was how he learned the multi-shadow clone technique before going to the One Piece world. You mean we have to travel all the way back? Karen's face showed an incredulous expression. And you're the teacher dash. Sasuke also looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at an unreliable adult. And this person taught the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya instantly turned red with embarrassment. Hey. Don't look at me like that. I didn't expect the enemy to master spacetime ninjutsu. Hey. Naruto. Konan, you too. It's not my fault I couldn't learn it. Seeing that he seemed about to be isolated and disdained by everyone, Jiraiya finally seemed to remember something. He hurriedly formed hand seals and then spat something out of his mouth. A strangely shaped toad was spat out from his mouth. It had blackish blue skin, an orange belly, and the most eye-catching feature was the 4 iron rings around its waist. Gerotora, quick, unfold. Okay. The scroll toad named Gerotora's body suddenly elongated. A large scroll appeared between the 4 iron rings. This is a scroll toad from Mount Myaboku, responsible for storing and managing some important records. Jiraiya opened the scroll, carefully searching for something on it while explaining. Let me see, it should be here. No dash. At this time, Naruto also leaned over to look at the contents of the large scroll. Aha, found it. So it was placed here. Jiraiya found what he wanted on the scroll. He swiped his hand over that section, and that part of the scroll automatically separated and fell off. Although I didn't master the Flying Thunder God technique, I still have some of Minato's notes and improved formula from when he was learning and improving the technique. These should help you dash. But Naruto didn't take the notes. Instead, he pointed to another record on the scroll. Jiraiya-sensei, what is that? The text of that record was very complex, but Naruto had seen the pattern on it somewhere else before. It was on the seal space. On the large gate imprisoning Kurama, there was a seal exactly like this pattern. Ah. That. Jiraiya looked at the seal key on it, unsure whether he should explain it to Naruto. But considering the perfect jinchuriki, had already explained things beforehand, Jiraiya thought about it and decided to leave the decision to Naruto. That is the key to unlocking the Nine-Tails seal inside you. Chapter 200, Chapter 200 Gaara branded with the cursed seal. Summoning technique, Ghetto statue. In a spacious cave, a white Zetsu's clone with Rinnegan clasped its hands together, then slammed them onto the ground. The next moment, the Rinnegan began extracting chakra from its body. Soon, the clone withered into a dried-up state. But even after the white Zetsu's clone was drained into a vegetable crisp, there was no sign of the Ghetto statue being summoned. Still not working. Black Zetsu stepped forward, retrieved the Rinnegan from the eye sockets of the withered body, and handed it to Obito. The white Zetsu's clones lack the potential to utilize the Rinnegan's ocular power, and they don't have a massive chakra reserve to support it. As Black Zetsu spoke, his gaze seemed to penetrate Obito's mask, seeing the face beneath. His meaning was clear. It seemed now that these Rinnegan could only be used by Obito himself. Damn it. Obito took the Rinnegan but did not immediately implant them. Nagato was dead, and Madara's plan could be considered a failure. If he wanted to continue, he needed at least a host capable of using the Rinnegan. Currently, the only known members of the Uzumaki clan with such potential seemed to be Naruto and Karen. But to target Karen, he would have to face Naruto directly. Just thinking about his sensei's son gave Obito a headache. As expected of your child, sensei. That power capable of piercing through space, affecting Kemui's intangibility. Recalling the brief contact that day, Obito knew his current side couldn't ignore the opponent's attacks. Previously, Naruto's finger was severed by space's self-repair force, and Obito's internal organs weren't much better off. He never wanted to experience that feeling of missing internal organs again. He had even consumed one of his reserved Sharingan to activate the Uchiha clan's secret technique, Izanagi, to rewrite that unfavorable reality. Otherwise, forget experimenting with white Zetsu, even standing upright would have been difficult in that condition. Looking at the Rinnegan placed in a transparent container, Obito frowned but still had no intention of implanting them yet. Even if he implanted the Rinnegan now, he couldn't utilize their true power. Conversely, he would have to sacrifice a portion of his chakra to supply the Rinnegan, which would actually decrease his combat strength. If the Ghetto statue already had several tailed beasts sealed inside, things would be different. Obito gripped the container tightly, thinking bitterly. If the Ghetto statue had tailed beast chakra, even just from one tailed beast, the Rinnegan could draw on its power to sustain itself, at least freeing Obito from having to supply it. Black Zetsu watched this tangled scene without saying anything. He was prepared. If Obito showed any intention of abandoning the plan, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Obito knew too much, so Black Zetsu couldn't take that risk. He would rather wait another century or two, outliving this generation and restarting the plan. It didn't matter. After waiting over 1,000 years, a little more time was nothing. What about Sasori and Deidara? Obito suddenly spoke, making Black Zetsu dismiss his intention to silence him. I've already sent a white Zetsu's clone to notify them. At this moment, Obito and Black Zetsu were unaware that the one tail they wanted had been snatched away by Orochimaru. Tell them to bring the one tail's jinchuriki to us here as soon as possible. What if they refuse to follow your orders? Black Zetsu's question wasn't without reason. After all, when Deidara and Sasori joined the Akatsuki, they only acknowledged Pain as the leader. It was hard to guarantee they wouldn't have second thoughts regarding Uchiha Madara, who had barely shown his face. Then dispose of them. Obito's words were decisive. Even if he couldn't handle Naruto, could he not handle these two? We don't need to worry about Uchiha Itachi. He has his own goals. As long as the Akatsuki isn't disbanded, he won't expose himself. Hearing this, Black Zetsu nodded. Compared to the clueless art duo, Itachi was easier to manipulate. Not to mention, Kisame was by his side, monitoring him at all times. Recruiting that wandering doctor had failed. Hopefully, Uchiha Itachi will have some good results. Obito murmured. The Akatsuki was seriously short-handed now. Excluding Zetsu, who lacked significant frontal combat ability, and the art duo, whose stance was still uncertain, even if including Hirako, whose participation was unclear, there were only 4 members. Maybe have Yugura leave Kirigakure. Black Zetsu suddenly suggested. This reminded Obito. The fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, had long been under their control. As long as Obito gave the order, he would leave with them without hesitation. This way, they would at least have the power of one-tailed beast secured. Alright, let's set off now. Unlike the usual near-custodial control, this special action required Obito himself to personally issue the order in front of Yagura. To avoid complications, Obito decided to head for Kirigakure immediately. Meanwhile, in the land of Rice Field, the underground base of Otogakure. Thud. Gaara, whose chakra had been sealed, landed squarely on the prison cell floor, unable to suppress a grunt. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Orochimaru outside the cell without a word, as if intent on memorizing this person's face. Deidara and Sasori had ultimately underestimated Orochimaru too much. Didn't they think about how Orochimaru had managed to survive safely despite being hunted throughout the ninja world, if not for his exceptional escape skills? Using just a few diversion tactics, Orochimaru led the pursuing art duo, Chiyo, and the others towards different locations. Meanwhile, he himself calmly took the one-tail's jinchuriki on a few detours before returning to Otogakure. Ku. No need to look at me like that, Gaara-kun. Orochimaru's low, hoarse voice echoed in the cell, feeling as if cold scales were scraping over one's skin. What do you want? Even in this situation where he was completely at the other's mercy, Gaara showed no sign of despair. Perhaps it was because his own father had wanted to kill him since childhood, or perhaps he was simply numb to such malice. Rest assured, you are my important bargaining chip. I won't kill you. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, then suddenly elongated his neck, revealing his fangs. But before that, I need to conduct a small experiment on you. As the venomous fangs pierced his neck, Gaara clearly felt a power completely different from his own being injected into his body. The stopper on the gourd on his back opened automatically, and the sand inside began to move on its own, without being manipulated. The sand transformed into numerous sharp sand needles, shooting towards Orochimaru, who was branding Gaara with the cursed seal. Unfortunately, an attack of this level was insignificant to Orochimaru. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. With a mere flick of his wrist, countless small snakes surged forward, blocking the sand needles for him. Soon, the cursed seal was implanted. Then, the scroll binding Gaara was also retrieved. Gaara immediately tried to attack using his sand, but the cursed seal of heaven on his neck suddenly grew hot. A wall began to interfere with Gaara, causing the sand to fall back to the ground uncontrollably. Seeing that Gaara could still move, a researcher's smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. It seems, complete control isn't possible yet. But it's fine. We have plenty of time. Chapter 201, Chapter 201 Zabuza x Haku x The Demon Child Descends. Land of Vegetables. It's a small country without ninja. The daimyo of this country had always adhered to the philosophy of peaceful development. Of course, it might also simply be because they lacked sufficient military force. With the daimyo setting an example, the residents here were generally gentle and kind, even teased by people from other countries as naive do-gooders. But since it's generally, there are inevitably a few exceptions. A few powerful ministers dissatisfied with the status quo colluded with foreign ninjas. They not only killed the original daimyo of the Land of Vegetables but also used a scheme to imprison the princess of the Land of Vegetables in another country, creating the false impression that the royal bloodline was severed, thereby gaining legitimacy to rule. In the 10 years that followed, their rule became increasingly stable. Considering the princess might try to reclaim the country, these powerful ministers decided to go all the way and simply kill her. Originally, that's how things should have been. Unfortunately, on the way to ambush the princess, 2 ninjas appeared out of nowhere, quickly dispatching the ninjas they had colluded with. Afterwards, these 2 mysterious ninjas helped the princess of the Land of Vegetables reclaim her country and purge the traitorous ministers. The cost was that they wanted a place where they wouldn't be disturbed by others to live in seclusion. The names of these 2 ninjas were Momochi Zabuza and Haku. To be honest, they didn't really like that selfish princess. Facing crisis, she unhesitatingly abandoned her subjects and companions, and even considered using the residents of the Land of Vegetables as decoys. But one thing at a time. Solving this princess's troubles wasn't much trouble for Zabuza and Haku. Plus, the Land of Vegetables was indeed suitable for seclusion, so they reluctantly agreed to the princess's request. Afterwards, the princess did fulfill her promise, allocating them a separate area on the edge of the Land of Vegetables to live. However, she would still occasionally visit proactively, wanting Zabuza and Haku to truly become ninjas of the Land of Vegetables, to become her subordinates and protect her. Of course, these efforts were futile. Early morning, Haku got up from his bedroom and began fetching water and cooking. Zabuza was responsible for chores requiring strength, like chopping wood. Haku greatly enjoyed this tranquil daily life. In his view, as long as he could live together with his Zabuza-sama, any life was acceptable. As for Zabuza, at first, he was somewhat unaccustomed. After all, he was a tough character from the Bloody Mist village. The first half of his life was spent either hunting others or being hunted. Suddenly transitioning to such a peaceful life always made Zabuza feel he didn't deserve it. He constantly worried that a former enemy would suddenly appear from somewhere seeking revenge. Fortunately, after living in the land of vegetables for so many days, aside from that somewhat annoying princess, there hadn't been any other outsiders. It seemed this peaceful life could continue indefinitely. Until I never thought the demon would be willing to live in seclusion in such a small place. It's really dash. A pleasant female voice suddenly came from not far away. It wasn't the princess of the land of vegetables who often bothered the two, but a woman somewhat familiar to Zabuza. Terumi Mei. Zabuza put down the axe in his hand, instead single-handedly grabbing the kubikurabocho hidden in the woodpile, adopting a combat stance. This large blade had previously been accidentally broken by Naruto. Later, Zabuza found it again and repaired it with blood. Haku in the kitchen also heard the noise and immediately rushed out, standing beside Zabuza and also assuming a combat stance. He didn't recognize the sexy woman in front of him, but Haku knew that anyone who could make Zabuza show such a serious expression was definitely not simple. No need to be so tense. Mei pushed open the fence of the small yard and walked in gracefully, showing no intention of attacking throughout. I was just passing by chance. After hearing rumors of a ninja wielding a large sword, I came to take a look. I never thought it was really you, by the way. Is this your wife? Halfway through, Mei's gaze turned to Haku. Although unwilling to admit it, Haku was indeed better looking than her, if only a little. Especially that gentle, flawless aura. No wonder he could attract the demon. I am male. Haku's reply was as consistent as ever. Oh, male. Male. This caught Mei off guard, disrupting her rhythm. Gently rubbing her temples, Mei decided not to dwell on the fact that a man-possessed beauty surpassing her own, and turned her attention back to Zabuza. Zabuza, are you interested in returning to Kirigakure? Mei put her hands down, her expression turning serious. Are you joking? Upon hearing this, Zabuza immediately frowned. He thought Mei was messing with him. After all, he had attempted to assassinate the fourth Mizukage back then. Having committed such a crime, how could he possibly return to the village? Mizukichi-sama was being controlled. Mei also understood Zabuza's concerns, so she directly told this junior what she had discovered, including the situation Ao investigated with his Byakugan. No wonder the Mizukage made those outrageous decisions. Zabuza didn't doubt Mei's words much. If anything, this made more sense. Right now, we need to break the control over the Mizukage. But before that, we need to subdue him. Therefore, Kirigakure needs to gather all the forces we can unite. As she spoke, Mei reached out her hand to Zabuza. As long as you join us, I believe this matter will be enough to clear your name. Faced with Mei's invitation, Zabuza fell silent. The reason he chose to assassinate Mizukage back then was because he was dissatisfied with the bloody mist policy and the persecution of Kekkei Genkai clans. After the assassination failed, he became that rogue ninja who killed for anyone who paid. Before that, he, Momochi Zabuza, was also one of Kirigakure's talented ninja. As his thought reached this, Zabuza's hand holding the sword hilt slowly loosened, as if preparing to grasp Mei's hand. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something and gripped the hilt again. Sorry, I don't want to get involved in these things anymore. Hearing Zabuza's words, Haku also summoned the senbon he had put away. As long as Zabuza gave the order, he would not hesitate to attack Mei. Looking at the expressions of the two opposite her, Mei seemed to understand something. She then withdrew her hand and chuckled softly. I never thought there would be something that could make you, the demon, willingly become human again. Is this the bond you found? Her gaze swept over Haku and Zabuza, and ultimately she showed no intention of pressing further. Pat. Just then, the sound of something falling caught Mei's attention. Zabuza and Haku seemed to realize something, their faces immediately showing nervousness. This instead made Mei show an interested expression. After all, even when facing her, Zabuza hadn't been this nervous. The next moment, a terrifying demonic sound resounded throughout the entire yard, stinging the ears of the three present, making them cover their ears. Wah! Bang! The door was kicked open by a tiny foot. A little black-haired girl, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, with features like carved jade, walked out of the room. She let out meaningless shouts while rubbing her eyes and walked over to Haku. Then, the little girl turned her dissatisfied blue eyes towards Mei, pointing her small, white, tender finger at her. You're the one who woke me up. Are you a bad person? Saying this, the little girl bared her teeth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The little girl had her hair tied into 2 small buns, with the baby fat characteristic of young children on her face. But even so, one could tell she had good features. Her large, blinking eyes stared at Mei, giving this woman who had never even been in a relationship an impulse to just carry her away. Too adorable. Unlike Mei, who watched the little girl with great interest. Zabuza and Haku immediately nervously tried to soothe the little girl, repeatedly emphasizing that Mei was not an enemy. It was also the first time Mei saw that helpless, troubled expression on Zabuza's face. "Is she your daughter?" As if asking for trouble, Mei suddenly opened her mouth and asked another question, making the little girl, whose grumpiness from being woken up had just begun to subside, upset again. She easily broke free from Haku and Zabuza's hands, leaped lightly in front of Mei, then put her hands on her hips and said to her very seriously, "Bad woman. Kusi is not Zabuza and Haku's daughter. Kusi's father is the great hero. T/N, her name means light star, so I used to Kusi, which means light star in Japanese." Chapter 202, Chapter 202 Kusi. In the end, Mei failed to persuade Zabuza to leave with her. But she wasn't particularly bothered by this, because the woman's attention had been completely captured by the little girl who called herself Kusi. After repeated denials from Zabuza and Haku, Mei had no choice but to believe the little girl wasn't their child. She felt somewhat regretful. After all, if she could have proven Haku was a woman, her sense of defeat wouldn't be so strong. In the small yard, Kusi was pacified with food brought out by Haku and sat obediently at the dining table. In front of Zabuza and Haku, there was only a single serving of food each. But in front of Kusi, who looked no older than 5, was a pile of food almost taller than she was. To be honest, at first, Zabuza and Haku were hesitant to let a little girl eat so much. But they couldn't withstand the little girl's strong demands. And, somewhat embarrassingly, they didn't have the strength to forcibly restrain Kusi either. Yes. If they fought seriously, Zabuza and Haku combined were no match for this little girl, Kusi. It sounded truly unbelievable. It happened on the 20th day after they left the land of waves. Due to their injuries, they had to find a place to rest, all while hiding their identities. After all, during his years as a mercenary, Zabuza had made plenty of enemies. His head was worth quite a bit of money too. Just as they were leaving the land of fire with a merchant caravan, they happened to encounter bandits robbing the road. The caravan had hired ninjas as guards, but they were mostly ordinary, low-level ninjas, while the bandits actually had several rogue ninjas among them. These guys knew who they could mess with and who they couldn't, specializing in operating on the land of fire's border. Whenever Konoha's ninjas took action, they would promptly flee to another country. They were quite experienced. After just a few clashes, the caravan's ninjas were defeated. Seeing the bandits about to slaughter everyone in the caravan, Haku and Zabuza decided they couldn't hide any longer. Even injured, they were confident they could take out a portion of the bandits, at least creating an opening. As for the people in the caravan, it was up to them to seize the chance to escape. Zabuza had already unwrapped the bandages from his kubikurabocha when suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Then, Kusi descended from the heavens, landing between the two groups. This shocking entrance left everyone present stunned. But Kusi herself seemed completely unfazed. She fell from a height of 4 or 5 meters. Just as Zabuza and Haku were about to rush over to catch her, the little girl simply flipped lightly in the air and landed steadily on the ground with her bare feet. The little girl, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, didn't look at the people around her at first. Instead, she vigorously slapped a turtle-shaped pendant in her hand. "Why isn't it working? Hey! Wake up!" Clearly, the turtle-shaped pendant couldn't answer her. The bandits looked at each other, then grinned fiercely. They didn't understand why this little girl fell from the sky, but they didn't care. They surrounded her with ill intentions. Some young men in the caravan, wanting to intervene, were stopped by the older merchants. They couldn't afford to worry about others, as they were struggling to survive themselves. "Hey kid, now that I look closely, you're quite pretty. Yeah, looks like she'll fetch a good price. Ha ha ha." The bandits' unrestrained laughter finally seemed to draw the little girl's attention. She looked up at the bulliest leader and tilted her head. "Are you saying Kusi is pretty?" "Of course." The little girl patted her chest, as if being praised was a matter of course. "Haha, kid, then come with me." The burly man reached out towards Kusi. Haku and Zabuza in the crowd couldn't stand by any longer. Since being spared by Naruto, Zabuza had reflected on his past life. He had promised to spend the rest of his life with Haku, no longer getting involved in the ninja world's killings. At the very least, he wanted to live like a human being. And watching a young child be kidnapped was something he couldn't do. "Zabuza-sama. Move out." "Yes." The two instantly burst from the crowd, attracting the bandits' attention. Zabuza, ignoring his injuries, swung the kubikurabocho, cutting down several bandits. Haku wasn't far behind. Though he couldn't use powerful ice release, he could still throw ice senbon. Working together seamlessly, they quickly took down over a dozen bandits. But this also attracted the attention of the ninjas among the bandits. "Is that demon, Zabuza?" It seemed someone in the group recognized Zabuza. Ha, they must be injured. Perfect. Men. Cut off Demon Zabuza's head. He's worth a lot. The one who takes his head first gets 1/10 of the bounty. Zabuza and Haku had only moved a little, and their wounds were already threatening to reopen. The ninja naturally saw this. Hey, are you bad people? Just then, Kusi suddenly asked the burly men who had turned away. Haha, kid, scram for now. I'll deal with you after I finish them off. The burly men had also heard his leader and wanted to deal with Zabuza and Haku first. Just a brat. I could grab her later. Thinking this, he casually tried to backhand slap Kusi across the face, showing no mercy despite her being a child. Slap. A small hand caught the burly man's large palm. You are a bad person. Those were the last words the burly man heard before his consciousness faded. On the other side, Zabuza and Haku were struggling to deal with the bandits attacking with ranged weapons while also guarding against sneak attacks from the hidden ninjas using ninjutsu. Then, they heard a loud boom. Everyone turned to look. At this time, the little girl who had fallen from the sky had retracted her small fist. In front of her, the burly man who had tried to slap her was now half buried in the ground. What is that? Someone in the crowd asked. The battle ended faster than expected. Zabuza and Haku watched almost dumbfounded as the little girl casually sent bandits flying or knocked them down with punches and kicks. Anyone hit by her fists or feet suffered broken bones. What kind of monster is this little girl? Zabuza's mind conjured another figure. The culprit who had broken the Kubikurabocho, Konoha's genin, Uzumaki Naruto. The same terrifying, unreasonable brute strength. Could these two be related? Like siblings or something? After suffering over 50% casualties, the bandits began to flee. The leaders who knew ninjutsu tried to ambush her. But the moment they moved, the demon-like little girl rushed over first, and then they felt nothing. Pat. Hey, are you good people or bad people? Kusi stood in front of Zabuza and Haku, asking very seriously. If judged solely by appearance, Zabuza could definitely be called a supervillain. Stumped by the little girl's question, Zabuza didn't know how to answer for a moment. Say he was a good person. Memories of his past swirled in his mind. He had killed many for money. Could he really be considered good? Just as the demon was lost in the ninja world's classic self-conflict, Haku beside him reacted promptly. We are good people. This brought Zabuza back to reality. Before he could question it, he saw the little girl's fist brush past his ear. Then, the rock behind him was shattered into pieces by a gust of wind. Thank goodness Haku was there, or Zabuza wouldn't have had the chance to continue his angst. Good people. The little girl looked at them suspiciously. Just as Zabuza and Haku were starting to feel nervous under her gaze, a brilliant smile suddenly appeared on her face. If you're good people, you should have said so earlier. Kusi almost accidentally killed you. In that moment, Zabuza truly felt the aura of death. Huh. She just believed us, just like that. Everyone, including Haku and the caravan members, was flabbergasted, a complaint stuck in their throats. Afterwards, the group, having dealt with the bandits, continued their journey, taking along the mysterious little girl, Kusi, whose identity was unknown but whose combat power was overwhelming. Hey, kid, aren't you worried we were lying to you? During dinner that night, Zabuza, ignoring the massive amount of food the girl was consuming and Haku's constant warning glances, asked the little girl directly. Huh. Kusi seemed to have heard something incomprehensible. Kusi is so cute, no one would lie to Kusi, right? She said this with such a matter-of-fact tone that it made Zabuza, who asked the stupid question, seem like the one lacking common sense. Fine. You're good-looking, you win. And physical strength is a form of reason too. Besides, no one can lie to Kusi. The little girl muttered something too quiet for anyone around to hear clearly. What? Haku looked at the little girl, puzzled. Nothing. Kusi isn't full yet. Another serving. Saying this, Kusi first placed her plate and utensils neatly like a proper young lady, then, in stark contrast, slapped the table and shouted. Yes, yes. Haku, having turned into a caretaker, helplessly served the little girl more food. By the way, little girl, didn't you say earlier you were looking for someone? Zabuza spoke up again. It's Kusi's daddy. The little girl said vaguely, as her mouth was full of food. Then what's your daddy's name? Daddy is just called Daddy. Only now does she act like a kid her age. Zabuza held his head, unknowingly taking on the role of being the complainer. Well, it's normal for a 4-year-old not to know their parents' names. Maybe they use nicknames at home. Then what are your daddy's characteristics? Characteristics. The little girl tilted her head. It wasn't that she didn't know her daddy's characteristics, she didn't know what the word characteristics meant. It means, what's special about him? What does he look like? What do others call him? Kusi doesn't know. Kusi has never seen Daddy. From the little girl's mouth, Zabuza and Haku heard what they least wanted to hear. But everyone calls my daddy the great hero who saves the world. When mentioning this title, the little girl lifted her chin high, seeming immensely proud of her father whom she had never met. Chapter 203, Chapter 203 The Death of the Mizukage. She had not made contact with the rumored Konoha's jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, nor had she managed to recruit the former Kirigakure's demon, Momochi Zabuza, back. If they had failed while attempting to break the control over the Mizukage, leading to a counterattack, was there really anyone in Kirigakure who could stop the Mizukage? Leaving the land of vegetables, Mei couldn't help but feel some anxiety. However, her worries were completely unnecessary. The moment Mei returned to the village, she received messages simultaneously from Ao and Elder Genji. The content of the messages was the same. The fourth Mizukage was missing. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Originally, the disappearance of a village's Kage should have caused worry among most people. At the very least, they should have sent out large numbers of people to search. But the various policies implemented by the fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, during his tenure, if not causing outright disloyalty, had indeed shaken many of the original, hardcore Mizukage supporters. The most significant impact was the persecution of numerous Kekkei clans. This even included the Hozuki clan. Not long ago, Hozuki Suigetsu, upon returning home, received news that his elder brother, Hozuki Mangetsu, had defected from the village. During this period, the small movements of Mei and Ao had actually been noticed by many within the village, but not a single one of them chose to report it to the Mizukage. Whether they believed the matter of the Mizukage being controlled was true or false, letting them try couldn't hurt. Even if they failed, these people would just watch from the sidelines. Creak. The meeting room door opened. Mei walked in with her subordinates and exchanged a glance with Ao not far away. They were both tacitly silent. Their goal was to break the control over the fourth Mizukage, not actually kill the Mizukage. Now that the Mizukage was missing, this messy situation would most likely be pinned on them. After all, as mentioned earlier, their recent small actions had been watched by the village's upper echelons. Cough. At that moment, an old man sitting by the meeting table cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. This old man was called Elder Genji, the most respected senior in Kirigakure. It could be said that aside from the Mizukage, his authority was the highest. The Mizukage's disappearance from the village for no apparent reason is a matter that still requires investigation, Genji said. To Mei's surprise, he did not immediately point the finger at their faction. Some time ago, we received a message from Konoha. As he spoke, he slowly unfolded a letter from Hiruzen. Currently, an organization named Akatsuki is engaged in capturing tailed beasts. This has been confirmed in Sunagakure. Although Genji looked old and barely able to move, it was clear he had planted many informants in the land of wind as well. Sunagakure's one tail was taken, and now the fourth Mizukage has disappeared. It's very likely these people are responsible. This news was the first time Mei had heard of it. She had been outside the village performing missions while gathering support. Henceforth, village affairs will be temporarily managed by me. Mei, you are responsible for leading a team out of the village to search for clues regarding the fourth Mizukage. Genji, trembling, reclaimed the Mizukage's power for the upper echelons. No one else present raised any objections. Clearly, some kind of understanding had already been reached among the village's upper echelons before Mei's return. Genji was highly respected, so him taking over management after the Mizukage's disappearance was justifiable. Yes. Mei knew that at this point, whether she agreed or not, the matter was settled. Moreover, the truth was, she didn't really have ambitions for the position yet. The reason she and Ao had prepared to move against the Mizukage was more out of loyalty to the village. Additionally, some of the previous Mizukage's policies are no longer suitable for current Kirigakure. After discussion, we have decided. After that, Genji listed a series of policy changes, including the removal of restrictions on Kekkei clans. These decisions were also the result of negotiations among the high-level figures. Regarding this, Mei had no objections. Rather, as a ninja who possessed a Kekkei herself, she was happy to see this change. After leaving the meeting room, Mei received the mission document and returned to their base with Ao and a number of other ninjas. So, our plan. Let's find Mizukage-sama first. Mei's words shut down any further discussion from Ao and the other subordinates. The top priority was to find the fourth Mizukage. This not only concerned the dignity of Kirigakure, but more importantly, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was also the jinchuriki of the three tails. Kirigakure had already lost one six-tails jinchuriki, so they couldn't afford to lose their only remaining jinchuriki. At this time, Mei did not yet know that all the jinchuriki across the ninja world would eventually leave their villages, either voluntarily or by force. And where was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, whom they were so concerned about? The answer was simple, he was following Obito and Black Zetsu, moving away from the land of water. Mei's search was destined to be futile, because the three had already completed their sea crossing and reached the mainland. After opening a stone door to a hidden base, Yagura followed the two inside. The Mizukage, with his boyish face, now had no expression on his face, having completely become a puppet controlled by others. Lie down here. Obito's instructions were concise. He didn't plan to waste words on such a puppet. Black Zetsu turned his gaze towards him. Have you made up your mind? He wasn't concerned about Obito, he was just confirming if the other had resolved himself. This determined whether he needed to make other preparations in advance. Obito's response was to turn around and take out the container holding the Rinnegan. Opening the special sealed container, Obito directly took out one Rinnegan. Then, he removed his mask, revealing the spiral-patterned face beneath. Without much hesitation, he used his bare hand to pluck out the spare 3-tomo Sharingan he had reloaded into his eye socket, so that he can use his Anaji at any time. Even though he was accustomed to pain, the sensation of hot-swapping eyeballs was still very unpleasant. Immediately after, Obito aligned the Rinnegan with his eye socket and pressed it in. Closing his eyelid, he felt the eyeball, brimming with mysterious chakra, quickly connecting with his flesh. This was followed by a rapid drain of chakra from his body. Fortunately, Obito, having already transplanted Hashirama's cells, had a significantly increased chakra reserve, so this consumption wasn't a major concern. The next step was the real challenge. Without overthinking, Obito brought his palms together. Summoning technique, Geto statue. This time, the chakra drain from the Rinnegan was no longer a trickle. Obito could feel the chakra within his body being sucked out wildly as if a floodgate had opened. But thankfully, the Geto statue was successfully summoned. The next step was to extract the three tails, Isabu, from the fourth Mizukage's body. Following Obito's mental commands, the 10 fingers of the Geto statue lit up rapidly, and its mouth opened. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. Performing this technique alone was quite draining for Obito, as in the original plan, the cost of this technique was supposed to be shared by 10 Akatsuki's members. Massive chakra formed several dragon heads that extended from the Geto statue's mouth and bit onto the fourth Mizukage lying on the ground. Perhaps sensing the life-threatening danger, Yagura, who had been motionless until now, showed an expression of pain and struggle on his face. Inside him, the three tails Isabu also resisted frantically. You've awakened. But it's too late. Clearly, the natural suppression power of the 10 tails shell and the Rinnegan gained the upper hand. As Obito continued the extraction, Yagura's struggles visibly weakened until they ceased completely. The fourth Mizukage was confirmed dead. Feeling the ocean-like chakra within the Geto statue now connected to his Rinnegan, Obito couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was roughly as he had guessed. After sealing one-tailed beast as a reserve energy source, he at least no longer needed to contribute his own chakra just to operate the Geto statue. This way, he only needed to continue capturing the other tailed beasts. Obito was confident that with a few more tailed beasts captured as energy sources, even Naruto would not be his match. I'll let you all live a little longer. Chapter 204, Chapter 204 Torakat, Get. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Hall Triple Style. Its essence was a combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and a flashbang. Using the blinding light produced instantly to make the enemy mistake it for a ninjutsu, but it was actually a close-range attack. Looking at the variant of the Flying Thunder God technique recorded on the scroll, Naruto couldn't help but make some adjustments to the image of his father, who died young, in his mind. There wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with the technique itself, but the naming convention was really something he couldn't praise. They had been staying in the Land of Rain for 3 days now. As expected, the remaining members of the Akatsuki seemed to have received information and weren't foolishly walking into a trap. But this didn't really matter to Naruto anyway. The two sides were bound to fight sooner or later. He hadn't been idle these past 3 days either. Although the principal analysis of the Flying Thunder God technique in the scroll wasn't very clear, Naruto still managed to grasp the general idea. But he only reached the level of a general idea. There was no other way. Compared to learning directly through observation haki on the spot, trying to learn this jutsu solely based on written descriptions was too difficult. It was a shame that the father, in his seal space, couldn't be summoned again. Otherwise, if he could perform it personally, Naruto might have had a better chance of learning it. The principle of the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't actually that complicated. The two most critical points were how to place the mark and how to perform reverse summoning by sensing the mark. This was also key to understanding space. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't managed to learn it yet. But he wasn't too worried. Just as Conan said, Obito's intangibility had a time limit. If she could create a killing move involving continuous bombardment for 10 minutes, then Naruto could probably do something similar too. Just swinging his sword continuously for 10 minutes. For a strong fighter from the sea, that was simpler than drinking water. Even if it looked a bit silly. On the other side, Sasuke and Karen had also been using these days to improve their strength, especially Sasuke. After several battles, he had become aware of his own shortcomings. Not only was he training harder in hockey, but he was also deeply developing the abilities of his devil fruit. Sasuke had a feeling. If he could take another step forward in controlling Wido's power, perhaps his Mangekyo Sharingan would truly manifest. As for Karen, although she was also learning hockey, her talent just wasn't enough. So, the young girl turned to learning ninjutsu instead. This way, at least she could utilize the advantages of her Uzumaki clan's heritage. Regeneration technique, body revival technique, and the 8 gates were also added to her learning list. Of course, even more critical was mastering the adamantine sealing chains. When she transformed into the giant Garuda, the golden chains trailing behind her were actually the adamantine sealing chains. In her transformed state, the chakra and stamina consumed by the adamantine sealing chains were far less than in her normal state. They could even be used for long-range combat. And let's not forget, the adamantine sealing chains were ultimately a sealing technique. They had a natural suppressive power against chakra. When facing enemies that wind blades or feathers couldn't handle, the adamantine sealing chains might achieve unexpected results. As for Jiraiya, it seemed he had finished his brief research for his writing and was now talking to Conan about something. It's probably arrangements for the future. Only B was idle, sometimes bothering Sasuke, sometimes teasing Karen. He had completely unleashed his inner loafer. Back in Kumogakure, he was always confined by the Raikage, for training in Unreikyo. Although he was quite motivated himself, B was, after all, a rap artist who yearned for freedom. How can a bird trapped in a cage sing a beautiful song? That's what he originally said to Naruto. At the moment, B had just returned from a trip to some unspeakable small shops in Omegakure, his dark cheeks beneath his sunglasses slightly flushed. Despite his age, he was still quite innocent in certain aspects. Alright, things are basically wrapped up here, so it's time for us to set off again. Naruto put away his father's insight, then clapped his hands to get everyone else's attention. Since no Akatsuki's members were showing up, they should get going. About Iwagakure. B, your brother said there are 2-tailed beasts there, right? Yeah. The 4 tails and 5 tails, yo. Killer B gestured with his hands for 4 and 5. It was just a pity that he hadn't met these 2 jinchuriki either and didn't know their identities. To really find them, they'd have to start from Iwagakure. That would likely lead to another battle. But Naruto wasn't too concerned about that. The tailed beasts had been classified as tactical weapons by the great ninja villages, already violating the original purpose of the first Hokage distributing them. The villages, which already viewed the tailed beasts as their exclusive possessions, would not willingly hand them over without being subdued by force. This was the same for every village. By the way, isn't there another jinchuriki in your village? When will he arrive? It's a she, Yujito is a woman, yo. B corrected Naruto's wording, then started counting on his fingers to calculate the time. From the night the Raikage left, to him returning to the village, and then to Yujito setting off to come here, it would probably take 5 or 6 days. It'll still take some time, yo. Is that so? Then the person over there isn't from your village, I take it. As he said this, Naruto suddenly turned his head towards a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the buildings and trees. B was still confused. But as a tailed beast, Gyuki had already sensed the chakra signature of the 2 tails Matatabi. Both were jinchuriki from Kimogakure, had trained together for a long time, and B had even acted as Yujito's guide for a period. So, the 2-tailed beasts were quite familiar with each other's presence. Idiot B, it's Yujito. Stop that kid. Gyuki's warning was a step too late. After getting B's denial, Naruto's figure disappeared from the spot. In the forest outside Omegakure, Yujito was carefully crouching on a tree branch, concealing her presence. Originally, she couldn't have arrived here so quickly. But coincidentally, Raikage happened to run into Yujito, who was out on a mission, on his way back. Yes. Even though they were both jinchuriki from Kimogakure, Yujito had the privilege of leaving the village alone to perform missions. This wasn't only because the Raikage treated B like a younger brother. It was also because, compared to the somewhat unreliable B, the cautious and experienced Yujito was more trustworthy. This big sister, who appeared cold and aloof on the outside but was actually gentle, aside from being a jinchuriki, was also a seasoned jonin who had completed 260 A-rank missions and 34 S-rank missions. As for lower-ranked B and C-rank missions, they were too numerous to count. Yujito, who was just about to return to the village after completing her mission, happened to meet the Raikage, who was leaving the village. Perhaps he was seriously considering the threat of the organization that specifically targeted tailed beasts, as mentioned by Naruto. Or maybe he was simply wary of the negative consequences if Naruto actually stormed Kimogakure to demand the 2 tails. In the end, the Raikage held his nose and ordered Yujito to rendezvous with B. And he also told her to be careful to protect herself and not to trust that kid called Uzumaki Naruto too much. So, with the intention of scouting first, Yujito didn't rashly enter Omegakure after arriving. "Hey, are you an enemy?" Just as Yujito was about to use her tailed beast's power to expand her sensory range, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Instantly, Yujito shrank back like a startled cat, simultaneously thrusting the kunai in her hand forward. But Naruto was faster than her. A large hand directly grabbed the gentle big sister by the scruff of her neck, while a fist capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones stopped just short of the Kimogakure forehead protector. Thankfully for that forehead protector. Otherwise, Yujito might have met her end here. Chapter 205, Chapter 205 The straightforwardness unique to powerful pirates. In the end, Naruto's iron fist didn't land on Yujito's face. It wasn't just because B came rushing over in a panic to stop the fight afterward. The more critical reason was that Yujito didn't harbor much malice in her heart. She had only intended to scout things out. Under such circumstances, Naruto naturally wouldn't kill recklessly. On the road to the land of Earth. Ah, so it was just a misunderstanding. I thought it was an enemy ambush, my bad, my bad. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Naruto had a carefree, apologetic expression. This straightforward way of apologizing left Yujito with no outlet for her anger, even if she had any. To be honest, it was her first time seeing a strong individual like Naruto apologize to others without any hesitation. In Kimogakure, strength was the only truth. Even B, who had enjoyed the Raikage's favor since childhood, couldn't avoid being ostracized by others in the village, let alone Yujito, a jinchuriki with no one to rely on. See. Yujito. I told you, Naruto is easy to get along with. B beside them was still waving his claws, showing off his stage presence. Unexpectedly, Yujito directly hit him in the abdomen with an elbow strike, causing the rap artist to curl up in pain. The two had trained together for a long time, their relationship being both mentor and friend, so this kind of affectionate roughhousing was nothing. Naruto glanced back, just smiled, and didn't say anything. Alright, I know, B. Yujito withdrew her arm, completely ignoring B lying on the ground, and silently followed behind Naruto and the others. Her deep eyes didn't reveal any emotion. The order she received from the Raikage was only one: stay by Naruto's side and ensure your own safety. Other than that, there were no other requirements. He clowned around on the spot for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he could only silently get up, dust himself off, and then trot over to catch up. The land of Earth bordered the land of Rain, with no buffer country between them. Or rather, the land of Rain was originally the buffer zone between the three great nations: Earth, Wind, and Fire. Everyone present was a ninja, so their traveling speed wasn't slow to begin with. Coupled with Jiraiya using his ability to create an ink carriage for transportation, traveling day and night further reduced the time needed. It didn't take long from their departure from Omegakure until they set foot on the land of Earth's distinctive terrain. The land of Earth was mostly mountainous, with rugged terrain unsuitable for the ink carriage. And Iwagakure was nestled among steep mountains, boasting natural defensive advantages. Of course, all of this wasn't a problem in front of Garuda. Although there was a high probability of conflict when going to Iwagakure this time, it was fundamentally different in nature from their previous, direct assault on the Akatsuki base. They didn't have to worry about scaring the people of Iwagakure. Iwagakure was a large, established village, so it wasn't likely they would pack up and flee because of this. Naruto was just a bit worried. Karin was, after all, a young girl. Would carrying so many people hurt her self-esteem? But Karin herself didn't overthink it. Garuda was covered in feathers anyway, so there was no worry about getting dirty. As for psychological burden, this young girl's mental resilience was far stronger than Naruto had imagined. She didn't develop PTSD towards similar situations just because she had been treated as a tool by the ninjas of the Land of Grass. On the contrary, in Karin's view, being able to help Naruto was an affirmation of her own value. In this aspect, she would probably have a lot in common with a certain ninja with the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai. High in the sky, both B and Yujito, who were seeing this transformation ability for the first time, were shocked. Even the two-tailed beasts inside them were very surprised. This was different from their tailed beast transformations, as the entire transformation process didn't release any chakra. In their perception, after the transformation was complete, even Karin's internal organs and bodily structure had changed. It was completely different from jinchuriki who don tailed beast cloaks but are still fundamentally human. It's unprecedented. Humph. Matatabi and Gyuki heard a faint, almost imperceptible, proud huff. It came from their old companion, Kurama. It was as if the fox was mocking them, "You ignorant fools." Unfortunately, this level of mockery might only work on the one tail, Shikaku. The two tails, Matatabi, was, like her jinchuriki, an elegant and gentle big sister. And the eight tails, Gyuki, might have been irritable originally, but after spending so many years with an eccentric like B, his temper had long since mellowed. The two-tailed beast's attitude instead made Kurama a bit unhappy. He had been somewhat expecting his old companions to ask him about it. Humph, fine if you don't ask dash. Garuda was very fast, not just because of its large size, but also due to its ability to control the wind. No matter if it was an east wind or west wind, they all became tailwinds before Garuda. In less than a day, the group had reached the outskirts of Iwagakure. The giant golden-winged bird made no attempt to conceal its form, so they were naturally discovered by Iwagakure's ninjas. You return to the village and inform the third Tsuchikage-sama. A middle-aged ninja with a headband, a beard, and a calm appearance said to the younger ninja beside him. His name was Kitsuchi. Perhaps it sounds unfamiliar. But if we say he is the son of the legendary Inoki of the two scales, and the father of the legged Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, you might have some impression. As the 3.5th Tsuchikage between the third and fourth Tsuchikage, this ordinary-looking ninja was quite powerful. Without knowing whether the other party was friend or foe, Kitsuchi didn't launch an attack rashly. But he had already prepared his hand seals, ready to release an earth-release ninjutsu at any time. Fortunately, the large bird didn't seem hostile either. After circling above Iwagakure for a while, as if spotting Kitsuchi, it descended. When it reached a lower altitude, Karen, to Kitsuchi's stunned disbelief, transformed back into human form, and the people on her back landed steadily. Who are you? Fortunately, being an experienced ninja, Kitsuchi quickly recovered from his surprise and assumed a combat stance, asking cautiously. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Is that Tsuchikage here? I have some business with him. Naruto said this as casually as if he were visiting a neighbor's house, completely ignoring the tacit understandings and interests between the great ninja villages. Karen and Sasuke both had expressions of, that's how it should be, while Jiraiya held his head in his hands, feeling a headache coming on. Yujito, who was seeing for the first time someone even more direct, reckless, than her own Raikage, looked incredulous. This Uzumaki Naruto, is he always like this? B was still out of it, his mind wandering, perhaps thinking of a new song. It seemed the experience of riding Garuda had provided him with a lot of inspiration. Uzumaki Naruto. What business do you have with Tsuchikage-sama? Kitsuchi quickly remembered that they had indeed received information about this person earlier. It was said he was Konoha's Ninetails' jinchuriki, who had now left Konoha's control. When his gaze fell on the spaced-out B, his pupils constricted further. Unlike Naruto, whom he had only heard of but never seen, B was quite famous. During the Third Great Ninja War, as a model, perfect jinchuriki, B was listed as a key observation target by the major ninja villages. It was precisely for this reason that Raikage kept B locked up in Unreikyo like a hidden treasure. His popularity was too high. Kitsuchi suppressed his shock, trying to delay Naruto's group as much as possible. He didn't know how strong Naruto was, but B was no pushover. Oh, I'm here to take your jinchuriki. Are they in the village? Why don't you just call them out? Upon hearing this, Kitsuchi's expression changed dramatically, various possibilities spinning wildly in his mind. What did this mean? Had Kumogakure and Konoha teamed up? Was this a declaration of war? Or a surprise attack? But if it's a surprise attack, why be so conspicuous? Naruto watched this middle-aged ninja performing a quick change expression show on the spot and waved his hand in front of the other party's face. Hey. Hello. Oi. Are you still awake? Startled by Naruto's actions, Kitsuchi instinctively jumped back, rocky arm guards forming on his arms. Earth release, fist rock technique. You're here to take the tailed beasts. Although aware that he most likely wasn't a match for the people before him, Kitsuchi had no intention of backing down. He just needed to stall until his father arrived. He had strong confidence in Inoki's strength. Sigh. I told you, we'll have to fight first after all. Seeing Kitsuchi's stance, Naruto grinned widely, directly rolling up his sleeves. For strong individuals from the sea, a fight was necessary before discussing cooperation. Otherwise, how could they determine who would take the lead in the subsequent cooperation? Naruto. Jiraiya covered his face with his hand, knowing things were about to go wrong. This kid, why is he as reliable as Minato in battle, but seems so unreliable at other times? Chapter 206, Chapter 206. Wow. A flying person. Kitsuchi knew he couldn't possibly be a match for the people before him. He wasn't clear about Naruto's strength, but the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, B, was just standing there. After scanning the group, Kitsuchi directly formed hand signs with one hand. Earth release, sandwich technique. Huge rocks, like crab pincers, clamped down on Naruto from both sides. Although it was a B-rank ninjutsu, this technique's upper limit was quite high. Now that Kitsuchi had reduced the hand seals and even used one hand, its range and power were much smaller. but it could still temporarily restrain a jonin. Seeing Naruto, even completely wrapped in stone, still maintaining that interested expression, Katsuchi felt puzzled but also breathed a sigh of relief. Good, one down. Little did he know, the others who heard him didn't take it seriously at all. This included Yujito, who had only recently joined. A jutsu of this level, even she could easily break free from. Ninjas of Konoha and Kimogakure, I must ask you to stop here. Next. The confident Katsuchi charged his fist and swung at the group. Don't be fooled by the fist rock technique looking like just a layer of mud covering the arm. The hardness and weight of these stones, enhanced by high-density earth attribute chakra, had become terrifying. Coupled with Katsuchi's own physique, he was confident that even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki would be sent flying by this punch before fully transforming into a tailed beast. This showed the consistent combat style of Iwagakure's ninja. Often, those earth-shattering moves were just for restricting movement, while the real killing blows were hidden in inconspicuous actions. The target of this punch was the Eight-Tails' Jinchuriki, B. But Sasuke stepped forward first. Let me. After so much team training, he had almost digested the experience gained from the last battle. His three-tomo Sharingan fixed on Katsuchi's figure, clearly capturing his every move. Sharingan. From the Uchiha clan. Although Katsuchi was somewhat out of touch with news, he had heard rumors about the Uchiha clan's massacre. But now, with a fight at hand, there was no time for random thoughts. Since you want to block, then try to see if you can withstand it. Thinking this, he increased the output of his earth attribute chakra a bit more. The fist covered in what seemed like diamond-hard rock collided with Sasuke's noticeably smaller fist. Hashoken, Wind Fang. Boom. Sasuke's body flew back uncontrollably, smashing straight into the nearby rock wall. It seemed like Katsuchi had the upper hand. But his expression turned grim. At the moment of contact, countless biting forces had directly penetrated the protective rock and struck into his arm. Crack, crack, crack. The fist rock technique on his right arm was forcibly terminated. Yellow stones fell away, revealing an arm now covered in dense, fine cracks. Blood dripped from the cracks. Katsuchi held his drooping right arm, looking at the thrown Sasuke with shock and uncertainty. What a bizarre taijutsu. My ever-reliable fist rock technique offered no defense at all against this taijutsu. But at least, I had taken down another one. Just as Katsuchi thought this, the dust from the impact cleared, and Sasuke, now in his hybrid form, walked out, flexing his wrist. Black-red flames wreathed his arm, and his werewolf-like face showed a smile. Not bad. Let's begin, round 2. What kind of jutsu is this? Looking at the other's completely transformed appearance, Katsuchi couldn't help but associate it with a jinchuriki. But, is there a wolf among the 9-tailed beasts? Before he could continue thinking, Sasuke's clawed fist was already upon him. Hey! Sasuke, don't go too hard. Behind him, Jiraiya, who seemed to have given up, shouted weakly. He knew well that a fight was unavoidable this time. But he wasn't too worried. Look at their lineup. 2 mythical Zoan devil fruit users, 3 jinchuriki, plus himself, a sage. To put it bluntly, this force was more than enough to sweep through the land of Earth. Of course, the most unstoppable one was Naruto, whose power limit seemed forever out of sight. Don't ask, just know that they were truly formidable. Looking at Naruto, whose entire body was restrained by the sandwich technique, leaving only his head outside to watch, Jiraiya sighed helplessly. He knew Naruto must have figured out the opponent's strength and was now waiting for someone worthy of him to appear. So, who in Iwagakure was worth this kid making a move? Who else but the third Tsuchikage, Inoki? Speak of the devil. Upon receiving news of intruders and that his son Katsuchi was holding them off alone, Inoki immediately took flight and rushed towards the village's outskirts. When he arrived at the scene, he saw Sasuke, transformed into a flaming werewolf, suppressing Katsuchi single-handedly. No matter what earth-release ninjutsu Katsuchi used, it wasn't very effective against the defense-penetrating taijutsu and the flame that decayed inorganic matter. With one arm injured and forced to form hand seals with one hand, Katsuchi felt relieved upon seeing Inoki arrive, but his movement slowed for a split second. This gap was immediately detected by Sasuke, who had learned observation haki. The calamity flame turned the rock wall blocking his path into a brittle biscuit. Then, Sasuke's whole body tensed like a fully drawn bow, his claws carrying flames thrusting towards a specific spot. If it hit, Katsuchi wouldn't die, but he would be seriously injured. Stop, brat. Earth release, rock arm floating in midair, Inoki casually formed a hand seal. A giant rock arm emerged from the ground, lifting Katsuchi up. Sasuke's attack hit the forearm part of this arm. Under the effect of the calamity flame, its structure immediately became brittle. Inoki lived up to his age, possessing considerable combat experience. As soon as he felt the rock arm being affected, he increased his chakra output. With the chakra supplement, the brittle and aged rock arm became sturdy again. Strange method. Inoki could sense that the flame didn't seem like a ninjutsu. While carefully examining Sasuke transformed into Widow, he didn't notice a head on top of the rock also examining him. He's really flying. Looking at Inoki floating with both feet off the ground, Naruto's eyes lit up. This was different from his pseudo-flight that relied on kicking the air. That casual way of hovering and moving in the air was truly enviable. Inoki could probably be considered the only ninja in the ninja world who could fly without being a sage or an Otsutsuki. Of course, at this point in time, he was the only one. Crack. The rock encasing Naruto was effortlessly broken free. The next moment, Naruto's figure appeared below Inoki, even continuously closing in. "Wow, old man, how are you flying?" he asked with a serious face, like an elementary school student asking a teacher a question, his face full of curiosity. "So fast. When did he dash?" Inoki's pupils constricted sharply at being approached so silently. At this distance, using dust release would probably be too late. Both he and the second Tsuchikage, Mu, needed some time to gather power when using dust release. That's why they used the ultra-lightweight rock technique to keep themselves in a safe position, acting as artillery. Rock fist technique. Like father, like son, their reactions were identical. Rock covered his fist, smashing towards Naruto. Inoki's rock fist technique was much stronger than Katsuchi's. Boom. The rock fist was caught barehanded by Naruto. Incredible strength. But it's not over yet. Inoki was also shocked by the monstrous strength Naruto displayed. Most importantly, Naruto was still in midair. So he wondered where was he borrowing force to resist. Unbeknownst to him, the air under Naruto's feet was being stomped with explosive sounds. Earth release, ultra-added weight rock technique. The ninjutsu took effect. The already terrifying weight of the fist rock increased again, violently pressing Naruto down towards the ground. Chapter 207. Chapter 207 Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is the virtue of powerful pirates. The ultra-added weight rock technique, combined with the already terrifying weight of the fist rock, caused the two figures to plummet rapidly in midair. To increase the force, Inoki even cancelled the ultra-lightweight rock technique on himself. "Brat, this isn't a place for you to run wild." Inoki looked down at Naruto, who was being pushed down continuously by the rock fist, and shouted loudly. "And what about Naruto?" His eyes were darting all over Inoki's body, as if observing something. That expression showed no fear of being smashed into the ground. Boom. Just before hitting the ground, Inoki detached his arm from the rock fist, then used the super ultra-lightweight rock technique again to float into the air. He glanced down at Naruto, who was completely pressed into the ground and almost out of sight, then turned his head to look at his son, who was being relentlessly comboed by Sasuke after closing the distance again. Because of Naruto's sudden attack, Inoki hadn't maintained the giant rock hand, which gave Sasuke an opportunity. Sigh. Although his son was a qualified jonin, he lacked some adaptability and wasn't as talented as his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Earth release, golem technique. As he formed hand seals, a massive rock giant awakened from the ground and charged straight at Sasuke. Sasuke's observation haki activated, sensing the incoming attack. He simply gave up on his target and retreated. The rock giant thus crashed into empty air. Both sides fell into a standoff again. Only then did Inoki have time to observe the identities of the intruders. The kid from Kimogakure, and from Konoha, Jiraiya. After all, both had made quite a name for themselves in the Third Great Ninja War. Although Inoki, as a Kage, hadn't formally met them, he had seen their images. Immediately, Inoki recalled the various intelligence reports he had received earlier, and the friendly reminder from Konoha. "You came here for Iwagakure's tailed beasts." Originally, given Inoki's personality, he was somewhat skeptical about the so-called Akatsuki intending to capture all tailed beasts. The reason was simple. He had previously had contact with this Akatsuki and had even hired them to complete missions. In Inoki's view, it was purely a mercenary organization working for money, with no reason or ability to oppose the whole world. Thus, Konoha, which released this news, became suspicious. It was hard to say if it was a trick by Konoha to try to gather the tailed beasts back. You could say that. Because of Naruto's shocking entrance, the diplomatic phrases Jiraiya had prepared beforehand became useless, and there was even a tendency to make things worse the more he explained. As expected of the pervy sage. "Tsuchikage-sama, they want to take Iwagakure's tailed beasts." At that moment, Katsuchi, who had caught his breath, delivered the final blow. From the address, it wasn't hard to tell that Kuratsuchi usually had a rigid personality, always using formal titles on official occasions. Is that so? Just as Inoki's face darkened and he prepared to take action, noises suddenly came from the pile of rocks below. Crackle. Gravel and soil quickly scattered around. Inoki watched with his own eyes as the kid he had just smashed into the ground actually flew up. Although his flying movements were still a bit unsteady, he quickly became proficient. Whoa, it's called the ultra-lightweight rock technique, right? It's really amazing. To be able to reduce your weight to almost nothing. Naruto was like a child who had gotten a new toy, fine-tuning the weight distribution of the ultra-lightweight rock technique to move in different directions. Impossible. Even more shocked than Inoki was his son, Kitsuchi. This technique was a secret art passed down to his father by the second Hokage. Its difficulty was so high that even he hadn't managed to learn it. An ability to copy ninjutsu. No, that's not right either. Inoki instinctively attributed Naruto's learning ability to a special talent like the Sharingan, but he quickly realized the one with the Sharingan was the other kid. It's really a good technique, even if it's a bit complicated to learn. In just this short while, Naruto's mastery of the ultra-lightweight rock technique was already sufficient for free movement. The reason he had let Inoki attack earlier was because he needed to devote all his concentration to the process of stealing the technique using observation haki. For the vast majority of ninja, the inability to easily learn others' ninjutsu boils down to two reasons. First, the opponent's hand seals are too fast or too complex. Second, the technique itself doesn't rely on hand seals but on a different chakra flow. Most secret techniques of various villages operate on this principle, so it simply can't be learned just by watching the hand seals. Of course, none of these were problems for Naruto. Now he floated in midair like a god, his hair flying about randomly because it was too light, which instead made him look even more imposing. This must have been how Shiki-senpai felt back then. Naruto couldn't help but recall Shiki, whom he had killed. The other also possessed the power of free flight. In a way, didn't this indirectly mean I had acquired the Fuwa no Mi? Rubbing his chin, Naruto felt it was still lacking. After all, Shiki's Fuwa no Mi was more like a passive ability, and anything he touched could float indefinitely with zero consumption. His own method still required chakra consumption. Although the amount of chakra was even less than his regeneration rate, that was only for making himself float. If he wanted to make an island float like Shiki did, he wondered how long he could last. Come on, Hokage, now it's my turn. Hearing this, Inoki's expression, which had been shocked by Naruto mastering the ultra-lightweight rock technique, immediately darkened. Provoked by such a junior, the furious Inoki laughed grimly and simply waved his hand. Come if you can, brat. The next moment, Naruto's figure swiftly flew towards him, not forgetting to use Jeppo to accelerate in midair. So fast, but unfortunately, this distance is enough. Inoki was surprised by Naruto's speed in the air, but the hand seals in his hands were already completed. If you can learn, try learning this one too. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. He clasped his hands together, a transparent cone emitting white light appearing between them. Jiraiya below immediately thought of the third Tsuchiga's famous technique, and his face showed anxiety. That was the dust release, the ninjutsu that can destroy anything, even Naruto would be in danger if hit by it. But before he could warn him, Naruto had already seen the outcome of being hit by dust release. That ability to completely pulverize matter into particles was truly terrifying. It could be said this move was the bane of all close combat ninja. His mind working quickly, Naruto tried several other methods in his heart and used observation haki to predict the possible outcomes. Armament haki, pulverized. Conqueror's haki infusion, mutual resistance, space distorted, still injured. What about ninjutsu? Although he disliked the feeling of being controlled by the nature will, using sage mode for a short while shouldn't be a problem. The simulated result was that it wouldn't work either. It was truly invincible in the literal sense. While marveling at the power of the opponent's jutsu, Naruto's figure split into multiple copies in midair, swiftly attacking Inoki from different directions. Useless. The white beam in Inoki's palm quickly changed shape, then turned into a long, laser sword that hit all the Narutos in the surrounding circle. As expected, these were all clones. Clink. Adamantine sealing chains tightly bound Inoki in midair. Naruto, who had appeared behind him at some unknown time, swung the old man down heavily like a meteor hammer. After all, he was facing an elderly man. Especially since Naruto could sense that, although his methods were powerful, Inoki's body was already aged and seemed to have an old injury on his waist. Therefore, he didn't use heavy force. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young has always been an excellent virtue of powerful pirates. Chapter 208, Chapter 208 Do you wish to dance as well? Inoki, who was being swung towards the ground like a yo-yo by Naruto, did not panic. At this speed, using dust release to cut the adamantine sealing chains was unrealistic. Moreover, the adamantine sealing chains could somewhat restrict the flow of chakra. Therefore, Inoki could only release some simple ninjutsu for now. But that was enough. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. A jutsu of this level didn't even require hand seals from Inoki. The ground quickly softened into mud, and then Inoki was swung into it. This level of cushioning was just enough to offset the impact force of the fall. Of course, it was also because Naruto held back. If it were another ninja who got close to him, they would probably have several holes opened in their body. Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. After all, this was the village most proficient in Earth Release, especially its Kage. Even with his chakra partially restricted, Inoki still transformed into a stubborn fish swimming through the earth. Using the cover of the ground to block line of sight, he finally activated Dust Release. The white beam shot out from the ground again, severing the adamantine ceiling chain that bound him. But when Inoki emerged from the earth, what awaited him were even more chains. Naruto hovered leisurely in midair, releasing chains that blotted out the sky to bind Inoki. During the previous fight, he had sensed that the old man's physique wasn't as robust as the old-timers in the One Piece world. He also remembered that they were here to cooperate, not to destroy the village, so what if he accidentally killed that Tsuchikage? Moreover, Naruto really couldn't get excited about fighting a glass cannon-type ninja like this. He had originally thought the other party would be a fighter like the fourth Raikage, who could trade blows fist to flesh. Don't look down on an old man like me. Looking at those chains, Inoki knew he couldn't be caught. Just one could restrict so much chakra, so if he were tied up like a mummy, he probably wouldn't be able to mobilize even a trace of chakra. He pressed his palms together in front of him, chakra surging. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. In an instant, a white light with a much larger range than before appeared, forming a cube. All matter enveloped within turned into the finest dust, including the chakra-formed adamantine ceiling chains. Dust Release, a Kekiai Tota, that combines wind, earth, and fire chakra natures, possessed attack power that ranked among the top in the current ninja world. It was just a pity that activating this ability had a cast time. This meant it was almost impossible to hit Naruto, who possessed observation haki. And so it was. Looking at the adamantine ceiling chains dissipating into dust within the Dust Release and Naruto dispersing like a clone, a somewhat numb expression appeared on Inoki's aged face. He couldn't outrun him, and he couldn't hit him. It was too troublesome. This was probably the most awkward situation Inoki had ever encountered. Old man, don't put up a pointless resistance. I'm worried I might accidentally kill you for real. When Naruto said this, his tone held sincere advice. But to the ears of those around him, it sounded like both mockery and a threat. This was, of course, a misunderstanding of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. By now, Inoki naturally understood the other party's identity. This old man, who had lasted from the era of the third Kage to the fourth Kage, had thought of many possibilities. He was half convinced, half doubting about Konoha's warning, and he had also developed a certain subtle misunderstanding about Naruto's purpose here. If anyone had the biggest grudge with Konoha from the last great ninja war, aside from Kimogakure, it was Iwagakure. More precisely, the grudge was with Naruto's father, Minato. Kimogakure was fine, as it was just that the A and B combo narrowly lost to Minato. But Iwagakure had lost over 1,000 ninja in Minato's hand. This nearly killed off a generation of talent in Iwagakure, and they even once issued the order, you may abandon the mission if you encounter the yellow flash. Precisely because of this, after seeing his son being beaten up, Inoki didn't think much before believing Kitsuchi's words. It seems, you have already surpassed your father. Just in terms of threat level, Inoki understood that he alone couldn't restrain the other party. More crucially, Naruto was still so young. That meant that when he, a ninja from the old era, died, and Iwagakure faced a talent gap, Konoha would still possess such a terrifying force. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Hearing Inoki say he had surpassed his father, Naruto took it as a compliment, scratching his head a little embarrassed. At that moment, the other elite ninjas of Iwagakure finally arrived at the battlefield. Those who couldn't fly had practically kicked up sparks with their legs. Tsuchikage-sama is under attack. Long-range squad, get ready. Demolition squad. Go. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Inoki's face. Heh, ignorant Konoha's jinchuriki. I am waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Seeing this, Karen, Killer Bee, and the others immediately assumed combat stances, ready to face the enemy's cluster ninjutsu attacks at any moment. Jiraiya, who had watched the entire incident, felt his head had swollen several sizes. He didn't understand how things had come to this. But fortunately, he knew what the best course of action was now. Naruto. Naruto in midair heard Jiraiya's voice and turned to look at him. All the attacks flying towards him, like rock bullets and earth dragon projectiles, were completely ignored. Use that one, just knock them out. Jiraiya was referring to Naruto's move that could make those with weak willpower fall unconscious. Okay. Down below, Inoki, who heard this conversation, frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. The next moment, an infinite pressure spread from the figure in midair, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Faintly, it seemed like black lightning crackled in the air. The Iwagakure's ninjas enveloped by the conqueror's haki rolled their eyes back, their legs went weak, and they lost control, falling unconscious to the ground. What is that? An illusion. A few with stronger willpower could hold on for a few seconds, but no matter how they performed the release of genjutsu, they couldn't free themselves from that suffocating aura. Even Jiraiya's side, who weren't the targets, could also feel that terrifying presence. Gyuki and Matatabi, borrowing their jinchuriki senses, were also fortunate enough to experience this feeling. That kid. What an intense presence. Kurama inside Naruto seemed to hear their words, proudly raising his head and snorting. Below, everyone, including elite ninjas like Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki, resisted for a few seconds on the spot before falling to the ground unconscious one after another. It seemed that ever since Naruto broke free from the nature will's control last time, his conqueror's haki had leveled up again. Inoki's spirit was also affected, unable to maintain stable chakra. He could only half-crouch on the ground, forcing his will to look at the person in the air. Watching his original hope being instantly resolved by Naruto, the shadows of the past attacked him again. Such a presence. Such pressure. This sense of despair, I had only felt it on one person before. Back then, the young and impulsive Inoki had been utterly crushed by that person with absolute power. He still remembered that person's words to this day. It seems you wish to dance, but you are still too green. After holding on for a few more seconds, Naruto withdrew his conqueror's haki. Relying on his own tenacious spirit and the so-called will of stone, Inoki managed to stay conscious and not pass out. But it was useless. Thwack. Naruto, who had appeared behind Inoki at some unknown time, delivered a chop to the neck. Inoki, whose spirit was already extremely fatigued, was knocked unconscious. Chapter 209. Chapter 209 should have said so sooner. Why didn't you say so sooner? He's awake. Tsuchikage-sama is awake. As soon as Inoki opened his eyes, his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi's voice sounded in his ears. His memories quickly returned, and he recalled what had happened earlier. So, the old man immediately bounced up with a carp kip up from the bed, ready to enter a combat stance. Crack. Ah, my back. Inoki was left frozen on the sickbed, stuck in a strange position. No helping it, now that he gets old, his joints tend to have problems. It was an old issue of his. At that moment, a hand glowing with green light reached over and pressed against Inoki's lower back. The pain from the herniated disc quickly subsided, and Inoki couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Finally better, thank you so much. You. The old man turned his head to see which doctor had such miraculous hands, only to meet a smiling face. Yo. The person raised a hand in greeting. Uzumaki Naruto. After a period of chaos and confusion, Inoki finally understood the whole story from his granddaughter Kuratsuchi's explanation and calmed down from his earlier furious state. After knocking out those Iwagakure's ninjas, Jiraiya, aware that things couldn't be allowed to escalate further, decisively took charge from Naruto and handled the situation. He used several ink carriages to transport the unconscious ninjas back to Iwagakure, and then, before Naruto could say anything else shocking, along with other ninjas, explained their purpose clearly. To be honest. When they saw that Tsuchikage, who they thought was almost omnipotent, tossed onto a carriage like everyone else, the worldview of the Iwagakure's Chunin and Genin was shaken. Some of the village's elders in charge also understood that if a group like Naruto's, possessing such power, said they meant no harm, then they truly meant no harm. It really was just as Naruto had said. Fight first, then talk cooperation, the process would be much smoother. Is this your Konoha's way of paying a visit? This is too. Obviously, the person involved, Inoki, didn't see it that way. He was still very angry, trying to find a word to describe the other party, but couldn't. Ah, don't worry about such small details. Naruto paid no attention to the frantic Inoki, sitting back down on the chair after healing the old man's back injury. Next to him, Jiraiya and several Iwagakure's elders were also seated. Speaking of which, you guys did pretty well, huh? Not wasting my effort to notify you in advance to protect the jinchuriki. Naruto said with a grin. Even after I searched high and low all over your village, I couldn't find a trace of the jinchuriki. Hearing this, Inoki and the other Iwagakure's elders immediately showed expressions as if constipated. But it's fine now, I'm here. Call them out, I'll protect them from now on. Saying so, Naruto leisurely waited for Inoki's reply. Not necessary. Iwagakure's jinchuriki will be protected by Iwagakure itself. We don't need outsiders interfering. Inoki's attitude was very firm. Even after being defeated once, this point hadn't changed in the slightest. Because he represented not only himself, as the leader of a village, his every action symbolized the entire village. No matter from which perspective, he had to remain firm. That won't do, old man. Given the level of combat power your village has currently displayed, it's highly likely you can't protect the jinchuriki. That Uchiha Madara. Who? Inoki was initially unconvinced when Naruto said his village wasn't up to the task, but his attention was immediately diverted upon hearing Uchiha Madara's name. Uchiha Madara. Didn't I tell you? Naruto said as if it were obvious. The mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization is Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Inoki shouted out, somewhat incredulous. It was clear that Madara had indeed left quite a psychological shadow on this old man. That man should have died long ago. I'm not sure about that. After all, that guy does have a Mangekyo Sharingan and calls himself Uchiha Madara. Naruto didn't quite understand Inoki's current emotions. Anxiety, regret. Shouldn't it be fear? It wasn't strange to fear a ninja who had displayed immense power in history. What he didn't know was that Inoki was currently filled with immense regret over allowing his disciple, Deidara, to leave the village and join the Akatsuki. Because he had hired Akatsuki multiple times to do jobs for him, in Inoki's mind, that organization was just an ordinary mercenary group. Aren't they just some missing mean? Their village had them too. Inoki knew his disciple Deidara's personality well, so when the rebellious kid chose to escape Iwagakure and join Akatsuki, he was aware but didn't stop it. Perhaps in his view, letting Deidara stay in such an organization wasn't a big problem. At least he was still under his watchful eye. But now, upon learning that Akatsuki's backer was that Uchiha Madara, Inoki immediately panicked. He knew that with Deidara's strength, if it really was that man, Deidara wouldn't last a single move against him. And according to the information previously sent by Konoha, this Akatsuki was currently on the path to becoming the enemy of the entire ninja world. If their strength was lacking, that would be one thing, each village could just take their own missing mean back for disposal. But with a powerhouse like Madara backing them, the threat level of Akatsuki was completely different. They truly had the potential to destroy the 5 great nations. In that case, the other villages wouldn't hold back either, and they're bound to confront them seriously. In that scenario, Deidara would most likely not survive. Never mind that. Whoever he is, I'll deal with him sooner or later. Inoki didn't comment on Naruto's words. He just assumed Naruto didn't know Madara's true strength. So, where are the jinchuriki in your village? The topic returned to this. Hearing this, Inoki and the elders instinctively showed a hint of embarrassment. The jinchuriki. Yeah. Iwagakure's jinchuriki have been missing for several years. Huh. Seeing that Naruto had the feat of defeating the Iwagakure's ninjas, even he, the Tsuchikage, had been defeated, the stubbornness in Inoki's heart to maintain Iwagakure's dignity couldn't hold out any longer. He also believed that someone with Naruto's strength didn't need to deceive him with words anymore. So, the old man somewhat hesitantly explained the matter regarding Iwagakure's jinchuriki. Iwagakure had 2 jinchuriki. The 4 tails jinchuriki, Rashi, and the 5 tails jinchuriki, Han. Among them, Rashi was an old man like Inoki. Due to his stubborn personality and refusal to become a human weapon, he clashed ideologically with Inoki, eventually voluntarily leaving Iwagakure and becoming a wandering monk. His current specific whereabouts were unknown even to Inoki. The ninja named Han was the opposite. He strongly agreed with Inoki's will and had always served as a capable asset, achieving numerous merits for Iwagakure, even earning the moniker, Steam Ninja. Such a useful and reliable jinchuriki had disappeared a few years ago, vanished right under the noses of everyone in Iwagakure. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but suspect if that masked man had secretly infiltrated Iwagakure to capture people years ago. The disappearance of the jinchuriki wasn't just about Iwagakure and the land of Earth's dignity, but also about their own safety. If other great ninja villages found out their jinchuriki were gone, they might get some bad ideas. Ah, no need to worry about that. Naruto waved his hand upon hearing Inoki's explanation, then said, I'll take the tailed beast's jinchuriki from other villages too. Hearing this, Inoki was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. Actually, I also know there's a small village called Takigakure that hosts the 7 tails jinchuriki. Takigakure was not an ally of Iwagakure. To some extent, the Kage of each village all shared certain similar traits. Chapter 210 Run, Gaara. Northern Hideout, northern border of the Land of Grass. This was a secret base built within the rocks. Just like the southern hideout, which had been completely submerged by seawater, Orochimaru had also constructed deep-level buildings underground resembling a labyrinth. But unlike the southern hideout, the prisoners and test subjects held here weren't ordinary people with little ability to resist. Even average genin or chunin might not be a match for these prisoners. They all shared a common characteristic. A special gene had been implanted into their bodies. That was also the source from which Orochimaru developed the Heaven and Earth Cursed Seals. Somewhere deep within the prison cells, Yugo, with his orange hair, listened uneasily to the roars and struggles coming from the next cell. Arg. Yugo counted silently in his heart, this was already the third day since the person next door had been imprisoned. Their roars had hardly ceased during these 3 days. This was also tormenting Yugo's spirit. Of course, compared to his own lack of sleep, Yugo was more concerned about the other party's condition. It might be hard to tell, but such a good-natured young man who cared for others was actually the origin of the cursed seal. Yugo, a natural talent who could absorb natural energy and enter a state of pseudo-sage mode. Unlike Naruto, Jiraiya, or even Hashirama, who required training. Whenever Yugo fell into a state of excitement, black patterns would spread across his body, and his entire appearance would change, turning into a monster resembling a demon. In that state, Yugo's personality would also change, becoming highly aggressive. Precisely because of this, after losing control once and injuring someone from his own village, he resolved to leave alone. Later, he was subdued by Kimimaro, sent by Orochimaru, and voluntarily remained in the northern hideout. At least in a prison cell, he wouldn't hurt others. Listening to the noises next door, Yugo carefully pressed against his cell door and tentatively called out. "Hey! Are you okay? Do you need me to call the guards?" This was actually who knows how manyth time he had asked in these 3 days. But each time, the reply was meaningless roars. This time was no different. Getting no response, Yugo sat back down again. Ah. If only Orochimaru-sama were here. So, why wasn't the Orochimaru-sama, whom Yugo placed his hopes on, currently in the base? This was also closely related to the guy yelling next door. In the adjacent cell. Unlike Yugo's ordinary cell, this one had no bed, only layer upon layer of seals and chains. Within the seals, a red-haired boy with a half-grown horn on the side of his head was still struggling. Apart from his head, all his other parts were tightly bound by the seals. He was Gaara, who had recently been implanted with the cursed seal by Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru himself hadn't anticipated that the cursed seal of heaven would produce such a wonderful reaction when encountering a jinchuriki. Not long after he implanted the cursed seal, Gaara completely lost his sanity, becoming as frenzied as a wild beast. At first, Orochimaru thought it was just the tailed beast rampaging and added a few more layers of seals. But what happened next opened his eyes. The out-of-control Gaara first involuntarily manifested a tailed beast cloak. It changed from the sand that constituted Shikaku to the red chakra common to jinchuriki, then quickly transformed into another form. A mass of earthy yellow chakra turned into a cloak, draped over Gaara's body, but it quickly dissipated due to instability. At that moment, a guess appeared in Orochimaru's mind. Could there be some connection between tailed beast chakra and natural energy? This reminded him of a term. Sage mode. Could this be the true form of sage mode? But that didn't make sense either, then how did someone like Jiraiya learn it? Holding such doubts, Orochimaru temporarily left the northern hideout and went to Ryuchi Cave, seeking answers. And Gaara, left behind here, fell into a cycle of frenzied rampage, energy depletion, awakening, renewed frenzy. Thus, Orochimaru missed the chance to witness the scene of Gaara's physical form changing. The roars suddenly stopped, and Yugo was used to it by now. Based on the experience of the past few days, it shouldn't take more than half an hour for the other to wake up again and resume roaring. But this time, he was wrong. Where am I? Gaara raised his head somewhat dazedly, then felt the restraining force around him. That was a sealing formula researched by Orochimaru specifically for suppressing tailed beast chakra. The memories in his mind were like fragments, and no matter how much Gaara shook his head, he couldn't piece them back together. Who am I? Gaara could recall some vague memories. But in those scenes, he was either being looked at with cold eyes or huddled alone in the shadows. It seemed someone was calling my name. What was it? He couldn't remember. The clearest memory was of a ninja with yellow hair. That person had punched him. He must know who I am. I must find him. As if by some unseen will, a voice seemed to be urging Gaara to find the person in his memory. At this very moment, within the seal inside Gaara, Shikaku had fallen into a deep slumber. Perhaps due to overexertion of power, or some other reason. I need to leave here. Gaara glanced around, it was empty, with nothing at all. He tried to break free from the restraints, but as soon as he exerted force, the power within his body would be drained, converted into the energy that suppressed him. Just as Gaara was at a loss, a few grains of sand drifted in through a crack in the door from somewhere. Looking at those tiny grains of sand, Gaara felt a certain instinct rapidly awakening. Without hand seals, without using chakra. Just a thought, and soon more and more sand gathered. The area where the northern hideout was located had a dry climate, and although the terrain was mostly rocky cliffs, sand wasn't uncommon. Maybe some guard had accidentally brought it in. The sand quickly gathered under Gaara's gaze, then transformed into a kunai made out of sand, slowly floating up. SSHHH. The kunai easily cut through the outermost layer of scrolls. Gaara felt the suppression on his body suddenly loosen. Then came the chains and other seals below. These things were completely insufficient in the face of Gaara, who had recovered a certain amount of power. He didn't even need to use sand, breaking them purely through physical strength alone. Originally, was my strength this great? As the chains fell to the ground, Gaara also looked at his own body with curiosity. He felt that he shouldn't have been like this originally. Sand and that yellow chakra converged together, coalescing into a robe around him. This wasn't something Gaara intentionally created, but closer to an instinct. Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the thing hidden beneath the sand. It seemed to be a certain emotion. He could feel that this sand contained a certain will. It seemed to be something he had always yearned for. Tap tap tap. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside, interrupting Gaara's contemplation. Clearly, there was some kind of monitoring method in this prison. The moment he broke free from the seal restraints, the guards immediately noticed. Gaara, who had completely changed his appearance, lifted his eyelids, looking at the cell door and wall ahead. Without any visible action, the sand turned into fine blades barely detectable by the naked eye. The wall ahead was silently and seamlessly cut open, the incision incredibly smooth. At that moment, the guards also arrived at the cell door, coming face to face with Gaara, who was walking out. Because the cell door was fully enclosed, Yugo in the next room didn't know what had happened. He only heard a few short exclamations, followed by the smell of blood drifting in. What happened? Chapter 211 Run. Gaara run. Gaara's escape was more difficult than expected. Although he easily dealt with the guards who came at the sound, having not eaten or drunk for 3 days and with his chakra consumption quite severe, he only lasted a few minutes before starting to feel dizzy. But a certain obsession in his heart still guided Gaara forward. The guards at the northern hideout were even stronger than at the southern hideout. Because the prisoners held here were all used for cursed seal experiments. After receiving the cursed seal, even if they hadn't completely lost their minds, most of them underwent drastic personality changes. Becoming like Yugo, highly aggressive. At the same time, even without practicing ninjutsu, natural energy allowed these people to possess the power to easily kill another person with a mere gesture. To prevent these prisoners from escaping, Orochimaru stationed most of his elite Otogekiru's ninjas here. This included Kidomaru and his group, who had become Sound 3, and the last member of Kagaya clan, Kimimaro. Aside from Orochimaru himself, he was probably the one with the highest combat power in this base. Unfortunately, due to the inherent bloodline disease in his lineage, Kimimaro's body was almost unable to hold on. This was also why Orochimaru didn't list him as the next body for his living corpse reincarnation. Even though Kimimaro himself was very willing to become Orochimaru's new body, the specific circumstances didn't allow it. Due to his memory confusion, Gaara couldn't perform any ninjutsu. But just by instinctively control the fine sand to attack, it was enough to easily disrupt the pursuit of ordinary Otogekiru's ninjas. Soon, Gaara rushed all the way up to the surface. By then, several high-ranking people in the base had also received the notification and hurriedly gave chase. But when they arrived at the main entrance of the northern hideout, all they saw were Otogekiru's ninjas lying on the ground, their condition unknown, and Gaara's figure gradually disappearing from view. Kidomaru, Tayuya, Jirobo, you three come with me to pursue the jinchuriki. After saying this, Kimimaro turned his gaze to a ninja behind him wearing round glasses, who looked harmless. I'll stay at the base. Someone needs to guard this place, and I'll also convey this matter to Orochimaru-sama immediately. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged and said to Kimimaro with a light laugh. Among Orochimaru's subordinates, both Kabuto and Kimimaro could be considered second-in-command level, so there was no real superior-subordinate relationship between them usually. Hearing Kabuto's words, Kimimaro didn't say much more and took the Sound 3 and some Otogekiru's ninjas to chase after Gaara's direction again. Gaara had no awareness of concealing his tracks. Perhaps he had received that kind of education before losing his memory, but he obviously didn't remember it now. And precisely because of this, Kimimaro and the others quickly caught up to Gaara. Unlike the muddle in his mind, Gaara's direction of travel was exceptionally firm. Like the magnetic field navigation innate in geese, Gaara didn't need visual observation to know where he should go. Attack, don't kill him. Kimimaro still remembered the need to keep Gaara alive. The ninjas beside him immediately swarmed forward. Meanwhile, Kimimaro, Kidomaru, and the others watched from the side, preparing to first probe Gaara's capabilities. Combat between ninjas is a battle of intelligence. Sacrificing a few cannon fodder in exchange for mission success rate, they wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Due to hunger and weakness, Gaara, who was somewhat dazed, only reacted when the enemies were within 4 or 5 meters of him. And this distance was enough for those Otogekiru's ninjas to launch their attacks. Just like their name. Otogekiru's ninjas mostly specialized in ninjutsu related to sound. T/N, Oto means sound. This could be seen from the Otogekiru's 3 genin who were brought to Konoha Village by Orochimaru. Ding-ling. A clear bell sound attracted Gaara's gaze. But that was all. His eyes were still as confused as ever, showing no sign of whether he was bewitched by Genjutsu. Seeing this, the other ninjas didn't bother anymore and simply attacked together. Kunai, sound waves, air blades, and other attacks rushed towards Gaara all at once. These people still remembered their mission, aiming at non-lethal areas like Gaara's limbs. At the moment before the attacks landed, the sand moved on its own, forming armor. Those attacks hitting the sand had no effect at all, being directly absorbed by it. It seemed this sand wasn't simple. Before the Otogekyu's ninjas could launch their next wave of attacks, Gaara's counterattack arrived. He didn't even move, or maybe he just didn't have much strength. The sand formed an extremely thin spike, winding in midair following Gaara's line of sight. Then, with lightning speed, it pierced through the bodies of all the surrounding ninjas. Those who reacted quickly tried to use ninjutsu to block, but whether it was rock walls or other ninjutsu, they were all vulnerable before the fine sand. The only fortunate thing was that Gaara didn't seem to have the consciousness to attack vital spots, basically wherever the sand spike hit was fine. Lucky guys might only have wounds on their limbs or torso, while the unlucky ones were directly pierced through the head or heart. This group only lasted a few seconds before many of them falling to the ground severely wounded. After doing this, Gaara didn't even glance at Kimimura's group and continued walking in the same direction. Only, as he walked, he stumbled, almost falling directly, but fortunately, the sand took the initiative to form a large hand to support his body. He only seems to react to enemies within attack range. Kidomaru said to Kimimaro. Kimimaro nodded slightly, then spoke. You go first, Kidomaru. Hearing this, Kidomaru directly entered Cursed Seal Stage 2. His skin instantly changed color, 6 arms and barbs grew on his head, and an extra eye appeared in the center of his forehead. Since barely surviving his encounter with Naruto last time, Kidomaru's originally proud and frivolous nature had completely changed. Being much more cautious, he immediately used his strongest attack from the start. He spat out a mass of high-density sticky gold from his mouth, forming a bow and arrow, with spider silk-like substance entangled on it. Bowstring drawn, 120% output. The spiral arrowhead cut through the air in an instant, shooting towards the distant Gaara. Gaara only noticed when the arrow was near. But it was too late by then. The sand quickly wrapped around the sharp arrow, but due to the urgency, it couldn't slow it down much. SSHHH. Gaara's shoulder was directly pierced through, the spiral arrow's barb stuck in the flesh, making it very difficult to pull out. Gaara couldn't help but grunt, the sand quickly forming a sharp blade to cut the spider silk behind the arrow. But because Kimimura's group was too far away, Gaara didn't turn around to counterattack. He just covered his wound and continued moving forward in a certain direction. Seeing this, Kimimaro didn't say much either. Leading the others, he quietly trailed behind like hunters, waiting for the prey to lose resistance due to excessive blood loss. At the current rate of bleeding, he knew the other wouldn't be able to run far. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 Ninja Hero, Kusi, has arrived. Hakimi Hakimi Haki. A childish voice hummed a little tune passed down on the seas. A little figure, less than a meter tall, walked briskly along the road, her steps light and full of vitality. Kusi was draped in a miniature cloak and wore a straw hat large enough to block her entire field of vision. She looked just like a mushroom spirit. Under the miniature cloak, she still wore the same short-sleeved shirt and shorts she had when she first arrived in this world. But at least she wasn't walking barefoot anymore. A pair of children's shoes, still embroidered with little suns, adorned her feet, tapping rhythmically against the ground with her lively steps. Ah. Haku should have found the letter Kusi left, right? After successfully taking a merchant ship from the land of vegetables to the mainland and walking for most of the day, Kusi finally remembered Haku, who had been taking care of her all this time. As for Zabuza, Kusi thought he wasn't good-looking, so she rarely thought about him. Although Kusi was young, she wasn't a clueless little kid. From the attire of Haku and Zabuza when they first met, to Mei's proactive invitation which was refused, Kusi understood clearly that these two probably just wanted to live a peaceful life now. But she couldn't stay there forever. Kusi didn't continue to ask them to help her find her dad. Instead, she chose to leave alone one morning. These two were good people. Even though Zabuza was a bit ugly, Kusi still hoped they could live the life they wanted. At that moment, about 500 or 600 meters behind Kusi, two figures were following at a distance. Who else could it be but Zabuza and Haku? Although Kusi seemed to possess terrifying physical prowess naturally, she had still underestimated the two of them as ninjas. Her clumsy attempt to conceal her presence and leave had been discovered by the two long ago. As for that farewell letter, which contained more drawings than words due to her limited literacy, Haku carried it with him solemnly. Zabuza-sama, do we really have to follow from this far away? Haku asked somewhat puzzled. In his opinion, if they were so worried about letting Kusi go off alone, they might as well just openly accompany her. Unexpectedly, Zabuza just shook his head upon hearing this. Haku, you don't understand her feelings. You saw that letter, didn't you? It truly was a world full of wonders, the demon, Zabuza actually saying that someone else didn't understand people's hearts. Ah, you're right. Haku, upon hearing this, also recalled the sincere wishes Kusi had left in that farewell letter. Let the little one be happy like this. They just needed to follow from afar. Haku and Zabuza weren't worried about the little girl being in danger, what they truly feared was Kusi being deceived by others. After all, during their short time together, the two had already discovered. Kusi really wasn't good at doubting what others said. That kind of mindset wouldn't do, the dangers lurking in the hearts of people in the ninja world weren't that simple. Thinking this, the three of them continued in this distant formation, leaving the forested area behind. Ahead lay a vast expanse of badlands. If I remembered correctly, this should already be within the borders of the land of grass, right? Well, it's just a small country, nothing to worry about. Thinking this, the two watched as a staggering, bloodied figure emerged from not far away and walked straight towards Kusi. And Kusi, because her hat blocked her view too much, didn't notice until the person was almost right in front of her. Thud. The one sent flying was Gaara. The arrow that had pierced his shoulder happened to hit the rock wall, causing the entire shaft to pop out. This also caused another gush of blood to spurt from the wound. Strangely, the sand that automatically protected its master didn't take any action this time. It was unclear whether it was because Gaara was already too weak or for some other reason. Ah. Oh no. Kusi bumped into someone and killed them. Kusi stood there completely unfazed, only her hat had been knocked off by the impact, allowing her to see Gaara, who looked like he was about to die, in front of her. Hey, are you okay? Kusi's little legs pattered quickly as she ran to Gaara, who was leaning against the rock wall, frantically pulling things out of the cute little bag, which was hand-sewn by Haku, she carried with her. Soon she found a roll of bandages and wanted to bandage his wound. The intense pain seemed to jolt the dazed Gaara back to a semblance of awareness. His vision refocused. A child. Gaara looked strangely at the little girl in front of him, then immediately seemed to remember something and shouted. Look out. The sand immediately formed a shield in front of him and Kusi, following Gaara's will. The next moment, the same spiral arrow shot towards them. Having lost too much blood and without any food, Gaara was nearly at his limit. The sand shield only managed to block the first arrow before being shattered by the second one that followed closely behind. At the critical moment, Gaara still tried to push the little girl away. The target was him. In his amnesiac state, Gaara wasn't as hostile as his previous self. Perhaps this was his original personality. But Gaara's arm didn't push Kusi away as he had imagined, instead, the reaction force made him press further against the rock. Zabuza and Haku, seeing Kusi attacked from afar, immediately drew their weapons and charged over. Snap. The arrow was caught firmly by a small hand, then tossed aside casually. You're a good person, so they must be the bad guys. Although Gaara's action hadn't succeeded, Kusi understood his intention. In her simple worldview, someone like this counted as a good person. And those four standing ahead, trying to chase down a good person, must definitely be the bad guys. Instantly, the legends of the great hero and the great hero saving the people from oppression that she heard from Nyanba in her childhood resurfaced in her mind. Dang dang. It seemed as if the sound of some kind of instrument striking could be heard by everyone present. When Kimimaro and the other three arrived in front of Gaara, they saw the little girl pick up her hat, put it on, then assume an exaggerated stance, one hand forward, one hand back, squatting in a horse stance. The ninja world's chivalrous hero. Abbreviated as the ninja hero, Kusi presents herself. This. The scene before them left the pursuers momentarily stunned. Jirobo's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Tayuya and Kidomaru looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Only Kimimaro maintained his cold, expressionless demeanor. Kill her. Take the jinchuriki. They had already chased him for quite some distance. Seeing the jinchuriki about to fall, they naturally couldn't give up now. Hearing Kimimaro's words, whatever thoughts the other three had, they now turned into killing intent. Looks like you're just unlucky, kid. Jirobo said, reaching out to grab Kusi. Because they were some distance away earlier, the group hadn't seen Kusi catch the arrow with her bare hands, thinking it was Gaara who had acted. Therefore, the three of them weren't taking it very seriously. They hadn't even activated their cursed seal states. What? Jirobo's strength was the greatest among them. Even without activating his cursed seal state, he wasn't someone an ordinary person could resist. But this time, his outstretched hand was firmly gripped by Kusi. Crack. The clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Gaara, hearing it, immediately rallied his spirits, ready to strike Jirobo away. But he didn't need to. Thud. Jirobo, with the bones in his hand shattered, was sent flying backwards by Kusi's kick as if he were a ball. There's something wrong with this kid. Jirobo activated his cursed seal the moment his hand bones were crushed, but even after being kicked by Kusi, he was still flying through the air, vomiting blood. Kimimara's pupils constricted sharply. Black patterns appeared on his body, and bones extended from his arms and chest. Dance of the Larch. This was his defensive technique, using reinforced bones to form armor that could block enemy attacks and cause counterdamage. Crack. The next moment, the ribs extending from his chest made contact with the small fist, cracks spread all over them. What an incredible strength. A look of disbelief appeared on Kimimara's face, but before he could make another move, Kusi's roundhouse kick arrived. This little girl's strength and speed far exceeded that of Kimimaro and the others. Even if Kimimaro could barely react with his dynamic vision and reflexes, his body couldn't keep up with that terrifying speed. By the time Haku and Zabuza arrived on the scene, what they saw were Kidomaru, Tayuya, and Jirobo completely incapacitated, unconscious and unknown if alive or dead, and only Kimimaro still struggling to hold on. It seems, we might be a bit superfluous. Chapter 213, Chapter 213 The New Leader. Inside a hidden shrine, 3 people stood facing each other. They were the pair Itachi and Kisame, and the newly joined Akatsuki member, Hirako. At first, Hirako had wanted to bring his followers along, but considering he still needed people to guard his base at Mount Shumisen, he abandoned the idea. Originally, the group was supposed to follow the agreed-upon plan and return to the Omegakure to report to Pain. But just as they were on their way to the Land of Rain, Zetsu suddenly appeared before them. Both Itachi and Kisame were long accustomed to this elusive intelligence agent. In contrast, Hirako, the newcomer, was taken aback that someone could get so close to him unnoticed, and he couldn't help but raise his estimation of the Akatsuki. He felt joining a capable organization like this might not be so bad, at least his plan to capture ninja with special Kekkai Genkai should be easier. But he was celebrating too soon. Zetsu brought them shocking news. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, had been confirmed dead, and the organization was now fully under the control of Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Kisame showed no dismay, instead, he grew excited. He had met Obito long ago and clearly knew that the other party was the true mastermind behind Akatsuki. With Madara-san stepping into the forefront, it seemed that plan was officially about to begin. Hirako's recently elevated estimation first dropped, then rose. It dropped because he had just joined, and the boss was already gone. It rose because, as a ninja from the same era as the legendary Sannin, he had naturally heard the name, Uchiha Madara. That was a legendary figure. He just didn't know if this Madara was real or not. If it was real, that was far more convincing than some unknown Pain. In contrast, Itachi's mood was not so good. He knew that Uchiha Madara, or someone using that name, existed within Akatsuki. He had even had contact with the other party during the night of his clan's massacre. From his first day joining Akatsuki, Itachi had been observing the organization's movements and regularly sending information back to his village. As a double agent, even though he had done many dirty deeds for Akatsuki, he had not forgotten his purpose. The somewhat uneasy Itachi formed hand seals simultaneously with his 2 colleagues, and through the organization rings on their fingers, they entered the remote meeting. Hirako wore the void ring that once belonged to Orochimaru, while Conan's white ring had also been taken by Obito that day. The magic lantern body technique transformed the trio's consciousness into phantoms synchronized with their real bodies, projecting them onto the familiar fingers of the ghetto statue. As they joined the meeting, they saw that the art duo, Sasori and Deidara, had already logged in. Zetsu was also in his position. The spots originally belonging to Conan and Pain were empty. Seeing that everyone else had arrived, Deidara was the first to speak up, unable to hold back. Hey. What kind of joke is this? His noisy voice echoed in everyone's ears. That Pain guy was actually killed. Even the leader is dead, so is there any point in us staying here? Beside him, Sasori, who had unusually appeared not in his Hirako form, also atypically did not scold Deidara. Clearly, his thoughts aligned somewhat with Deidara's. The plan remains unchanged. The tailed beast capture plan has already begun. At that moment, Obito's low, hoarse voice suddenly rang out, and his figure with the spiral mask appeared in the leading position. Hey, you. Are you the Uchiha Madara Zetsu mentioned? Judging by his tone, Deidara did not believe that the legendary ninja, who is rumored to be long dead, was the secretive figure before him. Don't joke around, Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time. Sasori surprisingly chimed in, also looking at the other with an unfriendly gaze. A name is just a label. If you prefer, you can call me Toby or whatever else. Obito didn't waste time arguing about his identity, because he knew well that the key to today's meeting wasn't about that. In fact, the establishment of Akatsuki has always been driven by me from behind the scenes. Even the tailed beast capture plan was proposed by me. At this point, Zetsu enthusiastically raised his hand nearby. I can vouch for that. I've seen it all along. Among the group, as a contact for Uchiha Madara, Kisame, seeing someone speaking up for the leader, decided not to speak out rashly and expose his role. With his own hidden agent remaining in the organization, he believed Obito would find a use for him eventually. TCH. Deidara scoffed quietly but didn't continue. Deidara, Sasori, I'd like to ask you, where is the One-Tails Jinchuriki? At that moment, Obito suddenly pressed the issue, sounding somewhat accusatory. Asked like this, the previously irritated Deidara quickly quieted down. It was Sasori who answered Obito's question. It was that guy Orochimaru. He took the One-Tails Jinchuriki while we were dealing with the Tsunagekyu's forces. Orochimaru. Obito murmured the name, then looked up. I will deal with him personally. Now, two matters. Compared to Nagato, who always liked to spout cryptic, mystical nonsense, Obito's working style was much more efficient. There was no helping it, the driving forces behind their actions were different. One was a sense of mission to save the world, and the other. Let's call it love, or an obsession. First, the new member. Hirako, originally I intended for you and Shino to be partners. But he's dead, so now you will work with Zetsu. Unlike Nagato, Obito addressed the others by their real names. After all, it was an organization with less than 10 people, so what was the point of using codenames all the time? Didn't everyone know each other anyway? Hearing this, Hirako showed no resistance, merely following the gaze towards the Venus flytrap head who had just spoken. Joining you, helping you out, that's fine, but I have conditions. Upon hearing this, Obito paused slightly, then said. Kekkai Genkai users from the 5 great ninja villages, right? Acceptable. This leads to the second matter. Starting now, the tailed beast capture plan officially commences. Uchiha Itachi, you and Kisame will go to the Land of Fire, to the Fire Temple, and find a novice monk named Sora. Capture him alive. From Zetsu's intelligence, Obito had learned that this monk named Sora also harbored a certain amount of Nine-Tails chakra. Regardless of its usefulness, they'll just capture him first. Hirako, you will go with Zetsu to Takigakure to find the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasori, this time you two will go to the Land of Earth. If I recall correctly, Iwagakure should still have 2 Jinchuriki. Consider this your chance to redeem yourselves. Hearing this, Sasori had no particular reaction, but Deidara's face immediately fell. He really didn't want to return to Iwagakure. In fact, Deidara didn't harbor the same destructive hatred for his village as some other missing nin. He had left simply because his art wasn't recognized. But before he could say anything, Obito cancelled the magic lantern body technique. Damn it. In the end, he could only curse under his breath before leaving hurriedly. On the ghetto statue's fingers, the figures dwindled one by one. Until only Itachi and Kisame remained. Itachi-san, what are you thinking about? It's nothing. Chapter 214, Chapter 214 Deidara, I feel like someone's targeting me. Crack, crack, crack. Like a bad signal, the white light flickered a few times before dying out. See, I told you it wouldn't be that easy, Inoki said, appearing calm on the surface, though cold sweat was actually beginning to form on his forehead. It really is something else. As expected of a Kekkai Tota, it's even more impressive than a Kekkai Genkai, Naruto remarked. On the Iwagakure's training grounds, Naruto was attempting to replicate the dust release mastered by Inoki by using chakra of wind, earth, and fire natures simultaneously. But the results proved it wasn't as simple as he thought. Techniques like the ultra-lightweight rock technique or the ultra-added-weight rock technique, which, while difficult to learn, were essentially earth-release ninjutsu at their core, and once you grasped the corresponding chakra flow, you could more or less replicate them. But Kekkai Genkai and Kekkai Tota were not the same. Perhaps they all involved the fusion of chakra of the same natures, but the proportions, sequence, and even the users could lead to vastly different outcomes. For example, using both water and earth nature transformations, some might only achieve a so-called mud release, while others could unleash the all-dissolving acid release. The differences were quite significant. And the difficulty of replicating a Kekkai Tota was several times greater than that. If they were of the same bloodline, there might be a small chance of naturally inheriting and mastering the so-called Kekkai Genkai through genetics. But without a blood relation, like between the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and Inoki, it could only be learned through detailed instruction, coupled with Inoki's own high level of innate talent, to master the ability of dust release. Even with the advantage of a blood relation, Inoki's son and granddaughter had failed to master dust release. Inoki, who is nearly 80 years old, didn't want the second Tsuchikage's secret technique to be lost with him. Of course, this didn't mean he would teach this jutsu to an outsider like Naruto. His ideal candidate was still his genius disciple. The misunderstanding from the previous conflict had been cleared up by Jiraiya after Inoki regained consciousness. The stubborn Sasuke didn't persist in his attitude this time. There was no other way, his fist wasn't as big as the others. According to the will of stone that the Sasuke learned, greater strength meant more say, and conversely, one could only passively accept reality. Although Inoki had provided Naruto with information about the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and Takigakure, Naruto wasn't in a hurry to leave. He always felt that Inoki was still hiding something. It was just that the other party kept it to himself. Crack, crack. A faint white light glowed once again on Naruto's palm, indicating that the sequence in which he was injecting chakra was at least correct. But starting from scratch to reverse engineer the formula for dust release was still very difficult. Cough. Uzumaki Naruto, please stop trying for now, Inoki said, genuinely somewhat worried that this kid might somehow figure out the secret of dust release, so he began to change the subject. Would you be interested in making a deal with me? As he said this, the embarrassed expression on Inoki's face gradually shifted to seriousness. In fact, this wasn't just a diversion, he had been looking for an opportunity to lay his cards on the table with Naruto for the past couple of days. Oh. Are you going to teach me this dust release now? Naruto's response made Inoki fall silent for a second, then he continued as if he hadn't heard it at all. I've heard you've already clashed with that Akatsuki, is that right? Yeah, their leader is dead. Now another guy calling himself Uchiha Madara is in control of the whole organization. I believe I already told you that, Naruto replied. Inoki nodded slightly, not questioning the identity of Madara again. Then, have you seen a young man in that organization who uses explosion-based jutsu? The old man asked, somewhat cautiously. He was really afraid that Naruto's next words would be, yeah, I saw him. I killed him. Explosions. I've seen one who uses missiles, but that guy didn't look young at all. Naruto was referring to Azura Path. Missiles. No. He uses something called explosive clay. Oh, right, that kid's name is Deidara. He also has blonde hair. After Inoki described Deidara's appearance and other details, the response he got was a shake of the head. Clay. Haven't seen him. Maybe he was sent on some other mission by that organization, Naruto said. Hearing this, the old man in front of Naruto finally let out a sigh of relief. In that case, I can rest easy. What's the matter, old man? Is that kid your grandson? Naruto asked with a smile, looking at Inoki. From the emotions the other was showing at this moment, Naruto could sense the kind of love an elder has for a younger family member. And Inoki didn't deny it immediately. That child is named Deidara. He is my disciple. While we aren't related by blood, I see him as my own grandson, he said. Then his expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Naruto. I know this request might be somewhat excessive. But I still want to ask you not to take his life if you end up fighting him. That child just took a wrong path. In a way, it's also my fault. Please spare his life. If possible, it would be best to tie him up and bring him back. As he spoke, this leader of a village, a man over 70 years old, actually bowed to Naruto. I'm begging you. In exchange, I will tell you the possible whereabouts of Rashi, that is, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. After all, he was the village's Jinchuriki. Even if Rashi had left in anger and was wandering the world, Inoki couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He had naturally conducted investigations. Especially after the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, disappeared under mysterious circumstances, the investigation efforts intensified. Hearing Inoki's words, a wide grin spread across Naruto's face. It wasn't a waste waiting here for a few days, the old man had finally spoken up. No problem, I'll go easy on him if I run into him. But isn't just a vague lead on a Jinchuriki's whereabouts a bit insufficient, old man? He's your disciple, whom you see as your own grandson, Naruto said, leaning closer to Inoki. He very naturally helped straighten the other's bowed posture, then looked at him sideways with a mischievous glint in his eye. Under that gaze, Inoki's heart tightened. This kid, he wouldn't want to. The expression on the short old man's face shifted repeatedly before he finally made up his mind. You're right. Just one possible location really isn't enough. If you can bring Deidara back, then I am willing to teach you dust release. When he uttered the last few words, Inoki's tone was incredibly strained. It was as if saying those words had drained all his spirit. He had ultimately violated the steadfastness expected of a village leader, placing his personal feelings above the interests of the village. Inoki could, of course, console himself. This Uzumaki Naruto was so powerful that whether he had dust release or not, his threat to Iwagakure was equally unstoppable. But that was, after all, a secret technique passed down to him by the previous Tsuchikage. It was an asset belonging to the entire village. It was like the mindset held by old-school craftsmen. Such unique skills could only be passed on to the most recognized, direct disciple. No wonder many crafts had fewer and fewer successors over generations, eventually dying out completely. Looking at Inoki's expression, Naruto finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Inoki immediately looked up, flustered and angry. This brat, could it be he wants to humiliate me? Naruto laughed for a while, until the veins on Inoki's forehead became visibly pronounced, then he wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Old man. I felt your resolve. I'll return that brat to you safe and sound. As he spoke, Naruto stood up straight, his towering frame blocking the view in front of Inoki. Sunlight spilled from above, seeming to cast a golden edge around this silhouette. As for that dust release or whatever, you keep it. I can develop something like that on my own. That's it then, see ya dash. Having said that, Naruto walked off the training ground. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. No matter how you think about it, it's all Stussy's fault. Was Naruto really indifferent to dust release? Of course not. He truly envied the power of launching energy beams with a casual wave of the hand. Although he could also use a similar breath attack by swallowing a conqueror's bomb, it still didn't quite match the style points of Inoki casually conjuring beams of destruction. Looking cool was the primary motivation. Of course, he only said he wouldn't learn it from Inoki, and he didn't say he wouldn't develop it himself. Before seeing Inoki use dust release, he had never thought about fusing different nature transformations to create new Kekkei Genkai. He had seen that boy who looked like a girl use something called ice release before, but compared to his buddy Kazan's ability to easily freeze mountains and seas, this ice release was far too plain. It simply couldn't catch his eye. The next day, the group set off again. According to the information provided by Inoki, Rashi, as the Four Tails Jinchuriki, was skilled in the lava release ninjutsu which involved spewing magma. Therefore, he was most likely to go to high-temperature areas like volcanic craters for training. Based on the last sighting record obtained by Iwagakure, Rashi was last seen in the border region of the Land of Earth. Unlike a certain magma ability user Naruto had dealt with, although Rashi also used magma attacks, he possessed a benevolent heart. He would absolutely not disregard the lives of innocent residents. Therefore, he would most likely avoid towns and choose sparsely populated places for his training. Coupled with the need for volcanic high temperatures, the general possible area was determined. The eastern border of the Land of Earth, near the Land of Waterfalls, happened to have several volcanoes located there. This was also the destination for Naruto and the others. Conveniently, they could also stop by to pick up the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who was reportedly in Takigakure, along the way. Just like when they arrived, the group left the rugged terrain near Iwagakure aboard Karen, who had transformed into a giant bird, and flew towards the Land of Waterfalls. As dusk approached, they didn't continue their journey and began to set up camp on the spot. Unlike Karen, who had been flying all day, Sasuke and B, whose stamina was still abundant, had already started sparring while waiting for dinner. Wait a minute. So, why do I have to train with you guys too? The speaker was Yujito, the Two Tails Jinchuriki who had recently joined the team. As a qualified elite jonin, even without using the tailed beast's power, she possessed considerable combat prowess. But this seemed somewhat inadequate compared to B and Sasuke, who had already mastered Haki. Thud. Thud. Perhaps influenced by Naruto, or maybe it was just his original personality. Sasuke showed no mercy when facing a woman. Every punch and kick landed solidly on Yujito's defenses. The shock that penetrated her body and reached her internal organs made Yujito feel stifled. But before she could even adjust her breathing, B's sharp sword techniques assaulted her. Compared to the seven-sword style he used when they first met, which was agile but lacked power, the current B, wielding only two swords but with his attack power elevated by several levels, was clearly a greater threat. Clang. 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 Kunai barely blocked a few sword strikes before being sent flying. This also meant Yujito was the first one eliminated from this three-person sparring session. She sat to the side, watching Sasuke use armament Haki to harden his palms and fight back and forth with B with a series of clangs, while she asked Naruto, who was researching Kekkei Tota nearby, again. So, why do I have to join their training too? This actually wasn't the first time. During those few days in the Land of Earth, the training had already begun. Not only joining the training, but Naruto had specifically emphasized not using any tailed beast's power. This included the blue flames and claws granted by the Two Tails, Matatabi, which directly cut Yujito's combat power by more than half. It's precisely because you rely too much on the tailed beast's power. In Naruto's palm, wind, lightning, and fire chakra were merging in different forms. This was his self-created Kekkei Tota. Or rather, the Kekkei Tota he was experimenting with. Unlike the earth attribute chakra in Inoki's dust release, lightning attribute chakra possessed the characteristics of swiftness and penetration. Combined with wind's inherent cutting attribute and fire's burning attribute, the resulting destructive power was no less than that of dust release. Moreover, the speed of execution was faster than dust release. The only drawback was Naruto hadn't quite figured it out yet. Boom. Before the chakra in his hand could erupt, Naruto clenched his fist first, stifling the explosion in its cradle. Even so, the escaping chakra still pierced through the nearby trees and soil, leaving behind blackened holes. After doing this, Naruto clapped his hands clean, then turned to look at Yujito. Where were we? Oh right, you rely too much on tailed beast's abilities. Seeing that Yujito seemed to want to say something upon hearing this, Naruto guessed her words first and interrupted preemptively. I know, you've trained and developed your tailed beast's power for a long time. Not using such power is indeed taking a roundabout route. But I'm not saying you should completely abandon the tailed beast's power. Rather, I'm saying that aside from tailed beast's chakra, you also need to have the ability to protect yourselves. Seeing that Yujito still looked somewhat puzzled, Naruto simply paused his Kekkei Tota research and, with a thought. Clatter, clatter. Instantly, 7 or 8 chains extended out, binding Yujito in place before she could even react. Not only that, but the two tails chakra was also restrained simultaneously. Even if Yujito wanted to enter tailed beast mode to break free, she couldn't. See. Just like me, I believe the Akatsuki must also have means to restrict tailed beast's chakra. I've seen a guy in Akatsuki with a face like a shark, the sword in his hand can devour chakra. If you get entangled by him someday, this training will at least give you the ability to escape in a critical moment. Hearing this, Yujito first nodded, then turned her head away, her face slightly flushed. I understand the reasoning, but could you let me go first before explaining? And, why use this method of restraint? Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately realized and saw that the chains were binding Yujito firmly in an indescribable manner. Although her figure wasn't as explosive as Tsunade's or Hancock's, it could still be described as curvaceous. Being bound like this directly exposed features that were originally hidden. This was a bit awkward. Naruto immediately dispersed the adamantine sealing chains. Sorry, force of habit. When I thought about it, it was all Stussy's fault. If it weren't for her, I would never have learned this kind of fancy technique. So why are you accustomed to tying people up like this? Compared to Yujito, who was too exhausted to complain, B and Jiraiya, who had for some reason stopped their sparring, were standing to the side, dumbfounded as they watched. 2 streams of nosebleed dripped down their faces. Good, tying people up is good, you've got to learn how to tie people up. In an instant, countless inspirations flooded the great literary master's mind. He hurriedly pulled out paper and pen to add bricks and tiles to his masterpiece. Completely ignoring the disgusted looks from the 2 ladies present. Chapter 216, The Idea King. Are we really going to do this? Why can't you just drop us off halfway? High up in the sky, Yujito shouted against the roaring wind. If she didn't, her voice simply wouldn't carry, even though the others were right next to her. At this moment, Naruto and the others were all wearing parachutes provided by Jiraiya. Although these parachutes, still in their packed state, were made of ink, their toughness was quite reliable. Karen, flying below, faithfully carried out Naruto's instructions and even cancelled the wind barrier that usually shielded everyone. Hence, the scene at the beginning. Stop nagging. Jump. Woohoo. Naruto and B, like overgrown children, ran up excitedly and jumped straight off the giant bird's back. Sasuke and Jiraiya exchanged a helpless look but didn't spoil the fun, following suit and leaping downwards. 4 figures quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Hey. Yujitone, get ready. Even though her tailed beast was a cat, Yujito, who was afraid of heights, heard Karen's words from below and immediately became flustered. Karen. Not yet. Wait. Let me mentally prepare myself. To be honest, this was also the first time Karen had seen the usually gentle big sister Yujito look so discomposed. At first, when she saw such a charming, curvaceous big sister approaching Naruto, she had felt somewhat resistant. But Yujito, this big sister who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, had slowly won Karen's trust through their interactions. She had even used an honorific like "nay" for someone other than Naruto for the first time. You know, even when facing Jiraiya, Karen didn't always address him as sensei. After all, it's Jiraiya, those who know. When he's serious, he's trustworthy, but when he's not. It was already giving him some respect that she didn't call him a perverted old man. Yujito took deep breaths, unsure if it was because the oxygen at this altitude was too thin, making her heart feel like it was pounding. Ready. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Karen quickly transformed back into her human form and plummeted downwards alongside the horrified Yujito. Woo. This is too much fun. B and Naruto kept falling, heading straight for the summit of a tall mountain. The reason they opted for parachuting was twofold. On one hand, the volcano that was their destination was indeed very high, and the temperature was scorching. Climbing all the way up from the foot of the mountain would be time-consuming, laborious, and would make them sweat profusely. On the other hand, it was simply for fun. As the saying goes, when more than 3 men gather, an idea king might automatically be born. Unfortunately, both Naruto and B fit the bill. Therefore, even though Karen could have flown them directly to the summit, these two guys proposed another plan. Aerial insertion. Coincidentally, the mountain peaks were somewhat far apart, so the 6 of them split into 3 pairs, each responsible for searching one volcano. Perhaps because they were highly skilled and bold, or perhaps simply unafraid of falling to their deaths. Naruto and B still showed no intention of opening their parachutes even when they were only about 200 meters from the ground. You should know, the general safe altitude for parachuting is around 500 to 800 meters. Of course, this is the ninja world, and not many people know about parachuting knowledge. Perhaps the late Soragekyu's leader, Shino, would have known. There seemed to be an unspoken tacit agreement between the two. Whoever opened their parachute first was the coward. Watching the slowly smoking volcanic crater get closer and closer, it was finally B who couldn't hold back any longer and pulled the ripcord on his parachute pack. Whoosh! The parachute canopy opened rapidly. B's weight made the ink-drawn suspension lines creak, but they barely held without breaking. From this, it's not hard to see that Jiraiya hadn't been slacking off in developing his devil fruits abilities during this time. The precision and durability of his creations had improved. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed heartily as he watched B quickly recede in his field of vision. Thud. The next moment, his entire body slammed heavily into the mountain rock. After the dust settled, a hand pierced through the rock layer, reaching out from the mountainside. Then, Naruto pulled himself out of the mountain as if nothing had happened. He flashed a big grin at B above. I won. It's worth noting that Naruto didn't cheat by using the ultra-lightweight rock technique. He took this impact head-on. B, slowly descending, twitched his mouth. At this moment, the Eight-Tails, Gyuki, also complains in his heart. B, you idiot, that kid isn't afraid of falling to his death. Why are you competing with him? Such a miscalculation. Naruto's body is rock-hard, solid as a rock. Yo. B landed slowly, then took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a small stack of bills, and placed it in Naruto's hand. He paid his bet fairly. Sometimes, bets between men are just that inexplicable. On the other side, Karen, Sasuke, and the others also landed on their respective volcanoes. With entertainment over, it's time to get down to business. Compared to Naruto, who had already scanned the entire mountain with his observation haki before even landing, the sensing abilities of Karen and Sasuke were somewhat lacking. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Karen had inherited the innate sensory attribute. But because her development time was short, or rather, because she focused more on combat training, her sensory range was limited to a certain area and couldn't cover the entire mountain. As for Sasuke, his observation haki might be useful in combat, but it was practically useless for large-scale searches. Fortunately, Naruto's arrangements were quite reasonable. Both Yujito and Jiraiya were well equipped to handle this task. There's no tailed beast's aura here. While slowly descending through the air, the frightened big sister Yujito finally managed to calm her emotions. After landing, she communicated with the two tails, Matatabi, inside her. Tailed beasts could sense each other, even when sealed inside a jinchuriki. Using this, Yujito could also sense the possible presence of other jinchuriki nearby. None here. And none on Naruto's side either. Ninja art, canopy method formation. Jiraiya formed hand seals and performed his secret barrier technique. An invisible spherical barrier began to rapidly expand around him as the center. Jiraiya could freely control the size of this barrier, and any object enveloped by it would enter his field of vision. In a non-combat state, Jiraiya could expand the barrier to an exaggerated extent, and covering the entire mountain was only a matter of time. A strong chakra reaction. Found it. Jiraiya opened his eyes and said in a low voice. Where? Sasuke immediately entered a combat stance. In his view, since it was their first meeting, they would inevitably have to exchange blows before talking. One could say that a certain someone's way of thinking was subtly influencing him. Northeast direction, about 150 meters down the mountainside, there's a cave. Before Jiraiya even finished speaking, Sasuke had already transformed into Wodo and rushed off. Chapter 217, Chapter 217 Sasuke vs Rashi, Flame vs Magma. Hey! Wait a second. By the time Jiraiya dispersed the barrier, Sasuke's figure had already vanished from sight. After transforming into Wodo's giant wolf form, Sasuke, even on all fours, traversed the scorching hot volcanic rock as if it were flat ground. Jiraiya wasn't in a great hurry to chase after him. Instead, he first used the communicator to inform Naruto and the others on the other two peaks about the situation. Okay, I'm on my way. After receiving Naruto's response, Jiraiya put the communicator away. This thing is really handy. To think that such a useful thing could be created during the time I was away from Konoha. It somehow felt even more convenient than using the summoning toad technique to relay messages. I really was falling behind the times. Sighing with emotion, Jiraiya chased after Sasuke in the direction he had left. He wasn't too worried about Sasuke's safety. In fact, he had been watching Sasuke's training all these days. Supported by hatred, this kid's talent and diligence were both astonishing. To be fair, Sasuke's overall combat power had now completely surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Even if the enemy was a jinchuriki, Jiraiya still believed Sasuke wouldn't be easily defeated. In fact, Jiraiya's guess wasn't wrong. Inside the extremely hot cave, the four-tails jinchuriki, Rashi, sat cross-legged, quietly sensing the tailed beast within him and the external environment. Behind him, deeper in the cave, bright flames could be seen. It turned out this cave directly connected to the interior of the volcano, its temperature comparable to the crater itself. This was also where Rashi usually trained. Suddenly, a feeling of being probed arose in Rashi's heart. The sensation was very faint. If he hadn't been sensing his environment, he might not have noticed it at all. An enemy? He slowly stood up and looked towards the cave entrance. In Rashi's perception, a chakra source was rapidly approaching his location. He was used to this by now. After all, he was a tailed beast's jinchuriki. During these years away from Iwagakure, many people had naturally started to set their sights on him. Harassed beyond endurance, Rashi was often forced to leave his residence and embark on another journey. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps stopped at the cave entrance. The other party showed no intention of going deeper. Rashi wasn't one to shy away from a fight either, so he strode out. But he was still startled when he saw Sasuke transformed into his hybrid form. A jinchuriki. No. On this side, Sasuke, who had switched to his hybrid form because his giant wolf form couldn't enter the cave, looked at the purple-clad ninja who had walked out, sizing him up. Red hair, red beard. Although he wasn't wearing Iwagakure's forehead protector, his appearance perfectly matched the one provided by that short old man. Coupled with the fact that he could walk out of that scorching cave without changing his expression, his identity was self-evident. Four-tails jinchuriki. Rashi. A strange name. Flexing his claws, the bestial instincts granted to Sasuke by Hudo made him sense the threat from the person in front of him. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Wolf boy. From Sasuke's voice, Rashi could tell that this guy was probably quite young. Uchiha Sasuke. I'm here to take you away. After Sasuke finished speaking, a look of confusion appeared on Rashi's face. Uchiha. Konoha. Is Konoha targeting me this time? Being away from the village, Rashi naturally wasn't aware of the news from Konoha and mistakenly assumed Sasuke's meaning. Of course, it wasn't his fault. Anyone seeing Sasuke's full-on battle-ready demeanor would misunderstand. Go back, kid, if you don't want to die by my hand. Rashi was quite confident in his own strength and didn't want to kill the young man in front of him. It was precisely because he was unwilling to accept Inoki's view of treating tailed beasts and jinchuriki as tools of war that he had left Iwagakure. So, even though his temper was a bit fiery, deep down, Rashi was a pacifist. Talking is useless. Come on. Let's fight first. The threat emanating from Rashi excited Sasuke's nerves. Although he had been sparring with his companions these past few days, it wasn't real combat, and some lethal moves couldn't be used. One could say Sasuke was feeling quite pent up. Is that so? Seeing that Sasuke was as stubborn as that old fool Inoki, Rashi knew a fight was inevitable. In that case, there's no helping it. I will pray for you. Don't forget, one of Rashi's identities was that of a wandering monk. A wandering monk is still a monk. Since he had to fight, Rashi stopped hesitating and immediately formed hand seals to strike first. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. His mouth opened wide, and large balls of magma shot towards Sasuke. The magma balls grew larger in midair, radiating intense heat. Since Rashi had started, he wouldn't hold back. This magma not only had extremely high temperature but would also cling to the enemy upon impact, causing secondary burns. Even if it missed the target, it could alter the environment to some extent, restricting the enemy's movement. Simultaneously, the magma would release gases that affected breathing, further weakening the opponent's stamina. Unless facing a ninja extremely proficient in water release, Rashi was confident he could drag anyone else into an unfavorable situation and wear them down to death. Unfortunately, such attacks posed little threat to Sasuke. His Sharingan spun slightly, easily finding the gaps between the attacks. The next moment, Sasuke's figure quickly vanished from his original position. So fast. Rashi's pupils contracted, the opponent's speed had surpassed his own. But he wasn't too worried about being drawn into close combat. Lava release chakra mode. This was a technique similar to the lightning release chakra mode, used by the 3rd and 4th Raikage. By gathering magma and chakra all over his body, it not only enhanced his own strength and defense but also taught a lesson to any enemy who made close contact. Thud. Sasuke's figure reappeared less than a meter in front of Rashi. This was a movement technique called Soru that he had learned from Naruto. This high-speed movement technique, purely taijutsu, could erupt with even greater speed when enhanced by chakra. A straightforward punch aimed at Rashi's chest sent him flying before he could even react. Rashi crashed into the rock wall, the high temperature around him immediately melting the surrounding stones. Cough. Pretty impressive, kid. Rashi clutched his chest, feeling that he might have underestimated this strange fellow in front of him. That penetrating force made his internal organs churn. But you're not feeling too good either, are you? After taking a few breaths, Rashi stood up again. This move hadn't achieved any substantial effect. On the contrary, the back of Sasuke's fist had been counter-injured by the magma's high temperature. Widow possessed the ability to devour flames and didn't fear high temperatures. But the one here was ultimately just Sasuke, and his development of this devil fruit's ability hadn't yet reached its limit. Therefore, even though he was immune to most of the high temperature, the magma still scalded a large area on the back of Sasuke's hand. That's even better. Sasuke felt the pain from his hand, but the fighting spirit on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. Black-red calamity flames materialized out of thin air alongside the pain, swirling around Sasuke's limbs. The burns on the surface of his fist began to heal at a visible rate. Once they reached a point where they wouldn't hinder combat, the healing immediately stopped. Come on, the real fight starts now. Chapter 218, Chapter 218 Lightning Fire Sword. Karma. This ability isn't limited to attacks launched against Sasuke. Unlike another devil fruit on the sea called the Karma no Mi, Sasuke's karma cannot, like the Karma no Mi, transform an enemy's attack 100% into size and strength and then counterattack. T/N, Karma fruit. Since Uri's devil fruit is unknown, but he used karma-based ability, it'll be named Karma no Mi for now. Its conversion rate isn't that high. But this ability also has its advantages. That is, the target of its effect isn't limited to actual physical attacks. Anything that causes Sasuke pain can be considered a calamity, the only difference being the degree. Whether it's mental attacks or the current counter damage, all are included. Feeling the increase in his physical energy, a fierce, battle-ready smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Chakra mode. I can do that too. The next moment, crackling lightning enveloped Sasuke's body. This is. Rashi recognized this familiar state, it was the lightning release chakra mode from Kimogakure. Very early on, Naruto had discovered that Sasuke was not only skilled in fire attribute ninjutsu but also had a certain talent for lightning attribute. Therefore, after copying this mode from the Raikage, he immediately taught it to Sasuke. The lightning release chakra mode wasn't a particularly difficult ninjutsu to learn, it relied more on daily, bit-by-bit accumulation. It's like someone with poor physical fitness, even if they had the lightning release chakra mode, the amplification wouldn't be strong, and it wouldn't last long. Thud. The next moment, Sasuke kicked into the rock wall, instantly causing countless cracks to appear throughout the mountain face. Both lightning and magma possessed extremely high temperatures. Gravel fell rustling down, melting upon contact with the high temperature when it landed on Sasuke and Rashi. At the critical moment, Rashi utilized the Four Tails chakra. It wasn't just summoning a single tail, he directly cloaked himself in the tailed beast cloak. Because of this, he barely withstood Sasuke's kick. See bottom needle. Rashi wasn't one to just take a beating without fighting back. In his tailed beast mode, the temperature of the magma on his body was even higher. With his shout, extremely high temperature gathered on his palm, and his entire arm turned red. The scorching airflow from the high temperature made all the fur on Sasuke's body stand on end. He wasn't about to be outdone. Coincidentally, not long ago, Sasuke had also developed a move similar to this one. Calamity flames and lightning release chakra quickly intertwined. Utilizing the Chidori, taught by Kakashi, and the calamity flames from his widow transformation. Plus the enhancement of lightning release chakra mode covering his body. Zap. All these powers wrapped around Sasuke's arm. At this moment, Sasuke's arm was like an indestructible sharp sword, even an unconscious swipe against the mountain wall could split it without hindrance. This move was named Lightning Fire Sword, a suggestion provided by Naruto. It's just that, for some reason, Naruto's expression always looked a bit strange when mentioning the name of this move, like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. T/N, the Raw of Lightning Fire Sword can be read as Ken Raika, which is a director of educational anime. See bottom needle, and Lightning Fire Sword, collided in midair. The convergence of electric light and flames instantly produced a violent explosion. Boom. Sasuke was sent flying backward, his entire body covered in burns. The feedback from karma nearly doubled his physical attributes in that instant. But this also meant that Sasuke was genuinely quite seriously injured at this moment. On the other side, Roshi's figure was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Compared to Sasuke, who was rapidly recovering with the infusion of calamity flames, Roshi looked much more miserable. The upper half of his body, along with his clothes, was burned badly. If not for the protection of the tailed beast cloak, that last strike might have been enough to blow his arm off. Cough. What an incredible kid. I admit I underestimated you. Roshi pushed himself off the ground and stood up, his aura also undergoing a change. This meant he was about to use his ultimate, trump card technique. The fighting spirit on Sasuke's body didn't diminish in the slightest. Lightning and flames once again transformed into armor. About a few dozen meters away from the battlefield, Naruto and the group had now gathered. Are we really not going to help? The one who asked this was Yujito, who had only recently joined. Hearing this, before Naruto could speak, Jiraiya answered first. That kid Sasuke wouldn't appreciate your help. After training for so many days, it's good to let him have some real combat practice. After all, his goal isn't any weaker than the Four Tails jinchuriki. As he spoke, he turned to look at Naruto beside him. Besides, Naruto wouldn't let you interfere in their fight, right? At this, Naruto showed a big smile. Of course. As for Sasuke, he's having fun right now. On the battlefield, with Roshi's battle declaration, even more massive chakra began to surge from his body. His body also began to quickly transform from a human shape into a giant ape form. Complete tailed beast transformation. This was a power he had successfully mastered after wandering for so many years. Thud. 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 The giant red ape landed on all fours. Just a light sweep of its four tails could split mountains and crack stones. Even after entering the complete tailed beast transformation, Roshi could still maintain his own consciousness and wouldn't fall into an out-of-control rampage. At this moment, the size ratio between him and Sasuke reversed. It was his turn to look down on the other from above. If you have any last words, I can relay them for you. Roshi certainly understood that Sasuke's strength was remarkable, but that was all. The complete tailed beast transformation him and the previous him were two completely different things. After I defeat you, I might be willing to listen to yours. Facing the immense pressure from the Four Tails, the smile on Sasuke's face grew even wider. The Mangekyo Sharingan also began to spin under the genuine threat of death. Although the sense of pressure was still completely incomparable to Naruto's exaggerated level, Sasuke could feel that, due to the death threat posed by the Four Tails jinchuriki, Roshi, a power was beginning to brew and grow within his eyes. In the distance, sensing the change in Sasuke's aura, Naruto laughed. That's it. Transform into a strong warrior before death, Sasuke. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The giant ape pressed its palms against the ground, and immediately, a massive amount of magma turned into a river, completely covering the ground. Even with Widow's heat resistance, standing on such ground would cause considerable damage. Sasuke, self-taught, imitated the water-walking technique, gathering his armament haki to the soles of his feet, thus maintaining his stance. The next moment, Roshi's attack had already arrived. The giant fist could even cover half of Sasuke's body. In terms of brute force alone, the Four Tails, Son Goku, could even throw the massive Eight Tails, Gyuki. One could imagine the force behind this punch. Fortunately, Sasuke also knew he couldn't take it head-on. Before the attack arrived, he used his observation haki to perceive its trajectory, then his whole body brushed past the fist like a piece of paper. Then, Sasuke simply dropped to all fours and ran up the Four Tails' arm. Ha! A powerful knee strike was blocked by the Four Tails' tail, preventing it from hitting its head. The next moment, magma spewed from the Four Tails' mouth as if it were free, threatening to completely cover Sasuke. Splash! After the magma covered it, that figure turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. A clone. No, it's Konoha's shadow clone technique. By the time Roshi realized something was wrong, Sasuke, who had concealed his presence, had already silently reached behind Roshi using the paw pads of a canine. Soru, silent step. Then, lightning attribute chakra and calamity flames gathered once again. Another lightning fire sword thrust heavily into the Four Tails' tail root. Hiss. Everyone who saw this scene collectively sucked in a breath of hot air. The others all looked at Naruto, their expressions seeming to ask, did you teach him this move too? Naruto seemed to understand their meaning and quickly spoke to explain. Don't misunderstand. That move is something Sasuke learned from Kakashi-sensei himself. Kakashi-sensei was our previous team's Jonin instructor. Upon hearing this, even Jiraiya, who knew Kakashi, showed a strange expression. To think that Konoha's Hatake Kakashi was that kind of person. At this moment, far away in Konoha, Kakashi, who was flipping through the latest issue of Ika Ika Paradise, suddenly sneezed. Huh? Is someone talking about me? He's completely unaware that his reputation was being unfairly maligned. Chapter 219, Chapter 219 The Gaze from Widow, Magatsume. Unfortunately, tailed beasts are merely chakra entities and do not possess certain organs. Therefore, this attack was no different from an ordinary piercing attack. But for Rashi himself, this method of attack was still sufficiently hate-inducing. You brat. The giant ape unleashed a spinning kick, its terrifying force instantly sending Sasuke flying, even creating a sonic boom in that moment. Boom. Seeing this, everyone prepared to intervene and stop the fight, but Naruto still stopped them. This is Sasuke's fight. It's not over yet. Even though he said that, Naruto's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the mountain Sasuke had been smashed through. Clearly, his heart wasn't as confident as his words. Don't die, Sasuke. Under Naruto's gaze, the rubble was slowly covered by the overflowing magma. The act of piercing through the mountain seemed to have prematurely triggered the volcano. Fortunately, apart from vast stretches of wasteland, there were no signs of any populated areas nearby. Is he dead? In his furious strike, Rashi hadn't held back. He knew how powerful the Four Tails' strength was. One could say even if another jinchuriki transformed before him, this move could still threaten them. Thud. Above the hole that had been smashed through, the mountain wall was torn open by a sharp claw. The next moment, a battered and bruised Sasuke crawled out from within. He was now covered in wounds. The arm that had instinctively blocked the kick hung limply, the bones inside clearly completely shattered. Cough, cough. After just 2 steps, he couldn't control himself and coughed up blood. Broken ribs had pierced his lungs, and a froth of blood was stuck in Sasuke's throat, preventing him from making a sound. So this is a tailed beast's jinchuriki. Just one strike. Using his other hand to support himself, he barely stood up. Along with his injuries, black-red calamity flames enveloped his entire body. Those flames swirled over Sasuke's body, rapidly repairing the damage. A black flame dragon actively burrowed into Sasuke's mouth, starting to heal his internal organs from within, finally allowing him to breathe again. This is a healing ability. Rashi below could naturally also see Sasuke's wounds healing, but he wasn't very worried about it. As long as I kill you instantly in one strike, I suppose you won't have a way to heal again, right? If you can, do it, then come on. Sasuke's body crouched low. His other arm, due to the bones being pulverized, hadn't fully recovered yet and could only be held weakly at his side. Lightning and flames once again covered his entire body. 8 gates released formation, Gate of Life, open. Because he had only learned it recently, even with the physical boost from the mythical Zoan-type fruit, Sasuke could only open up to the 3rd gate at most. But it was enough. Over the lightning and flames, a layer of white steam now covered him. Hiss. Sasuke's muscles began to swell, and his blood vessels bulged due to the increased flow rate of chakra. Lava release, granite. Rashi manipulated the tailed beast chakra, slamming both palms onto the ground. The next moment, 3 massive stone walls, still dripping with magma, rose around them, completely sealing off Sasuke's movement options. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Then, the giant ape directly spewed a terrifying magma ball nearly 10 meters high from its throat, shooting straight towards Sasuke, who was blocked by the stone walls. At that moment, Sasuke also moved. It was a simple attack, discarding all complex techniques. In this state of greatly enhanced physical attributes, Sasuke no longer had the capacity to perform more intricate fist techniques. But that speed and strength were the strongest techniques in themselves. Under Rashi's gaze, the magma ball was pierced through by a beam of fire. By the time he sensed something, he had already been struck by the opponent. With this punch, the 3-meter-tall beastman sent the ape, over 10 times his size, flying off the ground. Rashi reacted quickly, immediately adjusting his posture and delivering an axe kick downwards. But this move had already been captured by observation haki. Sasuke had already sidestepped, following the opponent's motion to complete his counterattack. His sharp claws left deep gashes on Rashi's tailed beast body, blood gushing out from within. Although tailed beasts are chakra entities, they can still bleed. In the tailed beast state, these pains were shared by the Four Tails and Rashi. The intense pain provoked the Four Tails' ferocity, and this emotion was also transmitted to Rashi. The giant ape leaped on the spot, putting distance between itself and Sasuke. What's wrong? Did that hurt? Seeing this, Sasuke immediately pressed his advantage. But in his observation haki, an immense sense of crisis completely enveloped his entire body. Naruto, with his stronger observation, had already seen the future. He didn't hesitate and directly entered Sage mode. Unlike Jiraiya, who needed to remain still and absorb a large amount of natural energy to enter Sage mode. Ever since Naruto's brief contact with the nature will last time, the affinity of the natural energy towards him had greatly increased. One could say if he didn't control it himself, the natural energy would actively enter his body. It's enough to make one sigh in frustration. As soon as he opened the gate here, the natural energy rushed over incessantly from there. But at this moment, Jiraiya didn't have the leisure to pay attention to Naruto's instant Sage Mode activation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the fully transformed Rashi landed on all fours and opened his mouth wide. This time, what he spewed wasn't magma, but something even more terrifying. Familiar purple-black chakra converged, rapidly forming a tailed beast bomb with terrifying power. Naruto. He had partially transformed and was about to rush over to help. Although they hadn't known each other long, he held quite a favorable impression of Sasuke, this young man who often sparred with him. Therefore, he naturally couldn't just watch as the other was blown to bits by a tailed beast bomb. Yes, even though Sasuke was now far stronger than before, the gap between him and a fully transformed jinchuriki was still too great. The terrifying destructive power of a tailed beast bomb was clear to everyone present except Karen. In response to B's words, Naruto didn't reply, merely continuing to block with his outstretched arm. His eyes were fixed on Sasuke in midair, as if he had already seen the other party's future. Sasuke, enveloped by the lethal threat, still maintained his original motion, rushing rapidly towards the opponent. But the increasingly strong aura of death the closer he got continuously stimulated those Mangekyo Sharingan. The lotus-shaped Sharingan quietly bloomed. At the same moment, the instincts of the ancient mythical beast, Widow, were fully aroused by this aura. The two, within the same body, fused together, manifested through the incredible dojutsu of the Sharingan. At the critical moment, the unique Mangekyo Sharingan's ability belonging solely to Sasuke finally awakened. He seemed to instinctively understand the name of this ability. Magatsume. Blood flowed from his eye sockets. At the same time, everyone present seemed to feel as if they were being watched by something. They all showed very awkward expressions on their faces. That feeling. It was like in winter, when you're wearing long boots and suddenly feel your socks slip down. To fix them, you have to take off your boots in the cold wind. If you don't adjust them, that uncomfortable feeling will keep bothering you. Naruto was also affected by this feeling, but a finally succeeded smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Rashi, facing Sasuke, felt as if he had been targeted by something ominous. So itchy. For some reason, his throat felt so itchy. He really wanted to cough. Even though they were in the middle of a tense battle, this thought uncontrollably appeared in Rashi's mind. Just one cough, just one. He also knew this wasn't the time for such an action, but that instinct still drove him. Faster than the thought itself was his body's movement. Whether it was a cramp or something else, Rashi's forelimb suddenly twitched. Then, he lost his balance and tilted to one side. Although he immediately readjusted his posture, that brief moment of relaxation caused him to cough uncontrollably. And because of that cough, as Rashi raised his head slightly, the tailed beast bomb was shot into the sky. It was as if everything was being manipulated by an invisible hand, achieving this result through a series of unreasonable coincidences. Chapter 220, Chapter 220 Infrape, Get. Deidara's Rebellion. Magatsume. It is an incredible dojutsu born from the combination of Widow's ability to attract good fortune and avoid disaster, observe calamity, and the Sharingan Kekkei. It is not like Amaterasu, Kamui, or Tsukuyomi, possessing offensive capabilities in the physical or mental realms. One could even say this ability cannot directly attack enemies at all. But it has an even more absurd effect. Manipulating misfortune. This is a truly terrifying ability. Perhaps just a small accident, a sneeze, a moment of distraction, could lead the development of events to a completely different outcome. It cannot create natural disasters out of thin air, but it can influence the probability of misfortune. If the possibility of an accident is 1%, or even 1,000th, then under the gaze of Magatsume, it becomes 100%. Under normal circumstances, tripping or losing focus might not be a big deal. But in a battle between powerhouses, this slight flaw could very well determine victory or defeat. Just like now. Rashi's tailed beast ball missed because of a few insignificant little accidents. This wasn't a big deal for him personally, but it gave Sasuke an opportunity. Sasuke, who had closed the distance again, landed a full power strike on the massive ape's head. This time, he used the technique of the Hasoken. An invisible force directly penetrated the skull, shaking the brain. For a moment, Rashi felt the world spin and was about to fall to the side. But before falling, his combat instinct made him grab Sasuke's body and then squeeze with immense force. Being gripped in the giant ape's hand, Sasuke acted as if he felt no pain at all, stubbornly resisting the force to free his hands. At this distance, it's enough. The next moment, lightning gleamed at his fingertips. Chidori sharp spear. Compressed and condensed lightning transformed into a long spear, attacking Rashi's head. This move had extremely high penetration power. Even against a fully transformed Rashi, Sasuke was confident he could deliver a fatal blow with one strike. As if sensing the crisis, Rashi, despite the disorientation in his head, tilted it and opened his mouth, preparing to spew magma at close range. It seemed both sides were aiming for the other's life. All right, stop. At the critical moment, Naruto's figure abruptly appeared between the two. The hand controlling the Chidori sharp spear was lifted by Naruto, shooting straight upwards. As for Rashi, Naruto simply used his monstrous strength to forcefully press him down, then gently slammed him, causing him to fall unconscious immediately. You did very well, Sasuke. Your growth is truly significant. Because it was his first time truly using the Mangekyo Sharingan and he wasn't quite used to it yet, Sasuke felt dizzy from the chakra consumption. Before he fell, he heard Naruto's affirmation. Hey, of course. With that thought, Sasuke also fell unconscious. Both of them, having lost consciousness, reverted to their human forms. Rashi was fine, as he was enveloped in the tailed beast cloak, so his body wasn't seriously injured. Sasuke, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. His upper body clothing had long been reduced to ashes during the fight, and his exposed torso was covered in burns and bruises. Naruto tossed the unconscious Rashi to the waiting bee, then his hands glowed green as he began to heal Sasuke's injuries. There was no other way. Sasuke was unconscious, so those calamity flames had dissipated and naturally couldn't heal him autonomously. That was too reckless, Naruto. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke, who had nearly died at Rashi's hands, and shook his head slightly. It was unclear whether he was referring to Sasuke choosing to fight alone or to Naruto letting them watch from the sidelines. In response, Naruto just shook his head slightly. I can't protect him forever. If you want to become strong, you must go through the baptism of life and death. Consider this a rehearsal. If Sasuke were fighting that Uchiha Itachi this time, could you expect that guy to hold back? Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Indeed, that man wouldn't hesitate to kill his own clan, we couldn't expect him to spare his younger brother's life in a decisive battle. Alright, now that the Four Tails Jinchuriki has joined, it's time to set off for the next stop, Takigakure. Carrying Sasuke on his shoulder, Naruto spoke while walking forward and healing him simultaneously. This trip to the land of Earth had delayed them for a few days. Fortunately, the Four Tails Jinchuriki didn't take up too much of their time. He hoped the Akatsuki hadn't reached Takigakure yet. Hey! Sasori-dana, are you really planning to listen to that masked guy? In the sky above the desert, Deidara, wearing a bamboo hat, asked Sasori, who was repairing a puppet beside him. Hearing this, Sasori's movements paused slightly before he continued his work. The desert was like this, those tiny sand particles would always inadvertently get stuck in the joints of the puppets. As a master puppeteer, Sasori would maintain his puppets whenever he had free time. The one he was currently repairing was the Hirako he always used for transportation, the short old man. So, are you planning to defect? Sasori's tone was flat, but the question was sharp. His demeanor suggested that if Deidara said yes, he would immediately start a fight right there. I wouldn't call it defecting. Deidara shook his head. That pain actually died at the hands of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sasori-dana, when you were recruited, what reason did they use to persuade you? This question stirred Sasori's memories. Unlike Deidara, who was recruited by Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori himself through forceful means, Sasori originally joined Akatsuki because Konan told him Akatsuki is a sanctuary for missing nin, and promised the ability to protect all members. At that time, Sasori had killed the third Kazekage and defected from Sunagakure, solely focused on creating eternal art, and just happened to need a place to stay. Looking at it now, Akatsuki wasn't as safe as she had claimed. You don't want to target Iwagakure, do you? Sasori didn't directly answer Deidara's question but instead countered with one of his own. When Nagato was still the leader of Akatsuki, because he knew about Deidara's relationship with Iwagakure, so he would usually deliberately assign Deidara missions unrelated to Iwagakure's ninjas. Because unlike the others, strictly speaking, Deidara wasn't in Iwagakure's missing nin. During his several collaborations with Inoki, the latter had hinted at this, intentionally or not. But now, with that unidentified Uchiha Madara giving orders, the other party unhesitatingly commanded Deidara to attack Iwagakure. This had crossed his bottom line. Deidara did indeed pursue art wholeheartedly. He was indeed unpopular in the village. He did leave the village because he was unwilling to accept the so-called Will of Stone. He always wanted to defeat Inoki head-on and prove himself right. But that didn't mean he hated Inoki. Towards Kuratsuchi and other fellow disciples, he never held any hostility. Ah, yeah, my only opponent is that old man alone. Hearing Deidara's frank answer, Sasori fell silent for a moment. It's not time yet. Actually, during the previous pursuit battle with Chiyo, Sasori's mindset had subtly changed. Those two puppets, and Chiyo's mention of a resurrection technique. Sasori didn't know if Chiyo was deceiving him. He instinctively didn't believe it, but afterwards, he kept thinking about it repeatedly. This was also why he had been silently repairing his puppet earlier. Perhaps because of this, Sasori hadn't pursued and eliminated Chiyo and the other Sunagakure's ninjas. Anyway, let's go to the land of Earth first. In the wordless silence, the clay giant bird changed direction and flew towards the land of Earth. Chapter 221, Chapter 221. Three parties gather in the land of waterfalls. Hey, Dark Circles, where are you going? Dark Circles, do you want something to eat? Dark Circles, why aren't you talking? You haven't even told me your name yet. Kusi looked puzzled at Gaara, who hadn't said a word since waking up. Behind the two, Zabuza and Haku had different expressions. Zabuza wore a look of confusion, as if thinking, who am I? Why am I here? Haku, on the other hand, maintained a smile, watching Kusi with his uniquely gentle gaze. The epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Their previous attempt to intervene not only proved useless but also exposed the fact that they had been following. Since they were already here, the group simply decided to travel together. Gaara didn't speak but had a clear sense of direction, as if guided by GPS. Kusi, meanwhile, chattered non-stop along the way but never managed to get Gaara to speak. If he hadn't uttered a few words during their first meeting, Kusi would have thought he was mute. Since she didn't know where to find her father either, she simply followed Gaara. Perhaps sensing Kusi meant no harm, or maybe because of her chivalrous intervention, Gaara, while not accepting the kindness, didn't refuse the little girl's company either. The duo behind them were also categorized as friendly units in his mind. The four of them walked on and off, heading north from the land of grass. Mainly because Kusi needed to stop periodically to eat. She seemed to get hungry easily, or perhaps the game caught in the wild simply wasn't enough to fill her up. Zabuza and Haku were deeply aware of this. Back in the land of vegetables, Kusi's single meal could equal their entire day's intake, making one wonder where all that food ended up. When Kusi stopped to eat, Gaara surprisingly didn't leave alone for once. It seemed he had tacitly accepted this little girl as a companion. As they walked, Gaara suddenly looked up towards another direction, then turned and started walking that way. Hey! Dark Circles, where are you going? Even as she asked, Kusi followed along. Over there. Gaara looked down at Kusi and suddenly spoke. Whoa. You talked. Compared to what he said, the little girl was clearly more excited that he had responded. It was as if she had won some kind of competition. Kids will be kids. Watching this tiny, super strong loli hopping around and occasionally saying something to the two behind them, the hollow feeling in Gaara's heart seemed to be filling. He couldn't remember anything. The only thing he could feel was an endless emptiness. It wasn't the confusion brought by amnesia, it felt more like, this was just how he was. Apart from the fine grains of sand, everything else in Gaara's vision seemed like silent black and white. Until this noisy little one appeared. She had saved him. Gaara was very clear about that. Although his consciousness had been blurry at the time, he could still remember what happened. What kind of family would raise a child as sunny as this? Her parents must love her very much. Realizing his own thoughts, Gaara felt somewhat bewildered. Why was I having such thoughts? Shaking his head, that strong sense of guidance emerged again. Even though Gaara himself didn't know what he was pursuing, walking in that direction seemed to be his mission. Seeing Gaara start walking again, Kusi didn't bother talking to Zabuza and the others anymore and quickly chased after him with her short legs. Behind them, Haku asked her softly. Kusi-chan, weren't you going to look for your dad? Is it okay to follow him? Hearing this, Kusi didn't even turn her head. A chivalrous hero can't stand by and do nothing. With Dark Circles in this state, I can't let him travel alone. Hearing this, Haku looked at Zabuza. Zabuza seemed to understand the gentle person beside him and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Let's follow. Even though they had resolved to live a peaceful life, fate seemed determined not to let them spend their lives that way. On the road to Takigakure. Hiriko, wearing the mass-produced Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds, walked side by side with the member whose head was enveloped in a Venus flytrap. Speaking of which, Takigakure seems to have something called Hero Water, Hiriko said, either to make conversation or to probe for information. The Hero Water wasn't some top-secret information. In fact, Takigakure specifically publicized it as their trump card to deter other countries. Indeed, with both the Hero Water and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Takigakure had the qualifications to look down on the surrounding small countries. But compared to the 5 great ninja villages, they fell far short. Is that the thing said to increase a ninja's chakra dozens of times after drinking it? Zetsu's black and white face also showed a smile, as if interested. In reality, however, both scheming individuals had their minds elsewhere. For Hiriko, collecting 5 Kekkei Genkai users to complete his immortality ritual was his ultimate goal. As for the so-called Hero Water, it meant nothing to him after completing the ritual. As for Zetsu, more precisely, Black Zetsu, he knew the true nature of the so-called Hero Water. It was said to come from an ancient tree within their village, but it was actually just a branch of the tree his mother planted, a product contaminated by the world's natural energy, with little connection to the real god tree. After chatting for a bit about Takigakure's hero water, the two fell silent tacitly. Hirako sighed inwardly. This guy Zetsu was really tight-lipped. No matter how I tried to probe, I couldn't extract any valuable information from him. Finally, his expression returned to calm. Don't forget the conditions you promised me. I help you capture the jinchuriki, and you help me capture the Kekkei Genkai users. As he said this, Hirako stared intently at Zetsu, as if trying to detect any flaws. Naturally. One of your targets is an explosion release user, right? Speaking of which, he's currently in the land of Earth. He was referring to a member of Iwagakiru's explosion corps, Gari, who, like Deidara, possessed the explosion release Kekkei Genkai. If we're fast enough, we can help you capture him after completing the mission. Black Zetsu's face wore a smile, but in his heart, he had already blacklisted this fool who didn't know his place. If we weren't so short-handed dash. Once the tailed beast capture plane is nearly complete, you'll have outlived your usefulness. At this very moment, the great hero and his companions, the Akatsuki duo, and the Where's Daddy group were all heading in the same direction. Chapter 222, Chapter 222 The so-called Principle of Luck Conservation. I say, you brats, how long are you going to keep me tied up? Rashi, bound by the adamantine ceiling chains, shouted with vigor. You're one of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya, right? Are you just going to stand by and let these kids run wild? Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Rashi turned his head towards Jiraiya, who was immersed in his writing. Hearing the call, Jiraiya looked up at him, offered a helpless smile, and then went back to his work. Hey! You guys! Don't ignore me. Rashi's words seemed to simply not reach the others' ears. At the moment, everyone was busy setting up camp, hunting, or training. No one paid him any mind. Actually, this old fellow brought it upon himself. Not long after the last battle ended, Rashi, being a jinchuriki, was the first to wake up. Originally, unlike Sasuke, who was covered in injuries, Rashi, having activated his tailed beast transformation, was at most a bit low on chakra, and he wasn't really injured. Adopting the attitude that they could talk properly after a fight, Naruto had no intention of restricting the others' freedom. Because of this, the moment this old fellow woke up, he entered his tailed beast form again and decisively attacked everyone around him. The next moment, an iron fist came at him. This time, it wasn't like the back and forth he had with Sasuke. Even in his tailed beast form, Rashi's resistance was completely useless against Naruto's indestructible fists. He had barely been in his ape form for a few seconds before he was sent back into a pleasant dreamland. When he woke up again, it was as if he had learned no lesson at all, and he started attacking everyone again. Therefore, Naruto simply used the adamantine ceiling chains to prevent the monkey from harming anyone. Although his hands and feet were bound, Rashi's mouth wasn't idle. He began harassing everyone around him indiscriminately. No matter if others appealed to his emotions or reasoned with him, this old fellow remained as stubborn as a rock. His attitude could be summed up in 2 sentences. I don't believe a word you say. That old fool Inoki would never say something like letting you take away the Four Tails jinchuriki. Regarding things like Akatsuki capturing jinchuriki or Inoki revealing Rashi's location after being defeated by Naruto, Rashi simply didn't believe any of it. To some extent, this was normal. After all, in terms of stubbornness, this guy was a match for Inoki. It was precisely because neither would yield to the other's beliefs that they parted ways. Ignoring Rashi's impotent rage over there, Naruto and the others finished preparing the camp and gathered around Sasuke, scrutinizing him as if he were some rare animal. Wow. He really isn't moving at all. That was Karen, who even poked Sasuke's shoulder with her finger as she spoke. Surprisingly, he didn't slap her hand away this time. Truly, incredible. That was Yujito, who also seemed to be seeing this for the first time. Luck conservation. Unlucky fool, you idiot, you dumbass. Yo. You probably don't need to be told who this is, he currently wore a gleeful, schadenfreude-filled smile. So, Sasuke, how long are you going to stay like this? Naruto squatted in front of Sasuke, staring at him curiously. Sasuke, being watched by everyone, had veins bulging on his forehead, but he didn't make any move. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The reason was simple, just as B's lyrics sang, Sasuke was currently in a state of extreme bad luck. When he first woke up, he had accidentally twisted his back while trying to sit up. A young ninja in his teens, a genius who regularly trained in taijutsu and physical conditioning, actually twisted his back. One could only say it was as absurd as a healthy girl who trained in swordsmanship year-round unfortunately falling to her death on the stairs of her own warehouse. This was the backlash of luck. Luck is conserved. The terrifying dojutsu, Magatsume, which could manipulate causal probability and infinitely amplify the possibility of disaster, also came with a certain cost. That was, after the ability ended, the user would be plagued by bad luck for an indefinite period, depending on the scale of the ability's use. It was very fair. In the previous battle, Sasuke used Magatsume to make Rashi cramp, sneeze, and fall. That level of misfortune, when reversed onto himself, resulted in things like a sprained back, torn pants, or a sprained ankle. And regardless of whether Sasuke's observation haki could predict it, that misfortune would inevitably arrive. Even if he dodged it this time, it would appear in another form next time. The only way was to wait. This state of luck repayment had a time limit, and once the time passed, the cost would automatically be lifted. Or perhaps waiting itself was part of the cost. The higher the degree of misfortune inflicted, the heavier the causality reversed, the greater the side effects, and the longer the duration. It was also fortunate that Sasuke hadn't rashly used this ability last time to summon some natural disaster like a meteorite, otherwise, he'd probably have to stay motionless as a wooden dummy for the next few days. After enduring the endless scrutiny from these guys for a long time, Sasuke finally felt the bad luck shrouding him dissipate, and he immediately sprang up from the ground. This time, there were no accidents. No sprained ankle, no injured back. You guys were sure enjoying the show earlier. He glared at them, especially at Karen, who had taken advantage of his immobility to borrow a pen from Jiraiya and doodle on his face. Scatter, scatter, no more fun. After saying this, Naruto was the first to vanish from the spot. The others weren't pushovers either. Karen transformed into Garuda, her speed completely overwhelming Sasuke's current level. I'll go find more food dash. A puff of smoke appeared around B. It turned out only a clone had been here all along. In the end, only Yujito and Sasuke were left staring at each other. How about I go start cooking? Looking at Big Sis Yujito's awkward yet polite smile, Sasuke couldn't bring himself to say anything. She was probably the most polite among the spectators. If he had to criticize, he couldn't really find anything wrong with her. Sasuke stomped out of the camp angrily, presumably to chase after someone. Over there, Rashi had finally quieted down and was looking at Jiraiya in silence. With the noise in his ears finally gone, Jiraiya emerged from his creative state, looked at Rashi in front of him, then at the others who had scattered like birds and beasts, and chuckled softly. So, what do you think? These kids are quite lively, aren't they? Rashi glanced at him, didn't answer the question, and instead posed another one. Jiraiya, where are you taking me? The next destination is Takigakure. Let me see. It should take about another day to get there. Jiraiya didn't avoid the question and directly answered Rashi's doubt. They were already within the borders of the land of waterfalls. This small country wasn't very large, so one day was more than enough. And that was without considering using Garuda for transportation. Takigakure. You're targeting the Seven Tails. Clearly, Rashi was aware of the intelligence regarding Takigakure. Don't make it sound so bad dash. Jiraiya waved his hand. It's just to prevent you from being captured by Akatsuki and having your tailed beasts extracted. Look for yourself, we haven't done anything else to you, right? Sounds nice. I think you just want to use me as bait to lure out that so-called Akatsuki. Rashi let out a disdainful sneer. Well, that's not entirely wrong. Jiraiya wasn't like some cunning old foxes who could hide their true intentions without changing their expression. And after you find that organization, what do you plan to do with us jinchuriki? What do you mean, what to do? Of course, everyone goes back to their own homes. You think I believe dash? Look at Naruto. Do you think we'd need to use tailed beasts' power to conquer the world? Jiraiya's interruption stuck Rashi's words in his throat, and he couldn't help but recall the scene where he was fully transformed and taken down by the other with a single punch. Sigh. Tell that kid to come over and untie me. I won't attack again. Rashi has decided to join the team. Chapter 223, Chapter 223 Failed Disguise. High in the sky, a clay giant bird circled at low speed. Below it was Iwagakure, which Naruto and the others had left not long ago. What's wrong? Why not go down? Sasori, who had crawled back into Hirako, glanced at his gloomy companion, his tone half teasing, half probing. Shut up. Do you think that old man is just for show? If we go down directly like this, we'll definitely be shot down. TCH. I didn't see you this timid in Sunagakure. Or is your talk about defeating Inoki just empty words? After all, Sasori had lived quite a few more years than Deidara. Although he wasn't usually much of a talker, he could easily provoke his young partner's anger with words. Ha! Don't joke around. Saying this, Deidara simply controlled the clay bird to fly towards the neighboring mountain peak. Question mark. Under Sasori's puzzled gaze, Deidara still insisted stubbornly, we need to disguise ourselves and scout the situation first. Otherwise, if we alert the old man prematurely and he hides the jinchuriki, what then? I'll let that pass for now. Sasori was noncommittal. Having also developed descent towards Akatsuki, he wasn't that eager to capture the tailed beasts at the moment. Thanks to Deidara's childhood experience living here, they had little trouble disguising themselves as two Iwagakuru's genin and infiltrating the village. After some investigation, the duo finally learned about the events that had transpired. That old man. He actually lost to the Ninetails Jinchuriki. Don't joke around. Deidara clenched his fists in disbelief, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he muttered. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. They had entered the village as genin to investigate, so obtaining more confidential information, like Naruto and the others' purpose and movements, was unlikely. Of course, Naruto's open defeat of Inoki was witnessed by many ninjas. Plus, he later swaggeringly escorted the old man back to the village, so not only ninjas, but even civilians could recount the story. After saying this, Sasori waited a long time for his partner's response, then turned his head. He saw Deidara still there, muttering about how it was impossible. Since you don't believe it, why not go ask him yourself? What did you say? Deidara even thought he had misheard. The intelligence we can get with our current identities is limited. You're more familiar here, so you'll be responsible for gathering information from now on. I'll wait for you outside the village. After saying this, Sasori decisively headed in another direction. Hey! You! No matter how Deidara reacted, Sasori showed no sign of turning back. In the end, the rebellious youth could only click his tongue in frustration, his body moving honestly nonetheless. Kuratsuchi felt somewhat restless all day today. She didn't know why. Walking out of the Tsuchikage's office, the young girl deftly returned the ointment for back pain to the medical room. There was no helping it, the old man was getting on in years, and having fought again a couple of days ago, his old back couldn't quite handle it. Ah! Akatsuki. Just after leaving the medical room, she saw another Iwagakuru's ninja heading towards the archives. That person was Inoki's other disciple, Akatsuki. Don't underestimate this seemingly honest and steady guy, he was a genuine trusted guard of the Tsuchikage, known as the Tsuchikage's shield, and he's far more powerful than Kuratsuchi, who had only just mastered lava release. Hopping over to Akatsuki like a little deer, Kuratsuchi suddenly wrinkled her nose, but then her expression quickly returned to normal. Akatsuki, how long has it been since you last bathed? You smell dash. As she spoke, the girl even fanned the air with her hand quite seriously. Ah. Haha, really? Then I'll go wash tonight. Akatsuki, or rather, Deidara disguised as Akatsuki, based on his memory of the other's mannerisms and habits, put on what he thought was the correct performance. Hearing this, Kuratsuchi nodded in satisfaction. Among Inoki's disciples, Kuratsuchi was both his granddaughter and the youngest junior sister, so no one minded if she was a bit willful usually. Moreover, Akatsuki himself was the honest type and wouldn't mind her saying these things. Speaking of which, Kuratsuchi, were you just in Tsuchikage-sama's room? As if making conversation, Deidara somewhat stiffly changed the subject. Fortunately, judging by Kuratsuchi's expression, she didn't seem to have noticed any flaws. Ah. It's Grandpa. His back injury is acting up again. It's all that Uzumaki Naruto's fault from the other day. In private, Kuratsuchi referred to Inoki as Grandpa more often. Hearing this, Deidara subconsciously gritted his teeth, wanting to ask for details. Thankfully, having spent those years in Akatsuki, he had developed some of the traits of a criminal. At least he knew he was currently infiltrating and gathering information. Walking side by side with Kuratsuchi along the familiar corridor of the Tsuchikage building, Deidara continued to probe about the events of that day. Compared to the whereabouts of the village's two jinchuriki, he was more concerned about how Inoki had lost. Speaking of which, that guy is really powerful. Even Tsuchikage-sama's dust release couldn't do anything to him. This statement followed the information he'd heard from other ninjas outside. The spectacle of Inoki using dust release that day simply couldn't be hidden. Coupled with Naruto's completely unharmed appearance in the end, even those who hadn't watched the entire fight could guess 80 to 90% of what happened. Yeah. Speaking of which, why did that guy attack us? And since he defeated Tsuchikage-sama, why did he leave without doing anything? When he uttered this long sentence, Deidara felt somewhat unsure. Because according to Akatsuchi's habits, he rarely pressed for details like this. But compared to slowly searching through the archives for possible intelligence, getting information directly from someone involved was more efficient. Deidara didn't have the patience to find the answers himself. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi didn't seem to notice this slight anomaly and answered naturally. You still don't know. Well, only Dad and Grandpa heard it at the time. Didn't Konoha send us an alert earlier, saying someone was targeting the village's tailed beasts? That's why he came here. That guy actually had the nerve to say our Iwagakure wasn't capable of protecting the Jinchuriki and wanted to take custody of them for a while. He's probably already gone to find Rashi by now. Hearing this, Deidara's heart jumped. Sure enough, the other side wasn't just sitting idle. While that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara was collecting tailed beasts, the other side had already started gathering them first. Those were tailed beasts jinchuriki, each village's secret weapon. And he just openly demanded them like that. Then, what about Han? He wasn't taken by that Uzumaki Naruto, was he? As soon as he said this, Deidara felt it was wrong. Because according to Akatsuki's persona, he shouldn't be asking such a question. Sigh dash. Kuratsuchi let out a light sigh. Deidara, you're too impatient. The young girl turned around, showing no intention to fight, but simply stared straight into Deidara's eyes. Seeing that he was exposed, Deidara subconsciously wanted to use his explosive clay, but when he saw his junior sister's eyes, he didn't act immediately. When did you find out? Deidara, you're so careless. When disguising yourself, you didn't even cover the smell of your explosive clay. Of course. Kuratsuchi, who grew up with him, couldn't be unfamiliar with that smell. Head dash. The smoke dissipated, and Deidara returned to his original appearance. Then, with a wave of his left hand, countless tiny clay spiders flew towards the corridor walls. Boom. The corridor was blown open with a large hole. Tell the old man I'll deal with that Uzumaki Naruto or whatever his name is first, then come back to defeat him. I won't accept him being defeated by someone else before me. After saying this, as if knowing the other wouldn't actively pursue him, Deidara leisurely released his clay giant bird and flew out of the building. Cough, cough. Only after Deidara's figure was no longer visible did Inoki's form slowly emerge from around the corner. Ah, Grandpa, you're here. Kuratsuchi put on an exaggerated act of surprise, though she had actually noticed long ago. That damn brat. Inoki curled his lip, but ultimately allowed his granddaughter to support him back. Chapter 224 I am invincible. Takigakure, a village built in the center of a vast forest, surrounded by a lake. The village's periphery consisted of towering waterfalls, making it difficult to enter Takigakure's interior without a guide. Currently, the Tailed Beast Protection Squad, Akatsuki, and the Where's Daddy quartet were all heading in this direction. So, who would take first place? The answer is, the Hero Water Plunderers, led by Suein, a missing nin from Takigakure. A place like this, can we really get in? Suein-sama. A ninja wearing an Amigakure's forehead protector asked the man leaning against a large tree. They were the ones who had defected from Amegakure earlier. It wasn't just because Pain, the village's protector, had disappeared. In fact, this group had always been dissatisfied with Conan and the others' management style. Leaving was only a matter of time, so this was just a coincidence. Trust me. After all, I was once a jonin of this village. If there was anything about Takigakure that Suein was worried about, it was only the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. But as long as I knocked her out immediately to prevent her from rampage, that little girl wasn't much of a concern. Thinking this, Suein also shared the information about the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, with the others. As soon as you see her, knock her out immediately. Don't kill her. For some unknown reason, he didn't reveal Fu's identity as a Jinchuriki. Although his subordinates still had some doubts, with the mission nearing completion, no one had much mind to delve deeper. Thus, a group of Amigakure's missing nin, led by a Takigakure's missing nin, passed through the natural barrier of the waterfalls via a hidden passage and easily entered Takigakure. Not long after they left, two figures wearing black robes with red clouds also arrived. So this is it. The hiding place of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Hirako looked at the dense forest, his thoughts unknown. Zetsu beside him seemed to notice something and replied in a low voice, "Let's hurry. It seems someone has already been here before us." Oh. That's convenient. Let them scout the way for me. Hirako's face was bandaged from the nose down, leaving only his eyes darting around, occasionally looking at Zetsu, then at the area where Suein and the others had stepped. Whether for Hirako or Zetsu, at their level, ordinary ninjas were no longer worth considering. At this moment, Akatsuki was still unaware that another group was also collecting tailed beasts. Inside Takigakure. The leader, Shibuki, carried the 11-year-old Fu on his shoulder, running through a secret passage leading to the location of the hero water. On his shoulder, Fu struggled constantly. Shibuki. Let me go. Let me save them. Just moments ago, Suein and his group had successfully attacked Takigakure. Under his leadership, the missing nin struck first, and Takigakure offered little resistance before most of its people were captured. To be honest, if it were during the era of the first Hokage's rule, Takigakure couldn't have been invaded so easily. Back then, Takigakure was known as producing many jonin. Ninja of Suein's level were a dime a dozen. This included Kakuzu, Akatsuki's former financial director, who also came from this village. But perhaps Takigakure's decline was precisely because of Kakuzu. Back then, Kakuzu received orders from Takigakure's upper echelons to assassinate the so-called God of Ninja, Senju Hashirama. The result was predictable. Although it's unclear if the battle result was as absurd as the rumor, threw a shuriken at a wood clone from 800 miles away, Kakuzu still failed. Hashirama didn't take Kakuzu's life. However, upon returning to the village, Takigakure's upper echelons unanimously deemed Kakuzu's mission a failure and decided to execute him. That's when things went completely wrong. Takigakure wasn't destroyed by Konoha's retaliation but by Kakuzu's hands. Kakuzu not only slaughtered almost all the upper echelons at the time but also stole the village's secret technique, Earth Grudge technique, using the hearts of those higher-ups to replenish his body. Since then, Takigakure was essentially cut off from its legacy. By the time of Suein and Shibuki's generation, only a few remained. They could only rely on the hero water and the Seven Tails to maintain some semblance of strength. But now, only Shibuki knew the location of the hero water, and the current Seven Tails jinchuriki, Fu, was still young and hadn't matured yet. Fu, you stay here. Leave the rest to me. Although fear lingered in his heart, Shibuki genuinely wanted to protect Takigakure. It seemed now was the time for sacrifice. Shibuki's father had once drunk the hero water to protect the village, but the result wasn't ideal. His father still died in that battle. He took out the transparent gourd containing the hero water from the secret box. This was all the output from over so many years. According to legend, just one sip would temporarily increase my chakra tenfold. Surely that would be enough to deal with those ninjas. After repeatedly urging Fu not to come out, Shibuki returned the way he came with the gourd. Outside, Suein and the others had already gathered the villagers in the open area. He was currently holding a kunai to a little girl's neck. Shibuki. Hand over the hero water now. Otherwise, I'll start with this brat and kill them one by one. Suein had once been Shibuki's ninjutsu teacher, so he knew this leader's character well. Timid, cowardly, applying constant pressure would surely make him yield. Sure enough, as the kunai drew a line of blood on the little girl's neck, a waterspout suddenly erupted from the pond outside the village, sweeping several Amigakure's missing nins away. As the water spray dissipated, Shibuki stood there, his chakra so dense it was visible to the naked eye. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Unlike a certain disappointing Kirigakure's ninja, Shibuki in this state could easily perform the water dragon technique with just a few hand seals. The dragon's head swept horizontally, effortlessly clearing out the attacking ninja. However, all of this was within Suein's expectations. Seizing the moment when Shibuki was performing the ninjutsu, Suein launched a surprise attack, piercing Shibuki's chest with a water-formed sword. There was no helping it. Although Shibuki had drunk the hero water, he still lacked much practical combat experience. Combined with his originally average talent, even a tenfold increase was still just that. Taking the gourd from Shibuki's embrace, there was indeed still plenty of hero water inside. Ah! Now. I am invincible. Suein uttered the phrase almost every failing villain loved to say. And just as he set up this flag, the next moment, Zetsu and Hiriko appeared before them. Oh. This is truly an unexpected pleasure. Hiriko looked at the hero water in the other party's hand. He had heard rumors about that thing. Zetsu, however, didn't seem interested, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the village. Don't forget our purpose. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki doesn't seem to be here. Hearing Zetsu's words, Hiriko looked completely unconcerned. Then you go look for her first. I'll join you after dealing with them. Zetsu shot a gloomy glance at Hiriko but said nothing, simply merging into the tree trunk and disappearing. There was no deep trust between them to begin with. Leaving this guy here to attract attention wasn't a bad idea. He could just notify him after finding the jinchuriki. Speaking of which, Deidara and the others shouldn't be too far from here, right? Assigning Deidara and the others to the land of Earth in the first place was partly to keep an eye on Hiriko. Chapter 225, Chapter 225 The Seven Tails in Danger. Watching the two uninvited guests assign tasks right in front of him as if he weren't there, Suein's face immediately flashed with a vicious expression. He recalled the scenes after he left Takigakure, where ninja from the great ninja villages looked down on him. You looked down on me before I got the hero water, and you still look down on me after I got it. Then didn't I get the hero water for nothing? Although unhappy, Suein didn't act rashly. He decisively pulled out the stopper and gulped down a mouthful of the hero water. The next moment, chakra so dense it felt explosive surged from his body. The sudden surge of power gave this missing nin infinite confidence. Shibuki, being stepped on under his foot, let out a cry of pain. His rib had been broken by the other party. After glancing at Shibuki, Suein tossed his former disciple aside. He was useless now. Next, watch how I deal with that infuriating short guy over there. It really increased. The chakra. Hiriko used his wide sleeve to shield himself and chuckled lightly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After drinking the hero water, the water dragon bullet technique Suan performed was much stronger than Shibuki's earlier one, also proving that Shibuki's talent level was indeed poor. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A giant earth dragon's head rose from the ground, then spat out dozens of pellets from its mouth, directly riddling the huge water dragon in midair with holes. Don't think Hiriko hadn't yet achieved his wish to absorb Kekkei Genkai users, he had long started using the Chimera technique to absorb and devour other ninjas. Therefore, he could now not only easily use ninjutsu of all 5 natures but also possess chakra talent difficult for ordinary jonin to attain. Whether in quantity or recovery speed, he was beyond compare to ordinary ninja. Seeing his ninjutsu countered, Suan gritted his teeth in anger, and the water blade that had pierced Shibuki earlier reappeared in his hand. Die. Since ninjutsu was countered, he'd decide the outcome with taijutsu. Suan was very confident in his physical abilities boosted by the massive chakra. Earth release, hiding in mud technique. A huge quagmire appeared directly under Suan's feet, causing his intended leap to stiff abruptly. Then Hiriko didn't hesitate, directly performing the summoning technique. After the smoke cleared, a peculiarly shaped summoned creature appeared. At first glance, it looked like a giant lion, but it had wings on its back, a single horn on its head, bone armor covering its body, and eyes glowing red. A chimera. This was a special summoned creature artificially created by Hiriko using the chimera technique. The next moment, a large amount of black, mucus-like substance appeared on Hiriko's body, connecting him to the chimera. Chimera technique. Hiriko's body appeared in front of the single horn, controlling the chimera's body, looking down at Suan from above. The boring game ends here. Hand over what you're holding. Bastard. Die. Hearing Hiriko's words, Suan roared angrily, chakra rapidly gathering as he turned into a blur charging at Hiriko. The water blade struck the sturdy bone carapace, only managing to cut in halfway before getting stuck and unable to move. Before Suan could release the water blade, the chimera's tail stretched out. It had 2 snake heads on it, now opening their mouths wide. Damn it. Water release, water severing wave. Several high-pressure water balls shot consecutively, barely knocking the snake heads aside, but the snake body still heavily smashed Suan to the ground. Before Suan could get up to continue fighting, the giant lion descended from the sky. Its heavy paws directly crushed the other's limbs. Then Hiriko manipulated a thin, tentacle-like limb to retrieve more than half of the remaining hero water from Suan's embrace. This is quite a good test sample. Give it back. Give it back. The pain from his limbs and the theft of the treasure nearly drove Suan mad. He shouted at Hiriko as if he had lost his mind. Ah, I almost forgot about you. The next moment, the giant lion's mouth opened. Under the horrified gazes of all the Takigakir's villagers, it chewed and swallowed the previously arrogant missing Nin bite by bite. On the other side, Zetsu also moved through the giant trees and soon found Fu, who was running towards Takigakir. Fu wasn't the type to obediently follow orders. Not long after Shibuki left, Fu decisively chose to return to Takigakir. She couldn't just watch Takigakir be destroyed like this. As a jinchuriki, Fu had more or less experienced ostracism from other villagers. But due to Shibuki's orders, and because Takigakir was a small village with not many people to begin with, everyone got used to it over time. After all, Fu was a sunny, cheerful little girl who had never harmed a companion. Through long-term interaction, the villagers' fear of the tailed beast gradually dissipated. In this regard, Fu lived a happier life than other jinchuriki. Precisely because of this, Fu couldn't possibly wait quietly. Found you. Zetsu's head emerged from a tree, startling Fu. Wah. A person grew out of the tree. In response to Fu's words, Zetsu didn't waste time and immediately took action. Wood release, cutting technique. The white Zetsu half's arm grew long wooden spikes, rapidly thrusting towards Fu. Although Fu hadn't yet mastered the power of full-tailed beast transformation, she could still use the 7 tails, Komiai's chakra to release some secret techniques. Instinctively dodging backward to avoid the wooden spikes on Zetsu's hand, Fu formed hand seals with an anxious expression. Damn it, don't stop me. Hiding in scale powder technique. She spat out a large amount of scale powder from her mouth, instantly obscuring Zetsu's vision. However, while the white Zetsu was easy to deal with, the black Zetsu was no pushover. His sensory abilities far exceeded those of an ordinary ninja. Over there. Controlling the white Zetsu half to turn towards the other side, he pressed his palm against the tree trunk. Immediately, several wooden spikes extended from that spot. Fu, who was trying to sneak away, was instantly pierced through the arm by one of the wooden spikes. Arg. The little girl couldn't help but cry out in pain. After the wooden spike pierced her arm, it actually launched a secondary attack, growing more sharp branches about to pierce Fu's body. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she twisted her arm despite the severe pain, thus avoiding secondary injury. Using a kunai to cut off the wooden spike, Fu clutched her bleeding wound, looking at the approaching Zetsu with a mix of anxiety and despair. Seven-Tails-sama, please help me. Unlike some other jinchuriki, although Fu couldn't achieve perfect harmony with the tailed beast like Bee, her sunny, lively personality was also accepted by the Seven Tails, Komiai. Full-tailed beast transformation was only a matter of time for her. Now, sensing Fu's fear, anxiety, and unwillingness, Komiai also exerted its power. The next moment, a tailed beast cloak enveloped Fu's entire body, also rapidly healing the wound on her arm. Tailed beast transformation. Zetsu looked at Fu, who had grown a large tail on her back, and used would release again. Because he relied on the white Zetsu clone's power, this would release could only maintain simple ninjutsu like the cutting technique. But the natural restraint would release had against tailed beast still gave Zetsu sufficient confidence. Perhaps, without Hiriko's help, and without summoning the art duo, I could complete the tailed beast capture alone. Countless wooden spikes rapidly extended from the roots on both sides according to Zetsu's will, aimed directly at Fu. But this time, Fu wasn't so passive. Chapter 226, Chapter 226 Hero arrives. The wooden spikes of the cutting technique shot toward Fu from all directions, as if trying to turn her into a pincushion. But this time, with Komiai's tailed beast chakra supporting her, Fu's power immediately increased significantly. Two insect-like wings sprouted from her back, carrying her body as she moved rapidly. As the only tailed beast capable of flight, Komiai could also grant this ability to its jinchuriki. The insect wings flapped quickly. Fu's small figure dodged and weaved through the countless wooden spikes, not a single one managed to hit her. Seeing this, Black Zetsu simply drained the white Zetsu's clone on this side, pouring out all its chakra in one go. Instantly, the volume and density of the wooden spikes nearly doubled. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Fu was somewhat unprepared, and many parts of her body were grazed by the wooden spikes. Seeing the wooden spikes increasing relentlessly, Fu knew she couldn't continue this stalemate. Secret technique, insect cocoon. Chakra surged out rapidly, forming a huge cocoon that enveloped Fu. The wooden spike stuck into the giant cocoon could only absorb a portion of the chakra, piercing through it would take some time. Run out of ideas. Seeing this, Zetsu used the absorbed chakra to create even more wooden spikes. The giant cocoon soon shattered under this ever-increasing absorption, exposing the jinchuriki sitting slumped inside. Got you. Several wooden spikes quickly pierced the jinchuriki's limbs, completely cutting off any chance of escape. But before Zetsu could smile, the gradually cracking skin of the Seven Tails jinchuriki shattered his illusion. Crack, crack. A crisp sound reached Zetsu's ears. The next moment, the Fu left behind shattered like an insect's shed exoskeleton, revealing a large hole leading underground. Tricked. Zetsu watched the other escape through the tunnel but wasn't too upset. Because he knew that as long as the other didn't abandon Takigakure, she would inevitably walk into the trap herself. The reality wasn't far from Zetsu's guess. Fu, who had used the cicada molting tactic to escape, didn't choose to flee but returned to the surface of Takigakure. Originally, she thought she would be dealing with the missing Nin Suein. But when she surfaced, she saw the chimera fused with Hiriko feasting heartily, its target being the previously arrogant Suein. Shibuki, meanwhile, was seriously injured, protected by the other villagers. After the chimera swallowed Suein in a few bites, the chakra on Hiriko's body instantly swelled. That was the hero water remaining in Suein's body taking effect. This feeling is truly indescribable. Feeling the massively increased chakra, Hiriko's gaze toward the gourd in his hand also grew heated. If a third-rate guy who drank the hero water could bring such a significant boost, it seemed this so-called hero water wasn't overly exaggerated. Originally, as a biology expert, Hiriko looked down upon legendary items like the hero water. But that couldn't withstand the thrill brought by the tangible increase in chakra. I take back my evaluation, this thing is really quite good. Saying this, Hiriko didn't hesitate either, pulling out the stopper and taking a big gulp of the hero water. Instantly, his already massive chakra doubled again. A chakra aura far exceeding everyone's imagination rose from his body, and even the chimera fused with him underwent changes. Not only did its size increase, but the number of wings and tails also doubled. The lion's great mouth grinned wide, dripping saliva continuously. With this kind of power, do I still need to use Akatsuki to capture Kekkei Genkai users? The swelling power instantly diluted Hiriko's already scant willingness to cooperate. There's still a little bug. Due to the increase in chakra, his sensory range had also grown to some extent. Hiriko immediately turned his gaze toward Fu, who had just emerged from a corner. Seeing the tailed beast cloak on her, a smile appeared on Hiriko's bandaged face. Although I don't need to listen to those people, using you as an appetizer before the main course isn't bad either. As Hiriko's malicious voice sounded, several snake heads on the chimera's back rapidly extended, biting toward the partially transformed Fu. Fortunately, after entering the partial tailed beast state, Fu's reaction speed and physical strength had increased significantly, not just her chakra. Buzz. The girl with insect wings turned into an afterimage, disappearing from her original spot. The snake head smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wing slash. Her wings sliced through the air, chakra converging into air blades that cut through the snake bodies. Almost without any resistance, those snake heads were severed. But before a smile could appear on Fu's face, more snake heads grew from the severed stumps. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Perhaps many-headed snakes all knew this trick. Useless, brat. Hirako scoffed disdainfully. He had thought the jinchuriki might be slightly troublesome, but it turned out she was just an ordinary little girl, as her appearance suggested. The chimera's tails came from the summoned creature, twin-headed snake, he researched, its biggest feature being the ability to split infinitely under chakra stimulation. Snake spiral thorn. The snake heads opened, and an even thinner snake head grew from within. The thin snake head spun rapidly, transforming into spiral projectiles shooting out. Bang. 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 Completely different from the effects when used by his subordinates, the snake spiral thorn in Hirako's hands could unleash impact force comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. Coupled with the Hero Water's boost, its power was even more terrifying. While dodging and weaving, Fu was accidentally hit by one of the snake heads. Ah. Even with the tailed beast cloak's protection, Fu was heavily smashed to the ground, crying out in pain. Fu. Seeing Fu, whom he regarded as a younger sister, severely injured, Shibuki struggled to stand up despite the pain, but several other figures were faster than him. They were the other Takigakure's ninjas whom Shibuki had just untied. Water release, wild water wave. Fire release, flame bullet. Although they couldn't use high-level ninjutsu, many small streams make a great river. The variety of ninjutsu flying out genuinely hindered many of the snakehead attacks. Like Shibuki, they couldn't just watch Fu be killed. Boring. I originally wanted to use you as material, but it seems you're better off dead. Looking at the small village's ninjas daring to resist him, a certain twisted emotion quietly surged in Hirako's heart. Since childhood, he had lagged behind others due to his poor physique and talent. Clearly a contemporary and classmate of the Sannin, he could only watch as the gap between them grew wider and wider. He was unwilling. It wasn't because he suffered discrimination or some misfortune. It was purely driven by jealousy and resentment. Unlike Orochimaru, who sought immortality to research all ninjutsu and knowledge, Hirako's pursuit was more crude and shallow. He simply wanted to use power to prove he wasn't worse than those people. Looking at the ninja daring to resist him, Hirako sneered, controlling the chimera to spread its wings. Weaklings should obediently kneel at my feet. Perhaps stung by certain bonds, Hirako directly launched an attack at the crowd. Countless feathers shot from the chimera's wings toward the Takigakure's villagers. Those who could use ninjutsu employed defensive techniques like earth-style wall. Fu also endured the pain, slashing several air blades toward the sky, cutting the feathers mid-air. But these were merely a drop in the bucket. The number of feathers was simply too vast, saturating the area and covering everyone. Ah. It hurts. Some villagers were cut by the feathers, crying out in pain. But this wasn't the end of the attack. As a strong sense of crisis hit, Fu saw the feathers suddenly begin to glow. Boom. 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 A continuous series of explosions sounded. Each feather seemed to have turned into an explosive tag. The Takigakure's ninjutsu quickly succumbed before these explosions. Seeing the explosions about to harm the villagers, Fu was so anxious her eyes were nearly turning red. The floodgate for tailed beast's chakra within her opened wider. More wind blades shot against the feathers but still couldn't stop them. Storm wall. A clear, beautiful voice echoed through the valley, followed by a massive airflow like a hurricane. The hurricane effortlessly swept back the overwhelming feathers. Some feathers detonated prematurely mid-air, but the explosive flames and shockwaves were all blocked by the substantial-looking wind wall. Everyone's gaze turned upwards. A giant bird had appeared in Takigakure's sky at some point. It seems we're not too late. The golden giant bird dove downwards, positioning itself right between Hirako and the villagers. Chapter 227, Chapter 227 Salute to the legendary tank, Jiraiya. What? Hirako looked at the golden giant bird whose size was no less than his chimera. His previous feather attack had been effortlessly resolved by the other. The giant bird landed, transforming nimbly into human form. Karen and the imposing Hirako exchanged glances, with no trace of fear in her eyes. A transformation jutsu. Like the Inuzuka clans. Or something else. Seeing a giant bird transform into human form, Hirako's research desire surfaced again. Unlike Orochimaru, who sought to understand the underlying principles, Hirako thought about how to fuse this power into himself. Never mind, as long as I merge with it, I'll understand, right? Hiriko's voice mixed with the chimera's roar, the sound waves crashing toward the Takigakure's villagers one after another, making everyone's ears tingle. The next moment, the huge chimera charged forward. Just the monster's sharp teeth and claws were enough to easily destroy the village. Yet, faced with such a behemoth charging at her, Karen didn't even blink. Whoosh. That was the sound of something cutting through the air. Huh. Hiriko instinctively looked up and saw 4 black shadows growing larger and larger. You bastard. You idiot. Ugly freak. These blades were coated with lightning attribute chakra, greatly enhancing their cutting ability. The chimera's bony carapace was directly chopped open by such a strike. However, compared to its massive size, such a small wound seemed insignificant. You dash. Looking at the Kimobakure's forehead protector on the other party's head, Hiriko felt he had seen this person somewhere before. Ah, right, it's the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from Kimobakure. During the Third Great Ninja War, he didn't have enough power and could only watch from afar as those geniuses flaunted themselves on the battlefield. He remembered seeing battle reports about the other party back then. The next moment, Sasuke's figure had already appeared above the giant beast's head. Transforming into a falling meteor, his hybrid form, combined with chakra and haki-enhanced kick, directly pierced through the chimera's skull. Hey, don't just stand there watching. I know. 2 voices came last. Blue flames and scorching magma mixed together, almost instantly enveloping the chimera's head, and Hiriko himself along with it. The figures of the several people landed one after another, standing shoulder to shoulder. Fu, in her tailed beast state, stared dumbfounded at the people before her. Who are you? Inside her, the 7 Tails Komi-eye also opened its eyes, sensing the familiar chakra with some surprise. Gyuki, Matatabi, and Son Goku. Is that guy from Akatsuki? Yujito and Rashi hadn't seen Akatsuki before, but Karen, and Sasuke recognized the signature black robes with red clouds at a glance. Ah, right, this guy is also a member of Akatsuki. B answered the questions of the 2 newly joined companions. But Conan's list didn't seem to include this person. Karen's memory was always excellent. Before leaving Omegakure, she had asked Conan for information on all previous Akatsuki's members. Hiriko wasn't among them. Whatever, we'll deal with them one by one, the rest. Just as Sasuke cancelled his transformation and returned to human form, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind. Clang. Claw met claw. The size difference between the Chimera and Widow made this contest of strength seem even more contrasting. Quite tenacious vitality. The stalemate lasted less than a second before Sasuke used his Hasoken to deflect the blow, the giant claw plowing several deep furrows in the ground. But fortunately, no one else was hurt. Seeing this, the tailed beast squad re-entered combat mode, each extending their respective tails, which left Fu, who had fully transformed for the first time today, a bit stunned. How come this ability, which I just learned, suddenly became so common? Ah. You think you can kill me? Hiriko's arrogant voice came from the flaming giant beast's head. Followed by the sound of a carapace cracking. Thud. Thud. The eggshell-like carapace, along with the attacks attached to it, fell to the ground. Hiriko remained behind, completely unharmed. Ah. Move aside. Move aside. At that moment, a voice arrived belatedly from above. It was Jiraiya, who could neither fly nor jump from high altitude safely like the tailed beasts Jinchuriki and mythical Zoan-type users. Earlier, when their group approached Takigakure, Naruto sensed the battle inside and signaled the Avengers squad to attack immediately. Karen charged ahead first. The others, being either Jinchuriki or mythical Zoan users, could barely ignore fall damage. But Jiraiya didn't have that ability. He tried to create an ink bird, but the bird was blown askew by the massive airflow, and even a few feathers exploded near him. The hastily created ink construct was instantly blown back to its original form. Fortunately, by then Jiraiya was much closer to the ground, so he wouldn't die from the fall. Thud. Jiraiya landed, raising a cloud of dust. Karen and the others tacitly took a step back simultaneously, none of them reaching out to catch him. After stepping back, they looked at each other as if asking, "Why didn't you help?" Hey. You guys are really heartless. Rubbing the bump on his head, Jiraiya irritably brushed the dust off his clothes. Especially you, Karen, so reckless. Couldn't you have put me down somewhere before going down? Hearing this, Karen averted her gaze and muttered softly. But Naruto-san said the situation was urgent. The others around also looked amused, and even the corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted imperceptibly. Dare to ignore me? Hiriko, watching the intruders who seemed to have switched from a heroic entrance to a slapstick comedy, felt the arrogance born from his inflated power instantly replaced by rage. Especially when he shifted his gaze to that figure he could never forget. Jiraiya. Hirako and the Chimera roared simultaneously, instantly drawing everyone's attention back. Jiraiya-sensei, he seems to know you. Yujito also started calling Jiraiya-sensei like the others. Oh. That is. Jiraiya held a hand above his eyebrows like a visor, squinting as he carefully examined the white-haired, masked man fused with the monster. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Karen tilted her head, asking curiously. Ah. Can't remember. After examining for a long time, Jiraiya still couldn't recall who this guy was. His voice was piercingly clear on the battlefield, effortlessly reaching Hirako's ears. The legendary tank Jiraiya used the skill, Taunt. It's super effective. Hirako instantly entered a state of fury. If there were a system panel display, one could clearly see his hatred value for Jiraiya instantly reach 100%. One could say the combined effect of everyone's previous coordinated attack was less than Jiraiya's casual remark. The giant lion had opened its mouth wide, red chakra rapidly gathering within, aimed directly at the culprit, Jiraiya. Chapter 228, Chapter 228. The boss enters Phase 2, and Zetsu gets caught spectating. Boom. When chakra reaches a certain volume, it becomes destructive even without being shaped into a specific ninjutsu. Hirako demonstrated this perfectly. The chimera under his control opened its massive maw and fired a raw chakra blast, a laser-like beam of concentrated energy aimed straight at Jiraiya. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't the only one who could attack that way. Killer Bee, Rashi, and Yujito shifted into their partial tailed beast states almost simultaneously. In that brief moment, Rashi and Yujito could only manage their standard elemental attacks, but Bee was different. He was the one among them who had truly achieved perfect sync with his tailed beast, allowing him to wield the Eight Tails power with far greater finesse. For instance, even in this state, he could fire a miniature tailed beast bomb. Its smaller size and energy payload meant a drastically faster firing speed. While Rashi and Yujito's attacks were still clashing with the opponent's beam, the mini-tailed beast bomb pierced through the chakra struggle and struck the chimera directly. A terrifying explosion instantly consumed the chimera's upper body. You see? I'm the MVP. Yo. As the smoke cleared, most of the chimera's body had simply vanished, leaving behind a mess of viscous, dark purple blood and pulped organs. Is that it? Rashi scoffed, feeling this so-called Akatsuki's member wasn't so impressive after all. Maybe that Uzumaki Naruto had been exaggerating. But Hirako was about to personally demonstrate a crucial fact to Rashi. You might underestimate Akatsuki's teamwork, but you should never underestimate their recruitment standards. You dare. From within the shattered remains of the giant carcass, a heavily wounded Hirako clawed his way out. The bandages on his face were gone, revealing the inhuman, jagged maw beneath. Finally, Jiraiya seemed to recognize a faint, familiar outline in the other's features. Hirako. Jiraiya. You finally remember me. A savage grin split Hirako's face at Jiraiya's shocked cry. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Jiraiya scratched his head, genuinely confused. They had gotten the new member's name from Conan, but his appearance and build were so altered from the person in Jiraiya's memory that he hadn't made the connection. Besides, Conan's information wasn't necessarily complete. After all, Obito might have recruited others since then. All these factors combined had made Jiraiya hesitant to identify him. Still so arrogant. Just like always. You geniuses probably forgot I even existed. As he spoke, the mound of flesh beside him writhed. A fleshy tendril emerged, retrieved the gourd containing the hero water, and delivered it to his hand. He ripped out the stopper and guzzled the entire contents without hesitation. I plan to come for you and Orochimaru, after completing my ritual. A terrifying pressure began radiating from Hirako's body. His limbs and torso swelled intermittently, like overfilled balloons. But it seems I'll have to use you as the first sacrifice for my rebirth. A final roar erupted from him, and a pillar of chakra shot skyward, obscuring everyone's view. Originally, Hirako possessed a frail body and weaker-than-average chakra reserves. But after using the chimera technique to steal the physical aptitudes of countless ninja, the chakra within him had long since reached an astonishing level. It couldn't rival a full-tailed beast's jinchuriki, but it far surpassed any ordinary ninja. He'd been confident that after completing his immortality ritual, he could challenge the entire ninja world. Amplified by the hero water, this already vast chakra reserve doubled once more. A single small sip of hero water could multiply an ordinary person's chakra nearly tenfold. This multiplier diminished with higher base chakra levels, but Hirako had just chugged the entire remaining supply. The colossal amount of chakra was now exceeding the capacity limits of his modified body. His bloated, distended form was the clearest proof. This is bad. Karen, help me get these villagers out of here. Now. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and he immediately grasped the situation. The issue was no longer just how many Hirako might kill. Even if he did nothing, the imminent chakra explosion was likely to obliterate the entire area. Sasuke. Can you hold things down here? Jiraiya glanced back at Sasuke, who responded by shifting back into his hybrid form, his back to Jiraiya, an answer in itself. Accepting it, Jiraiya used his ink creation to create thick black ropes, quickly bundling the stunned villagers onto the giant bird formed by Karen. Time was critical. There was no luxury for individual evacuations, so this would have to do. Once the last villager was secured, Jiraiya gave Karen the signal. Fly carefully. They're just civilians. I know. The giant bird conjured a protective barrier of swirling winds around the villagers, then beat its powerful wings, lifting off. Don't you dare flee. Hiriko's body was now grotesquely swollen, barely recognizable. His words were a distorted, guttural roar. The chimera's flesh around him lashed out like extensions of his own will, shooting tendrils towards the ascending Karen. But he was too slow. Three-tailed beast bombs of varying sizes intercepted the attack. In the time it had taken Hiriko to transform, Rashi, B, and Yujito had achieved full-tailed beast transformation. Boom. These were not the hurried, miniaturized versions from before. These were three full-powered, undiluted tailed beast bombs. The resulting detonation was cataclysmic. The concussive force ripped trees from the ground around Takigakure's perimeter. Most of the villagers' houses were instantly vaporized by the peripheral blast wave. Jiraiya had already summoned the two great toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima, onto his shoulders and was rapidly gathering natural energy. He's not finished. He's still alive. Jiraiya's perception, heightened by sage mode, detected the lingering life force within the pulverized, scattered mass of Hiriko's flesh. Sure enough, as he spoke, the dismembered chunks of meat and bone began slithering back together, pulled by the viscous, living mucus of the chimera technique. A moment later, a monster even larger than the previous chimera stood before them. Where the chimera had at least retained some animalistic features, Hiriko's new form was a chaotic, disorderly fusion of traits. Claws, scales, feathers, fangs, and bony plates sprouted haphazardly across the colossal monstrosity. Hiriko seemed to have lost all reason. But in exchange, he had finally obtained the power he had coveted for so long. He's a lost cause now. Deep within the forest, Zetsu's figure emerged from a tree trunk. He didn't need to get closer. The monster, standing nearly 80 meters tall, was impossible to miss. This Hiriko, he's more trouble than he's worth, Black Zetsu thought, but I can't entirely blame him. Those jinchuriki showing up was an unforeseen variable. But why were they all gathered here together? Why indeed? A deep sense of foreboding settled in Black Zetsu's core, the unsettling feeling of a plan veering dangerously off course. Yeah. Why indeed? A voice spoke up, calm and clear, directly behind him. Black Zetsu knew that voice all too well. It was the voice of the one whose very existence had introduced chaos into the plan he had nurtured for centuries. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 229, Chapter 229 Black Zetsu's new plan. If Black Zetsu had hair, it would likely be standing on end like a spooked cat's fur right now. When did he get here? Years of combat instinct made him manipulate the white Zetsu half to unleash the wood release, cutting technique, stabbing directly into his own body. Sharp wooden spikes pierced through Zetsu's body, protruding from his back to impale the Naruto standing behind him. Against most opponents, this move would be unreactable. Once struck by the wood release spikes, even a tailed beast jinchuriki would have their chakra continuously drained. Wood release's inherent advantage against tailed beasts was simply too strong. Unfortunately. Crack. The sharp wooden spike struck Naruto's unprotected chest, producing a crisp shattering sound. The attack didn't even pierce his skin, let alone draw blood. And Naruto seemed to have anticipated this outcome, not even bothering to dodge. When the first strike failed, Zetsu didn't hesitate, immediately employing another wood release ninjutsu. Countless vines, thick as wrists, sprouted from the ground, twisting and coiling around Naruto's body. He wasn't sure how long this could restrain Naruto, but he only needed an instant's opening. While Zetsu couldn't create entire forests like Hashirama with a single hand seal, his wood release was no less potent than a certain architect's. And these vines also possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Although the efficiency. Naruto felt the minuscule amount of chakra being drained. How to describe it? It was like trying to drain an Olympic-sized swimming pool with a drinking straw. The amount being siphoned was less than his natural regeneration rate, only causing an annoyance, like a mosquito bite. Most ninjas, once trapped by wood style and unable to break free immediately, would lose strength as their chakra dwindled. Without chakra enhancement, the physical strength of most ninja remains within human limits. This is why many ninjas, if caught off guard without chakra defense, would fall prey to seemingly trivial attacks. No specific Uchiha powerhouse possessing the Rinnegan is being singled out here. Naruto tore through the vines as if they were tissue paper, offering no more resistance. Eventually, he grew tired of even using his hands, simply walking forward and letting the vines snap against his body. In that time, Zetsu had already managed to sink back into the earth. However, things didn't proceed as he'd hoped. Even though he had completely concealed his presence and burrowed deep into the soil, the feeling of being preyed upon, of imminent danger, didn't diminish in the slightest. This time was fundamentally different. Just as Zetsu was frantically tunneling away underground, a nightmarish head suddenly emerged from the earth ahead, blocking his path. Had enough running? If so, it's time to talk business. As he spoke, Naruto's arm forced its way through soil and rock, grabbing Zetsu's distinctively black and white head. The next moment, Zetsu experienced the agony of countless rocks and soil grinding rapidly against his face. It felt like being sanded with the coarsest grit paper. Naruto, completely unfazed, hauled himself out of the ground. Unlike Zetsu, who used chakra to merge with the earth, Naruto achieved a similar effect through brute force alone. Akatsuki usually operates in pairs. Seems even with a new leader, your methods haven't changed, huh? Zetsu, now dragged from the earth, attempted one last counterattack, making the white Zetsu half sprout several large Venus flytrap that snapped towards Naruto. But this time, Naruto seemed to have lost interest in humoring him. Thwack. A simple, untechnical punch nonetheless blasted a massive hole clean through the swelling white Zetsu's body. Despite this grievous wound, the white Zetsu's clone showed no signs of dying, its flesh already rapidly healing with each breath. Fascinating structure. Two distinct consciousnesses in one body, Naruto mused, squatting before Zetsu, his casual remark causing Black Zetsu's expression to shift dramatically. For the first time in a millennium, Black Zetsu felt the threat of true death. Naruto had seen right through his hidden truth with a single glance. Let's talk. Where is this Uchiha Madara now? Chains extended from behind Naruto, instantly binding Zetsu into a tight bundle, leaving only his regenerating head exposed to the air. Further struggle was futile. Black Zetsu lifted his head, looking at the men who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, old and new hatred surging within him. TCH. You think I'll talk if you ask? Clinging to a final shred of hope, Black Zetsu posed the question. Everything is for Mother's revival. To his surprise, Naruto looked at him with an expression of sheer disbelief, as if to say, are you seriously asking that? Of course not. According to Conan, this Venus flytap had been colluding with that Uchiha Madara for a long time, their shadows lurking behind many conspiracies. Tell me his whereabouts, and I'll make your death quick. Is that so? Hearing this, Black Zetsu adopted a resigned expression, then spoke as if giving up entirely. Then save your breath. I won't say anything. Ah, figured as much. Naruto wasn't surprised, this response was expected. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist. Before striking, he asked one final question. Just one more thing I don't understand dash. Black Zetsu shifted his gaze from the blade, seemingly awaiting the question. We should be meeting for the first time, right? So why does it feel like the hatred radiating from you is about to overflow? As the last word left his lips, Mashuka became a wisp of cutting wind, instantly reducing Zetsu to countless fine particles of dust. Shing. The blade returned to its sheath. Seemingly still unsatisfied, a spiral of crimson-purple flame ignited in Naruto's hand. Perfect chance to test this. The flame spiral, resembling a miniature tornado, appeared and began violently sucking everything nearby into its center. Anything caught in it was invariably shredded into imperceptible ash. Zetsu's remains were no exception. Not only were they torn to dust, they were also compressed together at the spiral's core before vanishing completely. It was as if a portal to another space existed there. After grinding everything to nothing, the spiral, suddenly devoid of Naruto's chakra support, began to consume itself uncontrollably before finally dissipating into nothingness. As for the things it had swallowed, even Naruto himself didn't know where they ended up. What should I name this move? Naruto muttered to himself, stroking his chin as he walked out of the forest. Apart from the large hole in the ground, no trace remained. After an indeterminate amount of time, Naruto's figure reappeared from the shadows nearby. It's really dead this time. He carefully scanned the area with his observation haki, confirming no omissions, before finally leaving, satisfied. If Black Zetsu were truly an ordinary living creature, his ambitions might have indeed ended right here, cut short by Naruto's hand. Ha-dash. Further away, a Black Zetsu possessing only half a body seemed to jolt awake from a nightmare, gasping for air like a human. Only this could soothe the terror in his heart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I had prepared a backup plan. As the physical manifestation of his mother's will, Black Zetsu wasn't bound by the weaknesses of ordinary biology. Neither decapitation nor being torn to pieces could kill him. He could even actively split himself into multiple parts, each capable of acting as the main consciousness. It was precisely this ability that allowed him to survive. That technique Naruto used at the end, that unseen ninjutsu, had truly and utterly annihilated his other half on a material level. What was that? It felt somewhat similar to Mother's, all-killing ash bones. If he hadn't been cautious, splitting himself beforehand and leaving a part behind as a contingency during each outing, he might have truly been finished this time. But even with his life spared, his confidence in the original plan was shaken. The plan must change. Obito, as he is now, stands no chance against that monster. Furthermore, that kid has already gathered several jinchuriki around him. Picking them off one by one is no longer feasible. Damn it. Why did a monster like that appear in this world? This shouldn't be. This is merely Mother's garden. Fuming internally, countless secrets and histories of the ninja world flashed through Black Zetsu's mind. Is there a way to bypass that kid? Do I really have to wait another 100 years for him to die of old age? Suddenly, an ancient rumor resurfaced in his thoughts. If that's true, then perhaps it's worth a try. With this thought, Black Zetsu summoned another White Zetsu's clone, merged with it, and quickly burrowed back into the earth. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. My voice wasn't that loud before, was it? The hero water seemed to have undergone some kind of chemical reaction with Hiriko's chimera technique. The result was the enormous monster, nearly 70 to 80 meters in size, now present on the battlefield. Disordered limbs waved about randomly, and Hiriko's face appeared in various locations on this body, some as small as a human head, others as large as a house. Woo woo. Hiriko was now completely out of control, only able to emit these meaningless sounds, while the body constructed by the chimera technique began unconsciously preying on things containing chakra. And currently, the most delicious things in its eyes were undoubtedly the several jinchuriki. Aside from the young girl Fu, the other three had already entered a state of complete tailed beast transformation. Of course, due to compatibility issues, the 2 tails and 4 tails were only about 20 to 30 meters in size, which was quite a difference compared to the nearly 50-meter-tall original version of the 8 tails. However, jinchuriki at this level were still not to be underestimated. It didn't matter that the previous simultaneous volley of 3-tailed beast bombs didn't completely destroy the opponent, they could unleash similar attacks again at any time. This still isn't enough. Matatabi and Yujito's voices mixed together, reaching the ears of the other 2 jinchuriki. I can still manage. No problem here. Yo. While the tailed beast jinchuriki were fine, the others present couldn't hold out. No way. We have to at least wait until Karen leads the villagers away, otherwise they'll be caught in the crossfire. Jiraiya, who was still clasping his hands together gathering natural energy, shouted loudly. In that case, there's no choice. We'll have to hold him off in close combat for now. Just as Yujito's voice fell, Sasuke's figure rushed out at the forefront. At the same time, Hiriko, who had completely turned into a monster, swung down a snake-like limb, the whistling wind painfully piercing everyone's ears. Now. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, his observation haki fully activated, seizing the gap as the tentacle fell to slip through the crevice. In the next instant, black-red flames along with lightning wrapped around the 4 legs of his cursed form. Nintaijutsu's secret technique, lightning flame current. Chakra frantically stimulated and strengthened Sasuke's body, the muscles in his limbs swelling due to over-enhancement. He crouched on all fours, then his entire body vanished from the spot like a spring stretched to its limit. Bang. The ground he had previously stepped on now had a massive crater, 5 to 6 meters wide, due to the reactive force. In everyone's vision, Sasuke was like a thread of fire, cleanly bisecting Hiriko's enormous body. By the time his figure reappeared behind the opponent, smoke was rising from all 4 of his limbs due to the high-speed friction. Hugh dash. As he exhaled this breath, lightning, calamitous flames, and haki simultaneously appeared on the cutting edge of his claws. Wawawa. The face on the severed part let out a cry of pain. In the next instant, the monster's mountain-like body tilted to one side. The pained Hiriko swung a deformed beast-like claw to grab Sasuke, but it was tightly entangled by a sudden giant octopus tentacle. You idiot. You bastard. Hogging the spotlight alone. I don't agree. More octopus tentacles whipped over. B used the swordsmanship he learned from Naruto, adapted for the sea, to drive his tailed beast-transformed body. Surprisingly, that brute force style of fighting was more suitable for a tailed beast's body than the chakra-enhanced swordsmanship commonly used in the ninja world. Although he hadn't developed anything like haki, he could actually perform slashing attacks using the octopus tentacles as if they were his 7 swords. 8 tentacle slash. The 8 tails Gyuki's body spun like a top, the tips of the tentacles hardened with chakra, sharp enough to slice through Hiriko's bone armor. At the same time, the combined fire and lava assault from Matatabi and Son Goku arrived. The ninjutsu released by these two, both in power and range, far surpassed the bootleg versions usually performed by the jinchuriki. Both the blue phantom flames and the orange magma possessed extreme adhesiveness. Once they stuck to Hiriko's body, no matter how it rolled and struggled, it couldn't extinguish them, forced to let them burn that part of its body to ashes. It could be said that, fighting at full strength, after just one round, Hiriko was already severely wounded. But although the situation seemed one-sided, the actual effectiveness of their attacks was quite limited. The burned and severed limbs regenerated after just a few seconds. Moreover, they seemed to have inherited the two-headed snake's ability. The regenerated limbs were more numerous, larger, and more deformed than the originals. Still not working. We need to destroy it completely in one hit. Hearing the Eight-Tails shout, Jiraiya, who had been observing from the sidelines for so long, finally made his move. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, please use that technique. Right. The two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, simultaneously inhaled large mouthfuls of air, their chins continuously puffing up as they emitted a series of frog croaks. Sage art, Toad Confrontation chant. Hiriko, enveloped by the sound, finally showed a different reaction. His hazy, bewildered spirit was guided into an illusion. In a daze, Hiriko, returned to human form, floated in midair. Around him were giant toads dressed like divine generals, holding long swords. The toads each stretched out a hand, surrounding Hiriko's spirit, seemingly intent on sealing him completely within. No. No. Hiriko wanted to struggle, but he wasn't the type of ninja with exceptionally powerful mental strength. Perhaps only after completing his so-called immortality ritual could he resist such a super-level genjutsu. However, as Hiriko's human spirit was completely sealed away by the illusion, the instincts of the chakra beast took full control of the entire body. The battlefield, which had just quieted down, immediately became tumultuous again. Snake bodies, beast claws, tail whips, sharp fangs, the instinctual attacks of this chimera-like body seemed even more threatening than when Hiriko was controlling it himself. Sage art, Gomen. Somehow, the two toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima had stopped their croaking and were now standing on Jiraiya's left and right, respectively spewing flames and gale force winds. Combined with the oil Jiraiya spat out, the overwhelming sea of fire reappeared. This time, there was no predapath to absorb this ninjutsu imbued with senjutsu chakra. The sea of fire seemed to have a consciousness of its own, controlled by Jiraiya to wrap around the chimera's body without spreading to the surroundings. Truly amazing. The three jinchuriki stood to the side, watching the monster become a torch, their understanding of Jiraiya rising to a new level. This was also the first time any of them had seen Jiraiya fight seriously. The flames persisted for several minutes, only stopping when Jiraiya was forced to exit Sage mode. After the flames dissipated, only bone armor, charred like coal, remained. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the persistent mucus extended once more from inside the armor shell, again sweeping towards the surroundings. What? Anything the mucus touched, whether living or not, was forcibly assimilated into its body. If the three Jinchuriki and Sasuke hadn't reacted quickly, they might have been swallowed as well. What tremendous vitality. Seeing the opponent's body about to expand again, everyone prepared to launch another round of attacks. Now that Karen had led the villagers a sufficient distance away, they no longer needed to hold back. Clink, clink. The familiar sound of chains rang out, and Jiraiya's face instinctively showed a relieved expression. Even B and Yujito were the same. It seems Naruto has finished over there. The adamantine sealing chains swiftly pierced into the chimera's body, forcibly restraining its size to its current state. But the monster's chakra was still rapidly expanding. If it were just these chains, they would eventually be broken. But unfortunately, Naruto had no intention of giving it that chance. Under the stunned gazes of the several new members, Naruto opened his mouth wide and once again performed the feat of swallowing a giant monster whole. The chains pulled the enormous monster towards Naruto's mouth. As it drew near, some kind of force seemed to twist and shrink the opponent's body, until it was finally swallowed into Naruto's stomach. Everyone watched as the monster, whose size even surpassed that of the tailed beasts, was eaten bit by Naruto. No one spoke. Burp. Who, eating so much at once is really, burp, a bit uncomfortable. Pulling out a handkerchief from who knows where to wipe his mouth, Naruto, stroking his bulging stomach, slowly walked towards everyone. Hey, my voice wasn't that loud before, was it? Watching Naruto approach, Rashi felt what he called fear for the first time in his life. That feeling didn't just come from him, but also from the four tails sealed within him. If this kid can swallow such a huge monster, could he also eat us? The several tailed beasts present thought in unison, including the seven tails, Komiai within Fu. Chapter 231, Chapter 231 The Intruder in the Chaotic Scene. Kurama seemed to know the mindset of the other tailed beasts and immediately let out a disdainful snort audible to all of them. Now you know how I feel. Let you country bumpkin-tailed beasts who've never seen the world dare to laugh at me. As Naruto walked towards everyone, his stomach shrank a bit with each step. It seemed life return also enhanced the power of the Baku Baku no Mi. After the last incident with the nature will, Naruto would never again try to fuse those unknown energies. As long as it was swallowed by him, it would be forcibly decomposed into the most basic energy and absorbed by the Baku factory. Feeling the sense of power transmitted from his limbs and bones, Naruto almost lost control of the weight of his steps, nearly stomping his foot right into the ground. After being nourished by that pure energy, it felt as if every cell was cheering. Naruto's body also grew at a visible rate under everyone's ghost-like stares. His originally B-sized frame instantly expanded several times, roughly looking to be over 2.3 meters tall. What made everyone feel even more breathless was that sense of pressure, as if from a difference in life hierarchy. It had nothing to do with Naruto's subjective consciousness, it was purely an instinctive awe of life. Even the tailed beast's jinchuriki were no exception. Rather, it was precisely because they shared the tailed beast's senses that they could feel that pressure more clearly. Ugh dash. Naruto couldn't help but stop and stretch on the spot. With a series of crackling, thunder-like pops from his bones, his physical strength increased yet another notch, already very close to his other self's level. Right now, he felt like someone who had been carrying heavy weights for a long time, suddenly taking them off. That feeling of being able to breathe through every pore almost made Naruto completely intoxicated in it. It was only now that Naruto could faintly sense the subtle difference between the air in the ninja world and the air at sea. That faint, almost imperceptible energy, drifting thinly in the air. Was it chakra? Or natural energy? It should be said, it was both. The body was like a sponge, and when it grew, it could hold more. The surrounding chakra and natural energy seemed to be drawn by a vortex, actively drilling into his body. This won't do. Frowning slightly, Haki once again enveloped his entire body, isolating the drifting natural energy outside. Call it once bitten, twice shy, or call it cautious, but now Naruto wouldn't easily try to let natural energy enter his body unless absolutely necessary. Who knew if he would be influenced by that consciousness again, and if he could successfully break free on his own a second time. Even after being isolated by Haki, the natural energy still stubbornly tried to get in, but all attempts were in vain. In everyone else's view, they saw Naruto first eat the previous monster, then inflate into a small giant himself. Coupled with the sudden burst of aura now, it was really easy to misunderstand. Be careful. Naruto seems to be affected by that thing. Yujito was the first to react, issuing a warning to the two jinchuriki beside her. B was also seeing Naruto like this for the first time, his expression immediately turning serious as well. He and Rashi rushed to Naruto's left and right sides, attempting to suppress any potential rampage. They were so fast that even Jiraiya didn't have time to explain. Several large tails directly wrapped around Naruto's body. Snap out of it. Naruto. While restraining Naruto with octopus tentacles, B also roared loudly in Naruto's ear with his booming voice, hoping only to help the other maintain his true self. Seeing the new comrade's stance as if facing a great enemy, Naruto felt both annoyed and amused, but the goodwill in their hearts was still transmitted to Naruto's mind without any concealment. All right, don't be so alarmed. Like casually brushing off leaves stuck to clothes, Naruto gently pinched the four tails tails and the eight tails tentacles. Then, without any effort, he pulled them off his body. Of course, from the perspective of the other two, that terrifying, almost irresistible brute force was quite despairing. Is this guy even human? The same thought arose in both Rashi and B's minds. Get away. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes looked in another direction, and he let out a loud shout. The previously gentle movement suddenly intensified, directly throwing the two jinchuriki away. Just as the two were thrown aside, a massive yellow spear shot over from afar. Its speed was so fast that even B, a perfect jinchuriki, could only barely see a blur. Chains extended from behind Naruto, layering over each other to block in front of him. But upon contact with the faintly glowing spear, they were pierced through without any hindrance. This spear seemed to have a natural countering property against chakra constructs. If chakra doesn't work, then just don't use it. Naruto simply dismissed the adamantine sealing chains, then the muscles in his arms bulged, a layer of ink-black haki coating his arms. The sharp forked spear tip was grasped by Naruto's hands. At the point of contact between his palms and the spear, even space seemed to distort slightly. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The piercing sound made everyone present cover their ears. The spear that fell from the sky struggled for a few seconds before finally calming down. It was at this moment that everyone could clearly see the spear's appearance. Different from the slender shaft, the spear's tip was unusually wide, forked forward like sharp claws, with red patterns coiling on it. The tailed beasts present felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing it. They felt they had seen it somewhere before. Who knows what substance this spear was made of, even after being squeezed so hard by Naruto, the spear showed no cracks. Senjutsu. That was Naruto's first impression after making physical contact with the spear. Just like the ninjutsu he released after entering Sage mode, the spear was composed of natural energy mixed with chakra. Again. Everyone was still recovering when Naruto's observation haki detected the next attack arriving. He wasn't about to indulge it either. Gripping the peculiarly shaped spear with one hand, he turned it around, simultaneously coating it with armament haki. In the next moment, the spear returned along its original path at a speed faster than before. That was pure brute force. The contend of flesh and blood against nature. The second spear collided with it midair. The spear on Naruto's side, because it was coated with a bit of haki, was even harder. Shum. The later spear in the air was directly shattered into countless fragments, while the one Naruto threw continued unabated, flying into the distance. The fragments fell on the heads of the few. B reached out, brushed them off into his palm, and observed them carefully. This is sand. As B spoke these words, the tailed beasts finally remembered where they had seen that spear before. It's Shikaku's power. The one-tail's jinchuriki is here too. That was Shikaku's sand spear. Touted as the hardest, absolute attack, though it couldn't compare to Sage of Six Paths' staff, of course. But was it always like this? The tailed beasts all felt the spear seemed somewhat different from their memory. At the very least, the original sand spear shouldn't have been this strong. The others received prompts from the tailed beasts within them and passed the information on to Naruto. Thus, the image of a short, frowning figure resurfaced in his mind. Naruto remembered, wasn't the one-tailed jinchuriki that guy I knocked out with a raison back then. Chapter 232, Chapter 232 The nature will appears again. Naruto looked in the direction from which the sand spear had flown. At a point beyond the reach of his vision, there was an extremely powerful aura. It's a strong figure. At the very least, someone much stronger than the likes of Kakuzu or Kisame. But in his memory, that red-haired kid with constant dark circles under his eyes was nowhere near this strong. Even if the other party called out the tailed beast inside him, it should be the same. Could it be that he also had some strange encounter like myself, training for decades in another world? I'll go check the situation over there. You all stay here and don't move. After saying that, without waiting for anyone's reply, Naruto's body levitated. Then, accompanied by a sonic boom in the air, his figure shot out at extreme speed. The ultra-lightweight rock technique combined with Jeppo granted Naruto extremely high aerial mobility. Now he could easily fight mid-air, his mobility greatly enhanced. Watching Naruto's figure quickly disappear, everyone looked at each other. Sasuke, without a word, immediately chased in that direction. B looked around, thought for a moment, and followed behind. Yujito and Rashi clearly hadn't yet grasped the essence of this team. Watching the two's actions, they were a bit slow to react. Naruto, didn't he tell us to wait here? When she said this, Yujito's face showed a lack of confidence, thinking she might have misheard. Rashi just shook his head, saying nothing outright, found a surviving large tree, and sat down cross-legged with his back against the trunk. Every single one of them, so willful. Anoki probably couldn't even dream that the notoriously difficult Rashi would make such a comment about others. Whoosh. Garuda's figure descended, then transformed into human form. Yujito-ne, where did Naruto-san go? Karen asked Yujito. She had just delivered the villagers of Takigakure to a safe place and upon returning saw Naruto, Sasuke, and be rushing off in another direction, not understanding what had happened. Hearing her question, Yujito, though somewhat hesitant, honestly recounted what had just happened. Sure enough, the next moment, Karen transformed into her hybrid form and chased after them with equally fast flight. Could it be that I'm the one with the problem? Yujito began to doubt herself. As someone who always adhered to the principle of follow orders and complete the mission, she now felt out of place with this team. It's fine, you'll get used to it later. Jiraiya slowly stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and then unhurriedly walked in that direction. Hey! Dark circles, why did you suddenly attack? Kusi, disregarding the attempts of Zabuza and Haku to stop her, jumped directly in front of Gaara and asked loudly. But Gaara acted as if he didn't see her at all, his gaze fixed on the direction of the attack, showing no intention of replying. The matter started from when they entered the forest sea area. Perhaps because he grew up in an arid climate and rarely saw such endless forests, even though Gaara had lost his memory, he felt an instinctive joy. It was as if he was naturally drawn to such an environment. At that time, the three adults walked side by side, while Kusi sat on Gaara's shoulders as if riding a giant horse. This bit of weight was nothing to Gaara in his semi-sage state. More importantly, since being saved by Kusi, Gaara had been absolutely obedient to this little girl's words. He seemed already accustomed to a way of living by following others' instructions. But that didn't mean others could treat Gaara like this. At the very least, Haku and Zabuza couldn't get close to him. As soon as they approached, sand would spontaneously float up, blocking them. Only Kusi, this little girl, not only wasn't repelled by the sand, but when she wanted to jump onto Gaara's shoulders, the sand would even actively form steps for her to step on. Although, given Kusi's physical fitness, she didn't really need it. Their mode of interaction was basically Kusi chattering away, Gaara listening silently, and the remaining worried duo dealing with the messes the two created. Compared to Kusi, who at least had some common sense, the amnesiac Gaara actually caused more problems. For example, not knowing he had to pay for things when shopping, or directly picking up food from others' tables and eating heartily during meals. At this moment, Gaara was like a naive infant just born, only following his instincts. His original personality only took over the body occasionally. However, the direction of this strange little team was decided by Gaara, the amnesiac. There was no other way. Kusi only said she wanted to find her dad. But she didn't even know where her dad was, let alone what he looked like or what his name was. Since leaving the land of vegetables, since landing in this world, she had been completely clueless. As for Haku and Zabuza, needless to say, they basically went wherever Kusi went. And honestly, during this time together, these two first-time parents seemed to have tasted a feeling they originally couldn't have experienced. Troublesome, but also a kind of warmth. Completely different from their previous lives. Originally, everything should have developed gently like this. The group advanced in a certain direction like a pilgrimage team, experiencing various events along the way, ultimately each obtaining the ending they desired. Until today. Gaara, who had been honestly acting as a mount, suddenly changed expression, standing rooted to the spot. Then, intense energy fluctuations erupted from around him. If Kusi hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been sent flying by that shockwave. Haku and Zabuza immediately assumed fighting stances. To be honest, they had been wary of this mysterious guy from the start. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't persuade the little girl, they would have long since parted ways with him. After sending Kusi flying, countless energies undetectable to the naked eye began autonomously enter Gaara's body, starting to combine with his inherent chakra. Externally, this manifested as keratinous layers like sand armor growing on his skin. The short horn on his forehead continuously extended, and another horn grew on the opposite side. Dark red patterns, combined with sand-colored sage chakra, formed a robe covering Gaara, whose appearance had greatly changed. Then Gaara stretched out a hand and clenched it empty-handed, and a sage art, sand spear, with far greater energy density than the normal version materialized out of thin air. Then, ignoring Kusi's shouts beside him, Gaara, as if he had become a different person, directly threw the spear into the distance. At this moment, he also seemed able to observe the target's condition from a long distance. After sensing the spear was caught, Gaara didn't hesitate at all and immediately condensed another sand spear and threw it. Hey dash. Kusi wanted to continue asking something, but the moment her eyes met Gaara's, her tone suddenly changed. Who are you? Why are you hiding in Dark Circle's body? Are you an enemy? Hearing this, the gazes of the three present shifted over. Haku and Zabuza were surprised, but they didn't doubt the little girl's judgment much. Kusi's intuition had always been very strong, something they both knew well. In contrast, Gaara, who now seemed like a different person, looked down at the angry Kusi with an emotionless gaze, then suddenly spoke. Not bad perception. As expected, you and that man. Before he could finish his sentence, the sand spear coated in armament hockey flew back at a speed faster than when it was thrown, aiming straight for his chest. Chapter 233 Finally Meeting. Father and daughter who have never met. The spear shot towards Gaara like a missile, carrying a terrifying momentum. But at this moment, Gaara didn't even turn his head. As expected, it could only be you. You are different, Uzumaki Naruto. Kusi didn't react much, but Haku and Zabuza, hearing the name of the person who had once spared them and even changed their lives from Gaara's mouth for the first time, immediately changed expressions. Just who are you? Unfortunately, faced with Haku's question, Gaara acted as if he didn't hear. It seemed that in his eyes, only Kusi and Naruto were worthy of conversation with him. No other living beings qualified. Using my power against me. Muttering to himself, without any visible action from Gaara, the spear wrapped in hockey instantly disintegrated, dissipating back into the purest natural energy. Then, the sand around Gaara slowly coiled around his torso, lifting him into the air as well, like a god looking down upon the mortal world. Sure enough, the next moment, Naruto's figure appeared before the group. The intense wind pressure directly blew the hat off Kusi's head. The wildly flying hair made the little girl instinctively squint. By the time she brushed her hair aside, she just happened to see that figure. Naruto's figure also floated in midair. His over 2-meter-tall frame didn't appear bulky, and his loose robes fluttered randomly under the airflow. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting a golden layer around the men. Compared to the impassive Gaara, Naruto at this moment looked more like a deity. Not to mention the stunned Kusi, even Haku and Zabu below looked at Naruto with incredulous gazes. Compared to a few months ago, the current Naruto had changed too much. When they first met, although Naruto also had a strong oppressive presence, he at least still looked like a student, with the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old. How, in less than half a year, had he grown into his current appearance? Were we mistaken? Or was the guy in front of us Uzumaki Naruto's older brother or something? But the next moment, Naruto's words shattered their illusions. Oi! Isn't that Zabuza and Haku? Long time no see. Naruto's gaze first fell on the familiar faces. Although their clothing was very different from their original ninja images, and even Zabuza's mask was removed, Haku's gentle, elegant, and neutral temperament was still too distinctive. Naruto recognized the two without any difficulty. Well, Zabuza might have been a bit difficult. If not for seeing this guy had picked up the Kubikurabocho from somewhere again, he would have been hard to distinguish just by that common face. Then, Naruto looked at another face. The one he hadn't been able to ignore since arriving here. It really looks somewhat similar. She had some resemblance to Hancock in her youth. As Naruto looked over, Kusi's gaze met his. Two pairs of sea blue eyes stared at each other, unblinking. Kusi felt her little heart thumping wildly. Her small hand reached into her bag, instinctively gripping the turtle-shaped device that had brought her to this world. Even though she had always clamored to find her dad before meeting him, now that she actually met Naruto, she found she couldn't say a word. Yes, at this moment, Kusi was sure she had found her dad. It was the guidance of blood ties. An intuition, an instinct. What should I say? Hello, I'm your daughter. But dad probably doesn't know he has a daughter at this time, right? Should I greet him? Nyanba said to be polite. But dad is really handsome. His eyes are blue, just like Kusi's. Uzumaki Naruto, we meet at last. At this moment, the nature will, controlling Gaara's body suddenly spoke. This also shifted Naruto's attention. Ah. You're so annoying, Dark Circles, no, the guy occupying Dark Circle's body. You really are a bad person. Kusi was still upset about not giving her dad a good first impression, while Naruto slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Gaara, who no longer resembled his former self at all. You're not that Gaara. Ah, it's you. He recognized that indifference towards all life from the familiar scent. It was the same guy who had once influenced my consciousness. It seemed the other party hadn't changed their ways and had found another unlucky victim. What? Back to your old trade. Couldn't get me, so you started targeting others. Naruto felt a rare disgust towards this guy. If possible, I would still prefer to cooperate with you. Gaara seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Naruto's tone, replying with an unchanged expression. After all, only you are special, Uzumaki Naruto. Only you can do it. Even my appearance is because of you. Seeing the other start his mystical rambling again, Naruto directly activated the ability of the protagonist next door. What are you rambling about? If you want to fight, then come on. At this moment, the recklessman mindset took dominance. Gaara, who originally wanted to continue speaking, was directly interrupted by Naruto. It must be said that recklessmen counter all talk no jutsu. No matter how eloquently others speak, a simple, I don't understand, can handle it indifferent. It seems that if I don't make you quiet, it's impossible for you to obediently accept my goodwill. As Gaara spoke, the surrounding trees, flowers, and plants visibly withered and turned yellow. In contrast, the vast natural energy rapidly filled Gaara's body. This swelling power not only suppressed the One-Tail's awakening instinct but also in turn drew out its chakra, combining it with natural energy to form another kind of senjutsu chakra. Although I don't like this thing, I must say, you humans are really creative. Gaara manipulated the sand shaped by senjutsu chakra, looking at it as if appraising a work of art. The next moment, that floating sand instantly condensed into dozens of dense, sage spears. Watch closely, Uzumaki Naruto. This is how my power is used. The sage spears shot out like lasers. At such close range, with Haku and Zabuza's eyesight, they could only see a scene switching like frame drops. Even the exceptionally gifted Kusi could only barely make out afterimages. Dad is in danger. Kusi instinctively wanted to help. But Naruto wasn't in as much danger as she imagined. Those densely packed, rapidly firing sage spears, although they had broken the visual limit, could still be accurately captured by his tempered observation haki. Without even needing to glance distractedly, Naruto's figure lightly shifted in small movements mid-air, miraculously dodging through the gaps between the spears. Then, he casually grabbed a sage spear flying past his ear and threw it back. The spear dispersed back into chakra about 2 meters in front of Gaara. Just as the nature will said, this energy came from them, so how could it harm them? Chapter 234, Chapter 234 Then I will be the one to handle them. It's useless, do not. Before Gaara could finish speaking, Naruto's fist was already upon him. For someone like Naruto who disliked speaking too much during combat, he had no patience to listen to long speeches from his opponent before acting. It was one of the unwritten rules among the strong on the seas. Act first, talk later. If they lacked the qualification to stand before him, then there was no point in wasting time on discussions. Naruto considered testing whether his opponent could truly ignore ninjutsu by launching a few Conqueror's bomb, but he held back, considering the 3 other people nearby. Thud. Sand created from Senjutsu chakra formed dense, resilient defensive walls before Gaara. The moment Naruto's fist struck, countless grains of sand acted as buffers, dissipating the terrifying force. Now, it is my turn. As Gaara spoke, more sand materialized from the air around them, rapidly coiling toward Naruto. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped into a sphere of sand. At this, Kusi could no longer remain still. Ignoring Haku's attempts to stop her, she stomped her small foot hard against the ground, launching herself toward the airborne Gaara like a cannonball. But she knew neither the ultra-lightweight rock technique nor the Jeppo. Once she shot into the air, she had no control over her direction. Gaara, who could react to Naruto's punches, was even less likely to be hit by this crude headbutt. While previously hidden within Gaara's body, nature had already discerned that this young girl possessed a naturally robust physique, but it seemed largely untrained. She might handle ordinary, low-level ninja, but she was not qualified to intervene in their battle. Fine sand transformed into ropes, binding Kusi's ankles, then mercilessly hurled her downward. Although you are also special. As the nature will spoke, numerous sand senbon gathered in midair, aiming to pierce the young girl's limbs. You can serve as a backup. I will spare your life. Wait quietly over there. Seeing this, the guardian duo on the ground sprang into action. One rushed to Kusi's predicted landing point to catch her, while the other formed hand seals, creating countless ice senbon that shot upward, attempting to intercept the attack midair. Unfortunately, Haku's ice release still could not compare to Senjutsu. Despite their volley, the ice needles could not destroy the sand senbon, nor even divert their course. Even without systematic combat training, Kusi's innate talent marked her as a natural-born warrior. Midair, she kept her eyes locked intently on the pursuing sand. The more perilous the situation, the calmer she became. Kusi tried to twist her body, but the sand senbon seemed capable of active tracking, adjusting their trajectory accordingly. No good. Then I have to destroy them directly. The young girl clenched her fists, preparing for a direct clash with the Senjutsu chakra-imbued attack. But the next moment, a towering figure shielded her from above. The Naruto who had been wrapped in sand dissipated into smoke. The Naruto now appearing before Kusi held her gently with one arm, while his other hand transformed into a blade, slashing upward. A slash tinged with black lightning collided fiercely with the sand senbon. The clash of chakra and haki created strange, rippling distortions in the air, like folds in space itself. Ultimately, Naruto's haki proved superior, utterly destroying all the senbon. Little one, are you all right? Naruto himself did not know why he instinctively softened his voice, as if afraid of startling the child in his arms. He felt this girl was somehow special. Kusi is fine. It was an expression the guardian duo, and even Nyan and the others, had never seen on her before. Like a timid fawn in the forest, her face wore a look of fragile vulnerability. For some reason, the little troublemaker who had been so unruly on Amazon Lily, in the land of vegetables, and throughout their journey, had become a shy, reticent girl before Naruto. Being held by Naruto, Kusi even felt the urge to cry. After all, no matter her innate gifts or strong will, she was still a child not yet 5 years old. Her mother was often occupied and could not frequently stay with her, and her father existed only in stories. Kusi also wished to be cared for and protected by her parents, like the other children around her. Perhaps this was precisely why she had been so bold as to search through the treasures her father left behind, find that turtle-shaped device, and, without any clear guide or certainty of returning to her own time, choose to come here. Sensing the complex emotions swirling within the young girl, Naruto set Kusi down on the ground with unprecedented gentleness, then softly ruffled her hair. If this is our affair, we should not involve innocent people. Innocent? No one in this world is innocent. Before Gaara could finish, a large hand gripped his head, carrying him flying rapidly away into the distant forest. But he was not like the others Naruto had faced before, powerless to resist. The sand autonomously morphed into spiraling drills, boring directly into Naruto's body. Upon contact, Naruto could clearly feel the haki coating his arm being rapidly worn away. This is specially prepared for you. That intense rate of haki consumption was abnormal, so Naruto had to release his grip prematurely, allowing his opponent to create distance. A fascinating power, different from that chakra. This is precisely why I selected you as my partner. Gaara raised a hand to touch the spot where Naruto had grabbed him, seemingly still recalling the sensation of contact with haki. A pity that he lacks this qualification. The he was, of course, referring to the original Gaara. Without the nature will's control, Gaara's overall strength was inferior even to Kusiai's, let alone his willpower. If Gaara possessed willpower like Naruto's, this mere amount of natural energy would be insufficient to fully dominate his body. Consciously, Naruto could even forcefully reject nature will through sheer will alone. So, merge with me. Gaara uttered words that were easily misinterpreted. If we become one, we can destroy all chakra in this world. Only then can this world be protected. The nature will require a vessel. Without a sufficiently powerful physical form to serve as its foundation, they could only remain as a planetary energy source, vulnerable and helpless. Protect. From whom? This was the first time Naruto had heard this. Previously, when the other had occupied his body, its speech had always been vague and cryptic. Naruto's question seemed to stir an instinctive fear within Gaara. They are a calamity. They feed on the life force of planets. The entire planet is merely nourishment for them to produce their fruit. Hearing this description, Naruto was momentarily stunned. Something that feeds on planets? I had never heard of such a thing. What does that have to do with chakra? Hearing this, Gaara snapped out of his fearful state, turning his head to gaze profoundly at Naruto. If all chakra is destroyed, they will not turn their gaze here. A planet incapable of producing chakra will not be preyed upon. In Nature Will's view, all living beings on this planet combined could not hope to resist that terrifying race. Not to mention anything else, a threat hung in the void right beside this very planet, perilously close. This doctrine of non-resistance seemed to strike a nerve deep within Naruto. An image he was not keen to recall surfaced in his mind, slowly overlapping with the figure before him. He did not know if it was because of nature will or because of that person from his memories. But for now, Naruto's mind was filled with a feeling of sheer frustration. You have the courage to attack me, to attack others in this world, but not the courage to resist those who would truly harm you. A prominent vein throbbed on Naruto's forehead. Are you so terrified of failure? As Naruto's words rang out, the very sky seemed to shift, winds and clouds swirling as a terrifying conqueror's haki erupted skyward. Whoever they are. If they dare to come, let them try. If there truly exist beings that devour worlds, then I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be the one to handle them. Chapter 235, Chapter 235 Fierce Battle. The overwhelming haki radiated outwards in waves. Even from a great distance, it was potent enough to leave Haku and Zabuza stunned and immobilized. It couldn't be helped. Their power levels weren't significantly different from their original destinies. Facing Naruto's enhanced, fully unleashed conqueror's haki now, the only reason they hadn't lost consciousness was the sheer distance involved. Unlike them, when Kusiai felt the terrifying haki, instead of fear, her face lit up with pure delight. It's true. This haki. This person really is Kusiai's father. Stars seemed to sparkle in the little girl's eyes. Seizing the moment her two guardians were paralyzed by the haki's pressure, she once again darted towards the battlefield. Don't misunderstand. Kusiai had absolute faith that her father could defeat the entity possessing Dark Circles. She was rushing over specifically to save Dark Circle's life, to stop her father from accidentally pummeling him to death. Although their time together had been short, Gaara had already earned a place in Kusiai's heart. The innate ability to sense good and evil, inherited from Naruto, prevented anyone with malicious intent from getting close to her. By the same token, Kusiai was not someone who would abandon a friend. Dark Circles, you can't lose to that thing. You have to wake up in time. Otherwise, father really will beat you to death. Further away, the members of the Tailed Beast Guardian team also experienced the overwhelming wave of haki. Among them, Karin and Sasuke, due to their prolonged exposure and personal training with it, could remain largely unfazed. B simply relied on his raw power to push through the haki's pressure and press forward. Of the three, Karin was the fastest, using her wind-riding flight to overtake both Sasuke and B. On the battlefield, Gaara, or rather, the nature will, felt the intense impact of the haki. His expression remained neutral, but the body instinctively shifted into a defensive stance. This reaction was not under their conscious control. They had only managed to seize this body because Gaara's own spirit was inherently unstable. Of course, Orochimaru's assistance had also played a helpful role. You do not understand. We cannot resist them. The only method is to suppress all energy signatures here, to make them overlook this place. The nature will remain stubborn, or rather, the deep-seated fear of the celestial invaders was rooted in their very core. It was a terror implanted into the planet alongside the god tree by the Akatsuki clan a millennium ago. An emotion potent enough to throw this newly formed consciousness into complete disarray. Unfortunately, before the nature will could finish speaking, Naruto's fist was already upon them. The fist, wreathed in Conqueror's haki and steaming with chakra, seemed to tear through the very air, its speed bordering on teleportation. The instant the fist connected with the senjutsu cloak surrounding the nature will, the sound of fracturing reached their ears. With a mere thought, countless grains of sand surged endlessly to form barriers in front of them, while others coiled around Naruto's limbs, attempting to slow his devastating charge. Yet, all these efforts proved futile against the unstoppable Iron Fist. The sand whirred like a grinding machine, trying to cut and erode the energy shielding Naruto's body through rapid rotation. But it never even got close, blasted away by the violent steam erupting from his pores. The 8 gates technique produced vastly different results depending on the user. In the hands of the legendary genin, Might Dway, opening the final gate could, at best, kill or cripple half of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even that was a staggering feat now, utilized by Naruto, who was actively transcending the limits of a human body. The power unleashed by opening just 4 gates was on an entirely different level. I've changed my mind. For a guy like you, I should have beaten some sense into you long ago. Whether it was to atone for some past failure or not, Naruto abandoned any thought of a quick finish, choosing instead to hammer his point home with the purest, most direct physical punishment. His fist smashed straight through the sage art sand wall, connecting squarely with that impassive, divine visage. The next moment, the sandy skin of the face cracked and shattered layer by layer. Even a senjutsu replica of Gaara's ultimate defense could not withstand such pure, unadulterated destructive force. The nature will was sent flying backward by the impact, their body hurtling through the air. But Naruto was faster. Like a golden flash of light, he overtook the flying figure, appearing directly in their path to deliver another powerful blow. This process repeated. The nature will was batted back and forth through the air like a ball by an invisible hand. This humiliating manner of fighting finally ignited a spark of anger within the immature consciousness of the nature will. And anger was a potent antidote to fear. Enough. A massive quantity of sand, infused with senjutsu chakra, coalesced and then erupted outwards in a wide, indiscriminate scatter, like pellets from a shotgun. Sage art, sand drizzle. Those individual grains of sand were immeasurably faster than any bullet. Anyone else might only perceive fleeting, tan-colored afterimages. Crack. Thwack. As the sand grains neared Naruto's body, they began aggressively eating away at the energies protecting him. Both his haki and his chakra were rapidly depleted under the corrosive effect of this senjutsu chakra. Forced to break off his assault, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Gaara's midsection, sending the body crashing down from the sky and into the ground with tremendous force. As the dust settled, the somewhat disheveled nature will manipulated the body back onto their feet, glaring up at Naruto, who stood watching impassively with his arms crossed midair. As if sensing something, Naruto lifted his arm and examined his forearm, finding a minor abrasion. A trickle of blood had just begun to well up, but the wound was already closing. Seeing this, Naruto grinned instead of scowling. See? You can do it just fine. Hearing this, the nature will was momentarily stunned. No matter what kind of enemy you face, never concede defeat before the battle has even begun. A sudden gust of wind whipped Naruto's clothes around him. Otherwise, it's as if you've defeated yourself once already. The nature will fell into a rare silence. They understood the meaning behind Naruto's words. The two stood locked in their stalemate for a few seconds before the nature will shook their head once more. No. This is not the same concept. As he spoke, he raised a hand and began violently siphoning the One-Tail's chakra from within Gaara's body. Under this intense drain, Shikaku, who had been unconscious for unknown reasons, twitched and struggled fitfully, on the verge of awakening. A familiar, ominous purplish-black sphere began to form before Gaara. It was a tailed beast bomb, now imbued with the properties of senjutsu chakra. What a stubborn fellow. Sighing as he looked down at Gaara, who still insisted on fighting, Naruto's mind wandered. Is it because the world itself has such a twisted personality that it produced so many stubborn ninja? Naruto's imagination ran wild, but his hands never slowed. Shying. Meshuka slid from its sheath with a clear ring. Who? After the recent physical enhancements and the boost from the 8 gates, this body's strength was nearly on par with his counterpart from the other world. Therefore, Naruto had to consciously restrain his movements. Life return, full unlock. His originally over 2-meter frame swelled further with vibrant, surging life force, his muscles growing even more formidable. Had Naruto not previously used the Baku factory within himself to reforged and lengthen Meshuka's blade, he would have found the sword difficult to wield now. The reforged Meshuku, with its blade and hilt combined measuring almost 2 meters, resembled less a standard katana and more a greatsword, an odachi or nodachi. Yet, it fit perfectly in the hands of the huge Naruto. Chapter 236, Chapter 236 The Truth. As the blade of Meshuku rubbed against its scabbard with a sound, the nature will gathering a tailed beast bomb below seemed to hear a natural enemy approaching, causing all the hair on their body to stand on end. That fear even surpassed the terror of having their life force drained while unable to struggle. Perhaps Naruto's words truly had an effect. Under the pressure of this fear that surpassed all limits, a new power budded quietly within the heart of the nature will. This time, they did not choose to flee. Raikage. They let out a roar almost instinctively. The blood vessels on their body bulged beneath the skin's surface due to the increased speed of chakra flow, looking somewhat similar to when the Hyuga clan of Konoha activated their Byakugan, appearing slightly ferocious. More natural energy was drawn from the surroundings and transmitted over within this roar. In that instant, the sky was an enemy, the earth was an enemy, the mountains were enemies, the rivers were enemies, even the flowers, plants, and insects on the ground were Naruto's enemies. Under the focus of nature will, natural energy completely enveloped the tailed beast bomb itself, dyeing it a kind of iridescent black color. It was the color of all things and phenomena. HAAA. This natural energy tailed beast bomb, large enough for one person, shot straight towards the sky with a momentum capable of destroying mountains and splitting seas. High in the sky, Naruto floated quietly, his muscles actually beginning to compress under the effect of life return. It was different from the time he fought against Shiki. Naruto's figure became somewhat gaunt and desolate, but the hand gripping the sword hilt was exceptionally steady. All sounds fall silent, no thoughts, no musing dash. In an instant, the hostility of all things in heaven and earth was stilled, even the breathing sound of plants completely vanished. In the next moment, a transparent sword light resembled the Milky Way. By the time the nature will reacted, Naruto was already behind them, slowly sheathing his sword. Sever. When did he move? They had no perception of it at all. Even though everything in the surroundings saw Naruto as an enemy, and the perceptions of all living beings became the eyes of the nature will, they didn't realize it until Naruto had already finished his slash. What extreme speed, what a dazzling sight. The tailed beast bomb, which had been split in two at some unknown time, exploded midair. As if also applauding this single sword strike. Boom. Without needing to get close, Kusi, Karen, and the others could see the terrifying explosion. That kind of destructive power was enough to obliterate any major ninja village. Dad. Naruto-san. Different voices called out from different locations, but the worry in their hearts was the same. Huh. This is. While running, Kusi suddenly felt a slight coolness on her face, then subconsciously reached out to touch it. It was a faintly shimmering green point of light. Looking up, within the area covered by the aerial explosion, points of light scattered outwards like rain. When these points of light landed on the body, they flickered a few times before extinguishing, as if merging into it. When they landed on other trees, plants, and flowers, those leaves seemed to turn several shades greener. This was the aura of life. So, not afraid anymore, right? On a large rock, Gaara, who was slowly exiting his sage mode state, was laid out flat. Sitting beside him was Naruto, leisurely drinking his sake. In Naruto's perception, the previously godlike entity was more like a newborn that had lost their protection and was full of threats. Beneath the facade of indifference lay fear, the worry that more lives would be lost because of this. They always deeply loved all life that grew on this planet, which is why they would rather nip a part of it in the bud early to protect the rest. This was a biological instinct. Uzumaki Naruto, as expected, you are special. The voice coming from Gaara's mouth had become intermittent. Don't misunderstand, Naruto didn't directly kill Gaara. What he severed was the spirit. This swordsmanship had transcended the category of severing life, reaching a higher level. Similarly, achieving this effect also required absolute mastery over one's will and spirit, as well as innate chakra, none could be lacking. Something everyone already knows doesn't need reiteration. Try to have a bit more depth. Naruto's expression wasn't particularly heavy, he even seemed interested in trying to pour a mouthful of sake into the nature will's mouth. It was just refused. The nature will had not vanished, but Naruto had merely severed their connection to this body. More precisely, they was being forced out of this body again. If there wasn't another person with a weak will yet capable of absorbing natural energy, it seemed unlikely the nature will would be able to manifest again. Unless Naruto actively absorbed a massive amount of natural energy and entered that Super Sage mode again. After experiencing the fear of death once, the threat from that extraterrestrial race didn't seem so terrifying anymore. The nature will, struggling to control Gaara's body, turned their head to carefully examine the men before them. Their own birth was because of the other party. Before being perceived, they were just a hazy planetary consciousness. It was precisely because of being perceived that they gained self-awareness. For life forms of this level, the relationship of cause and effect was instead more abstract. Perhaps you truly can do it, protect this world. So, who is the enemy? You should at least reveal some useful information. They call themselves the Akatsuki clan, beings from beyond the Sea of Stars. From Gaara's mouth, Naruto learned the basic information about this Akatsuki clan. For example, they usually operated in pairs of two, finding planets possessing life force, that is, natural energy, then one of them would transform into the god tree to absorb this energy and bear the so-called fruit. After that, the remaining person would take the fruit, which represented the life of that planet. And chakra was precisely the product of this god tree's fruiting. Also, because they fed on these fruits, the so-called Otsutsuki clan naturally possessed an inherent resistance to almost all ninjutsu. Given the current strength of beings in the ninja world, there probably weren't any existences capable of matching them. And this was just for one or two members. In the distant sea of stars, there were countless members of the Otsutsuki clan. This despair-inducing reality was what ultimately drove the nature will into madness and fear. Coupled with the shadow of having their life force extracted without being able to resist, they thus conceived the idea of erasing their aura to escape. 1,000 years ago, the Otsutsuki clan that arrived here has not yet perished. One of them is hidden very deeply, even I don't know where, the other is there. As they spoke, the nature will, with some difficulty, manipulated Gaara's body to raise an arm and point towards the sky. There, one could vaguely see a hazy sphere. The moon. You mean, there's another Otsutsuki clan on the moon? Hearing this, Naruto felt a bit puzzled. Did I have to fly to the moon? I wonder if the ultralight-weight rock technique could fly that high. Not on the moon, but sealed by the moon. The entire moon is her seal. From the mouth of the nature will, Naruto heard for the first time this ultimate truth concerning the ninja world. Chapter 237, Chapter 237 The conflicted Kusi, the flustered Naruto. The entire moon. Naruto was stunned for a moment, finding it somewhat unbelievable. But then he accepted this fact. Indeed, since they were lifeforms from the Sea of Stars, such a grand seal was fitting. So, the story about the Sage of Six Paths creating the moon is true. That means the one who defeated that Otsutsuki clan member back then was the Sage of Six Paths, right? Legends about the Sage of Six Paths creating the moon had existed since ancient times. Even Naruto, who wasn't usually very attentive in class, had heard of them. But back then, he only treated them as mythical stories. Hearing this, the expression on Gaara's face suddenly became somewhat peculiar. Put that way, it's not wrong. It was indeed your so-called Sage of Six Paths, who, together with his brother, defeated that Otsutsuki clan's member. After saying this, before Naruto could react, they added another sentence. That is to say, their mother. Question mark. Seeing Naruto's shocked, incredulous expression, this nature will, who had always been expressionless, finally laughed for the first time. Although the smile was fleeting. So you can make that kind of expression too. I thought you could guess everything. I told you, the chakra in your world was born because of the Otsutsuki. Isn't it natural that the so-called Sage of Six Paths, who founded Ninchu also has Otsutsuki bloodline? In other words, some of you ninja have their blood flowing within you. By the time they reached this point, most of Gaara's face had returned to their original human form, leaving only one eye looking at Naruto. Don't rush off yet, it's not too late to finish hearing this dash. Hearing this sudden major news, Naruto subconsciously reached out, pressed on Gaara's shoulders, and shook him a couple of times, only to be met with the nature will's laughter. Haha. The connection between me and him has already been severed by you. I cannot remain for long. Even if I forcibly stay in this body, he will slowly be assimilated by nature, turning into a stone statue that can neither speak nor move. Hearing this, Naruto remembered the stone statues of frogs in Mount Myoboku that resulted from failed sage mode training. So the root of the problem was here. Gaara originally lacked both the talent and training to master sage mode. The reason he could maintain it for so long relied entirely on the nature will's remote control. Now that the connection had been cut, they had no way to continue. If you want to know more, then personally enter Sage Mode, and come find me again. After uttering this last sentence, Gaara's body completely returned to human form, and the horn on his head disappeared. The cursed seal of heaven previously left on his neck by Orochimaru also seemed to turn pale due to energy depletion, then completely vanished beneath the skin. Like hell I will do that again. Taking a swig of sake, Naruto pursed his lips, still not tempted by the other party's suggestion. He already knew most of what he needed to know. He could ask about those gossipy details later, after things settled down. But, the Otsutsuki clan, it's getting more and more troublesome. Even as he said this, Naruto's expression didn't show a hint of actual annoyance. Ugh. Where am I? Just as Naruto finished the fight and started drinking his sake, Gaara, who had lost his memory for so many days, finally woke up. The memories previously suppressed by the nature will quickly recovered like a tidal wave, causing a sharp pain in Gaara's head. Ugh. Ah. Watching Gaara clutching his head and rolling around, Naruto smacked his lips, then, as if guided by a ghost, offered his gourd of sake. Want a sip for the pain? Obviously, Gaara in this state was in no mood to respond to him. And this scene was witnessed by Kusi, Karen, and the others who had rushed over. The two girls, one big and one small, emerged from the left and right sides of the forest simultaneously. They first looked at each other, then their gazes turned in unison towards the two figures in the clearing. Their focus landed on the rolling Gaara, and the Naruto who was offering him alcohol. If I said his current state has nothing to do with me, would you believe it? For some reason, under Kusiai's gaze, Naruto felt inexplicably nervous. He subconsciously put the sake gourd away, then inconspicuously wiped his hands. Naruto-san, no matter what, you shouldn't give alcohol to a minor. Keirin's words thoroughly sank Naruto. After the matter was more or less concluded, both parties' reinforcements finally arrived belatedly. Uzumaki Naruto, it really is you. Unlike Zabuza's complicated expression, Haku looked much friendlier when he gazed at Naruto. While bandaging Gaara's wounds, he smiled and nodded at Naruto. However, Naruto didn't seem to care much about these two people's reactions, only nodding perfunctorily in response. Right now, his attention was completely occupied by that small figure. Hey, Dark Circles, do you remember me? Kusiai crouched beside Gaara, poking his forehead without any restraint. The spot where a horn had previously grown was now replaced again by the character for love. Incidentally, Kusiai still couldn't read. While she verbally expressed concern for Gaara's condition, she actually kept sneaking glances at Naruto behind her. When her eyes met Naruto's, she would immediately turn her head back, deceiving herself, but her hand movements became a bit uncontrollable. Ouch. I remember. And I have a name too. Gaara was poked until it hurt. Based on his original personality, he would definitely be furious by now. But he hadn't forgotten the experiences during his amnesia either. It could be said that with Kusiai, and the two accompanying babysitters by extension, he had also experienced a feeling of familial affection that he had never felt before. It was something he hadn't felt since his own maternal uncle was killed. The poor kid still didn't know that his older brother, sister, and the old woman from his village had almost worn out their shoes searching for him. Even the recovered Gaara, with his memories and personality back, had a high tolerance threshold for Kusiai's mischievous actions. Probably even if Kusiai wanted to play horsey with him now, he would reluctantly agree. Name, right, name. Dark Circles, what's your name? Because Kusiai's thoughts were mostly on her dad, her first half of the sentence was somewhat perfunctory, but she quickly caught on. She looked at Gaara with a face full of surprise. Just as Gaara was about to answer her, another voice cut in first. His name is Gaara. See, this character is love. Naruto reached out a finger and gently tapped the character on Gaara's forehead, eliciting a fierce expression from the one-tail's jinchuriki. Hey! Don't touch me randomly. Gaara didn't like Naruto. And it wasn't just because, by the count, he had been thoroughly beaten by the other guy twice. It was more because during his amnesia, he had been constantly chasing this guy's location. That feeling of being controlled against his will reminded him of the times he followed his father's orders. Smack. Kusiai's small hand directly slapped Gaara's forehead. The little girl said to Gaara with a serious expression. Dark Circles, D. Uzumaki Naruto-san just saved you. If it weren't for him, you'd still be controlled by that thing. Kusiai wanted to directly call out, Dad, but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back. She didn't know how to explain to this era's dad that she was actually from the future. What if Dad didn't believe me? What if Dad thought Kusiai was a lying child? The little girl was, after all, only 4 years old. Maybe she could usually rely on her innate bold personality to get by, but when she truly encountered certain worries, she was at a loss. It was ultimately due to lack of life experience. If only she had an elementary school graduation certificate, it wouldn't be this bad. Chapter 238, Chapter 238 Father and daughter, carved from the same mold. According to established practice, there was always an unwavering banquet after each incident. Tonight was no different. To express gratitude to Naruto and the others for driving off the invading ninja, Shibuki, despite his injuries, directed the other residents of Takigakure to host a thank-you banquet. This was also to temporarily stabilize the unsettled hearts and minds. After all, if not for the luck of having run into Naruto and the others, Takigakure would likely have been wiped out today. Along with the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. At the banquet, Jiraiya and Shibuki exchanged toasts and engaged in the customary pleasantries of adult diplomacy. In fact, ever since Inoki was severely beaten, Jiraiya had stripped Naruto of his diplomatic authority. However, tonight, Naruto didn't have much mind to focus on the banquet anyway. So, the Akatsuki have already attacked Sunagakure, and you were captured by Orochimaru midway, then controlled by that thing and managed to escape. Naruto nodded at Gaara, raising his cup to his lips but hesitating to drink. His gaze had long since shifted to the young girl, Kusiai. For some reason, Naruto felt a natural sense of closeness to this little girl, as if there was some kind of blood connection between them. Could it be that she was also from the Uzumaki clan? But her hair was black. No matter how wild Naruto's imagination was, he didn't consider the time travel direction. Gaara, breaking his usual mold, explained everything that had happened to him in detail, then looked somewhat embarrassed as he took a bowl from Haku's hand. Give it to me, I can eat by myself. Haku smiled and let Gaara, enduring the pain from his injuries, use his bandaged hands to hold the bowl and eat by himself. During the earlier treatment, they had already confirmed that Naruto had been quite measured in his attack, at least Gaara didn't have any too serious injuries. What really made it difficult for him to move were the aftereffects of the nature will taking over and forcibly extracted this body's potential to grow into a sage body. His muscles and tendons had sustained many internal injuries from the excessive strain, requiring at least 10 days to half a month of rest. Compared to his previous wooden demeanor, Haku and Zabuza found the current, prickly cat-like Gaara much easier to accept. Of course, in Kusiai's eyes, there wasn't much difference between the two. Because when it came to treating her, Gaara was still the same as always. Orochimaru. Naruto chewed on the name, suddenly remembering that he seemed to have arranged a marriage for the other party. I wonder if Big Mom was pregnant with a child by now. Then, he looked towards Zabuza. Now, there was completely no trace of the former demon aura left on the other party. If not for the highly recognizable Kubikurabocho, even Naruto wouldn't have recognized him. It seems you didn't listen to me and find a place to live quietly after all. Jumping back into troubled waters, aren't you afraid of running into me again and getting finished off? As he said this, Naruto even put on a meaningful, mischievous expression. It was completely wasted effort. Zabuza seemed to have long understood Naruto's character. He indifferently took a sip from his cup, then glanced towards Kusiai. It's all because of this kid. Seeing the topic steered to his most concerned target, Naruto logically asked his question. So where did you pick her up? Oh, little one, I haven't asked your name yet. When he said the latter part, Naruto very naturally looked at Kusiai, waiting for her answer. Suddenly called upon, Kusiai reflexively stood up from beside Haku, then, with her eyes fixed on Naruto, her mouth opened and closed hesitantly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she stepped her right foot back half a step, assuming a T stance, with one hand on her knee, the other palm facing up and extending forward. My name is Kusiai. Known as the ninja world's chivalrous hero, the ninja hero. I have embarked on an unknown journey to find my father. Pleased to meet you. This time, along with Gaara, the other three all looked at Kusiai with strange expressions. They had never heard of this kind of etiquette before, and it was the first time they had seen the usually fearless little girl adopt such a serious and earnest manner. Even Karen and Sasuke not far away turned their attention over. They weren't blind, so they could easily see that since meeting that little girl, Naruto had been visibly unsettled, so they had been paying attention to the situation over there. This benevolence and righteousness salute did not exist in the ninja world. Because this benevolence and righteousness salute was a gesture used by the chivalrous of the sea when meeting each other. It was an extremely formal self-introduction ritual that shouldn't be known by anyone in the current ninja world. When Naruto saw Kusiai, this little adult, solemnly performing this salute, he was first stunned, then subconsciously became serious and solemn. He patted his clothes to ensure they were neat, then similarly stepped his right foot back, assuming the posture of the benevolence and righteousness salute. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am a wanderer, once called the Great Hero. I am currently walking the path of revenge for my kin. Pleased to meet you. If Kusiai's actions only made the others find it somewhat amusing, then Naruto's earnest reply left the others somewhat bewildered. While the tailed beast team was still in the dark, Zabuza and Haku's expressions had already changed. They heard clearly the title, Great Hero, coming from Naruto's mouth. Coupled with the indescribable tacit movement between the two at this moment, the facts weren't hard to infer. So, the dad Kusiai kept talking about was Uzumaki Naruto. Could such a coincidence really happen? The two exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. No, that's not right. Although Uzumaki Naruto now looked like a giant, when we first fought him, he was just a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy, right? How could he possibly have a daughter as big as Kusiai? Ignoring the other's strange looks, the father and daughter, Kusiai and Naruto, gazed at each other in a wordless silence. Although nothing was said, it seemed as if everything had been said. This was also the best method Kusiai could think of in such a short time. To be honest, her understanding of Naruto mostly came from others' retellings. How great her father was, how many chivalrous deeds he had done. Before leaving Amazon Lily, her heart was full of admiration for her father, but she had never really thought about what would happen when she actually met him. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Kusiai with a very complex expression. After the little girl performed this salute, her origin became clear at a glance. Clearly, she was like him, someone who had crossed over from the One Piece world. After the salutes, Naruto and Kusiai looked at each other. Many conjectures swirled in Naruto's mind, but he didn't know where to start. Fortunately, the clueless Fu intervened at this moment, placing grilled food in front of the two. Quick! Quick! Eat up! You all worked really hard today. This young Jinchuriki and Gaara were complete opposites, very enthusiastic towards Naruto, Kusiai, and the others. It was precisely because of her interruption that the father and daughter ended their silent standoff. Aside from the Tailed Beast Protection Group's members, even Gaara wasn't quite clear about the situation, as after he joined the team, Kusi hadn't explained her purpose to this amnesiac guy. But currently, it seemed no one was in the mood to explain the whole story to him. Because Takigakure was located in the center of a forest, hunting resources were quite abundant. Fu and the others just went out for a few rounds and brought back plenty of game and fruit. At least in terms of food, it was much better here than in the land of Earth. When the father and daughter saw the steaming hot roast meat, their eyes focused on it simultaneously. They almost simultaneously picked up the piece of meat closest to them, then chewed and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Watching the two, whose actions and demeanor were carved from the same mold, the informed Haku and Zabuza fell into confusion once again. This, no matter how you look at it, they seem like father and daughter. Chapter 239, Chapter 239 One Tail and 7 Tails, Get. Today, Naruto was acting unusually by not drinking alcohol. This would have been almost unthinkable in the past. Those familiar with him knew this guy liked to take out his flask for a sip whenever he had the chance, whether he had a reason or not. Let alone on a day when there was a banquet. Looking back, wasn't every previous feast an occasion for getting thoroughly drunk? Sasuke could certainly attest to that. After eating several more large chunks of roasted meat, and waiting for Fu to hurriedly bring new food from the kitchen, Naruto finally turned his gaze to the little girl beside him. Kusi, right? May I call you that? Hearing this, the little girl was startled, then immediately put down the bone she was holding, and assumed a formal seated posture. Of course you can. Seeing the girl's flustered appearance, Naruto actually felt less nervous himself. He smiled gently, then reached out and placed his hand on the little girl's forehead. Unlike the casual head rub during the previous fight, this time Kusi truly felt that warmth. It was a sense of security that even her mother, and anyone else, had never given her. Kusi, can you tell me how you came here? Over here, Naruto, who seemed to have guessed something, asked in a soft voice. Karen, who was eavesdropping, also heard Naruto use this tone for the first time. Hashtag you and darn it. Darn it, just who is this little girl? Karen muttered indistinctly through gritted teeth, while internally freaking out. Be quiet, listen. Sasuke next to her patted her, then also adopted the same posture, pricking up his ears to listen. Despite Sasuke's usual cool and aloof appearance, he was actually very interested in gossip. Karen's eyelids lifted, glancing in Sasuke's direction. Yujito, even Rashi looked distracted, clearly all secretly listening to the conversation next door. Their subtle movements naturally didn't escape Naruto's notice. But he didn't particularly mind these things at the moment. Right now, Naruto was patiently waiting for Kusi's answer. Hearing her father's question, Kusi thought for a moment, then took the turtle-shaped device from her bag and placed it in Naruto's palm. Pa. Naruto-san, it was through this thing that I came to this world. She subconsciously almost used the word Papa, but since her identity hadn't been completely revealed yet, she couldn't quite bring herself to say it. No need to be so formal. Naruto first smiled and patted her head, then picked up the turtle-shaped device and examined it. He didn't sense any energy aura from it. Since you are looking for your father, you must need to return to your own world to find him, right? As he spoke, Naruto handed the device back to Kusi. In his view, Kusi must have accidentally crossed over while searching for her father, and was presumably also looking for a way back to the One Piece world. With his Baku no Mi's ability, he could completely transform his body into a house and take the little girl back to the One Piece world together. For Kusi, a little girl he felt an immediate connection with, even if he weren't a hero, Naruto would be willing to help. Yes, even with the hints reaching this point, Naruto still didn't consider that Kusi might be his own daughter. After all, he had just been with those two that night, and she was there the next day. It couldn't be that fast, right? Naruto simply assumed she was another world traveler like himself. After all, with his own special case, another person crossing over wasn't strange. And on the high seas, searching for one's father was even less unusual. After all, one of the most criticized, and hard to refute, points about seafaring men was neglecting their families. This was something Naruto deeply despised. Among the people he knew, there were several like this. For example, that sniper in the Red Hair Pirates, and even Roger was counted among them by Naruto. This was one of the rare things he was dissatisfied with regarding Roger's actions. Choosing to turn himself in because his time was short indeed fit Captain's character, but couldn't he have made arrangements for Rouge and the child before surrendering? To be honest, Naruto felt that if not for his help, Ace might not have been successfully born. But even with his mediation, Rouge still died after giving birth because she forcibly prolonged her pregnancy. In Naruto's own thoughts, either don't have children, or if you do, it's best to take responsibility. After all, he himself had never experienced parental love and didn't want his future children to end up the same. This was also the reason why he had never given Hancock or Stussy a definite answer all these years. Just as Naruto didn't know why he came to the One Piece world, he didn't know when he might leave. So, he couldn't give them an unrealistic fantasy. But now, Kusi's appearance served as a reminder to Naruto. After this matter was over, he should return to the One Piece world side. At the very least, he needed to confirm whether Stussy and Hancock were pregnant. He didn't want to be an irresponsible man. Kusi, hearing Naruto talk about sending her back to the One Piece world, didn't react immediately, but just silently gripped the device tightly and lowered her head without speaking. This gesture was misunderstood by Naruto as her missing home. He suddenly lifted the little girl up and placed her on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I keep my word. This is the promise of the great hero." As he spoke, Naruto held his fist out in front of Kusi. "After I finish handling this matter at hand, I'll take you back. Until then, why don't you stay with me? How about it?" Seeing this, Kusi was stunned for a moment, then, as if understanding something, also extended her fist to bump against his. "Well, there's no need to be in such a hurry." The voice, as fine as a mosquito's buzz, still clearly reached Naruto's ears, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. This little girl's personality is really quite good. If my own child in the future was like this, it wouldn't be bad at all. Gaara, who had been listening the whole time, suddenly changed his expression and stared at Naruto. "I want to return to Sunagakure." The cold refusal in his words stunned everyone around. But Naruto's rejection came even faster. "Don't even think about it." Before Gaara could get angry and fly into a rage, Naruto's hand pressed over and directly pinned his forehead. "Not just you, but that girl over there, yes, you, need to stay with us too." Fu, who was pointed out, froze for a moment, then pointed at herself questioningly. "Ah. Me?" Shibuki, the leader of Takigakure, also heard this, and his expression changed as well. Before they could say anything, Naruto spoke his next words. "You've seen it yourselves. The Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts is no joke. That point doesn't need me to prove it anymore, right? I don't need your protection dash." Smack. An identical palm smack to the forehead, but with Naruto's strength, it directly sent Gaara falling back into his seat. "What are you, a weakling, saying? Even Sasuke could take you out in a one-on-one, so stop boasting." "Hey." Sasuke, who was name-dropped for no reason, protested. "What do you mean, even me? I have a grudge against the people in that organization. Call it using you as bait or protecting you, whatever. In short, until the people from that organization show themselves, I won't let you leave." Naruto turned to look at Zabuza and the other two. "Remember what I said last time we met? Please repeat it to him. Only the strong can control their own destiny, while the weak are controlled by the strong." Zabuza didn't speak, but clearly Haku's memory was still good. "That's right." Naruto looked down from his height at the indignant Gaara. "If you have the ability, then become stronger and escape from my side. Otherwise, stop boasting." On his shoulder, Kusi's eyes were shining. "This is the bearing of the great hero. I'll protect you, regardless of whether you want it or not." How willful. So cool. Chapter 240, Chapter 240 Orochimaru's Unlucky Days. The score for the tailed beast capture plan had reached 6-1-0. Naruto's team was naturally in the lead by a large margin. While Obito's side had only extracted one tailed beast so far, Black Zetsu seemed to have found a certain cheating method and was just waiting for Obito to try it out. As for that big zero, that, of course, belonged to Orochimaru. Lately, Orochimaru had been having a very unlucky streak. Originally, according to his plan, successfully capturing a tailed beast would allow him to participate in the game between the Akatsuki and Naruto. At that time, using the jinchuriki as a bargaining chip, he could still negotiate with Naruto. Even if Naruto refused, he believed the Akatsuki would be interested. In short, as long as he had a jinchuriki, he wouldn't need to worry about having no one to trade with. However, ever since he inexplicably implanted the cursed seal on Gaara, everything seemed to start changing. This was also the first time Orochimaru learned that the cursed seal could react with tailed beast's chakra. There was no helping it, after all, he hadn't considered jinchuriki before. After Gaara entered an out-of-control sage state, Orochimaru hastily used the reverse summoning technique to go to Ryuchi Cave. Unlike Mount Myaboku, where the scenery's saturation was unrealistically high, Ryuchi Cave was perpetually shrouded in thick mist. Within the fog, who knew how many giant snakes lurked, coiled and waiting? After setting foot on this cold, damp land, Orochimaru didn't feel too uncomfortable, perhaps because his frequent experiments had caused his own body to take on some snake-like attributes. This kind of environment was more comfortable for cold-blooded animals. Hiss. Hiss. Countless rustling, friction sounds rose within the mist, the sound of snake scales rubbing against each other. Orochimaru had been walking here for a long time. The area of Ryuchi Cave might be even larger than Mount Myaboku. Even as a contractor, trying to enter Ryuchi Cave directly without a guide wasn't that simple. Finally, he seemed to have found his target. His vertical pupils scanned back and forth before locking firmly onto a certain direction. Come out. The person hidden in the mist didn't suspect Orochimaru was bluffing. Without much hesitation, they revealed themselves. It was a woman wearing pure white formal attire, with a sash trailing down her back. Her hair was tied up in a bun, looking very solemn. After she appeared, a magnificent, Ryuchi Cave, palace, resembling the Dragon King's palace, also materialized within the thick mist. Tagiriheim. Orochimaru knew this person. In fact, she couldn't really be considered human. Because Tagiriheim was actually also a giant snake, just one that had mastered the technique of transforming into a human form. It's Orochimaru, isn't it? It's been a long time. Upon recognizing the visitor's identity, the dignified demeanor Tagiriheim had maintained instantly vanished, and scales and fangs characteristic of a snake appeared on her face. Many years ago, Orochimaru had tried to learn Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave. Unfortunately, at that time, his body, which was already ravaged by various experiments and reincarnation techniques, was full of flaws internally and simply didn't meet the requirements to withstand Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. But even so, he hadn't given up. This led to the subsequent development of the Cursed Seal's power. Take me to see the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru showed a smile devoid of warmth as he spoke to Tagiriheim. Hearing this, Tagiriheim didn't mind. Instead, she cooperatively began leading the way. If it were anyone else, wanting to enter the cave to see the White Snake Sage would require passing the tests of her, along with Ichikishimaheim and Tajutsuheim, the three princesses. Failure meant being eaten directly. However, Orochimaru had already passed their tests long ago, so there was no need for that formality now. Although I don't know why you're looking for the White Snake Sage, I'd advise you not to waste your effort. As she spoke, Tagiriheim's head turned 180 degrees to face behind her, looking at Orochimaru as if he were food. After all, this body of yours isn't suitable either. Why not just stay and be our meal? Hee hee. There's no need for you to worry about that. As a senior contractor of Ryuchi Cave, although Orochimaru hadn't mastered Sage Mode, he held a certain status here. This was a reputation built up over the years. Among all the summoners of Ryuchi Cave, only Orochimaru was the most generous when paying the price. He delivered exactly the number of human sacrifices promised. With Tagiriheim leading the way, the group of small snakes nearby naturally didn't dare act recklessly. They could only occasionally cast equally cold glances at Orochimaru before reluctantly crawling back into the shadows. The true appearance of Ryuchi Cave was neither as magnificent as the illusion suggested, nor was it just a cold, damp burrow as outsiders might imagine. As a sage, its dwelling also needed to have sufficient grandeur. Just like the temple where the Great Toad Sage usually resided, the place where the White Snake Sage stayed also appeared quite impressive. Countless candles and oil lamps were placed on the walls. In the stark, flickering light, the White Snake Sage, transformed into an old woman, was lying on her side on her stone bed, squinting towards Orochimaru and the other at the entrance. Orochimaru, what brings you here this time? The White Snake Sage's tone was gentle and slow, sounding quite easygoing. But in reality, only the snakes who dared to defy it knew just how cruel this sage truly was. The White Snake Sage, who believed in the law of natural selection, showed little mercy even to its own kind under its command. In its view, those who were unqualified could only become its food. Orochimaru also understood the White Snake Sage's temperament very well. Without a word, he first presented his offering. It was a prisoner from the northern hideout's experiments who had successfully received transplants of Kimimara's cells. He was tied up and thrown directly before the White Snake Sage. Oh. This kind of crude imitation is quite interesting. Ignoring the terrified look in the person on the ground's eyes, Orochimaru directly stated his request after presenting the offering. He briefly explained Gaara's condition. Spontaneous sage transformation. So, you want to change him back? Yes, he is crucial to my next plan. Hearing this, the White Snake Sage actually smiled and didn't refuse Orochimaru outright. Is that so? Very well, just bring him here. Surprisingly, the White Snake Sage didn't set any conditions, seemingly just wanting to see the remarkable existence Orochimaru described. This instead made Orochimaru somewhat uneasy. But the plan was more important now, so he couldn't afford to worry too much. He had already wasted a lot of time in the outskirts of Ryuchi Cave. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. With that, Orochimaru, under the White Snake Sage's smiling gaze, used the reverse summoning technique to send himself back. White Snake Sage-sama. Beside the White Snake Sage, Tagiriheim, who had just led Orochimaru in, looked at it somewhat puzzled. Heh. The White Snake Sage didn't answer its subordinate's question, merely chuckling lightly. Upon returning to the northern hideout, Orochimaru immediately learned from Kabuto Yakushi that the jinchuriki had escaped. Useless, you can't even keep a prisoner locked up. Orochimaru was uncharacteristically agitated. He even suspected that the White Snake Sage might have already known about this, which was why it didn't set any conditions. It might even have been its deliberate doing that he had wandered in the outskirts for so long. Learning that Kimimaro and the others had already gone in pursuit, Orochimaru temporarily relaxed. But not long after, the cursed seal of heaven he had implanted in the jinchuriki vanished from his perception. Along with it, his resurrection and reincarnation methods also became ineffective. If all that wasn't enough bad luck, then the next moment, the intrusion alarm sounding in the northern hideout was the final straw that broke Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru. I've finally found you. Obito's figure appeared abruptly in midair, staring directly at the traitor before him. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru didn't show the slightest hint of guilt. Instead, he looked at him with a fierce glare. Huh. Why is this guy so angry? Shouldn't I be the one who's angry here? Being stared at like that, Obito even began to doubt himself. It was you who did it. Hand over the jinchuriki. Their voices sounded simultaneously. Then, after hearing what the other said, both of them froze in unison. Chapter 241, Chapter 241 Manda, Most Summoned, Worst Beatings. What are you talking about? Obito reacted, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. Seeing the other party's genuine seeming confusion, Orochimaru's racing thoughts began to slow down. It wasn't him. If this guy had acted against the sand boy, there'd be no reason for him to come here. It seemed I have let my anger cloud my judgment. Seeing Orochimaru remain silent, Obito's patience wore thin. His Sharingan slowly opened, locking onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you've certainly caused us a great deal of trouble. In the next instant, wooden spikes sprouted from his hand, shooting directly toward Orochimaru. Such a straightforward attack naturally had no chance of catching Orochimaru off guard. To be perfectly honest, the Akatsuki is also on my list of potential collaborators. Even as he spoke, Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes never stopped analyzing his opponent's movements. Thus, the moment Obito moved, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands to impede him. For the most part, Orochimaru was a rational and detached individual. Unlike his teacher or former comrades, he wasn't prone to emotional decisions or sentimentality. What drove Orochimaru forward was always his thirst for unknown knowledge. Even his pursuit of immortality was merely a means to grant himself more time to acquire that knowledge. The dense swarm of snakes nearly flooded the small room. Kabuto, recognizing the danger, had already seized the chaos to make his escape. The man had truly absorbed 99% of Orochimaru's philosophy. Because Orochimaru himself was thinking the same thing. Restrict the enemy's movements first, then find an opportunity to escape. Orochimaru had a very clear understanding of his own capabilities. Dealing with Itachi alone was challenging enough. While this was his first time facing the masked man directly, he had long been aware of him. This opponent's strength was likely even greater than Itachi's. Reality proved Orochimaru's assessment largely correct. Obito's form passed straight through the dense snake swarm, his speed undiminished as he charged toward Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, rapidly analyzing the possible nature of this ability. A genjutsu. Or perhaps. Obito was incredibly fast. A moment's hesitation was all he needed to close the distance. The wooden spikes generated by his would release, cutting technique stabbed directly into Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru, unstable elements like you are better off removed from the board early. In the next moment, countless sharp wooden spikes erupted from all over Orochimaru's body, turning him into a human pincushion. Is that all? Withdrawing the spikes, Obito looked down at Orochimaru's motionless, seemingly lifeless body. As if struck by a thought, he suddenly activated Kamui upon it. Unlike Kakashi's Kamui, Obito's current Mangekyo Sharingan was more defensive in nature. Beyond making himself intangible, he could only use Kamui to draw others into his pocket dimension at close range. Just as the spatial distortion was about to consume the body, the previously inert form of Orochimaru violently burst open. A new Orochimaru, still slick with fluid, slid out rapidly as if shedding a skin. He didn't know the exact mechanics of that strange technique, but seeing half of his former body get pulled into the Kamui dimension gave him a rough idea. A space-time ninjutsu. Until a certain level of power was reached, battles between ninjas were primarily battles of intelligence. The one with more information held the advantage. Now aware of the masked man's space-time capabilities, Orochimaru had no intention of engaging him in close quarters. Summoning technique, snake mouth bind. Instantly, the surrounding walls transformed into dark red flesh. The very space around them had been replaced by the stomach of a giant snake summoned by Orochimaru. The moment Obito's feet touched the soft, fleshy ground, tendrils of tissue began to coil around his limbs. Worse still was the stomach acid. A mere drop instantly ate a large hole through his clothing. Obito immediately phased into his intangible state, effortlessly pulling his limbs free from the grasping flesh. The Rinnegan hidden behind his mask opened. Obito intended to use Shinra Tensei that Nagato had employed so effectively. But his body lacked the stamina of an Uzumaki. Even with transplanted Hashirama cells, he couldn't perfectly replicate the technique, at least not with only one Rinnegan. He had to resort to his backup plan. Summoning technique, Ghetto Statue. Instantly, the terrifying giant statue materialized, its immense form bursting through the room and demolishing most of the northern hideout in the process. Ever since sealing the Three Tails, summoning the Ghetto Statue no longer required Obito to supply the chakra himself. Even before Obito finished the hand seals, Orochimaru felt a deep sense of foreboding. He had always trusted his instincts. The Ghetto Statue's appearance outright obliterated his hideout. Most of the prisoners inside, the ones with the pseudo-sage transformation abilities, were killed or severely injured in the collapse. Ironically, this also meant they successfully escaped their cells. However, these individuals, their minds warped and rendered highly aggressive by the experiments, were far from sane. Even after witnessing the Ghetto Statue's terrifying visage, fleeing didn't cross their minds. Instead, a few foolhardy souls actually launched attacks against the statue's ankles. Their fate was predictable, they were instantly crushed into paste. Die. Seemingly having lost interest, Obito directed the Ghetto Statue to begin indiscriminate attacks on the area below. Water gathered atop the several protruding protrusions on the statue's back, then shot forth in high-pressure streams, sweeping across the landscape like lasers. Anyone struck by the torrents died instantly. Perhaps it was a mercy, at least it was quick. Boom. The ground suddenly erupted as a massive purple and black snake burst forth, sinking its fangs deep into the Ghetto Statue's head. Simultaneously, its colossal body coiled around the statue's limbs like living shackles, constricting with immense force. It was Manda. Orochimaru, you'd better give me dash. Manda's typical demand for payment was cut short before it could even begin. The Ghetto Statue's power far surpassed its own. With a terrifying rip, the serpent's body was torn asunder. The severed head and upper half of Manda's body thrashed on the ground for a moment before disappearing in a puff of summoning smoke. With injuries that severe, whether Manda survived was a matter of pure chance. If it ever were summoned again, it would likely never answer another of Orochimaru's calls. Last time, it got beaten up. This time, it was nearly killed. By now, Orochimaru, having used the chaos to put significant distance between himself and the statue, took one last look at the Ghetto Statue wreaking havoc and mentally wrote off the entire hideout and everyone left inside. Including Yugo, the possessor of the innate sage body. The cursed seal was still too unreliable. Finding a suitable vessel for my next reincarnation was the only true path forward. With that thought, he turned to make his final escape. Squelch. In the next instant, Obito, who had somehow appeared directly behind him, thrust his hand through Orochimaru's chest, piercing his heart. Not taking any chances, he swiftly followed up, severing Orochimaru's head from his shoulders. Still seemingly unsatisfied, Obito unleashed a fire-release ninjutsu, completely incinerating Orochimaru's remains until nothing but ash remained. Only then did the simmering resentment in his heart, born from his plans being repeatedly disrupted, finally ease somewhat. I might be helpless against that Uzumaki Naruto for now, but was I supposed to be powerless against this old snake too? Damnable fool, daring to interfere in my plans. After commanding the Ghetto Statue to unleash a few more destructive sweeps across the ruins of the northern hideout, Obito suddenly felt a wave of emptiness. What was the point of venting his fury on these small fries? The real problem was still Naruto. Poof. With a dissipating cloud of smoke, the Ghetto Statue's summoning ended. Obito stood atop a pile of rubble, looking down at the lifeless ruins of the northern hideout. He scoffed quietly, then turned and left. Half a day after his departure, a hand pushed aside some debris from within the wreckage. It was Yugo. What happened here? His eyes were dazed and confused. He had been sleeping peacefully in his cell, and then suddenly, the world had collapsed around him. If not for his resilient sage body, he would have been crushed to death long ago. He looked around, lost and disoriented, unsure of where to go now. At that moment, a small white snake slithered out from what remained of Manda's corpse. The snake's mouth then unhinged, and a new, smaller Orochimaru was coughed out from within. Yugo. Orochimaru-sama. Seeing his master in such a pitiful state, Yugo rushed over to help, carefully extracting him from the snake's mouth and supporting the visibly weakened Orochimaru to his feet. Go, to Oto-Geikure. Orochimaru's voice was frail. Utilizing this last-ditch survival technique had drained him significantly. But in his mind, a single thought echoed. So, that was the true power of the Ghetto Statue. It seemed the Rinnegan that once belonged to Pain had now found a new owner in that masked man. Chapter 242 The Daimyo's Movements. What did you say? You lost the tailed beast. In the palace of the Land of Winds daimyo, Baki, representing Sunagakure, was being questioned by the Land of Winds daimyo. The Akatsuki's attack on Sunagakure some time ago had been too large-scale to conceal. Even without considering whether the Land of Winds daimyo had spies planted, by now, even an ordinary desert merchant knew about the attack on Sunagakure. The temperaments of the various daimyo differed, but they all had some concept of the so-called tailed beasts housed within their respective ninja villages. They generally regarded them as a type of war tool. They were also a form of military deterrence against other great nations. Now, seeing the only tailed beast in their country being forcibly taken, how could the Land of Winds daimyo not feel enraged? This daimyo was notoriously stingy by nature. He was extremely harsh in his financial support for his own ninja village, often deducting portions for various reasons. This was partly due to the Land of Winds' barren geography, but also a reflection of the daimyo's own character. Being stingy, he naturally also viewed the ninja village and the tailed beast it controlled as his personal possessions. Upon receiving the news, he immediately summoned the current representative of Sunagakure for accountability. Since Chiyo and the others were still on their way back, only Baki, the late Kazakage's right-hand man, was available to take the blame. Thwack. The daimyo threw his fen directly into Baki's face, freely venting his displeasure. And Baki? He could only kneel silently and endure it. It was a ridiculous sight. A man possessing Jonin-level strength, allowing himself to be humiliated by someone with no power whatsoever, even trembling with fear because of it. You tell me, what are you going to do about it now? Get the tailed beast back immediately. The daimyo was like a client who always makes unreasonable demands, completely disregarding the actual situation of the ninja village and blindly issuing difficult orders. In his mouth, only the tailed beast mattered. He seemed to care nothing for the so-called jinchuriki. A jinchuriki. Wasn't it just a container for the tailed beast? So what if he was the son of the previous Kazakage? If the daimyo was unhappy, he could replace the Kazakage anytime. The top priority was to retrieve the tailed beast. Yes. Yes, sir. Baki lowered his head in assent, but his heart was bitter. Do you think I don't want to find Gaara and bring him back? But where should I even look? As it happened, a similar scene was unfolding in the Land of Lightning. The personality of the Land of Lightning's daimyo closely resembled the Raikage's. He was similarly strong-willed and assertive. It was with his approval that Kimogakure gradually developed into a military group structure. This daimyo also harbored considerable ambition, wanting to use Kimogakure's military power to conquer other great nations. How could such a man not pay close attention to strategic resources like jinchuriki? He not only demanded confirmation of the jinchuriki's whereabouts but also required regular reports from Kimogakure on their status and training progress. He could be considered the daimyo most concerned with tailed beasts jinchuriki. What do you mean, they went with someone else? The Land of Lightning's daimyo's voice was loud, his presence imposing. He stared down at the Raikage, who sat cross-legged before him, his tone aggressive. It means exactly what I said. The Raikage was different from the other Kage. Always dominant, he refused to show the slightest weakness even when facing his nation's ruler. Their fates were long intertwined. Combined with his own prestige within the village, he didn't believe the daimyo would dare issue an order to replace him. Their gazes locked, neither yielding. The Land of Lightning's daimyo slammed his hand on the table, his tone hostile. That Uzumaki Naruto, he's the Land of Fire's jinchuriki, right? Why is he gathering the other jinchuriki? Projecting his own thoughts, the daimyo already had an answer in mind when he asked the question. What other reason could there be? Surely, it was to use the tailed beast's power to conquer other nations. There's an organization called the Akatsuki that is capturing tailed beasts. If the tailed beasts fall into their hands, the jinchuriki's lives will be in danger. Raikage suppressed his irritation and laid out the facts about the Akatsuki. So, Uzumaki Naruto is protecting the jinchuriki. Nonsense. The Land of Lightning's daimyo was unwilling, and likely unable, to believe such an explanation. Declare war on the Land of Fire. Order them to command that Uzumaki Naruto to return our jinchuriki, or we will go to full-scale war. The daimyo's tone was resolute, showing no intention of backing down. What are you thinking? Raikage looked at the men across from him with disbelief. Was I not clear enough? The daimyo returned his gaze with an equally unfriendly look. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Raikage laughed. Do what you want. He looked at the daimyo, whose face now showed confusion. Don't say I didn't warn you. That Uzumaki Naruto has long since left the Land of Fire, you could even call him a missing mean. A rash declaration of war like this will achieve nothing except cause unnecessary casualties. A stateless, dangerous element. That was the Land of Lightning's daimyo's immediate assessment of Naruto. Undoubtedly, an individual with no attachments to constrain him was several degrees more dangerous. At the very least, one couldn't use his village or family to control him. The Land of Lightning's daimyo instantly became calmer. The reason he dared to be so confrontational was the old adage, the poor fear the tough fear the reckless. The Land of Lightning had always maintained an aggressive foreign policy, but if the target was someone even tougher, they would sit down and talk reason. Like now, the daimyo began seriously considering the information he had deliberately ignored earlier. If what the Raikage said was true, then what's the time limit? The daimyo tapped his fingers on the table. That Uzumaki Naruto can't possibly hold onto our jinchuriki indefinitely until this Akatsuki shows up, can he? The daimyo completely forgot that the nine-tailed beasts were originally distributed to the various nations by Hashirama. I don't know. If you have questions, send your own people to contact him. Seemingly out of patience, Raikage made as if to leave, as if he couldn't care less about the daimyo's attitude. Bastard. Situations roughly similar to those in the Lands of Lightning and Land of Wind were simultaneously playing out in the Land of Earth, and even the Land of Fire. Strangely, aside from the Land of Lightning's daimyo, the other daimyos normally paid little attention to such matters. In 4 different locations within the 4 palaces, 4 white Zetsu's clones, disguised as ministers, slowly shed their disguises and returned to their main body. Good, just like that. Let them stall you for a while. Sooner or later, the daimyos of the 4 great nations, excluding the perpetually uninvolved Land of Water, would have learned about the tailed beast situation. My actions had merely accelerated the process slightly. Even if Uzumaki Naruto figured out I was the one pulling the strings from behind, it didn't matter. The daimyo's suspicions were very real. This mess should tie up Uzumaki Naruto for a good amount of time. Underground, a smug, plan-successful sneer flashed across Black Zetsu's face before he continued following the trail Obito had left, guided by the white Zetsu. After all, his plan still couldn't proceed without that foolish boy, Obito. Chapter 243, Chapter 243 Basic on top, not so basic below. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha dash. A large and a small figure walked down the street, occasionally stopping to buy some dumplings, then a few steps later purchasing a mask. Their laughter mingled together, sounding perfectly harmonious. The group following them, however, felt completely and utterly superfluous. Look, can't we just go do our own thing? B was the first to voice his opinion, but his words were shot down by a glare from Karen. Fine, fine. He was a little intimidated by this fiery girl. Nearby, Haku and Zabuza, who already knew the truth, exchanged a glance. Neither understood what Kusi was thinking. That night in Takigakure, the two of them had privately approached Kusi to confirm the situation. Faced with her caretaker's questions, Kusi freely admitted that Naruto was the dad she had been looking for. At the same time, she also told them about her identity as a visitor from the future. Although it was unbelievable, combined with the circumstances of their first meeting, Kusi falling from the sky, they found themselves somewhat convinced. This led to a new question. Why didn't Kusi just tell Naruto the truth directly? When they asked this, the little girl put on a shy, embarrassed expression. Kusi isn't ready yet. Now she decides to act like a girl her age. The two were too drained to comment. But watching the little girl sitting on Naruto's shoulders, chatting and laughing, the caretaker duo decided to respect her wishes and not do anything unnecessary. Behind them, Gaara stared at Naruto with a resentful look, then glanced subtly at Kusi. Sand began to gather silently. As they turned a corner, Gaara made his move. The sand rapidly formed a wall, blocking everyone's line of sight. Immediately after, he prepared to leave a sand clone behind to draw attention while he quietly slipped away. Swoosh. A sturdy, dark-furred arm pierced straight through the sand wall, penetrating even the sand shield created by his gourd. The hand clamped accurately around Gaara's throat. The sensation of suffocation began to cloud Gaara's consciousness. The sand also slowly lost control under this choking feeling. As the sand scattered to the ground, Sasuke, whose entire body remained human except for his arm, which had alone transformed into the widow form, let out a disdainful snort before casually tossing Gaara back onto the ground. Second time. His voice held a hint of mockery. Trying to use misdirection in front of my observation haki. Perhaps because of his Sharingan, after successfully awakening observation haki, Sasuke's mastery of it had improved by leaps and bounds. Those sand walls were utterly incapable of blocking his sight. And partial transformation was a technique Sasuke had learned during this time. He could expend less stamina, or for more flexible combat, transform only parts of his body into a mythical beast to gain corresponding enhancements. For example, allowing him to maneuver even in confined spaces. Incidentally, Karen was the first to master this technique. She could now alone grow a pair of wings to fly. By comparison, she might be more suited for the title, Angel, than Conan. After all, her wings were golden and shiny, looking quite magnificent. Cough, cough. Gaara landed on the ground, clutching his throat and coughing for a long time. The rest of the group seemed to take it all in stride. In fact, Gaara had been trying to escape for the past few days. Naruto couldn't be bothered to handle it personally, and he currently preferred spending time playing with this newly met little girl. Thus, the task of watching Gaara fell to Sasuke. At first, Sasuke was unwilling, but after seeing Gaara's attitude, which was even more arrogant than his own, he gradually changed his mind. The two had actually crossed paths once during the Chunin exams. Back then, Sasuke, who didn't have much power, had thought it impossible to defeat Gaara after seeing him transform into a giant monster. But times had changed. The past was the past, the present was the present. Now, not only did he possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even in pure close-quarters combat, his opponent was no match for him. It was just as Naruto had said at the very beginning. The current Gaara could not defeat Sasuke. Not even if he used tailed beast transformation. Moreover, ever since being freed from control, the one-tail, Shikaku, seemed to have fallen into hibernation. No matter how much Gaara called, it wouldn't wake up. Even if he actively entered a sleeping state, the one-tail just kept snoring peacefully. Thanks to this, Gaara's recent sleep had improved considerably, and even the dark circles under his eyes had lightened significantly. Heh. Second failure today, didn't even last 5 seconds. B chuckled gleefully on the sidelines, while Karen, Rashi, and Jiraiya each took 100 ryo from their wallets and handed it to him. The amount wasn't large, but the insult was profound. That's right, they had even started a betting pool. Kusi curiously glanced back, but Naruto used a tricolored dango to draw her attention back. Little ones shouldn't look at things like that. Kusi listened to her father's advice, nodding seriously, while taking the dango from Naruto's hand and taking a bite. Sweet. Sweeter than the honey on Amazon lily. The poor boy with dark circles was promptly forgotten by Kusi. And Naruto, watching the adorable little girl, gently wiped the food crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Kusi-chan is so well behaved. After you find your dad, Uncle will definitely help you teach him a proper lesson. To leave such a lovely daughter alone and uncared for. 4 years old, and having run wild on Amazon Lily for a full 2.5 years since learning to walk, this wasn't the first time the little princess Kusi had received the evaluation of well-behaved from Naruto. Hearing Naruto's teasing words, Kusi just kept eating the dango in her hand, smiling with her head lowered. No, Dad loves Kusi. Hearing this, Naruto affectionately rubbed the little girl's head. What an obedient little girl. Thinking from another perspective, that guy who abandoned his wife and child is truly scum. After I finish handling this business, I must help this little girl teach that guy a proper lesson. They wandered until late at night before returning to the inn and entering the men's and women's bath separately. They were already within the Land of Fire's borders. Their next destination was the Land of Water. Because there were so many people, it wasn't convenient for Karen to transform into a mount anymore. But that was fine, right now, they needed to be conspicuous to lure out that masked man. So, they simply traveled while sightseeing, treating it as a vacation. In the women's bath, Kusi was squinting her eyes to keep the soap suds out. Behind her, Yujito was gently washing her body. Fu had already gotten into the water first, and Karen was blowing bubbles in the water. Her gaze towards Kusi was full of envy. It's so nice. This little girl won Naruto-san's affection as soon as she arrived. She certainly wasn't jealous of a child, although in Naruto's eyes, she was also a child. In the men's bath on the other side, several grown men were uniformly staring at the caretaker duo with the same expression. More precisely, at Haku, who was prettier than most girls. How to put it? Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. That was Naruto. Incredible, you fool. That was Jiraiya and Zabuza turned around directly, not wanting to participate in this topic. One had psychological shadows, the other had already seen it before. Sasuke also frowned, subtly making a comparison. Damn it, I lost. Gaara always found Haku's face far too striking. It gave him the distinct feeling of being naked in front of a woman, making him extremely uncomfortable. At the center of everyone's attention, Haku sighed helplessly and rinsed off the suds with water. The gaze went to his chest. Completely flat. But while the top half was basic, the bottom half was not so basic. Let's just say that in a certain aspect, Naruto had also met his match. Chapter 244, Chapter 244 Konoha's Upheaval, The Troubled Hyuga Hayashi. In the Hokage's office. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had retired long ago, the two senior advisors still consulted him on major and minor village affairs. With the position of the fifth Hokage still vacant, Hiruzen remained as crucial as a stabilizing pillar for the village. One could say he had retired, but not completely. But today, Hiruzen was beginning to regret not finding a secluded place to live after stepping down, or simply dying during that attack. Former third Hokage, is what the two Hokage advisors have reported true? The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Fen covering his mouth, drew out his words, his eyes occasionally flicking over Hiruzen's aged face. Hearing this, Hiruzen was internally cursing Udatane Koharu and Mitokato Hamura vehemently, but outwardly, he could only maintain a look of ignorance. Daimyo-sama, this old man has already retired. I am not clear on this matter. Is that so? The Land of Fire's daimyo lightly tapped his fan before continuing, but they left the village without authorization, and even took the nine-tailed beast, which belongs to the Land of Fire. That is a fact, is it not? Hearing this question, Hiruzen's lips moved slightly. Naruto merely accepted the mission to find Tsunade, the candidate for the next Hokage. He cannot be considered leaving the village without cause. At this moment, Koharu spoke up from the side. They departed several months ago, and there have been confirmed eyewitness reports of Tsunade within the Land of Fire, in Tanzaka Quarter. Under Hiruzen's glare, Koharu lowered her eyelids and added, bounty hunters have already engaged Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto. The evidence proves he located Tsunade long ago. After saying this, the old woman fell silent, offering nothing more. Fools. The both of you. Hiruzen couldn't comprehend why the two senior advisors would take this matter directly to the daimyo. Even putting aside Naruto's identity, they had witnessed firsthand the destruction he could unleash. If their goal was to maintain village stability, shouldn't they be turning a blind eye instead? Seeing Sarutobi, Hiruzen momentarily lost for words. The Land of Fire's daimyo closed his fan and clapped his hands. Then it settled. List the genin, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and the jonin, Jiraiya, all as missing means. Daimyo-sama. I implore you, please do not do this. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen immediately objected with great emotion. Oh. Do you have some other suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen? This time, the daimyo did not refer to him as the third Hokage. The implication was clear: since you've retired, stay in the background and observe quietly. Your action will undoubtedly push them into a corner, making them enemies of the village and the nation. It should not have to come to this. Then do you believe their unilateral actions have shown any respect for my face? The Land of Fire's daimyo's voice suddenly sharpened, the true nature of someone long accustomed to absolute authority finally revealing itself. In truth, this matter could have been handled with more or less severity. Originally, with Hiruzen's backing, as long as no one in the village actively reported it, the issue could have been swept under the rug. But now, it was being dragged out into the open without a doubt. Hiruzen stared fixedly at the three people before him. Finally, he let out a long, heavy sigh. I have retired. I will not involve myself further in this matter. Then, if you will excuse me. With that, Hiruzen rose to leave. His posture had grown increasingly stooped since his retirement, as if his very spirit had vanished along with the title of Hokage. Ah, yes. The village's Hokage cannot remain vacant indefinitely. Just before Hiruzen left the room, the daimyo added, as if remembering something. Appoint the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi, correct? Have him become the next Hokage. Hearing this, Hiruzen showed no reaction. He knew the Land of Fire's daimyo indeed held the power to directly appoint the next Hokage. After speaking, the daimyo gave a slight yawn and then departed for his residence, escorted by a team of ninjas. This surprise move had caught Hiruzen completely off guard. The price for the daimyo, as the nation's ruler, was having to voluntarily leave his seat of power and undertake the long journey to Konoha. Thinking about it, the attitude he displayed earlier might have been partly due to that very inconvenience. Only after everyone had left the office did the two senior advisors depart without a word, returning to Koharu's home. The two old people closed the door, then opened a hidden compartment in an inner room. Inside lay two corpses. Their appearances were unmistakably those of Koharu and Hamura. Clearly, the real advisors were already dead. The face of Koharu spiraled open, revealing the white sets of features underneath. So easy. This way, Konoha becomes our tool. Beside him, the other white Zetsu, disguised as Hamura, swiftly slapped him. Idiot. Don't change back. We still need to keep using these identities. If we're discovered, it's over. The slapped white Zetsu sullenly shifted back into the old woman's form, then looked at the real advisor duo. What should we do with these two? The bodies might still be useful. Let's seal them for now. The Hyuga clan's compound. During the clan meeting, all the clan's elders and senior members were thrown into confusion by the sudden, unexpected windfall. How had this pie fallen from the sky and landed directly on our Hyuga clan? Head, congratulations on your imminent appointment as the fifth Hokage. Hayashi looked at the elder whose aged face was wreathed in smiles and felt a wave of nausea. These people usually relied on their seniority to address him simply as Hayashi, but now they remembered to call him Head. But that was a minor issue. Hayashi was not a stupid man. He understood that this suddenly bestowed title of 5th Hokage was not an easy mantle to wear. Never mind what the other major ninja clans in the village thought, the very first task awaiting him after accepting the position was daunting enough. The pursuit and capture of Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. He automatically dismissed the Uchiha brat from consideration. Hayashi simply could not fathom this order. If it hadn't come directly from the daimyo himself, he would have been cursing violently. The inauguration ceremony for the 5th Hokage was scheduled for just a few days later, making it incredibly rushed. At this moment, Hayashi felt nothing but a splitting headache. He had entertained thoughts of the Hyuga clan becoming Konoha's foremost clan, but not in this manner. Looking down at the clan's elders still lost in their foolish daydreams, Hayashi could only see a pitch-black future for the clan. In the next generation, his own daughter Hinata was, needless to say, out of the question. Perhaps only that child, Niji, could shoulder the burden he was meant to bear. But that child was from the branch family and had always harbored hatred towards me. Sigh. What am I to do? Chapter 245, Chapter 245 Konohamaru, powerful, dominant, strong. The new Hokage. Under a waterfall, a sturdy figure, unfazed by the pounding water, asked without changing his expression. Yeah. I heard he was directly appointed by the daimyo, the head of the Hyuga clan. They also said they're going to capture the missing nin, Uzumaki Naruto. By the waterfall, the two kids, Udan and Moegi, took turns narrating. Hearing this, Konohamaru merely let out a disdainful sneer. With their abilities. As he spoke, Konohamaru flexed his muscles, armament haki covering his entire body, briefly cutting off the cascading waterfall. Seizing this gap, he leisurely walked out of the pond, stepping onto the water's surface to reach the shore. Moegi quickly draped a jacket over Konohamaru, while Udan brought him a towel for his hair. At first glance, the three seemed to be similar in age, all just kids who had recently entered the ninja academy. But Konohamaru's height had already surpassed 160 centimeters, and the muscles on his back clearly outlined an inverted triangle. The headband he used to wear was long gone, revealing somewhat long brown hair, now wet and hanging down in strands. Konohamaru was truly a genius. After Naruto left the village, he began rigorously training himself according to the methods Naruto had left behind. It wasn't just physical conditioning, it also included haki training. Later, Naruto returned, but only took Sasuke with him. But Konohamaru didn't hold a grudge against Naruto for this. He simply believed he hadn't trained hard enough. So, after that, he doubled his daily training load, often pushing himself to the point of collapse, only to be carried back by Ebisu. Ebisu often advised him not to train so recklessly. That inhuman training regimen was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. But Konohamaru wouldn't listen. If Naruto and Nikki could do it, then I, who had received such deep expectations from Aniki, could do it too. Konohamaru didn't have a tailed beast providing him with constant chakra for recovery, nor did he possess a devil fruit powerful enough to change his destiny. One could say that up to this point, his progress was purely due to his own efforts and an unyielding spirit. Moegi and Udan initially trained alongside Konohamaru. But they didn't possess such exaggerated willpower, their previous training was already endured through gritted teeth. After Konohamaru doubled the training load, they simply couldn't keep up. This led to an ever-widening gap between them. The most obvious difference was in height. Konohamaru was already a full 30 centimeters taller than them. In terms of height alone, the current Konohamaru had already surpassed Naruto when he first graduated from the academy. Let's go, time to eat. Konohamaru casually took a string and tied his lengthened hair into a bundle. Ah. Shouldn't we send a message to Naruto Niken? Udan adjusted his glasses, looking puzzled. Humph, with their abilities, you think they can deal with Naruto Aniki? A look of contempt spread across Konohamaru's face, as if in his heart, his Aniki was stronger than all the village's ninja combined. Just then, rustling sounds came from the forest. In the next moment, a wild boar, taller than a person, burst out, charging straight towards the trio. Seeing this, Moegi and Udan grew tense but showed no intention of running. They instinctively prepared to use the techniques learned at the academy, ready to throw shuriken. But Konohamaru stopped them with an outstretched hand. Don't. Let me handle it. He took a step forward, cracking his knuckles. Perfect. Makes for a decent warm-up before the meal. As the saying goes, first the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. In the wild, wild boars pose an even greater threat to humans than the other two predators. This isn't just because boars are numerous and frequently encountered. An average wild boar can charge at speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. The immense impact force, combined with sharp tusks, means an ordinary person would likely suffer severe injuries if hit. And that's just for an average-sized boar. The giant boar now facing the Konohamaru core trio was clearly even more terrifying. Feeling the slight tremors in the ground, Konohamaru showed no trace of fear. He simply rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearms. This provocative posture further enraged the giant boar. Come on. The boar charged with a whooshing sound, its massive tusks seemingly capable of shattering rocks, only to be firmly grasped by two hands. Boom. Konohamaru's body was pushed back several steps by the boar's charging force before he stabilized himself. The muscles on his arms bulged with the effort. The giant boar kept digging its hooves into the ground, trying to toss this annoying figure away. But its head seemed stuck between mountain walls. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move an inch further. It couldn't retreat either. Konohamaru's hands were like vices, gripping the two tusks tightly. This incredibly impactful scene left the other two members of the Konohamaru corps dazzled and awestruck. Influenced by Konohamaru, their perception of what a strong person was had been subtly shifting. Pretty strong dash. Konohamaru gritted his teeth as he said this, then suddenly increased his strength, veins bulging on his neck from the exertion. He actually lifted the giant boar up and flipped it over. Thud. The boar landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The impact left the boar disoriented, its legs scrambling as it tried to get back up. Throughout this process, Konohamaru made no move to finish it off, simply standing there, quietly waiting for it to charge again. After about 10 seconds, the boar finally shook off its dizziness and turned to face Konohamaru again. The giant boar's eyes were bloodshot, steam puffing from its nostrils, drool dripping from its tusks. It had realized the small figure before it was not to be trifled with. But unlike other mountain beasts, wild boars have much fiercer tempers and are more stubborn. Now, the boar's hooves pawed at the ground uncertainly, seeming hesitant. Scared. A mocking smile appeared on Konohamaru's face. Then, completely unconcerned, he turned his back, leaving himself wide open. This provocative posture completely enraged the giant boar. It charged at Konohamaru once more. Konohamaru didn't even bother to look back, maintaining his calm demeanor with his back turned. This scene made Moegi and Udon, watching from the side, gasp in alarm. Watch out, Konohamaru. Just as the boar closed into less than a meter, Konohamaru, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, nimbly turned, precisely avoiding the attack. In the next instant, the muscles in his fist swelled suddenly, black hockey covering it. Ha! A terrifying impact force struck the boar directly in its side, followed by the sound of cracking bones. The giant boar, carried by its momentum, stumbled forward a few steps before its legs gave way and it collapsed. Its spine was completely shattered, and its internal organs were torn apart by the concussive force. In an instant, the boar was dead. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about going for Ichiraku ramen. Konohamaru walked over and hoisted the giant boar onto his shoulder with one hand. Moegi, start the fire and boil water. Udon, get the seasonings. We're eating this today. Roger. Asterisk. Chapter 246, Chapter 246 Let the kunai fly. Alright, that makes it 10 successful C-rank missions you've completed now. Exiting the mission assignment hall, Kakashi spoke to the young girl beside him. MHM. Kakashi-sensei. Hearing this, Sakura didn't seem particularly happy, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. Seeing this, Kakashi wasn't sure how to console his student. But he still voiced his thoughts before she left. Sakura, you don't need to dwell on it. Both Sasuke and Naruto carry burdens they must fulfill. Between you and them. Kakashi paused for a moment before continuing. You are different. Sakura, still facing away, simply nodded at his words, then continued walking towards her home. All Kakashi could do was sigh softly. In truth, Team 7 had effectively disbanded not long after the Chunin exams. Ever since Naruto left Konoha, Sasuke had never undertaken another mission with Sakura. However, this wasn't entirely surprising. Under Kakashi's guidance, Sasuke was taking on more difficult C-rank and B-rank missions, the kind usually assigned to Chunin. As for Sakura, she could only occasionally take on missions with genin from other teams. Thanks to the inconclusive outcome of the previous Chunin exams, all of Konoha's rookie 12 were still genin. This often led to situations where several students, whose skills were already at Chunin level, would team up for a single C-rank mission. The difficulty and danger were significantly reduced. It was only after Naruto returned to the village and took Sasuke away that Kakashi seemed to belatedly remember he had another student. After that, he took Sakura on several lower-ranked missions by herself. As for her current state, by genin standards, Sakura was undoubtedly excellent. Her learning of ninjutsu, her chakra control, and her judgment in battle could all be considered above average. But compared to her two departed teammates, it simply wasn't enough. Even though Sakura had been pushing herself hard, neither talent nor opportunity were on her side, causing the gap between her and Naruto and Sasuke to widen even further. As he walked towards Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi flipped through his Ika Ika paradise. Jiraiya-sama hasn't released a new work in so long. Although he complained, Kakashi knew the reason well. It wasn't just him. Recently, the news had spread throughout the circles of Konoha's ninjas. The big deeds performed by Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Naruto. They had actually snatched the jinchuriki right out of other nations' hands. Of course, the reason given was to help protect the jinchuriki. As for how many people believe that, well, opinions varied. But that wasn't the only shocking development. Although the third Hokage's retirement had been decided long ago, the daimyo's appointment of Hayashi as the fifth Hokage still caused quite a stir. While the Hyuga clan looked down on everyone except the Uchiha clan, and even called themselves the third great clan of Konoha. In reality, many ninjas had decent relations with the Hyuga clan. After all, they were just a bit arrogant, nowhere near the level of the Uchiha clan. But this decision made the Hyuga clan's position somewhat intriguing. The Sarutobi clan aside, even the three Inoshikacho clans had some objections. After all, this appointment was made without consulting them, based solely on the daimyo's will. If that wasn't enough, the subsequent move to label Naruto and his group as missing nin truly caused an uproar. On the day Naruto killed Danzo, members of several major clans had been invited to witness the event. Through their accounts, many had learned of Naruto's identity as the son of a hero. While the major clans didn't do a complete 180 in their attitude towards Naruto like the civilian ninjas or villagers, they still felt a certain degree of guilt. They had to, at least outwardly. It had become a sort of socially accepted, correct stance. So, not long after his identity was publicly acknowledged, the new administration labels him a missing nin. How were the major clans supposed to remain loyally dedicated to the village after that? The will of fire, so strongly advocated by the third Hokage, suddenly felt like a joke. Amidst this delicate atmosphere, the roster for the mission to pursue Naruto and his group was finalized. Ah! If it isn't my eternal rival, Kakashi. What a coincidence. As Kakashi lifted the curtain and entered the ramen shop, a familiar, energetic voice rang out. Kakashi instinctively wanted to pretend he hadn't heard and turn away, but Guy swiftly grabbed his wrist, preventing his escape. Reluctantly, he offered a greeting. Yo, Guy. Fancy meeting you here. He told himself it was pointless to avoid him now, as he'd have to work with his old friend on the upcoming mission anyway. That's right. The mission leaders were to be Kakashi and Guy. Additionally, the roster included former Team 7's member, Haruno Sakura, Team 3's members, Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee, and Team 8's members, Hyuga Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba. No one understood why the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Hayashi, had made such a decision. After all, according to the rumors, Naruto possessed strength capable of defeating a Kage. What was the point of sending a few genin? Was he planning to play the friendship card? Actually, their guesses weren't far off. Hayashi himself was conflicted. On one hand, he couldn't openly defy the daimyo's orders and ignore Naruto. On the other hand, the Hokage rock that Naruto had shattered with a single punch before leaving still wasn't fully repaired. With that exaggerated combat power, plus the support of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, sending anyone would be futile. So, he simply assigned all the genin who were reportedly on good terms with Naruto to the mission. Niji was included partly due to his own personal considerations. Thinking it wouldn't hurt for him to get some face time in front of Naruto. After all, given Naruto's age and displayed strength, it was hard to say who would truly hold power in Konoha in the future. The village's leadership had to consider the daimyo due to village finances, but Naruto wouldn't. If he found out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, who knows? TSK. Though it was just a bold conjecture, it made Hayashi's heart race. He had a feeling the kid was capable of doing something like that. By sending this team, he could placate the higher-ups and give the daimyo an answer. While not sending those ninjas to their deaths. With past friendships as a buffer, he believed Naruto wouldn't truly harm these kids. One could say that although Hayashi had only been the 5th Hokage for a few days, his slick way of handling affairs was already showing. Don't offend either side. Wait quietly. Just let the kunai fly for a while longer. Chapter 247, Chapter 247 Three Brothers Under the Moonlight. Late at night, in the hallway of an inn in a small town. Gaara silently manipulated his sand to carve a large hole through the door handle, then slowly pushed the door open. He had even considered the noise from the door hinges, preemptively dripping a little oil into them. These were details born of harsh experience. After all, anyone caught 17 or 18 times a day, with someone helpfully summarizing their failures each time, would be forced to adapt. Over time, Gaara's methods had become far less crude. Stepping out, he gently closed the door, B's snores still audible from within. Good. Gaara mentally thanked the nocturnal habits he'd nurtured over years of sleeplessness. They allowed him to remain perfectly alert even at this hour. The inn's rooms were small, so everyone shared, with Kusi rooming with the three women. Moving soundlessly past the women's door, Gaara cast a complicated look in its direction. If there was anyone in this group he was willing to accept, it was probably only Kusi. During his amnesia, this little girl had shown him something akin to familial care. In return, he would protect her properly. But it seemed she didn't need my protection anymore. Judging by Uzumaki Naruto's attitude, he certainly wouldn't let anyone bully her. Goodbye, little one. He mouthed the words silently, then used his sand to lift himself and flew straight out of the inn. It was the dead of night. Based on his observations these past few days, he was reasonably sure everyone was deep asleep. Rashi and Jiraiya, being older, retired early. Naruto had drunk with B tonight and was also snoring loudly, fast asleep. Fu and Yujito, making sure Kusi slept, had taken the girl to bed even earlier. The only slight complications were Sasuke and the caretaker duo. But after midnight, their rooms too had fallen silent. Now was the perfect, golden opportunity. Gaara's Great Escape Plan 2.0 commence. He left the inn without dropping his guard, continuing to put distance between himself and the town. Only after completely exiting the town's boundaries and reaching a dense forest did he finally stop. This far should be enough, right? Next, I only needed to find my way back to the Land of Wind. Gaara remembered it was to the west. West, west. Stop turning in circles. The Land of Wind is that way. Just as Gaara tried to get his bearings from the stars, that persistently annoying voice sounded right beside him. Gaara's neck turned stiffly, like rusty machinery, creaking segment by segment. Where his gaze landed, 3 muscular figures stood nonchalantly on a tree branch. Ayaya. He seemed to hear phantom, nonsensical music. When did they get here? Sand formed into sharp blades, slicing through the air, but they cut nothing. Naruto, Sasuke, and B effortlessly dodged the attack midair with simple shifts. Killer B. Gaara wasn't too shocked to see Naruto and Sasuke, but seeing B left him utterly baffled. This guy, wasn't he just snoring a moment ago? You idiot, you fool. Movements bigger than a bull. No way to sneak past Killer B-sama. B gestured with his fingers, only to receive a sharp elbow to the chest from Naruto, nearly winding him. It's the middle of the night. Don't wake people up. Let's wrap this up dash. He even finished with a yawn. Seeing this, Sasuke also smirked and leaned against the tree trunk, signaling it was B's turn this time. It took B several seconds to recover. He shot Naruto a resentful look, then cracked his knuckles ominously as he advanced on Gaara. The irritation he got from Naruto, he'd take out on Gaara. Come on, kid. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Seeing this, Gaara knew his escape plan was essentially ruined, but he had no intention of surrendering meekly. There's a limit to looking down on people. Sand coffin. The sand beneath B's feet, ignored until now, suddenly surged up and swiftly enveloped him. After being beaten so many times, how could Gaara not have improved? While the other was talking, he had already secretly spread his sand around. We're both jinchuriki. Don't think I'm scared of you. If anything had impacted Gaara most during this time, it was the mindsets of the other jinchuriki. From occasional conversations, he learned that all the jinchuriki in the group, even the perpetually unserious B, had faced isolation and discrimination from their own villagers as children. But they had all responded differently. Rashi left his village in a huff. B fought back with even greater tenacity, though some said Kumogakure's villagers didn't discriminate against jinchuriki in general, just B specifically. After all, his rap artistry wasn't for everyone. As for Yujito and Fu, one actively completed missions, mastered her power, and earned recognition, while the other treated others with sincere, cheerful optimism, eventually winning acceptance too. And Naruto. Let's just skip him. He was practically one step from beating up the entire village in return. Why? You are all just tools of war, jinchuriki, misunderstood by everyone. Yet you can all live like this. More than confusion, what Gaara felt in his heart was probably envy. The fourth Kazekage's words were still carved deeply into his mind. Your value depends on whether you can control Shikaku. Otherwise, you are merely a burden to the village. His value was to become a tool that used Shikaku's power to kill others for the village's sake. For Gaara, who had lacked love since childhood, value seemed to be the only thing propping up his will to live. B's figure was completely wrapped in sand, but before Gaara could follow up with sand burial, a flicker of lightning shot from the sand's crevices. The next instant, all the sand was blasted apart by a concussive force. It was B, having drawn one of his 7 swords and cloaked it in lightning, unleashing his signature move. Super vibrato lightning release swords. Seeing this, Gaara instinctively tried to form a giant cocoon with his sand shield, but B was faster. ZZZTTT. A blade crackling with lightning came to rest against Gaara's neck, the sizzling energy bringing a faint sting. Alright, yawn, that's enough. Be acted as if he were still half asleep, even yawning right in Gaara's face. Clearly, to a fighter of his level, Gaara's efforts didn't even count as a pre-sleep stretch. Damn it. Gaara could feel the other party's dismissiveness clearly. It was as if he had never been taken seriously at all. Even Naruto and Sasuke were already turning to leave. Roar. Stirred by the intense emotions, the dormant-tailed beast's power finally roused. Inside the seal, Shikaku frowned deeply, seemingly sharing his jinchuriki sentiments. Streaks of ochre-yellow chakra rapidly spread across Gaara's body. His upper torso, reshaped by the sand, swiftly morphed into a monstrous form resembling Shikaku. Then, Gaara opened his maw wide and spat out high-velocity pellets sheathed in wind pressure. Sand shotgun. Seeing this, Be sheathed his short sword, his expression turning serious. Kid, even among jinchuriki, there are hierarchies of power. Chapter 248, Chapter 248 The Value of a Person. Kid, even among jinchuriki, there are hierarchies of power. After saying this, as if to prove his point, Be borrowed a portion of the tailed beast's chakra from Gyuki, who had just been rudely awakened. Instantly, a red, humanoid figure with 6 tails sprouting from its back appeared in the forest. The sand pellets fired at high speed struck Be's tailed beast cloak without even breaking the skin. Ah. I said keep it down. Below, Naruto rubbed his temples, sounding exasperated. In the possessed state, Gaara sacrificed a portion of his rationality in exchange for the power to control the tailed beast's chakra. But in reality, this was just a watered-down version of tailed beast transformation, its essence merely using Shikaku's leaking chakra to strengthen himself. Forget perfect jinchuriki form, just manifesting the one-tailed cloak would be a struggle for him. Now, one true and one false figure faced each other. At first glance, Gaara's side actually looked more monstrous. Perhaps it was also because Shikaku's aesthetics were somewhat lacking. Roar. Gaara, in his possessed state, roared again and charged towards B. Unlike Gaara, whose heightened emotions were overriding his thoughts, maintaining the tailed beast cloak was as easy as breathing for B. The speed and strength Gaara gained from his possessed state meant nothing in his eyes. Boom. The sand-formed monster rampaged through the forest, trees snapping and falling the instant they were grazed. Die. Bastard. Gaara's sand-constructed tailed beast claw traced a wild, erratic arc through the air, aiming to grab B's head. Is this kid trying to kill me? The 6 red tails behind B rapidly expanded and elongated, like octopus tentacles, accurately seizing the cannonball like Gaara. In the next moment, the 6 tails transformed into large hands, taking turns slamming the sand monster into the ground. The thudding impacts were so loud Naruto averted his eyes. So brutal. Shum. The sand composing Gaara's body suddenly dissipated as if it couldn't maintain form, causing B to grab empty air. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara quickly put distance between them, sand once again covering his body. Close combat is impossible for me against him. Gaara had regained some rationality. Although Shikaku's frenzied emotions still influenced him, basic thought was possible. Then. Wind release, infinite sand dust breakthrough. Several large mouths split open on Gaara's body, simultaneously spewing sand-laden hurricanes towards his opponent. The dust not only obscured vision but also relentlessly pelted B, pushing him backward. It's working. Good. Just keep this you dash. Gaara's train of thought lasted less than a second before being interrupted by what happened next. B, who had been 10 meters away moments before, was now right beside him, his tailed beast cloak-clad arm extended, precisely striking Gaara's chest. Lariat. Only a buzzing sound remained in Gaara's mind, followed by a complete loss of sensation. When he woke again, it was already noon the next day. Oh. Dark circles, you're awake. On the ink-creature carriage, Kusi shouted excitedly upon seeing the awake Gaara. Hearing the noise, Naruto pulled back the curtain and climbed in. The carriage's interior was reasonably spacious, enough for even Naruto's over 2-meter frame to sit without crowding. Gaara struggled to push himself up, a sharp pain still throbbing in his chest. Relax, that guy be held back. Your injuries aren't severe. As he spoke, Naruto pointed matter-of-factly. I removed most of the pain from your body. But I kept a part of it. I think keeping some pain lets you know you were the one who lost. Faced with Naruto's teasing, Gaara curled his lip and turned his head away. Just tell me, what will it take for you to let me go back? I've said it before. Either escape using your own strength, proving you can protect yourself. Or stay with us obediently until I deal with that masked guy. I won't force you to stay after that. As he spoke, Naruto pulled Kusi into his lap, pulling out pastries from who knows where and feeding them piece by piece to the little girl. This kid's digestion seemed unnaturally strong, she ate so much without showing any sign of gaining weight. Besides, I know your life in Sunagakure wasn't great. Your own father even sent assassins after you. Assassinating his own son. Why would you want to go back to a place like that? This information naturally came from Orochimaru's shared memories. Before killing the fourth Kazekage, he had thoroughly investigated Gaara's background. Hearing Naruto's words, Gaara whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at him. But glares couldn't harm anyone. After staring for a long moment, the tension drained from Gaara's body, and he seemed to deflate, losing all spirit. You don't understand. Becoming the village's jinchuriki is my only reason for existing. Besides that, I can't do anything. No one needs me. I am a monster. Dash. Gaara was in the middle of his self-pitying monologue when Naruto's snort ruined the mood. He immediately looked up, his expression resentful. Sorry. It's just hearing you call yourself a monster, pfft. He seemed unable to hold back another laugh. Kusi wiped the spit that landed on her onto Naruto's clothes with a look of disgust. What's so funny? Anger, dissatisfaction, and even a hint of grievance churned within Gaara. Seriously, you've been with our group for a while now. What gives you the confidence to call yourself a monster? Naruto wiped the little girl's face with a handkerchief while speaking seriously to Gaara. In his view, Gaara's complaints were just the kind of edgy state kids fall into when emotionally immature. Of course, Naruto didn't plan to harp on it too much, pushing him into a breakdown would be a crime. Cough dash. I'll reserve judgment on your monster claim. But if you think a person's value lies in becoming a tool for others, then I can only say you're truly pitiful. Just like most people in this world. Seeing Gaara's mix of irritation and confusion, Naruto decided not to beat around the bush and continued. Someone I knew once told me. A person's value isn't measured by their wealth or the number of powerful enemies they've defeated. And it certainly isn't, like you seem to think, about becoming a tool and finding meaning in killing for others. You need to understand, you are you. You're not an accessory to anyone else. The only truly valuable thing in your life is to create memories you won't regret. As he spoke, Naruto's large hand gently stroked Kusi's head. Don't be driven by confusion. Be driven by joy, by love. Hearing this, Gaara reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, almost jumping up. What do you know? No one. No one will ever love me. In Gaara's heart, even his uncle, who had loved him, had died by his own hand. With his dying breath, he had said that no one in the world loved Gaara, not even his mother. The only love I need in this world is my own love for myself. Seeing the red-haired boy about to bristle again, Naruto used his free hand to push him back down. You only say that because you haven't met enough people. Being cooped up in that small circle for so long, do you really think the whole world is like that? You said it yourself, they all fear you, are scared of you. But look at our group dash. He gestured around. Including Kusi-chan here, is anyone afraid of you? Gaara was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. So, for now, just stay with us. Travel more, see more. The world isn't as beautiful as you might hope, but it's not as hopeless as you think either. Even if you're going to throw your life away, at least do it protecting someone you love. That would be a life with some value. Power, if used solely for destruction, loses its meaning. Hearing these words, Gaara remained silent. But Kusi, sitting in Naruto's lap, seemed to think of something. She looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Uncle Naruto. If one day, you also died protecting someone you love, and in the end, no one even remembered you, would you regret it? Chapter 249, Father and Daughter. Huh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the little girl's words, his hand pausing in its gentle stroking of her head. Dying while protecting someone you love dash. He drew out the words, then suddenly lowered his head to meet Kusi's gaze. That sounds like a truly romantic way to die. It really suits a great hero, he. Hearing this, Gaara couldn't help but startle, and Kusi beside him also stared blankly at her father's smile. So. This is what Dad thinks. After that, the carriage fell silent for a long time. The little girl quietly accepted Naruto's feeding, while Gaara lay still. Although neither possessed the ability to read minds, they could both sense the sincerity in Naruto's tone. That carefree attitude towards death held not a trace of falsehood. It undoubtedly caused a certain impact on the two children, whose worldviews were still unformed. Gaara wasn't afraid of death itself, he was more afraid of losing his value, of becoming someone nobody needed. Despite his tough talk about needing only his own love, he was the one who most craved love. The carriage traveled on with stops and starts, Naruto and the others making no effort to conceal their whereabouts. Perhaps due to the daimyos of various countries working behind the scenes, the bounties on Naruto and the others on the black market began to skyrocket in creative ways. The 5 great daimyos might lack many things, but money certainly wasn't one of them. Even the most stingy Land of Wind's daimyo was actually quite wealthy, he was simply miserly. When the previous Kazekage, Raza, was still alive, he was forced to use his Kekiigenkai for some gold panning activities due to the meager funds allocated to Sunagakure by the daimyo. Panning for gold in the literal sense. The gold dust controlled and excavated by Raza was eventually exchanged for survival supplies and funds. And who did he exchange it with? Still the merchant caravans and the daimyo of the Land of Wind. That gold dust ultimately ended up right back in the Land of Wind's daimyo's coffers. To be frank, while his liquid assets might not match those of the prosperous Land of Fire, they weren't far behind those of the lands of Earth and Lightning. Thanks to this, many notable rogue ninjas made an appearance before Naruto's group during this time. Those with better attitudes, who attacked openly, might be spared after being defeated. But those who came with assassination in mind from the start mostly ended up as fertilizer for the ninja world. While handling these matters, everyone initially chose, by unspoken agreement, to shield Kusi, the only child among them. But somehow, one time, the little girl silently appeared behind Yujito, who was responsible for burying the bodies. Aunt Yujito, do you think if they knew they would end up dying here, they would still choose to come after us? Yujito was first startled by the little girl, then instinctively moved to cremate the body with a fireball. But seeing the girl's complete lack of fear, her movement slowed. Sigh dash. Yujito still performed an earth-release ninjutsu, letting the earth swallow the body, then walked over and picked up the little girl, saying with mild exasperation. First of all, I'd prefer if you called me Yujitone, like Karen does. Well, she was 27 this year, but a woman is sensitive about her age. Carrying the little girl back towards the camp, Yujito initially wanted to brush her off with something like, a child doesn't need to know these things. But seeing the girl's utterly serious expression, the dismissive words died in her throat. Those people. They probably just wanted the huge bounty. Their reasons could be all sorts of strange. Some wanted a better life, some might just want to spend it on revelry, others might want to use the money to increase their own power. As she spoke, Yujito remembered her own childhood. Constantly training, all to master the Two Tails' power and gain others' recognition. That was her reason for living. They must have known that taking this mission meant a high probability of death. But driven by either hope or obsession or something similar, they still chose to attack us. Given another chance, I think they would still make the same choice. After saying this, Yujito seemed to feel her seriousness was a bit misplaced for the situation, and she vigorously rubbed Kusi's still slightly chubby cheeks. Don't think so much about it. You'll understand many things when you grow up. Oh. Want a snack? Call me Nei-san and I'll take you to buy some. Nei-chan. Another common assassination attempt thus concluded. For the rest of the day, no more fools jumped out seeking death. To be honest, given the current strength of the Tailed Beast team, even several dozen elite jonin wouldn't be enough to take them on, let alone these third-rate fighters. Night fell. Surprisingly, the little girl declined Yujito's invitation to sleep together and instead ran over to Naruto's side. Uncle Naruto, could you come out? I have something I want to tell you. Pulled out of the camp by his finger, Naruto offered an apologetic smile to the others, then tossed his nearly lost hand of cards onto the table, completely ignoring the looks from B, Rashi, and Jiraiya. The two walked until the campfire light was out of sight. Kusi found a relatively flat large rock and pulled Naruto to sit down with her. But once seated, the little girl just hemmed and hawed, seeming to want to say something but not knowing where to start. Seeing this, Naruto just smiled lightly and patted the girl's back, signaling her to take her time. Uncle Naruto, no, duh. Dad. Kusi's face was turning red with effort, but the words in her head wouldn't come out. Could you be Kusi's dad? After blurting this out, she immediately covered her face with her hands. I messed up. I was supposed to tell Dad the truth. Now it's going to be even harder to bring it up again. Just as the little girl was upset at herself for finally squeezing out such a line, Naruto suddenly picked her up and placed her in his lap. It must have been hard, right? All those days without me. Huh. Kusi looked up at Naruto, utterly astonished. What did he mean? Seeing the little girl still frozen in confusion, a gentle smile bloomed on Naruto's face. He pressed his forehead against hers, feeling the undeniable warmth. A daughter from the future traveling through time to find me, it's truly unbelievable. Naruto's words shattered Kusi's composure instantly, making her forget what she was supposed to say next. Looking up and seeing the girl still staring dumbfounded, Naruto used one hand to gently wipe away the tears that had just started to fall. You've really been through a lot, Kusi. Yes. Naruto, with his observation haki could envelop the entire Konoha village, how could he not have overheard the little girl's conversations with Haku and the others? Moreover, anyone who wasn't extremely dense would have picked up on Kusi's behavior these past few days. Naruto was just waiting for the little girl to say it herself. Wah. Wah wah. In that moment, an unprecedented wave of frustration flooded Kusi's small mind. Without the slightest hesitation, she threw herself into her father's arms and let out the kind of crying fit appropriate for her age. "Huh, so you also like to wipe your tears on my clothes when you cry. In that, you really take after Hancock." Hearing her mother's name from Naruto's mouth, Kusi looked up, stunned, her tears momentarily forgotten. "Huh? Mom cries too." "Of course. When I was training her back then, she cried plenty, though she persevered in the end." This was the first time the little girl had heard about her mother's past from someone else. It successfully diverted her attention. Duh. The word dad stuck in her throat, hard to say at first. But under Naruto's encouraging gaze, Kusi managed to reorganize her words. "Dad, can you tell me more about what Mom was like before?" "Of course." The night was long. Chapter 250, Chapter 250. Karen's world comes crashing down. The next day. "The situation is complicated, but in short, Kusi's father is me," Naruto announced loudly to the group, the slightly shy little girl perched on his shoulder. Among them, Haku and Zabuza, the caretaker duo, weren't too surprised as they already knew. If anything was unexpected, it was how easily Naruto had accepted such a fantastical explanation. In contrast, the shock on everyone else's faces was much more pronounced. What? Naruto, you bastard, you fool. You already have a daughter." B, who had once wanted to form a rap duo with Naruto, shouted. Sasuke's eyes also held disbelief. "Seriously, man? We graduated from the academy at the same time. How do you already have a kid?" The breakfast in his hand was halfway to his mouth, but he'd forgotten to open it. Rashi, Yujito, and Fu, the three team members who didn't know Naruto very well, were actually the most accepting. After all, when they voluntarily were forced to join the team, Naruto already looked like a young man in his 20s. In the ninja world, starting a family at that age wasn't strange at all. Gaara's expression wasn't as shocked as Sasuke's, but his eyes still scanned back and forth between Naruto and Kusi several times. He had actually planned to help the little girl find her biological father once he returned to the Land of Wind. He never imagined that Kusi's so-called father was far away in the ends of the earth, yet right before his eyes. Looking at it now, there was indeed some resemblance between the two. Jiraiya's gaze was complex. He could accept this. After all, even something as unbelievable as crossing worlds had happened to Naruto. A daughter who could travel through time to find her father wasn't that much stranger. Minato, Kushina, if only you could see this. In the heart of this toad sage, who is past 50 and still single, Minato was not just his student, but more like a son to him. And Naruto was like a grandson and disciple combined. To think he himself was still unmarried, while his grandson figure already had a daughter. Sigh. At this thought, he couldn't help but think of his own unrequited love. Tsunade, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. Should I try confessing one more time? Leaving aside the great literary master contemplating a sunset romance, let's focus on the most shocked and least accepting person in the group. Karen. Her world came crashing down, perfectly described Karen's expression at this moment. So stunned, Karen was frozen in place. Her hands covered the sides of her face, her mouth formed into a perfect O, as if she had stepped right out of the painting, the scream. Karen had crashed. No. Wah. Karen knelt down internally, howling at the sky, like the Tidehunter reincarnated. Throughout the rest of the day, while everyone was shocked, they weren't that unable to accept reality. Watching Naruto and Kusi interact just like before, everyone grew accustomed to it. Not much had changed, really. The only difference. Thump. Yujito watched as Karen, for who knows what time, walked headfirst straight into a tree trunk, and pulled her back with a sigh. She understood the young girl's feelings perfectly. Faced with the fact that her crush already had a child, what was even harder for Karen to accept was that the child's mother wasn't her. Even after the little girl explained she was from the future, meaning Naruto's child who hadn't been born yet, Karen was still on the verge of collapse. Because the little girl clearly told everyone her mother was an empress, ruling a country called Kuja. Obviously, Karen didn't fit any part of that description. She even considered setting sail immediately to start her own path to domination, but the little girl had also mentioned her mother's name. Boa Hancock. A name that sounded completely different from the naming conventions of the ninja world. It makes no sense. Why isn't Naruto-san's wife me? Contrary to her dazed actions, a war was raging inside the girl's head. The chaotic thoughts made her expression wilt. She seemed drained of her soul, listless and disoriented. Even Sasuke, who usually didn't get along with Karen, felt a pang of sympathy. He sneaked over to Naruto and poked him while he was still interacting with his daughter. Hey! Aren't you going to do something about Karen? Hearing this, Naruto's expression didn't change. He very naturally covered the little girl's ears with his hands, then turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke, you really don't understand a girl's heart. Wait, isn't this your problem? How did this get turned back on me? Being told this actually made Sasuke a little less confident. You, sort out your own thing with Sakura before meddling in this. You wouldn't understand a young girl's feelings. What does this have to do with Sakura? Naruto didn't elaborate further on the topic, simply turning back to continue feeding snacks to his daughter. Now that he knew Kusi shared his bloodline, her appetite didn't seem strange to him at all. She could eat. And that was a good thing. As for Karen, it was the same as before. In Naruto's eyes, Karen was always just a little sister. Although this body's biological age was only in its teens, Naruto had genuinely lived for over 30 years. How could a middle-aged man in his 30s develop feelings for a little girl in her teens, not even an adult yet? Wouldn't that make him a pervert? So, from beginning to end, Naruto only treated Karen as a junior from the same clan, never developing even a hint of romantic feeling. The girl's admiration for him would, in his view, inevitably fade with time. What he needed to do was refuse clearly and unambiguously, without giving the girl any unrealistic fantasies. That was what a mature man should do. Besides, wasn't the emotional baggage he carried already complicated enough? Although Kusi hadn't mentioned it, Stussy certainly wouldn't give up either. He wondered if a clone could get pregnant. Naruto thought that if she couldn't, given Stussy's personality, she might very well take his genetic material to Vegapunk for artificial cultivation of an heir. Thinking this, his sense of urgency grew stronger. I needed to resolve the current situation quickly and return to the pirates' world. But when his eyes fell on Kusi, they shifted uncertainly. What should I do about Kusi? Should he take her directly back to the pirates' world? Or find a way to send her back to her own time? That time when I had disappeared. Just as Naruto was tangled, a commotion arose in the distance. He instinctively released his observation haki. When he saw the faces causing the disturbance, the corner of his mouth twitched into a slight grin. How coincidental. Chapter 251, Chapter 251 Itachi delivers himself. How? Chief. Sora stared in anguish as Chiriku was struck down by the men in black and red cloud cloak who'd suddenly appeared to take him away. Such a powerful chief, yet just before the other party attacked, he became as weak as if his soul had been instantly sucked out, sitting feebly on the ground, and then was severely wounded without any resistance. Chiriku was the chief of the Fire Temple and also the guardian of the young boy, Sora. Like Asuma, he'd served among the 12 guardian ninja, possessing at least Jonin-level strength. But in front of that man, he couldn't even mount a decent attack. Seeing the chief he lived with day and night severely wounded and fallen, the despair and hatred in Sora's heart could no longer be controlled and surged out. Immediately after, that red, ominous chakra covered the young monk's entire body, and along with it, the arm wrapped in bandages swelled and distorted, turning into a monstrous giant claw. Go to hell. At this moment, the guy who came with the black-haired man made his move. Haha. Kisame smashed Sora, who was pouncing towards Itachi, down from midair. Not only that, the same hata in his hand opened its large mouth and tore off the Ninetales chakra covering Sora's body, chewing it up greedily. Not bad. It's the Ninetales chakra. This way we can report success too, Itachi-san. Pulling the kunai out of Chiriku's chest, Itachi didn't even spare another glance for this former guardian ninja, turning directly to walk out of the temple. None of the other monks surrounding them dared to step forward and stop him. Itachi-san seems to be in a bad mood, so I shouldn't delay too long either. A ferocious smile appeared on the fish-like face of Kisame. Roughly 5 or 6 minutes later, Kisame walked out carrying the unconscious Sora and looked towards Itachi, who was sitting in contemplation on a large tree. Itachi-san, let's go. Yeah. Itachi didn't pay much attention to Kisame, silently walking ahead. And Kisame didn't say much either, carrying the substitute Ninetales jinchuriki, his small bean-like eyes fixed intently on the back of the person in front. Itachi was somewhat anxious. Of course, it wasn't because Kisame, the mole, was watching him. In fact, he had known for a long time that Kisame served someone higher up in the Akatsuki organization, now clearly that Uchiha Madara. And Kisame. He was also aware of Itachi's mole status. In fact, his assignment to the same team as Itachi was essentially because Obito wanted to monitor Itachi's movements. The two of them tacitly cooperated with each other's performances. But not long ago, this tacit agreement was broken. Because the organization's current leader, Obito, who had just returned from Orochimaru's base and reunited with Zetsu, sent them a new order. After collecting the Ninetales Chakra's host hidden in the Fire Temple, they were to immediately return to another base of the organization. Sasori and Deidara were even ordered to cancel all missions and return directly. This sudden change made Itachi feel somewhat uneasy. His years of experience as a mole told him that the masked man was planning a major move. But he knew nothing about it. He also didn't know if it would affect his own arrangements. With this in mind, a thought appeared in Itachi's mind and grew increasingly stronger. Silently, the direction of his travel began to deviate slightly. But this deviation was perfectly concealed under the influence of his genjutsu. Until they ran into another group of people, Kisame's ever-smiling face finally began to stiffen. Itachi had considered that there might be quite a few people around Sasuke now. At least from known information, the 8 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails jinchuriki were all in their team. But he truly never expected so many people to be gathered in one team like this. Some of these people were building cooking fires, some were creating, and of course, some were still being educated, appearing quite harmonious. Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya was the first to react, almost immediately assuming a combat stance. Immediately after, Karen, B, Yujito, Rashi, Fu, and Gaara quickly put down what they were doing and prepared for battle. Having been assembled for so many days, everyone in the team was already quite familiar with the information on the Akatsuki's members. And Sasuke's ears, upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, instantly transmitted the signal to his brain. Almost without any pause, his body became wrapped in blazing flames, and his legs transformed into a digitigrade form. Flame Step, Soru. A line of fire quickly extended from the forest, charging straight towards Itachi, who stood in place. His speed has increased. Itachi's face showed surprise as he looked at his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for some time. Itachi. Sasuke let out a roar filled with killing intent, the claws covered in armament haki also sheathed in the lightning unique to Chidori. The speed of this strike was extremely fast, even Kisame behind Itachi was somewhat caught off guard. This kid, last time we met he was pathetically weak, how is he now? Coming to his senses, Kisame immediately realized why they had directly run into Sasuke's current team. The pairs of eyes looking over from the opposite side were full of pressure. Apart from Sasuke charging towards Itachi, among the 7 pairs of eyes watching, 5 belonged to tailed beasts jinchuriki. If only we could capture them all, Madara-san would be very happy, right? At this moment, Kisame actually had time for random thoughts. The reason was simple. Because he knew he had already fallen into Itachi's trap. By voluntarily delivering themselves here this time, his life would most likely end here. So decisive, Itachi-san. Kisame, trembling with excitement, said this while casually throwing the person on his shoulder to the ground, then stared fixedly at the men who walked out last from the forest, holding a little girl. Uzumaki Naruto. He had completely not forgotten the feeling of being utterly crushed by Naruto head-on, with absolute power, last time. The feeling of having his neck casually twisted and thrown down still appeared in his mind from time to time. Nobody move. This is Sasuke's fight. Naruto, who walked out of the forest, slowly said this, making everyone else in the team give up their intention of attacking Itachi. Seriously. Itachi almost got to enjoy the treatment of a combined tailed beast bomb barrage. Sasuke, is it okay? After saying this, he directly ignored Kisame, who had already drawn Samehada in front of him, and instead shouted towards Sasuke. On the other side, Sasuke's lightning claw had already made contact with Itachi. ZZZZT. The lightning flashed, Itachi's pierced body slowly dissipated around Sasuke's arm, but Sasuke didn't seem surprised at all. Leave Uchiha Itachi to me. He replied to Naruto, then fully transformed into his hybrid form, his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan spinning as he looked towards another, empty direction. It's time to repent, Itachi. Chapter 252, Chapter 252 The Battle of Brothers, Entangled in Amaterasu. Have a little faith in Sasuke. Naruto walked over holding Kusi, completely ignoring Kisame who had already drawn his weapon. That arrogant attitude made Kisame furious inside, but he couldn't vent it. Because he knew that Naruto was clearly much more difficult to deal with now. When they first met, Naruto had just returned from the One Piece world for the second time, his body having grown to roughly a 15-year-old state. At the same time, his power was only about 1/5 of its peak. But now, just by being approached by that figure over 2 meters tall, every cell in Kisame's body seemed to scream in terror to run away. Even the Samehada in his hand sensed a life-form level threat. Coupled with it seemingly recognizing Naruto as the terrifying guy who had eaten it last time, its tail, which served as a handle, unconsciously wrapped around Kisame's arm. Is that so? Even you feel fear? Kisame muttered to himself, then immediately planned to fuse with Samehada, entering his full combat mode. SSSHHHK. Kisame, who had only just begun fusing part of his body, was torn apart by a tremendous force. An arm, along with Samehada, was ripped off together. When did he dash? Kisame's small bean-like eyes flashed with an incredulous light. He had thought he might lose, but he never imagined he would lose so quickly, so easily. It's not your scene yet. Keep us company watching Sasuke's revenge first. Naruto's voice sounded behind Kisame, and at the same time, a large hand pressed down on Kisame's shoulder, forcing him to sit on the ground. Kusi, who had somehow climbed onto Naruto's shoulder, also looked at the frighteningly ugly Kisame. First, she earnestly gestured a fist at him to signal no moving around, then turned her head to look at Naruto. "Dad, why is there a fishman here too?" Hearing this, Naruto casually tore off the severed arm, threw Samehada towards the forest, then turned his head and explained with a smile. "Kusi, he's not a fishman. He's just simply a bit ugly. You can't discriminate against him because of his looks." "Oh, okay Dad." Kusi nodded somewhat understandingly, then promptly lost interest in focusing any more attention on Kisame, turning instead to look at the battle of brothers on the other side. The Samehada flying through the air finally landed in the hands of Zabuza, who walked out of the forest. Samehada still wanted to struggle and rebel, to return to its master, but it was shocked limp by a sudden surge of imposing aura, and could only lie in Zabuza's hands, allowing the other to hold it. "This sword is one of the 7 ninja swordsman's swords too, right? It's yours now." Naruto didn't even turn his head, speaking directly. This made the caretaker duo, who had just rushed over after abandoning their firewood gathering mission upon hearing the commotion, pause. They just went out for a bit, how come they came back and got another ninja sword? Speaking of which, did it really take 2 ninja to go out and gather firewood? These two always seem to find opportunities to be alone. "Dad, who is Big Doggy's enemy?" Kusi didn't seem good at remembering names. Apart from the caretaker duo she spent long periods with, she was more accustomed to calling people by nicknames. While this was a bad habit, Naruto himself had a poor memory too, so it couldn't be changed for the time being. "That's his older brother, and also the enemy who killed his entire clan." Not avoiding the topic, Naruto's voice slowly answered his daughter's confusion. Kusi only half understood, her little brain couldn't process overly complex statements. But she knew at least one thing, the guy fighting Big Doggy was definitely a bad guy. On the brothers' battlefield, Itachi's figure hadn't even fully emerged from the genjutsu concealment before Sasuke's lightning assault reached him. "It seems you've grown quite a bit during this time." Saying this, Itachi sharply flung dozens of shuriken from his sleeve. Each shuriken accurately traced its corresponding trajectory, adjusting their paths by colliding with each other, finally forming an airtight encirclement net. "Is this ability your reliance?" The next moment, Itachi casually formed hand seals, and the number of shuriken in midair doubled, completely surrounding Sasuke. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. However, facing the shuriken that completely sealed off all escape routes, Sasuke didn't even blink. Black armament haki covered his entire body. The next moment, a dense series of clinking sounds rang out around Sasuke. Under Itachi's somewhat surprised gaze, Sasuke easily withstood the barrage of shuriken using just his physical body. "You're more than just this level, right? What are you waiting for?" Uchiha Itachi. After blocking all the attacks, Sasuke actually stomped on the air midair once, successfully changing direction, then launched a powerful whip kick towards Itachi. "This makes you complacent, Aura." Ugh. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan's dynamic vision, Itachi almost achieved an effect similar to observation haki, precisely dodging the whip kick. But he forgot one thing. Sasuke was no longer in human form now. The tail, covered in haki and hardened like a steel pillar, turned into a black shadow, swiftly following up after Itachi dodged the first strike. Bang. The iron tail struck Itachi directly. If he hadn't blocked with his arm at the last moment, that single strike would have been enough to break his ribs. Cough. Even though he blocked it, Itachi was still shaken up, his already somewhat afflicted internal organs suffering damage, causing him to cough up a small mouthful of blood. At the same time, his arm hung limply, clearly fractured. "Even now, you still hold such an underestimating attitude." After the strike, Sasuke stood straight again, speaking coldly to Itachi. After experiencing battles and growth alongside Naruto, he was no longer like during the Chunin exams, only capable of mindless rage. Sasuke understood clearly that battles aren't won by emotion alone. Training one's power, control over the battle situation and the opponent's mind, and the resolve to face death without fear are the key factors. If that's all, then you can go to hell and apologize to Dad and Mom. As he spoke, lightning once again covered Sasuke's body. "The one underestimating his enemy is you." Itachi suddenly raised his head, his eyes glaring at Sasuke. The next moment, blood vessels spread across the whites of his eyes, and simultaneously, a trail of bloody tears flowed from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. Not far away, Naruto, like everyone else, had sat down to one side to watch the battle. But his perspective was further than the others. As if seeing something, a meaningful smile appeared on Naruto's lips. This really is. If he told Itachi that he had never intended to target him, he wondered if the other party would believe it. Black flames, accompanying Itachi's shout, abruptly ignited on Sasuke's body. Not even dodging or avoiding it. How foolish. Witnessing Sasuke completely forego any evasion, directly enduring his Amaterasu flames, Itachi actually felt a hint of hidden anxiety in his heart. He even began actively explaining his own ability. You are already dead. The flames of Amaterasu are inextinguishable. Now your life is like a candle in the wind. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Itachi's words, a smile appeared on Sasuke's face. The black Amaterasu flames burned wildly on his body, as if dressing the giant wolfman in a suit of flame armor. Flames that never go out, how fitting for me. The places scorched by the black flames only showed the slightest trace after a long while. Wudo's innate resistance to fire determined that the threat of Amaterasu to him was almost negligible. And the injuries that the black flames had painstakingly managed to burn were repaired the next moment by the calamity flames. If described in terms of data, then Sasuke's health bar at this moment was constantly fluctuating up and down, while the karma buff below the health bar was continuously stacking. Chapter 253, Chapter 253 Awakening. Great Scorching Heaven. Wudo vs Susanoo. Squeak. Creak. It was a sound similar to leather being squeezed and rubbed. The source of the sound was precisely the werewolf burning with black flames. At this moment, Sasuke, due to the effect of his own karma, was experiencing his physical qualities growing without limit towards a terrifying direction. His entire body's muscles were also swelling because of this enhancement. The teeth grating sound just now was actually the noise produced by the friction and collision of muscles and bones. The feeling of this rapid enhancement wasn't as comfortable as one might imagine. In fact, the pain it brought Sasuke was even greater than the pain of being burned by Amaterasu. This really hurts. Sasuke moved his muscles and bones under Itachi's somewhat incredulous gaze, then continued. I wonder if the pain on my body now is even 1% of what they felt that night. As his voice fell, Sasuke's figure had already disappeared from his original position. So fast. This was the simultaneous thought in everyone's present mind. Apart from B and Naruto, even including Jiraiya, without activating Sage Mode, it was actually difficult to clearly see Sasuke's movements. Itachi, on the other hand, could barely track it, but his body couldn't keep up. Utilizing the effect of observation haki, Sasuke completely ignored the clones Itachi created while everyone was distracted, charging straight towards the location of his real body. No time. Genjutsu. Itachi wanted to use the Sharingan to cast a Genjutsu, thereby delaying Sasuke's actions. But when his Genjutsu made contact with Sasuke's will, it was blocked by an imposing aura that, though still in its infancy, already possessed the power to resist. Though only for an instant, it was enough for Sasuke to react and use his own Mangekyo Sharingan to resist. Their gazes intersected in midair. Dozens, even hundreds, of unseen Genjutsu exchanges happened in an instant. Bloody tears streamed from the corners of both brothers' eyes, with Itachi's situation being even worse. On Sasuke's side, the damage to his Mangekyo Sharingan didn't seem to matter at all, as the long-accumulated calamity flames immediately supplemented it, helping him repair the damage. With one waning and the other waxing, even though Itachi's Genjutsu level was higher, it was ultimately he who actively cancelled the Genjutsu clash. There was no other way, he truly couldn't afford to keep draining himself like this. By this time, Sasuke's figure had already arrived in front of him. Hashoken, martial Fong mallet. His palms were brought together, fingers spread wide, flames and lightning dancing upon them. A drumming sound that could stir everyone's heartbeat arose from the void. It was the vibration produced by haki clashing with the air. This drumming sound gave everyone who heard it a faint feeling of breathlessness. Kisame, with one hand severed, even unconsciously used his other hand to cover his heart area. Naruto gently extended a hand, blocking in front of Kusi. This guy Sasuke, really? That invisible wave was neutralized by a similar wave before it could reach Kusi. And Itachi, facing the secret technique attack, was the one under the greatest pressure. That faint sound made his already somewhat weak internal organs even more painful. Even before being hit, he already felt a faint impulse to vomit blood. The next moment, the fist claw was blocked by an orange-red chakra wall. That is, what? Karen murmured, looking at the thing that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Sasuke's seemingly certain strike was completely blocked by a shield composed of chakra. Pulling the view back. At this moment, a giant skeleton was rapidly taking form around Itachi. After the skeleton came flesh and blood, then armor. In a short while, a chakra giant clad in robes and armor, with a gourd hanging at its waist and holding a shield in one hand, appeared in the center of the battlefield. Fortunately, the two brothers had moved their fight further away during their earlier scuffle, otherwise, the mere appearance of this giant would be enough to affect the spectators. Of course, if the other team members really got dragged in, who would be unlucky was still uncertain. This is. Even Sasuke widened his eyes at this moment, looking somewhat incredulously at Itachi who used this move. His full confidence secret technique, upon striking the shield, only caused some cracks to appear, and these cracks were healing at a visible speed. And seeing the Yata mirror cracked, the corner of Itachi's eye couldn't help but twitch. Although the Yata mirror was more suitable for deflecting ninjutsu attacks, its own defensive power was still extremely terrifying. But just now, Sasuke actually managed to shatter it with pure force, even if only momentarily. What? At a loss. Before the ultimate power of the Sharingan, Susanoo, is this all you can do? Forcing down his emotions, Itachi, truly a veteran actor, even though the scenario differed somewhat from what he imagined, was still trying to steer the performance back on track. Next, as if he had become a different person, he first boasted to Sasuke about how powerful Susanoo was, also explaining the ability of his Yata mirror. Then Itachi's expression changed, and he looked at Sasuke's eyes. You already possess these eyes as well. It seems it's time for the harvest. Saying this, Itachi floated at the head position of the orange Susanoo, controlling the giant to reach out and grab towards Sasuke. It's just that Sasuke's physical quality had already been stacked by karma to an incomparable degree. With just a few evasions, he used Jeppo, which is usually difficult for him to execute, to dodge the grab in midair. Harvest? What do you mean? As he spoke, Sasuke's movements didn't stop. Calamity flames mixed with Chidori, transforming into black lightning spears that shot towards Itachi in a volley. Just the literal meaning. Why do you think I spared your life? It was to wait for the day these eyes of yours matured. Hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke frowned almost simultaneously. Unlike Sasuke's anger, Naruto felt more puzzlement. He actually knew very well that Itachi had no intention of killing Sasuke. That was also why he didn't let others intervene in this battle. But the current Itachi seemed to be deliberately provoking Sasuke's emotions. Mangekyo Sharingan, these eyes are very special. From the moment they awaken, they begin heading towards darkness. Even though his size had already expanded to about 5 meters, Sasuke still appeared very miniature compared to the dozens of meters tall Susanoo. But their power was completely evenly matched. The more these eyes are used, the faster they will be sealed. Sooner or later, they will lose their light. Now, let me tell you another secret about these eyes. Itachi had now fully entered his role, beginning to deliver his final instructions to his younger brother. As long as you kill a blood relative and transplant their eyes, you can obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke. You are my spare part. The Uchiha clan is just such a dirty clan that, in order to obtain eternal ocular power, wouldn't hesitate to kill relatives and friends, and take pride in it. His expression was utterly manic. Simultaneously, he simply fully released Susanoo's power, striking Sasuke, who was momentarily stunned midair due to shock, down to the ground with one blow. The moment you were born into this clan, you were already trapped in that dark fate. The giant lowered its posture, passed through the dust, and grabbed Sasuke as if he were a large toy. Now, let me release you from this fate. Completing his final speech, Itachi went all the way with the act, directly intending to control Susanoo to tighten its grip on Sasuke, making him completely lose resistance. Crack. A sound like shattering glass suddenly rang out, interrupting Itachi's action. It's because of this kind of... What? It's because of a reason like this. The cracking sound quickly intensified. The large hand holding Sasuke was forcibly pried open from the middle. The chakra constituting Susanoo lost in the contest of strength against that tremendous force, beginning to fracture inch by inch. Sasuke raised his head, his wolf-like face bearing an unprecedented rage and hatred. The crimson, lotus-patterned pupils also began to spin under Itachi's gaze. The next moment, the sky seemed to darken as well because of some angry emotion. Naruto's look towards Sasuke also changed. Sasuke, it's actually you who awakens first. Regarding devil fruits, there were actually many unknown secrets. For example, devil fruit powers also possess the characteristic of awakening. The more powerful the devil fruit's ability, the more difficult it was to awaken. And among Zoan types, as inherently more powerful mythical Zoan, there was no doubt that Sasuke and Karin's awakening should be very difficult. At least Naruto thought he or Jiraiya should master awakening first. Is it the effect of that Sharingan? Naruto looked at the changed weather, then said to the people around him. All of you, come closer. After everyone gathered, Naruto directly formed hand seals, manipulating earth and stone to form a huge fortress. Simultaneously, both Haki and Chakra continuously covered the fortress, further enhancing its defensive power. Before others could ask, at the next moment, Sasuke preemptively answered their doubts. Around Sasuke, black flame cloud ribbons appeared. At the same time, blue flames appeared at his feet. They were flames different from ordinary calamity flames. The ominous aura they emitted could be felt even by Itachi. Unforgivable. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the fur all over his body standing on end. Flame clouds and blue fire coiled around him. Simultaneously, the sky had also completely clouded over for some reason, not a trace of sunlight could be seen. This is, what kind of power? Itachi seemed to sense something, suddenly raising his head to look at the sky. The next moment, faint red light emerged from the heavy dark clouds. Then came more and more sparks, seemingly about to dye the entire sky red. That is, meteors wrapped in blazing flames, falling from the sky. Wudo, a mystical beast born from meteor fragments, feeds on flames and is regarded as the root of disaster. At this moment, Sasuke's body had completely transformed into a giant wolf treading on flames. That was his awakened state. The power symbolizing natural disaster. Great Scorching Heaven Wudo. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 Your words are pale and powerless, your death is meaningless. The divine hound, its 4 paws treading on flames, floated in the sky wreathed in flame clouds. Above him, more than 10 meteors, each only 3 or 4 meters in diameter, were crashing downward. These stones naturally couldn't compare to techniques like Chibaku Tensei or Tengai Shinsei created by the Rinnegan. But that didn't mean they weren't powerful. It was important to know that generating this kind of natural disaster was merely a side effect of the Wudo fruit's awakening. Simply put, it was just a passive ability. A walking, moving natural disaster, this was the terror of the Great Scorching Heaven Wudo. This power. Originally, Itachi had wanted to continue provoking his younger brother's emotions, hoping to completely awaken a Susanoo like his own. His time was running out. Years of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the stress of deep undercover work and the internal torment of past events, had left both his body and mind full of holes. If not for Sasuke being his remaining hope, he would have likely been confined to a sickbed long ago. Although the meteors weren't very large, their number and density were high. Itachi controlled the orange Susanoo to raise the Yata mirror in its hand, blocking one meteor. It's not chakra. Only then did he realize with some surprise that the meteor held not a trace of chakra. In other words, these star fragments were natural products. Similarly, the destruction they caused couldn't be ignored by certain anti-ninjutsu tools. One meteor couldn't break the Yata mirror's defense, but 10, 100. Through the Susanoo's shell, Itachi clearly saw the meteor shower piercing through the clouds. It was as if the horn of the apocalypse had been blown. And Sasuke, like a god delivering divine punishment, still floated high above, not even taking any offensive action. At this moment, their roles were reversed. Itachi became the one scrambling for survival under the assault. Completely opposite to that night years ago, he could now only wait for his younger brother to voluntarily let him go. Naruto, from far away, observed the battlefield using observation haki, while also broadcasting the battle situation to the others inside the stone fortress. Truly an incredible power. Sasuke has surpassed you, Karin. After exclaiming, Naruto turned to look at Karin, who had returned to normal from her low-pressure state, and teased her. Humph. Naruto-san, it's too early for you to say that. I'll catch up to that arrogant guy soon. That's what she said, but Karin knew in her heart that she didn't carry the deep hatred Sasuke bore, and she was even further behind in terms of ninjutsu mastery. From the moment Sasuke was taken out of the village by Naruto, he had been constantly absorbing all the power he could learn. Whether it was the lightning release chakra mode, forbidden techniques like the 8 gates and body revile technique, or constantly sparring with jinchuriki to hone his combat skills and dig deeper into his own fruit abilities. From the perspective of diligence, he had indeed left Karin far behind. Karin glanced at Kusi on Naruto's shoulder, then looked through the observation port on the stone wall at the apocalyptic scene outside, silently making a resolution in her heart. Even if only to stand by Naruto-san's side. Boom. 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 The meteors continuously smashed against the Yata mirror, finally cracking it and creating a fissure that continued to spread outward. He couldn't remain passive like this. Itachi knew that continuing like this would only lead to him being worn down to death. He could die, but not now. The giant Susanoo suddenly reached out, grasped the gourd at its waist, and drew out a sword composed of light. That was the Susanoo's other sacred weapon, the sword of Totsuka. Holding the sword of Totsuka, the Susanoo directly swung it, cutting through several meteors in one strike. After being cut, those meteors turned into streams of light and flowed into the gourd at the Susanoo's waist. The sword of Totsuka was a divine sword capable of sealing whatever it slashed. But faced with this move, Sasuke still showed little reaction. The lotus pattern in his eyes continued to spin, as if he was looking through the present towards some more distant past. But his lack of action didn't mean the natural disaster had stopped. As if realizing the meteor shower alone wasn't enough to deal with Itachi, nature itself began to actively change. The already oppressive dark clouds grew even thicker, completely blocking out the sunlight. At the same time, a strong wind inexplicably began to blow. Logically, the inland environment where everyone was currently located rarely experienced such terrifying hurricanes. Boom. Like war drums beaten by a god, a flash of lightning streaked through the clouds. The next moment, faster than sound, a pillar of lightning struck down from the clouds, accurately hitting Itachi's Susanoo. That single strike alone pierced through the Yata mirror in the Susanoo's hand, even stripping away much of the flesh from that illusory arm. Lightning, torrential rain, fierce winds, even tremors from the ground. These natural disasters were all forcibly gathered together by some unseen will. And Itachi, inside the Susanoo, could clearly feel the continuous weakening of his chakra by the surrounding environment. It was an unending disaster, a signal of destruction. Boom. Another thunderstorm strike. This time, the Susanoo had no shield either, and could only use its other hand to block in front. This thunderstorm was even more violent, almost completely tearing off the Susanoo's armor. Simultaneously, the hurricane whipped up the rainstorm, along with countless lifted debris, all crashing against the Susanoo. These seemingly useless attacks now bit and consumed Itachi's chakra incessantly, like a swarm of ants. Just as Itachi seemed about to be worn down to death at this critical moment, the weather changed again. The wind died down, the rain stopped, and even the dark clouds began to thin. The lotus pattern in Sasuke's eyes finally stopped spinning, and he refocused his gaze on his older brother, who now appeared somewhat disheveled. I see. Everything around them seemed to become quiet. Sasuke's voice, unimpeded, reached Itachi's ears. This gave him a sense of foreboding. For the stability of the village, so you proactively eliminated your own clan. At this moment, the words coming from Sasuke's mouth shook Itachi's mind more than any previous attack. His bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't shown such an expression even when he saw Sasuke summon the natural disaster earlier. What? Puzzled about how I know. Sasuke, who had psychologically endured who knows how many shocks, spoke in a tone of forcibly suppressed calm. Thanks to that fruit, these eyes of mine can not only see the misfortunes of others, but also gain the ability to trace back the source of my own misfortune. Just now, I saw with my own eyes the source of my own misfortune, which is you, my brother. Sasuke transformed from his widow form back to his hybrid form and, wrapped in flame clouds, slowly floated to a position in front of Itachi. He didn't launch an attack, and neither did Itachi. But at this moment, nothing could be sharper than Sasuke's words. Foolish. After Widow's awakening, Sasuke's ability to observe misfortune underwent another transformation. The biggest difference was that he could now trace back the source based on the misfortune he himself had suffered. It was an eye that transcended time and space. An incredible product born from the combination of powers from two worlds. And thanks to this, he not only saw the dealings between his brother and Danzo, but also saw how Itachi, in order to make him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, tried various ways to appear before him and provoke his spirit. Including this time as well. Because that masked guy has special movements, so you decided to meet death early. My dear older brother. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke calmly uttered this name. Understanding the cause and effect, aside from his hatred for Itachi, all that remained in his heart was disgust for the foolishness of his actions. Perhaps influenced by Naruto's teachings and example, in his eyes, that kind of seemingly self-sacrificing spirit was nothing but foolish and disgusting. Having such power, yet still choosing a less efficient, higher-risk method. Not just you, but that so-called Uchiha Shisui too, are all the same fools. Sasuke. How could you know? Sasuke looked coldly at the Itachi, whose expression could even be described as terrified, and gently shook his head. Itachi, your words are pale and powerless, and your death is meaningless. Chapter 255, Chapter 255 Koto Amatsukami and Michikashi. Uchiha Itachi, your words are pale and powerless, and your death is meaningless. After saying this, a few blood vessels also appeared in Sasuke's eyes, but he didn't shed bloody tears like Itachi. The calamity flames began repairing the damage to his eyes the moment he used his dojutsu. Magatsume. When stared at by those lotus-patterned eyes, a chill from the inside out completely enveloped Itachi's entire body. It was a malice from all things. The materialization of misfortune. Cough. Cough. Itachi uncontrollably began to cough, all the old injuries he had accumulated previously erupting almost simultaneously. It was a 1 in a million probability, but at this moment, it became inevitable. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, but couldn't stop the blood from overflowing. Sasuke. Itachi wanted to say something, but what met him was Sasuke's cold gaze. As if looking at a stranger. Within the indifference, there was also a trace of pity. I am different from you, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke extended a hand wreathed in blue calamity flames and, with a sizzling burning sound, directly pierced through the Susanoo's body and touched Itachi's forehead. Itachi didn't choose to resist, or perhaps, just standing and breathing was already difficult for him now. His vision was also beginning to darken. Having these eyes, I also gained the ability to see through all misfortune. As he spoke, Sasuke gently tapped his own eyelid with his other hand. But unlike someone like you, who only submits to misfortune, wallows in it, and is moved by your own suffering. The hand resting on Itachi's head suddenly changed from an open palm to a grip, clutching the other party's head. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will completely sever misfortune. Sasuke's lotus-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan and Itachi's shuriken-patterned Sharingan stared at each other, not caring in the slightest if he would consequently fall into the other party's genjutsu. Sasuke, cough, you don't understand, it was for. Itachi, his head gripped, coughed while trying to explain something. Although he didn't understand the principle, after hearing Danzo and Shirsue's names from Sasuke's mouth, the last trace of wishful thinking in Itachi's heart was extinguished. Sasuke already knew the circumstances of that year. Originally, in Itachi's heart, he did all of this for the village, for Sasuke. He believed that after his death, Sasuke, knowing the whole truth, would understand his difficulties and would likewise continue to protect the village. But the words spoken by the other party now seemed to completely negate his naive thinking. I told you, stop trying to bewitch me with those pale words. Sasuke directly lifted Itachi and, carrying him, floated into the air. At this moment, the orange Susanoo had completely dissipated due to its user's condition. The two brothers were now truly face to face. You still want to interfere with me with words like before? The blue calamity flames transformed into a ribbon, actually binding Itachi's body as if it were substantial. Ugh dash. There were no burn marks where the flames touched, but Itachi let out cries of pain. It was pure pain. A sensation of pain attached to the spirit. It hurts, right? Sasuke released his hand, allowing the blue flame ribbon to hang Itachi in midair. Those Uchiha clan's members who died by your and the masked man's hands, their pain was thousands, tens of thousands of times greater than yours. Finally, words carrying a trace of emotional fluctuation came from Sasuke's mouth. Danzo is already dead. But my revenge is not over yet. Hearing this, Itachi, enduring the pain, raised his head and stared intently at his younger brother's grief-stricken and indignant expression. Every accomplice behind this matter, I will find them all. Don't worry. I will only punish the chief culprits. I won't, like you, kill innocent people. To kill a person is to destroy their heart. This statement undoubtedly completely exposed everything Itachi had concealed under the guise of love. In Sasuke's view, after understanding the cause and effect, his brother's actions were undoubtedly foolish. In fact, not even foolish enough to describe it. Because your own clansmen didn't get along with the village and wanted to launch a coup, so you killed all the clansmen preemptively. Stupid. If you don't get along, then leave the village. With such power, couldn't you have forced them to follow you? You weren't soft-hearted when killing people. And you believed Danzo's nonsense. Did your brain and your backside switch places? Of course, the most foolish thing is that you shouldn't have spared my life. My brother. Sasuke's gaze towards Itachi was very complex. His feelings for Itachi contained the love between brothers, and also the hatred between enemies, but among them, there was absolutely no forgiveness. Sasuke, let it end here, let it end with me. Itachi actually, enduring the bone-deep pain, raised his head to look at Sasuke. The next moment, countless crows flew out, blocking Sasuke's vision. Even now, you still think this kind of genjutsu is useful? Sasuke let out a disdainful light laugh, then prepared to use the same Sharingan's genjutsu as a counterattack. But at that moment, a shout came from below. Sasuke! Don't look at that eye. What? Unfortunately, Sasuke's movements were still a step too slow. One of those crows had a pupil that was actually a Mangekyo Sharingan. Different from Itachi's triangular shuriken pattern, that eye's pattern was four-sided. It was Shirsue's eye. In his previous observations, Sasuke had seen this eye. He also knew what terrifying power this eye possessed. Koto Amatsukami. That was an absolute genjutsu capable of completely changing a person's will. Sasuke. Let my death be the end. Let the hatred end here. Itachi roared, blood foam spraying everywhere indiscriminately. Don't even think about it. Sasuke knew it was too late to avoid it now. Or rather, he had already been hit. But that didn't mean he was willing to accept this fate. When he obtained this power, he had already promised that he would sever all misfortune. The lotus-patterned Sharingan spun wildly, vaguely taking on a blooming appearance. The next moment. The second ability of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan also unveiled its veil. Michikashi. Michikashi. In myth, Michikashi Okami that divides the human world and the underworld, existing in the blurred gap between life and death. As Sasuke's ability activated, everything in the world seemed to slow down. Naruto's movement of dispelling the earth and stone barrier, the flapping of the crow's wings, the rising of the flames, everything became slower and slower until it completely stopped. Then, all things began to rewind, as if following their original paths back. It was as if fate had reached this point but was turned back by a road closed sign. The ability activated, the crow flock dissipated, and Sasuke and Itachi both fell from the sky. It seemed the consumption was too great, and Sasuke couldn't even maintain his transformation to fly. Fortunately, Naruto's movements weren't slow. Although he vaguely sensed a sense of disharmony, just now, rescuing people was urgent. He immediately used the ultra-lightweight rock technique to take off, catching both of them before they hit the ground. Compared to Sasuke, who was pale and seemed somewhat weak, Itachi's condition was clearly much worse. At this moment, one of his eyes had completely lost focus, possibly already blind. Although there were no wounds on his body, blood poured from his mouth as if it cost nothing. The misfortune brought by Magatsume had ended, but the recurrence of his old illness was real and wouldn't completely end just because the misfortune was eliminated. But strangely, no matter how much Itachi vomited blood, no matter how his old injuries recurred, his life force always remained. Although it was as faint as a candle in the wind. It showed no intention of extinguishing at all. Naruto was somewhat curious, but Itachi seemed to have lost the ability to respond at this moment. His consciousness seemed to have left this body. So, what exactly happened just now? Naruto turned his head and looked at Sasuke beside him with a curious expression. Chapter 256, Chapter 256 The Unreachable Future. Naruto helped Sasuke to his feet and tried to use medical ninjutsu to treat him, but was stopped. Sasuke shook his head at him. Don't bother. I'm just drained. I'll be fine after some rest. Seeing this, Naruto also relaxed, then started pulling various foods out of his sealed space, stuffing them into Sasuke's arms. Halfway through the action, he suddenly realized something and quickly asked. So, you avoided that jinjutsu? Through the foresight of his observation haki, he had seen Sasuke's personality drastically change after being hit by that so-called jinjutsu, directly leaving the team. But looking at the current situation, Sasuke had truly changed the future. Not bad, this kid. Unexpectedly, Sasuke still shook his head. No. Huh. But I've pushed the arrival point of that future infinitely back. What do you mean? Naruto never had much patience for Sasuke's riddle-like way of speaking. Fortunately, Sasuke also understood Naruto's personality and patiently explained. Michikashi, the dojutsu of his other eye. It was also a jinjutsu. In terms of being unreasonable, it was even above Koto Amatsukami. It was a jinjutsu capable of truly correcting reality. It wasn't like Izanagi, which could turn unfavorable reality into a dream at the cost of an eye. Its cost wasn't that great, and its effect was to transfer what just happened into an infinitely repeating future. According to Sasuke, from the perspective of someone hit by this technique, they would live forever within this intercepted segment of the future. If unable to break free, their spirit would be eternally lost in the future, while their body would become an empty shell that wouldn't die. Yes, undying. Itachi, under the effect of Michikashi, had in a sense achieved one of Orochimaru's ultimate dreams, immortality. As long as he didn't break free from that future, his bodily functions would remain in their current state, maintained forever. And in Itachi's future, Sasuke had already fallen under Koto Amatsukami. Unless he was willing to deny this future and enter another timeline, it was impossible for him to wake up. And if he denied this future, then Sasuke never fell under Koto Amatsukami, nothing happened at all. As the caster, Sasuke wouldn't be restricted by this infinite future and could live normally until the other party made a decision. So that means... Yujito, who had the quickest mind among the group, sorted out the logic and explained. That so-called Koto Amatsukami won't take effect, right? Sasuke thought for a moment, and ultimately, not wanting to explain more, simply nodded. Oh. Then it's fine, dash. That makes things easier. The group dispersed, starting to clean up the battlefield. Some went to rekindle the cooking fire, some were responsible for looking after the child. Jiraiya, who had a relatively good memory, hadn't forgotten about Sora, who was brought by the Itachi duo earlier, and hurried to the place where the person had been thrown down. Hopefully, the kid didn't die under the meteor shower. Did you know all along? Only when the people around had mostly left did Sasuke speak up sullenly, addressing Naruto. He was referring to the fact that Itachi didn't actually want to kill him. Naruto nodded. After all, this is your matter. I thought it would be better to leave it for you to resolve yourself. I believed in you. Thank you, Naruto. After saying this, Sasuke looked again at the unconscious Itachi on the ground. The person he had imagined killing countless times was lying defenseless before him. Yet he couldn't kill him. Perhaps this outcome was the best punishment for him. So, does it end here? Hearing this, Sasuke looked over. If I intended to destroy the entire Konoha village for revenge, would you stop me? Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto smiled noncommittally. Maybe. Are you going to kill the third Hokage? Although he said this, there wasn't a trace of gravity on Naruto's face, his tone remained light. TCH-. Sasuke snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm still who I used to be? Sasuke punched Naruto in the chest in return. That old guy might be too weak-willed, but he's just an incompetent accomplice. How many years could he live even if left alone? Let him spend his remaining years in repentance. Did Sasuke hate Hiruzen? Perhaps. But right now, there was another guy who needed killing more. Don't make it sound like so much time has passed. It hasn't even been a year since you graduated from the academy. Naruto and Sasuke bumped fists, then Naruto said. So next. Yeah, next. It's time to take revenge on that masked man. The two said this sentence simultaneously. So that so-called Uchiha Madara was the mastermind behind everything. Even the Uchiha clan massacre had his involvement. True to their word, Sasuke, supported by Naruto, stood up, and together they approached Kisame, who was already tied up like a dumpling by the adamantine ceiling chains. Have you dealt with Itachi-san? What an exaggerated pair of brothers. Even knowing he might die here today, Kisame's face still wore that ferocious smile. Naruto didn't dislike people like this. At least he wasn't hypocritical. Tell us, what is Uchiha Madara planning to do now? Naruto controlled the adamantine ceiling chains to lift Kisame. One of his arms had been torn off, but his vitality was extremely tenacious, and the wound had already stopped bleeding. Kisame acted as if he felt no pain at all, looking at the two before him. Madara-san will gather all the tailed beasts and usher in a new world order. He is different from you. Kisame laughed strangely, his eyes showing no fear of death. So, how does he plan to take the jinchuriki from me? Naruto wasn't angry either, taking out a small flask and preparing to take a drink. But under Kusiai's gaze from the side, he sheepishly put the flask away. Since revealing her identity, Kusiai had clearly increased the number of times she acted spoiled in front of him. Several times, Kusiai had explicitly stated she didn't like the strong smell of alcohol on her father. Naruto had no other choice about this. But he believed that Kusiai was, after all, a child of the sea. One day she would set sail, and setting sail inevitably meant parties and drinking. By that time, this old father would surely be able to drink again. Hehehehe. Hearing Naruto's words, Kisame also turned to look at the other jinchuriki. Impressive. To openly snatch their jinchuriki from those great ninja villages. Uzumaki Naruto, you are terrifyingly strong. Even if you praise me like that, I won't let you go. Hearing this, Kisame grinned. However, having power alone isn't enough. Madara-san is the one who can create a new world. Seeing this, Naruto just nodded lightly. Is that so? It seems you really trust that guy who always hides his head and conceals his tail. Kisame didn't answer Naruto, instead turning to look at Sasuke beside him. Uchiha Sasuke, you also have such eyes now. Then you should be qualified to know about that plan. In your clan's Naka shrine, there is a stone tablet recording the plan to create a new world. Go look for it. Now you can also understand the writing on it. After reading it, you will surely understand how great Madara-san is. Ha 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 ha. Kisame, like a fanatical believer, even before his death tried to influence others, spreading the seeds of his ideology. Unexpectedly, Sasuke shook his head. No matter how great he is, it's unimportant. What's important is that I will kill him. Hearing this, Kisame's movements paused, and he stopped his manic laughter. Uchiha Sasuke, so you also lack that caliber. As he spoke, he seemed quite regretful. The last guy who liked to measure my caliber is lying right over there. Do you want to end up like him too? As he spoke, Sasuke casually pointed at Itachi behind him. You don't understand. Madara-san will definitely succeed. I am merely a forerunner of the plan. Kill me. I won't say anything. Faced with this kind of believer lost in some fantasy, Naruto also knew it was impossible to extract any information from him through torture. Moreover, he didn't like that method. Sasuke, can your genjutsu hypnotize him? Yes, but my ocular power hasn't recovered yet. So we need to wait a while. Hearing this, Kisame immediately fell silent, his face fluctuating, as if planning his own death. Currently, with his chakra sealed, he couldn't even use a summoning technique to kill himself. He had to find a way. Chapter 257, Chapter 257 Shark Fall. Under the dim sky, the group was still camping outdoors. But because there were quite a few people, and everyone was a high-level ninja who could perform various ninjutsu with a casual gesture, the surrounding environment didn't feel like roughing it. In fact, Naruto had even specially used earth release to create temporary separate toilets and a bathhouse. Hot water was provided by Zabuza and Rashi. These two didn't talk much between themselves. For one, they had basically no interaction, and secondly, both were already accustomed to being taciturn outside of combat. But it must be said, a constant temperature hot spring made with lava release and water release was truly enjoyable. Kisame, the captive, watched as this group showed not a trace of tension about being targeted, their relaxation level even comparable to an autumn outing. However, it was precisely this observation that allowed him to find an opportunity. Phew. Haku, you go wash first. I'll keep watch. Zabuza took the steaming hot towel off his forehead, hung it around his neck, and then said to Haku, who was poking the campfire beside him. Hearing Zabuza's words, Haku showed a heart-melting smile, then obediently walked towards the temporary bathhouse. It wasn't particularly late anymore. Most others in the team were already asleep or tinkering with some little secret in their own tents. Only Zabuza and Kisame, covered in writing, remained by the fire. Compared to the adamantine sealing chains that required Naruto's constant maintenance, the 1,000-character seal, developed by Jiraiya by using Inku Inku no Mi, was much more convenient. Even Kisame, whose chakra reserves far exceeded ordinary ninja, became somewhat drowsy and weak all over under the numerous effects of the seal. They only needed to wait for Sasuke to recover his consumed ocular power before they could use genjutsu on him to learn about the masked men. Hehe. Momochi Zabuza. Long time no see. Suddenly, Kisame, who had been looking dazed until now, moved his small bean-like eyes and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. If you're trying to persuade me to let you go, you can save your breath. Zabuza remained focused on the fire, seemingly not surprised that Kisame could remain conscious under these circumstances. I never thought that the demon, who had the courage to assassinate the Mizukage, would willingly become a nanny. As if not hearing the sarcasm, Zabuza remained silent. He and Kisame both once belonged to Kirigakure, and their ages weren't far apart. But unlike him, who had to flee early after his assassination attempt failed, Kisame worked in Kirigakure as an executioner for many years before deciding to defect after meeting the masked men. In fact, even until his capture today, Kisame had always remembered Zabuza's name. For someone like him, who had to betray comrades and teammates again and again, a senior who would assassinate Akage for an unreasonable policy was actually something he admired. But, look at Zabuza now. Spending all day with another pretty face of unknown gender revolving around a little girl, where was the demon of old? However, this was exactly what Kisame hoped to see now. A softened heart is easier to provoke. Consider it a mark of respect for you. I can tell you a secret. He licked his lips and sharp teeth, truly resembling a shark waiting to hunt. Zabuza still didn't respond, but his gaze had subtly focused. Actually, you were right. The bloody mist policy shouldn't have existed, because it was implemented by the person I serve manipulating the fourth Mizukage. If you had succeeded back then, you might have truly saved Kirigakure from Madara-san's grasp. Regarding whether the bloody mist policy was proposed by the fourth Mizukage Gaara himself or after he was controlled by Obito, even Kisame wasn't clear. But none of that was important now. He only needed shocking enough information to disturb the other's mind. Perhaps you don't know yet, but the fourth Mizukage, Gaara, has always been under Madara-san's control. In other words, the true mastermind behind Kirigakure for over a decade has been Uchiha Madara. Zabuza was somewhat dizzied by the waves of information Kisame kept throwing out. Before he could react further, Kisame added. Oh, you haven't returned to Kirigakure, so you don't know that Gaara is already dead, right? You said, what? Hearing Zabuza's incredulous voice, Kisame grinned. You should know, if the tailed beast inside a jinchuriki is forcibly. His voice grew softer and softer towards the end, as if weakened from lack of food and water. Zabuza, momentarily relaxed, subconsciously leaned in to listen. Just as he was less than 20 centimeters from Kisame, Kisame suddenly mustered all the strength he had accumulated over this time, forcibly using the muscles near his spine to bounce his upper body. Then he opened his serrated mouth wide, aiming to bite Zabuza's throat. How could such a sneak attack succeed against Zabuza? Although he wasn't like Sasuke or Konohamaru, who had been taught Haki and could predict enemy movements, as a veteran assassin, even if his mind was disturbed, his body's instincts would subconsciously defend and counter. And this was exactly what Kisame wanted to see. Under his gaze, Zabuza easily dodged the serrated bite. Immediately after, Zabuza, his mind shaken and reacting defensively, slid a kunai from his sleeve, preparing to stab Kisame's throat. Crunch. A large hand firmly grasped the kunai. It's you. Naruto gently took the deformed kunai from Zabuza's hand, then casually squeezed it into a lump of scrap metal. Don't fall for his trick, Zabuza. After we get the information, you can kill him then. Kisame's suicide attempt was doomed from the moment he chose to carry it out in this camp. After all, what movement could possibly escape Naruto's perception here? Coward. Pinned back to the ground, Kisame's face suddenly turned ferocious as he shouted at Zabuza. But his voice quickly vanished under Naruto's seal. Go rest, Zabuza. I'll handle him. Hearing Naruto say this, Zabuza didn't insist further, just silently nodded to the other and walked towards the tent he shared with Haku. Indeed, I had been somewhat off my game tonight. Was it because he hadn't worked with weapons for too long? Zabuza reflected silently in his heart. As for Kisame on the other side, he could only wait for dawn under Naruto's smiling gaze. The next day, before the group set off, the interrogation of Kisame was effectively over. Sasuke, with his recovered Sharingan's ocular power, hypnotized Kisame with almost no effort. After all, Kisame's chakra was completely sealed, and his mental will was already weakened by the 1,000-character seal. Coupled with the fact that no one present would willingly use their own chakra to disrupt his, it wasn't strange for him to fall under Genjutsu's control. Just like the fourth Mizukage, whom he had mocked, he too had his mind completely controlled by another pair of Sharingan. That's how it is. We've already collected the Three Tails chakra, but Madara-san ordered everyone to abandon their missions and immediately head to a place called Rorin in the southern part of the Land of Wind. Under the control of the Sharingan, Kisame spoke all the information he knew like a puppet. This even included the masked man's true appearance. From his description, the other party was quite old, likely the legendary Madara who fought to the death with Hashirama. But considering this guy might have also fallen under the other party's genjutsu, this point wasn't reliable. After Kisame finished speaking, Sasuke released the genjutsu control on him. Ah. You all are. Kisame first seemed dazed, then, looking at the expressions of the people around him, seemed to guess something. It seems I've betrayed my comrades once again. For the first time, they saw such a pained expression on this shark-faced man's face. Kill me. Hearing this, Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto's response was to silently cover Kusi's eyes. SSSHHHK. The corpse slowly fell, and then the soil automatically parted to bury it. Same Hata, which had somehow ended up in B's hands from Zabuza at some point, seemed to sense its master's death and began to squirm uneasily. They say when a whale dies, its body becomes nutrients that support other life in a part of the ocean. Hence the saying, a whale fall gives life to all. But for Kisame, his death could probably only be called a shark fall. Chapter 258, Chapter 258 Meeting Old Friends, Your Child. So, where are we going next? Jiraiya voiced the key question on everyone's mind, and Naruto, as expected, provided an answer. Do you even need to ask? Of course, we're going to that Rorin place. According to Hoshigaki Kisame's words, there seems to be a legend about a Ryumayaku possessing enormous chakra in that ancient kingdom. So, is that masked man planning to use the Ryumayaku as a substitute for the nine-tailed beasts? Sasuke rested his chin on his hand, analyzing point by point. Knowing he can't do it, so he simply gave up on stealing them. That's avoiding our sharp edge. Although we don't know if he really plans to do that, whatever the enemy wants to do, we must disrupt it. Naruto's thought process was simple: if the enemy wouldn't come to him, he would take the initiative and attack. Meanwhile, Gaara's eyes lit up as soon as he heard they were going to the Land of Wind. Kusi pattered over to Gaara and gently kicked his calf. Dark circles, are you thinking of something bad? Faced with the little girl's inquiry, Gaara showed great tolerance. He crouched down and gently lifted the little girl onto his shoulders, just as he had done when he lost his memory. Won't happen. That Akatsuki organization hasn't been wiped out yet, right? It had to be said that through numerous hardships, the edges of Gaara's irritable youth had finally been worn down considerably. At the very least, he had learned how to use words to reassure others. Humph, don't you do anything stupid, okay? Kusi clung to Gaara's red hair like a koala. And Gaara didn't get angry. Think about it, if Dad attacked your village, would those people be able to win? Hearing this, Gaara's expression showed some surprise. He really hadn't expected that Kusi, a little girl of just over 4 years old, would understand their situation so clearly. After saying this, Kusi, as usual, patted Gaara a few times with her small hands, then nimbly leaped from his shoulders, perfectly grabbing onto Naruto's clothes. This little girl's agility was far better than any monkey's. Despite this, Naruto still reached out to support her from below, preventing her from falling if she lost her grip. And Gaara? He just stared blankly at the interaction between Naruto and Kusi, the father and daughter, lost in thought. Don't space out, it's time to go. At that moment, a large hand clapped Gaara on the shoulder from behind. The force almost made him stumble. The expression that had just calmed on Gaara's face immediately turned displeased. When he turned around, he saw the Eight Tails' jinchuriki, Killer Bee, packing his things. Whatever, can't be bothered to argue with this guy. The wound from being elbowed by this guy last time had healed by now, but whenever Gaara remembered it, he would feel a phantom pain. Since they knew the masked man was planning something, Naruto naturally didn't intend to continue moving slowly to lure the snake out of its hole. From the intelligence provided by Kisame, they learned that apart from the 3 tails, the missing 5 tails and the whereabouts unknown 6 tails had not fallen into the enemy's hands. This saved Naruto a lot of trouble. So now, I just needed to defeat the enemy, and things should be settled, right? Thinking of Hancock and Stussy, who might already be pregnant, Naruto looked again at his daughter who had come from the future. He now had more important things to do. Excuse me. When can you let me go back? The Fire Temple's apprentice monk, Sora, who had just woken up from his coma, asked cautiously. Surrounding him were individuals who each looked formidable. His perception wasn't that sharp. But he saw the black-haired guy who had easily defeated Chiriku had been beaten into a vegetative state by these people. It was easy to imagine how fierce they were. Fortunately, it seemed this group held no malice towards him. Don't worry, we'll let you leave at the next town. Karen descended while riding the wind, glancing disdainfully at the timid monk. Otherwise, if we just dump you in this wilderness, you wouldn't be able to get back to Fire Temple by yourself, right? That's true. Sora rubbed his head and gave an embarrassed laugh. Just then, the sound of clothes rustling against leaves came from ahead. Someone. Everyone's attention was drawn forward, but since Naruto didn't say anything, no one was too tense. At the very least, it probably wasn't an enemy from the Akatsuki. Sure enough, several figures familiar to both Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the forest one after another. The two leading jonin were both known to Naruto. One was his and Sasuke's team leader, the copy ninja of Konoha, Itachi Kakashi. The other was the teacher of Rock Lee, whom Naruto had encountered during training in Konoha Village, though Naruto couldn't quite remember his name. Anyway, he distinctly remembered the signature bowl-cut hairstyle and thick eyebrows. The man's taijutsu was quite good, something Naruto acknowledged. Behind them, several genin also stepped out. It looks like, our luck is really quite good, don't you think? Naruto. Kakashi looked at the Avenger team, which had more members than his own group, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This kid Naruto really couldn't let people rest easy. In such a short time, he had managed to gather the jinchurikis from various villages. Good grief, even Senju Hashirama-sama hadn't distributed the tailed beasts as quickly as Naruto was collecting them. Yo, if it isn't Kakashi-sensei, long time no see. Naruto, still carrying his daughter on his shoulders, greeted Kakashi and walked towards his team. Nearby, Guy looked at Naruto, then at his good friend Kakashi, confused. Kakashi, is this Naruto, the Naruto Uzumaki we are tasked to arrest this time? Guy looked at the young man who was over 2 meters tall, then took out the mission details from his pocket, comparing them repeatedly. This guy really doesn't know how to be flexible. Kakashi thought to himself, there was no way our team could be a match for the other side. The 5th Hokage was clearly sending us on a perfunctory mission. Otherwise, why send a bunch of genin? Oh. Kakashi-sensei. Is what Bushy Brow Sensei said true? Naruto also turned to look at Kakashi, his expression playful. Ah, well. Kakashi was at a loss for words, but the genin who had come along took action first. The one who couldn't hold back and stepped forward was naturally the 3rd member of Team 7, Haruno Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Naruto, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Her gaze towards her former teammates held a bit of grievance, feeling left out. Then, Sakura's attention was caught by the exquisitely beautiful little girl on Naruto's shoulder. Noticing her gaze, Naruto directly lifted Kusi from his back to the front, holding her under her arms with both hands. What do you think, cute, right? My daughter, Kusi. Even without Naruto's fatherly bias, Kusi was an extremely adorable little girl. Having inherited the heaven-defying good looks of Naruto and Hancock, how could Kusi be anything but beautiful? However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi and his entire team petrified on the spot. Dao, daughter. Yours and Sasuke-kun's. Somehow, a wire must have crossed in Sakura's brain, leading her to inexplicably consider this possibility. Sasuke's face darkened upon hearing this, but before he could explain, a new situation arose within the opposing team. Hinata. Ah. Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata-sama. Lee, Kiba, and Niji all surrounded the last team member, Hyuga Hinata. At this moment, the young girl who always grew shy under attention had turned into a pale statue, falling straight backward. What's going on? What's going on? Kusi, who had caused the commotion, eagerly joined the excitement, squirming in her father's grasp until she broke free, then running on her short legs towards Hinata. Seeing this, Naruto showed no concern at all, simply letting the little girl go play. It seems I've missed a lot of things. Kakashi walked up to Naruto at this point, his tone quiet and deep. Sigh, then let's sit down and talk slowly. Actually, there's something I need to ask of you. As he spoke, Naruto pointed behind him. Kakashi followed his finger and looked, his eyes gradually widening. Is this Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 259, Chapter 259 Temporary Farewell X Entering the Land of Wind. Really, can't you return to the village? After the group sat down again and clarified their respective situations, Sakura still looked somewhat unwillingly at Naruto and Sasuke, whose appearances had changed so much. Naruto need not be mentioned, as just looking at his physique, he was basically the same as he was over a decade ago on the high seas. Sasuke had also changed considerably. Originally, the three of them should have been around 150 centimeters tall, with Sasuke the tallest, Sakura next, and Naruto the shortest. But perhaps because he had eaten the Zoan-type devil fruit, Sasuke's physical quality and growth potential had also improved to some extent. Now, while his height couldn't compare to Naruto's over 2 meters, he was still around 178 centimeters, already approaching an adult stature. To the point where Sakura, from the same team, seemed a whole generation shorter in front of the two of them. Haha, sorry about that. We still have things we must do. Naruto wiped the food residue from his precious daughter's mouth as she ate. His loving demeanor was quite fitting for his mental age. Sakura watched Naruto like this. Although she felt a bit of an indescribable sense of incongruity, she didn't say anything and instead turned her gaze to Sasuke. However, Sasuke's response was even more decisive. After I kill that masked man, I will naturally return to Konoha Village. He left the second half of his sentence unsaid. Otherwise, how can I go find those ultimately responsible for revenge? Apart from the already deceased Danzo, the two Hokage advisors, Udatane Koharu and Mitokato Hamura, had also been placed on Sasuke's must-kill list. In the past he had seen, these two advisors had provided considerable assistance to Danzo in implementing his Uchiha clan's extermination plan. In this process, the two old fogies were far more than just accomplices. Sasuke had told Naruto that he wouldn't harm the innocent, but clearly these two were not on the innocent list. That's how it is. We'll be leaving the land of fire next. Jiraiya said to Kakashi and Guy. It seems your mission can only end in failure. Hearing this, Kakashi could only force a wry smile. The Hokage-sama had already anticipated this. Actually, our coming out this time was just to make a gesture, to shut the daimyo's mouth. Speaking of this, Kakashi seemed to remember something, and his expression became a bit more serious. The scale of your activities is too large. In my opinion, not just our land of fire's daimyo, but the daimyos of the other great nations might also make some small moves recently. It seemed that saying this was Kakashi's real purpose. The new fifth Hokage wasn't the only one outwardly compliant but inwardly opposed. Hearing Kakashi's words, Jiraiya also remembered why this team had pursued them in the first place. Somewhat different from Naruto, although Jiraiya didn't like being bound by the village, he had lived for many years within the framework of Ninja Village, Great Nation. Verbally, he might not care, but truly making him understand and agree with the idea of rebelling against the daimyo was still somewhat difficult. In fact, he wasn't the only one like this. In this team, probably only Naruto, Kusi, at most plus Sasuke, a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger, would completely disregard the daimyo's authority. Speaking of which, according to Kusi's story, in a sense, she could be considered a princess from another country. If they want to do something, let them come. At this time, Naruto, holding his daughter, also walked over and spoke to Kakashi in a light tone. Suit yourselves. Thinking of Naruto's terrifying combat power during the Chunin exams, and looking at Naruto now, who had become a giant with who knows how many times more intimidating presence, Kakashi could only shake his head. He knew there was nothing else he could do. He could only hope those daimyos wouldn't seek their own doom. Otherwise, judging by Naruto's own account of his years of conduct in another world, this student of his truly wouldn't care about any royal bloodlines. By the way, that guy can be handed over to you to take back and complete your mission. Naruto was referring to Uchiha Itachi, who was in a constant vegetative state. I believe the third Hokage, when he sees him, should be able to handle the daimyo for you. From Sasuke's mouth, Naruto had learned the reason why Itachi had never held any intent to kill Sasuke. Since they had encountered him, taking back a local specialty could be considered reasonable. Under the rescue efforts of the team leaders, Hyuga Hinata, who had previously fallen into a petrified coma from excessive shock, finally woke up slowly. Hinata, you're awake. The speaker was Sakura. Beside her, the other teammates also cast concerned looks. Even the usually indifferent Niji was no exception. Sakura-san, I. Clearly, Hinata didn't seem to remember what she had seen before fainting. Ah, you fainted as soon as you saw Naruto and the others. Hearing Sakura's explanation, the previous events slowly came back to Hinata. Naruto-kun, little girl. Speaking of which, who knows where Naruto managed to get such a big daughter from? At this moment, Kiba's muttering reached Hinata's ears. The next moment, Hinata, who had just woken up, fell into a petrified state once again. Hinata. Ah. Hinata. After parting ways with the pursuer team, Naruto's group changed course directly, heading southwest. Along the way, the troublesome kid Gaara behaved much more subdued than before. Naruto knew full well that this kid hadn't had a great awakening and decided to join them completely. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity to reach the land of wind and then escape from their grasp. Sigh. He's clearly the weakest one, why is he so confident? Due to the route, the group didn't pass through the land of rain this time, but instead crossed the land of rivers, which is between the land of wind and land of fire, directly entering the sand-swept territory of the land of wind. They were south of Sunagakure here, and their final destination, Rorin, was even further southwest. Meaning, judging by the current itinerary, Gaara would only get farther and farther from his beloved Sunagakure. Tui. Dad, how much further do we have to go? We'll be there soon, Kusi. If you're tired, just sleep on Dad's back. The sky was gradually darkening, and the group still hadn't reached the next settlement in the desert. Kusi was wrapped in a small headscarf but still couldn't completely block the swirling yellow sand of the land of wind. The geographical environment here was truly torturous. Gaara, who had lived here for many years, was relatively adapted. But everyone else in the group was suffering badly. Things like large temperature differences between day and night, or giant sandstorms, weren't much for these capable individuals. The most deadly was actually the scarcity of oases and towns, and the lack of timely supplies. Don't think that water produced by water release ninjutsu can be drunk. In fact, the large-scale water release ninjutsu used by people like Kisame or Zabuza generally fall into two categories. One is like Zabuza, who uses pre-existing moisture in the environment to perform ninjutsu, guiding natural water. This kind can be drunk, but there isn't that much natural moisture in the desert for him to guide. The second is like Kisame's directly spat-out water release ninjutsu. This is temporary water purely created using chakra, which will dissipate once the supporting chakra is exhausted. Even drinking it won't quench thirst. It's like food created with transformation technique fundamentally can't fill your stomach. Karen looked at the little girl's bitter face as she spat and felt somewhat unable to bear it. Sigh. A gentle wind swept up from the side, swirling around the little girl, blocking out all the fine sand. Finally free from the sand's assault, the little girl drowsily fell asleep on her father's head. Naruto noticed this wind, then turned to look at Karen and gave her a slight nod with a smile. Seeing this, Karen's face reddened, and she continued silently maintaining the mini wind wall. This scene was seen by B and Sasuke nearby. Hey! How about you just create a bigger wind wall? Yeah. The two grumbled somewhat indignantly. Naruto, benefiting from Kusi's privilege, also enjoyed a stretch of sand-free travel. Piss off. Do you think maintaining a wind wall doesn't cost energy? Who knows where the next town is, so I need to conserve it. Unfortunately, Karen showed not the slightest bit of favor towards these two. The two, having been snubbed, curled their lips. The next moment, Sasuke directly transformed into his widow form and flew into the sky. I'll scout ahead, to see if there's a town for supplies. After saying this, and ignoring Killer Bee's envious look on the ground, he flew away. Chapter 260, Rorin, lost in the turmoil of war. That guy, ever since he learned to fly, he's become way too fond of showing off. Below, Killer Bee, complaining internally about why the Eight Tails couldn't fly while verbally criticizing Sasuke's cocky personality, cast a suggestive glance at Karen. Don't even think about it. Unfortunately, Karen's refusal remained decisive. Ever since the team size exceeded 6 people, she had stopped actively acting as the group's mount. A 10-meter-wide bird isn't small, but it's not that big either. Not every spot on the bird's back is suitable for sitting, and with just a few more people, they'd have to squeeze together. Fortunately, whether it was due to Sasuke's improved luck or not, he spotted a small town built in the desert not long after taking flight. The town wasn't large, but it was more than enough to accommodate the group. Perhaps because it wasn't yet the cycle for merchant caravans, although the number of inns in the small town was small, they all had sufficient vacancies. Naruto's group of over 10 people checked into different inns. Incidentally, they also inquired with the local residents about information regarding Rorin. After all, Kisame had only given a vague direction. Presumably, if he and Itachi hadn't encountered Naruto's group, the masked men would have actively appeared to guide them once they reached the vicinity. But Naruto's group could only feel their way forward on their own. A night passed, and after replenishing their supplies, everyone set out on their journey again. If I were you, I'd erase those marks. Sasuke suddenly walked up to Gaara, who had been lagging at the very back, and spoke nonchalantly. Gaara seemed startled by Sasuke's silent appearance, instinctively hiding something. I don't know what you're talking about. Sasuke looked into the other's eyes, which suddenly transformed into a blood-red lotus shape. If they get involved on the path ahead, death will be their only outcome. Before Gaara could say anything in denial, Sasuke pointed at his own eyes. Didn't you witness what happened a few days ago with your own eyes? These eyes of mine can see through calamity. After saying this, Sasuke couldn't be bothered to say more, reverting to his usual cool demeanor and walking ahead. Gaara stood still, his expression changing several times. Fine, I'll believe him this once. In the end, Gaara still removed the marks he had left for Sunagakure. Actually, after so many days in this team, he had gradually come to believe what Naruto and the others had said at the beginning. They didn't intend to use his power as a weapon of war. Or, to put it another way, this group of even more terrifying individuals didn't need his power at all. Recalling the brotherly battle between Sasuke and Itachi a few days ago, the scene as if the world was crumbling was still vivid in his mind. If they unleashed something like that over Tsunagakure. Naruto, from a distance, quietly walked up to Sasuke and gently bumped into him. Hee hee. You weren't so talkative before. Sasuke, rubbing his sore shoulder, rolled his eyes in annoyance. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, his eyes looked towards a certain point in the sky behind them. You noticed it a while ago too, right? Hearing this, Naruto nodded. Ah, yeah. They're really quick. Doesn't matter. They're just a motley crew. In the sky, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the team, a giant mechanical puppet eagle carried a ninja flying, tailing the tailed beast team from a distance. He wasn't from Tsunagakure. Or rather, his true identity wasn't. As a spy planted within Tsunagakure by the Land of Wind's daimyo, this guy hadn't expected to be assigned a reconnaissance and tracking mission outside the village by Tsunagakure itself. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, his batch was recruited by the Land of Wind's daimyo precisely because of their outstanding observational skills and strong infiltration abilities. Dozens of kilometers behind him, a group of ninjas were following the trail he left. It was clear the Land of Wind's daimyo was very concerned about retrieving his tailed beast's power. But unfortunately, perhaps because Tsunagakure's security measures were too good, this daimyo didn't have a practical understanding of the real destructive power a tailed beast could unleash. That's why he fantastically expected a group of ordinary ninjas to handle a team of just over 10 people, a team capable of overturning the entire ninja world. Yes, this daimyo not only wanted the one tail back, but was even considering whether he could seize the tailed beasts of other countries, thereby gaining the power to dominate the world. One could only say the sweet lies fed to him by White Zetsu were too potent. This wasn't a beautiful dream one could have after just a few drinks. Back with the team, everyone gathered the clues they had learned the previous night. After summarizing them, the situation wasn't optimistic. First, there indeed was a country within a country named Rorin within the Land of Wind. But in reality, this Rorin was only the size of a large town, not even much bigger than Tsunagakure. It was just that its location was too remote and the environment too harsh, so no one paid it much attention. Yet, even so, this small country was destroyed in the turmoil of war. After traveling for so long, that Rorin has already been destroyed. Karen was somewhat disheartened. But Naruto shook his head. The Rorin country itself isn't the key. The masked man's goal is the so-called Ryumayaku. Perhaps we need to pick up the pace. Naruto was worried about what the masked man intended to do with the so-called dragon vein. He had an ominous premonition, as if something was warning him in the depths of his mind. But this feeling, similar to inspiration, was always elusive. Whenever he tried to focus his mind to understand the content of the warning, the feeling would instantly vanish without a trace. In reality, Naruto's worry was somewhat unnecessary. Because Obito and Black Zetsu were also staring blankly at a vast expanse of ruins at this very moment. Are you sure there's really that Ryumayaku here? Obito had been searching these ruins for a full day. Apart from some scattered murals, there were only ruins of houses with peculiar shapes. There wasn't even a shadow of the so-called Ryumayaku. It can't be wrong. This is a secret that Madara-sama obtained with great difficulty. Its authenticity is absolutely reliable. The authenticity of the information was, of course, flawless. After all, Black Zetsu had lived on this continent for nearly 1,000 years. It could be said that rumors about the Ryumayaku and the ancient kingdom of Rorin had existed even before Konoha Village was founded. It was just that at the time, Black Zetsu's focus was on finding a suitable candidate to become the new Ten-Tails Jinchuriki to free his mother, so he didn't personally verify this rumor. Let's just keep looking. We have no other choice. As he said, they really had no other options at the moment. In terms of frontal combat power, the few remaining members of the Akatsuki were absolutely no match for Naruto. Playing schemes and plots from behind the scenes was one thing, but frontal combat wasn't really Black Zetsu's forte. Is this Ryumayaku really as miraculous as you say? Obito used his intangibility ability to pass through a section of ruins, but unfortunately still found nothing useful. It must be there. With this Ryumayaku, we can reach another space-time. A space-time where Uzumaki Naruto hasn't collected the other tailed beasts. Regarding the Ryumayaku's supposed time travel ability, Black Zetsu quietly played a trick, blurring it into a concept similar to traveling to parallel worlds. Because he was somewhat worried that this foolish boy he was manipulating might want to go back to the time after the Battle of Canopy Bridge to change the fate of that girl named Rin. Although Obito always said he acknowledged Madara's Eye of the Moon plan and wanted to create a world where Rin could live in peace. But people's hearts are hard to read, and Black Zetsu never hesitated to speculate the worst about Obito's limits. After all, he was a fool who could even kill his own teacher and teacher's wife. It would be truly ridiculous if he ruined his own plan. By the way, have you heard anything from Deidara and Sasori yet? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Obito turned and asked Black Zetsu. Although no expression could be seen on Black Zetsu's black face, a certain dissatisfaction could be heard in his tone. Those two might have already defected. The reason was simple, even his white Zetsu's clones had lost track of those two. Even the Akatsuki's rings had been actively discarded by them. Forget it. What about Kisame? No response either. What a bunch of useless trash. Obito walked out from the ruins and kicked a brick. Whoosh. That wasn't the sound of the brick, but an arrow embedding itself next to Obito's head. Who are you people? Several individuals, dressed in standard desert dweller attire and riding ostrich-like creatures, surrounded them from not far away. Simultaneously, the weapons in their hands, like bows and arrows, were aimed at the two. What is your purpose for coming to Rorin? Hearing this, Obito and Black Zetsu exchanged a glance, both sensing the pleasant surprise in each other's hearts. A clue had delivered itself to our doorstep.